Chapter 1 The Arrival of Sonan Lawath Sun Family Residence. Ari Outhworthless-in-law? A disdainful taunt landed heavily on Ding Heashart. There were no flowers, no applause, and certainly no calming Kurman what awaited, a wasenly thee damp, musty storament Hernerof's familiar estate. He, Ding Hao, once set hicken goft underground fighting arena, had no been reduced to Amirson in Lawoth Sun family, apposition of futter insignificance. Hessurvey dissurroundings, Biersiges. Fed a lapidated wooden door, the cluttered corner piled high with debris, and the nauseating Sintoff dust permeating Theralo fit fell tutorly alienate. One sea spirit Dan Chival Raujianman, had been labeled a reclusive eguito his social awkwardness, leading him to this humiliating fate. How laughable, truly laughable. Hecklenchettis fists, an indomitable flame emanating within him. These will be Yorobodef from now on. Thesherp-tongued Buddleroft Sunfamilla sneered, his corpulent figure blocking Thiel reedy dim light remember your placey worbudus and lawful filly our duteous and soft soaring to greatness. The Buddlerl Dingha through Hugh ending corridors, incessantly extolling Sunfamilla Lagrangerin the Mito Fitzwarriors. In this world where a martial prowess reigned supreme, the Sunfamilla was undoubted like sovereign, while he, Ding Hao, was nothing more than an insignificant insect. Hellistened insolence. Yet a glint of determination flicker red in his eyes. The Sunfamalibos numeraus warriors, with the head oft hefamalibian gale testage zuinwurial expertise would be wise aforiao to keep a low profile, the butler continued his incessant chatter, abrupt la halting gash pointedo the mountain of debris or tasto de isto clearal physimus remember, it must bed in a befernite fall. Ding Ho gazed dath of irritably mountain of clutter, a faint smile a curling a corner soft his mouth ha. The butler anticipated Ding Heaskrees off despair, perhaps of in humble pleaseformercy. After all, Disney Briz was not smithing an ordinary person catholic move, let Talana clear away entire Florensville. Hugh waited to revel in Ding Hea's humiliation, as Merc plastered across his face. However, Ding Haumer-like has thimiflated glance, said nothing, and began to work. This fellow certainly no showed Putin affront. The butler cursed inwardly, eager to see how long Hakud maintained. Ding Ha lifted a massive stone slab, its seat near lie toppling him. Yetherfew Setterlant, gritting, endeavored to shift the boulder. At that moment, an extraordinary sensation well dupe within him. It felt as though he had instantaneous lie grasped on equitechnicio fexertion, causing his muscles to subtly transform. With ern wedifort, Theon see a movable stone new a effortless lie hoisted. Hezeth the boulder down, astonished. This feeling Caldip? He tempted again, lifting Ainavin larger slab with a quilice. Once, twice, thrice. Ding Hao spas quickened, the towering Pileof de Bris diminishing at a visible accelerated rate. The butler watched in dumbfounded disbelief, his leg gradually freezing on his face. How is this possible? As Thesan dipped below the horizon, golden rays illuminated the Sun family estate. Ding Ha had cleared Evira last piece of debris, leaving the storeroom spitless. He dusted himself off and was about to leave when amicking vorsichode from her. Well, I fitis and Ternusen-in-law? Have you becco me dicteto cleaning the storeroom? The dandy Sunchong, Cladine extravagant attire and fanning himself, sauntered over with. Has spotted Ding Ho standing at the storeroom in trance, a glimmer of Macari flesh in his eyes. Since you enjoy working so much, let med to your tasks ha pointedo a bucket to filth the water. Aught smile a curling as slips balanceth this bucket on your head, traverseth the garden, and make ye our way to the kitchen I face single drop spills. Well, the consequences will be your stow-bear. Ding He and Aeroedices, locking gaze with Sun Qiang before glancing at the bucket of dirty water. He recognized thighs a sod liberty tempt by Sun Qiang to humiliatum. To king a deep breath, hebent down a grisp the tandari fulai placed it at a fished. Sun Qiang and dislike hazy eagerly awaited Ding Heo's impending disgrace, smirking with delight. Ding Heo took a step forward, moving slowly and steadily, as though performing gasolim ritual. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and Hellos Thisbalance, toppling forward. Ah! He exclaimed, Theba kettleting dangerously, spilling dirty water. Ha ha ha! Sun Qiang and Dissycophant syrup teed ta laughter, as if witnessing the most amusing spectacle imaginable. However, their mirth swift dissipated. The dirty water did not drench the ground but instead soaked Sun Qiang from Iato, leaving him utterly drenched. You did that on purpose, Sunkyang shout to Naforia Strimmer, pointing at Ding Hao. Ding He erased his hands innocently. My apologies, young master, I slipped. At that moment, Sunkyangki and Hapanetokbi, her expression darkening at the sight. Ding Hao, what kind of nonsense are you up to now? She glared at them with disdain. Hurtaniasiuno Sun Kanjus deliberately making things difficult for you, yeti our tally. It did not, Ding Hao began to explain, but was Skutoff be Sunkyangki and Sharpermond. Be quiet. I'd not wish to eerie our excuses. Shushathim as cornfaluk before turning to support the drenched leaving. Ding Ho shed hairy treating figure, a tumult of emotion swirling within him. He understood that Tzake Sistine Saint, his family was fraught with paralonymous step, could lead to irreparable consequences. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, his resolve in lie strengthened. He was determined to establish himself within this family, to earn the respect of those who looked up on him. Hecklen shed his fists, air salute a gleam shining in his eyes. Astis descended, he turned and strode toward the kitchen. Chapter 2 The Son-in-Law's Rebellious Journey Forward. The Acrids Mokoft Hikichin made Ding Hauk up, a stark contrast to the martial pathy envisioned. Holding gas patula larger than his face, Ding Ha felt less like a wary Orhaning his skill san more like an aspiring chef. The butler's face beamed with delight, as if had just witnessed a blooming chrysanthemum. Ding, my son-in-law, work hardy have a hypus for you. These was not hopey buttreth a raid Siratar kim to exhaustion. Antwang discreetly slipped Ding Hao a cold steamed bin child. Eat up dauntlety. Ourself ga hungry. Ding Ha cast through a great fulgence, his stomach growling javin louder. The butler had been withholding his ration sunder, the gasabdiating, intending to force high minto submission. Ding Hao, come here. The butler commanded imperiously. Ding Hao set down the spatula, mentally cursing the old fox. The Ingladii son welland require sabolofs no lotas bull prepariat, the butler said with a sardonic smile. Snow lotus soup? Thuch require jerez na lotus, a mead sinolerb notaraya, sly difficult to prepare up in hearing this, theather kitchen staff shinai theirheads, fearfulof bin kaleden. Thai Gedgerly anticipated Ding Hao's failure, convinced said would not succeed, thus providing the butler with ample opportunity to humiliate him. Ildoit, Ding Hor plead calmly, a hinto fun noticeable determination lacing. Every o knew a stake in Abak had. This fellowless his mind? He was certainly not mad. He recognized thy's as an opportunity, a chance to improve Sunkyangki Ant's perception of him. You can makeet? The butler scoffed. Don twasteth the precious Nalatus. If I don't know how, I can learn, Ding Hor plied coolly, a glimmer of confidence flickering in his eyes. The butler paused, taken aback by Ding has willingness, and snorted, very well, I shall observe how you. Returned Sout, poorly, prepare for punishment. Ding Haunured the butler smakriand, turned to prepare the ingredients. He understood that thighs was not merely a bolofs, no lotta zupatwash's first step toward a triumphant comeback. In the kitchen, whispers circulate das than Lucas awaited Ding Hao's downfall. But Ding Hao seemed oblivious, wholly absorbed in his task, as if the world around him had ceased to exist. Time passed slowly, and affant medicinal may begin to fill the kitchen. Ding Ha's movements flowed seamlessly, each action exuding confidence. Hesium stogen uine lano wathis doing, someone murmured. At that moment, Ding Hea suddenly paused, his brow furrow and gasha muttered to himself, imissing an ingredient. Heklo set his eyes, inhaling deeply, envisioning the human meridian mapantha properties off area sherbs. Here called Sunkyangki Ansisivisage, always keeping Gother Saturm's length, yet occasionally revialing gas ofter sid like Kethidae the garden winchigent, spoke an uninjured bird. Ding hesitantly hopped that this bolofs no lotta zoop could change hair impression off him. Found it. Ding Hao sias napedipin, a confident light gleaming within. The last ingredient that needed weighs a special herb known as condensation grass, which could neutralizeth this no lotta scold properties, making the medicine eleffict milder. Fortunately, Hayden countered Fisher binth sunfa melisma disinalger din before. Ding ha swift lie located the condensation grass and dididi to thema disinaldish. As the condensation grass ways incorporated, theorome intensified, adela catephragran swafting through hikachin success. Ding ho gazed at the exquisites no lotta zoop before him, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, steward's son stealthily crept into the kitchen, seizing the opportunity while Ding Hoa's distractedo surreptitiously add some mine, compatible ingredients medicinaldish. Has markedly, thinking, let's see how you deal with these. However, Ding has perceptive ability as ferexided those of ordinary individuals, tough-headed witness Steward Sun's actions firsthand. His profound understanding of martial arts allowed him to sense accessible fluctuations in the ingredients' essences. He immediately detected the unusual raw in the medicinaldish, and his expression darkened. Steward Sun, what have you done? Ding Hao inquired coldly. Feigning surprise, Steward Sun replied, "You haven't done anything, Ding son-in-law. You mustn't slander him." Ignoring Steward Sun's evasions, Ding Hao close set aside some more, meticulously attuning himself to the chain of essence. Before long, he identified the incompatible ingredients. Humph, Marichild's splay. Ding Hao scoffed, swiftly extracting the discordant components before making this soup. This time, he was more cautious, ensuring that Nuna had the opportunity to sabotage his medicinaldish. As Ding Hao emerged from the kitchen with the freshly prepared soup, Steward Sun awaited High Mathador. A sinister smile plastered his face. "Ding son-in-law, is it ready? Let me see." Steward Sun reached out to take medicinaldish. Ding Hao sidestepped, replying coldly, "There is no need for your concern. Steward Sun shall personally deliver this bowl of medicinal spoon." With this no lotta soup in hand, Ding Hao strode directly towards Ankian's room. Steward Sun trailed closely behind, muttering, "Miss, being goffnable birth, can you bear the consequences if this medicinaldish proves problematic?" Ding Ha paid him to mean and pushed pin the door. Sunken Kin was reclining against their headboard, her complexion pale and appearing cool. Upon seeing Ding Hao enter, she furrowed her brow slightly, a glimmer of distaste in her eyes. "What is this?" Sunky Ankian asked skeptically. "Snolo to sup, beneficial for your health." Ding placed the medicinaldish on the bedside edible. "Who told you automacathis? Take it away." Sunky Ankian stone was frigid, showing no inclination to try it. Seeing this, Steward soon immediately seized the opportunity to embellish. "Miss, how could this fellow possibly makes no lotta soup? I suspect Thesmer like concocting gassum you must titty my tup city our stomach." "Silence." Ding Hao showed a cold glare at Steward Sun. Sunkinkin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately picked past delicate listed a spoonful into her mouth. A fragrant wave enveloped her palate, as the crispness of tes nala harmonia sly melded with the gently essence of the dewgrass, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Sunky Anki momentary froze, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Shido ocanather spoonful, savoring githitfully, and gradually aluko enjoyment crept on her face. "Thetis dice quite good," Sunkinkin remarked nonchalantly. Ding Ha felt a surge of satisfaction with a neat seam dis fortshad not being in vain. Steward Sun, on the other hand, wore an expression of embarrassment, as if he had just swallowed awfully. Just as Ding Ho believed matters were improving, Sunky Ankian's brother, Sun Chong, burst in abruptly. "Sis, are you all right?" He heard this good for nothing medium dicinal soup hezerly hassle intentions, perhaps settings, was ingredients. Sunky Yang pointed at Ding Hao with an arrogant demeanor. Sunky Kin's expression shifted. Her gazettewards Ding fled with suspicion. It had not. Ding Hao insisted, "This medical, lilies of. Who knows? You, Oslison-in-law, can't have no good intentions." Sunky Yang pressed aggressively. Sunky Kin's lammed the bowl down unto the bedside edible, her expression darkening tade away. Ding Hao was filled with helplessness sondanger Henry was being wronged, yet he could not explain himself in thought moment. Silently, he picked up the medicinaldish hand, turned to Thera. In the corridor, Ding Hao clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with resentment. He understood that this decent Sun household wouldn't le gromer arduous, and Sunky Kin's disdain for him would like a loon. "Ding Hao, come here!" Steward Sun's shrill voice gulled from behind. The master has sorted ugly and thin tires today. Chapter 3. The son-in-law awaits a turn of fortune. The sharp, piercing voice of Steward Sun was akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending a jolt of pain through Ding Hao's eardrums. "The master has commanded that you are responsible for cleaning the entire Sun residence today." He paused, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, "and it must be completed before nightfall." Ding Hao was taken aback. The Sun residence sprawled across a vast expanse, adorned with pavilions, towers, rockeries, and flowing water. It would require at least a team several days to tidy up. To expect him to accomplish this alone in a single day was nothing short of deliberate harassment. Steward's son, Ding Hao began, but was abruptly cut off by the steward's impatient interjection. What? Are you unwilling? Do not forget your station. A mere son-in-law living off the fruits of others, how dare you utter such nonsense? Steward's son cast a disdainful sidelong glance at him, his eyes brimming with contempt. Fail to complete this task, and you shall not dine tonight. Ding Hao inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury boiling within him. He understood that arguing with such a petty individual was futile. Rather than squander time, it was more prudent to commence the work. He turned, grasped the broom, and began to sweep in silence. Indeed, the Sun residence was outrageously large. After less than a tenth of the area was cleaned, Ding Hao was already weary, his back aching. Just then, the infuriating voice of Sun Chong pierced the air once more. Oh, isn't this our martial arts prodigy Ding Hao? Reduced to sweeping floors, huh? Ha ha! Ding Hao looked up to see Sun Chong accompanied by several sycophantic friends, all wearing mocking expressions. Sun Chong held a bag of trash, deliberately walking to the freshly cleaned area and scattering the refuse across the floor. Oops, my hand slipped, he feigned innocence, his eyes glinting with provocation. Ding Hao's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. He bit back his rage and silently swept up the debris once more. Oh, quite the patient one, are we? Sun Chong grew even bolder, stepping onto the pile Ding Hao had just swept, kicking the trash into disarray. Let us see how long you can endure this. Ding Hao slowly raised his head, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Sun Chong. The broom handle creaked ominously in his grip from the pressure he exerted. Sun Chong, Ding Hao's voice was low and hoarse, you would do well to know your limits. Sun Chong paused, then burst into raucous laughter. What? You think you can hit me? You, a worthless son-in-law, dare. Before he could finish, Ding Hao's broom moved with blinding speed, transforming into a blur that the naked eye could scarcely follow. With a sharp crack, the broom handle struck Sun Chong squarely on the backside. Taken completely off guard, Sun Chong let out a yelp, tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner, clutching his rear and grimacing in pain. He pointed at Ding Hao, unable to articulate a single word. His friends stood aghast, utterly shocked that Ding Hao had the audacity to strike Sun Chong. Ding Hao, expressionless, retracted the broom and coolly remarked, I merely helped you clean up your mess. Ignoring Sun Chong, he resumed his sweeping. An extraordinary phenomenon began to unfold. It was as if the broom had come to life, moving with an increasing swiftness and fluidity. His previously clumsy motions transformed into a graceful dance, akin to flowing water or a tiger descending the mountain. Leaves, dust, and debris obediently gathered into a pile beneath Ding Hao's broom, which he deftly swept into the dustpan. His pace quickened, his efficiency soared. What would have taken days to accomplish now seemed effortlessly within his grasp. Sun Chong and his entourage watched, dumbfounded, as they rubbed their eyes, questioning their own perceptions. How is this possible? Sun Chong muttered in disbelief. Ding Hao had not employed any esoteric martial arts. He had simply infused the act of cleaning with his understanding of martial principles. Every sweep, every bend, every turn was imbued with the essence of martial artistry. It was as if he had transformed the broom into a weapon, and the act of cleaning into a form of cultivation. Standing on the balcony of the second floor, Sun Qianqian observed the unfolding spectacle in silence. Initially filled with disdain for Ding Hao, regarding him as nothing more than a useless son-in-law, she found herself unexpectedly surprised by his unique sweeping skills. Could he truly possess some extraordinary ability? Sun Qianqian pondered, but quickly dismissed the notion, insisting to herself that he was merely a good-for-nothing. Unaware of Sun Qianqian's scrutiny, Ding Hao immersed himself in his own world, reveling in the remarkable synergy of martial arts and labor. As his cleaning accelerated, the Sun residence gradually transformed into a spotless haven. A sense of accomplishment welled within him. At that moment, a shrill voice shattered the tranquility. Oh, you're quite the speedy worker. Steward Sun's sardonic tone echoed from afar. I thought you wouldn't finish until tomorrow. Steward Sun's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. He had intended to wait until Ding Hao painstakingly cleared the mess created by Sun Chong before benevolently assigning him additional tasks, such as cleaning the fish pond or wiping down all the windows, ideally keeping him occupied for 3 days and nights. Little did he expect this fellow to complete the task so swiftly. Rubbing his hands together, he concocted a new excuse to further vex Ding Hao. Ahem. Steward's son cleared his throat, adopting a mockingly cheerful tone. While your speed is commendable, the quality, well, I dare say, leaves much to be desired. The master places great emphasis on cleanliness. Just look at the dust on that rockery and the leaves in the fish pond. Ding Hao, not waiting for him to finish, pulled a small booklet from his pocket, slapping it down before Steward's son with a resounding thud. Steward's son, I have diligently studied the family rules of the Sun Clan. Chapter 3, Section 7 explicitly states that the daily tasks of servants are to be determined by the master or an authorized representative. Might I inquire which of those you are? Steward's son's face stiffened. He had not anticipated that this taciturn fellow would delve into the family regulations. Stammering and stuttering, he found himself unable to utter a single word. The surrounding servants, witnessing the scene, could not suppress their laughter. Ding Hao cast a cold glance at Steward's son and resumed his work, inwardly thinking, "You wish to make my life difficult? Not a chance." Just as Ding Hao believed everything was proceeding smoothly and prepared to conclude his work, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Sun Qianqian stormed over, her fury palpable, flanked by several servants. "Ding Hao, stop right there." She pointed accusingly at him, her voice sharp. "Did you steal my jade bracelet?" Ding Hao was taken aback. "A jade bracelet? What jade bracelet?" He shook his head in confusion. "I have no idea what you are talking about." Sun Qianqian scoffed. "Don't play coy. I only discovered this morning that my bracelet was missing, and you just happened to be cleaning the area around my room. If it isn't you who stole it, then who could it possibly be?" Realization dawned on Ding Hao. Sun Qianqian suspected him of stealing her jade bracelet. He found himself at a loss for words as the surrounding onlookers began to murmur and point fingers. "I knew it. This guy has a shifty look about him. He can't be anything but trouble." Sun Chong fanned the flames, his tone dripping with malicious glee. "Exactly. A good-for-nothing son-in-law. How could he claim innocence? Who would believe him? What a disgrace to the Sun family." Ding Hao felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill enveloping him. Gazing into Sun Qianqian's furious eyes, a sense of helplessness welled up within him. He realized he must prove his innocence. Otherwise, he would forever bear this stain upon his name. Taking a deep breath, his expression gradually hardened with resolve. "I did not steal your jade bracelet," Ding Hao declared, enunciating each word deliberately. "I will prove my innocence." He surveyed the area, his gaze settling on a tree not far away. He began to approach it, extending his hand. Chapter 4. The son-in-law's predicament. Ding Hao felt as if the very blood in his veins had congealed. The air surrounding him thickened, rendering it difficult to breathe. Sun Qianqian's frigid gaze pierced him like a dagger, each glance a stab to his heart. The scornful looks and whispered remarks from the onlookers plunged him deeper into despair. "I told you, that kid has a shifty demeanor. He's clearly trouble." Sun Chong, ever the instigator, stoked the flames of mockery and disdain. "Indeed, a freeloader. How can he dare claim he hasn't stolen anything? Who would believe him? What a disgrace to our family." Each taunting remark struck Ding Hao's ears like a sharp needle. Trampling his dignity into the ground, he yearned to explain, to shout out his innocence. But the words lodged in his throat, refusing to come forth. He felt like a beast ensnared in a cage. Struggling helplessly yet unable to escape his predicament, he glanced at Sun Qianqian, his eyes filled with a mixture of grievance and hope. How he longed to approach her, to confess his innocence, to express how much he cherished this hard-earned bond. Yet, Sun Qianqian merely turned her head in disgust, withholding even a single glance. In that moment, Ding Hao felt as though a phantom hand had tightened around his heart, sending waves of agony coursing through him. He inhaled deeply, swallowing down all his grievances and pain. He understood that words were futile. Only by proving his innocence could he cleanse himself of this shame. Gradually, he lifted his head, his gaze resolutely sweeping over the crowd. "I did not steal anything," he asserted firmly. "I will prove my innocence. He turned to Steward Sun, his tone surprisingly calm. "Steward, I would like to review the surveillance footage." Steward Sun was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating Ding Hao's composure. He scrutinized Ding Hao from head to toe, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Surveillance? Ha! Who do you think you are? You believe you can just view the footage at will? Do you truly think you are worthy?" With a sneer, Steward Sun was about to continue ridiculing Ding Hao, but he noticed Ding Hao remained utterly calm, showing no signs of panic or pleading. "This young man certainly possesses remarkable composure," thought Steward Sunday. "Ding Hao," he said, meeting Steward Sun's gaze steadily, "I am aware you currently suspect me of theft, but I would like to request Miss Sun grant me some time to uncover the truth." Steward Sun was taken aback. This young man dared to make demands of Miss Sun. Just as he opened his mouth to refuse, Ding Hao continued, "If it is proven that I did indeed steal, I will accept any punishment without complaint. However, if I am innocent, I hope you will apologize to me in front of everyone." Ding Hao's eyes were resolute and piercing, as if he could see into one's soul. Steward Sun felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, instinctively glancing towards Sun Qianqian. Although she still wore a frosty expression, a trace of subtle surprise flickered in her eyes. She had not expected this usually submissive son-in-law to display such a formidable side. "Very well, I shall grant you 1 day's time," Sun Qianqian stated coldly, "but if by this time tomorrow you have not found evidence to prove your innocence, do not blame me for being impolite." Ding Hao nodded slightly and turned to leave the crowd. Rather than searching aimlessly, he meticulously observed his surroundings. He noted that Sun Qianqian's room was on the second floor, directly facing the garden. In the garden stood a tall tree, its branches nearly within reach of the second-floor window. A bold idea took shape in Ding Hao's mind. He swiftly approached the garden and examined the tree closely. Indeed, he discovered some faint scratches on the trunk, as if someone had climbed it. Following the scratches upward, Ding Hao's gaze finally landed on the window of Sun Chang's room on the second floor. Could it be? He immediately returned to the villa and walked straight to Sun Chang's room. Sun Chang was lying on the bed, engrossed in a game, and upon seeing Ding Hao enter, he wore an impatient expression. "What do you want?" "Here to plead for leniency?" Ignoring Sun Chang's outburst, Ding Hao advanced to his wardrobe and yanked the door open. There, nestled inside, lay the necklace that Sun Qianqian had reported missing. "What is this?" Ding Hao picked up the necklace, his gaze sharp as he turned to Sun Chang. Sun Chang's face drained of color, stammering and unable to articulate a response. Ding Hao let out a cold laugh, turning to exit the room, shouting downstairs, "The item has been found. The real thief is right here." The crowd erupted in astonishment, rushing up the stairs. Upon seeing the necklace in Sun Chang's room, they quickly grasped the truth of the matter. "Sun Chang!" The elder son's face turned ashen, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed at Sun Chang. Sun Chang lowered his head, unable to meet the eyes of the onlookers. Ding Hao stood quietly among the crowd, observing the scene unfold, devoid of any joy, only feeling an overwhelming fatigue. He glanced at Sun Qianqian, only to find her casting him a fleeting glance before turning away. Ding Hao's heart sank, watching Sun Qianqian's retreating figure. A tumult of emotions swirled within him. Although the truth had emerged, clearing his name, the victory felt as bland as chewing wax. This woman truly is an ice queen. Is it so difficult to utter an apology? Forget it, let it be. Ding Hao shrugged and turned back to his tasks. After all, his purpose in the Sun household was not to engage in romance, but to enhance his abilities. Strangely, ever since being wrongfully accused, Ding Hao felt that his comprehension of martial arts had ascended to new heights. He could even distinctly perceive the flow of energy within the Sun residence, akin to invisible threads wafting around him. This sensation was exquisite. As Ding Hao swept the floor, he pondered inwardly. He realized that by following the currents of energy, he could perform his tasks more efficiently. For instance, he could anticipate the direction in which leaves would fall, preemptively sweeping them into the dustpan, dramatically boosting his efficiency. "Hey, Xiao Ding, why are you so earnest in your sweeping? One might think you're practicing some supreme martial art." Wang Ma teased as she passed by, carrying a cup of tea. "Wang Ma, please spare me your jests," Ding Hao replied sheepishly, scratching his head. "But on another note, you truly seem different lately. You appear much more composed than before," Wang Ma observed. setting down her tea cup to scrutinize Ding Hao. Really? Ding Hao touched his nose, secretly pleased. It seemed his efforts had not been in vain. At least his demeanor had improved, however. He understood that to truly establish himself in the Sun family, this alone would not suffice. He needed to earn the elder son's recognition. Ding Hao lifted his gaze towards the direction of the elder son's room, a flicker of determination gleaming in his eyes. As night enveloped the world, Ding Hao quietly approached the elder son's study. He took a deep breath and gently rapped on the door. Enter. An aged, authoritative voice resonated from within. Chapter 5. The son-in-law strives for a new dawn. Ding Hao pushed the door open to find the elder son sitting upright, a book in hand, his sharp gaze fixed upon him. "Grandfather, you are still awake at this late hour?" Ding Hao inquired respectfully. The elder son set down his book and replied slowly, "I have heard that you have been performing admirably of late." Ding Hao smiled modestly. "It is merely trivial work, hardly worthy of mention." The elder son nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. "Young man, diligence and hard work are commendable traits. However, merely relying on these is insufficient for standing firm in this world." The following morning, Steward's son approached Ding Hao with a grim expression, brandishing a lengthy task list. "Ding Hao, this is today's assignment. It must be completed by the end of the day." His tone was frigid, laced with a hint of provocation. Ding Hao accepted the list and glanced over it, his brows furrowing in dismay. The tasks listed were not only numerous but also exceedingly meticulous, such as polishing antique vases and pruning potted plants. A single misstep could lead to criticism. Clearly, Steward's son intended to make things difficult for him. "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Steward's son smirked at Ding Hao's expression. "Afraid? That is not in my nature," Ding Hao replied with a faint smile, determination flashing in his eyes. "Then hurry up and get to work. Don't waste time." With a cold snort, Steward's son turned and departed. Ding Hao took a deep breath and began completing the tasks on the list one by one. He carefully polished each antique vase, meticulously trimmed every potted plant. He discovered that by following the flow of energy, he could control his movements with precision, avoiding any errors. As time passed, Ding Hao completed task after task. The other servants looked on in astonishment, their eyes filled with admiration. They had not anticipated that this usually reticent son-in-law possessed such remarkable skills. "Ding Hao, you are truly impressive," Wang Ma exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "Indeed, I had no idea you had such talents." Another servant concurred. Ding Hao merely smiled faintly, remaining silent as he continued his work. Steward's son had been observing Ding Hao from the shadows, and as he witnessed his exceptional performance, his expression grew increasingly dark. He had initially believed that these intricate tasks would confound Ding Hao, but instead, they showcased his enhanced abilities, leaving him feeling infuriated yet powerless. As the sun set, Ding Hao finally completed all the tasks on the list. He let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. At that moment, Steward's son approached, his face ashen. You did well," he said, his voice stiff. Ding Hao smiled slightly. "Thank you for the compliment." Steward's Sunday with a cold grunt, Steward's son turned and walked away. Ding Hao watched his retreating figure, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He knew he had gradually earned the respect of the other servants and had instilled a sense of threat in Steward's Sunday. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A long road lay ahead. As night fell, Ding Hao found himself alone in the rear garden, practicing martial arts. The moonlight bathed him, illuminating his resolute figure. Suddenly, a soft voice rang out behind him. "What are you doing?" Ding Hao turned to see Sun Qianqian standing at a distance, the moonlight accentuating her exquisite features. Sun Qianqian had intended to mock him, but recalling Ding Hao's earnest demeanor during the day's labor, where the mundane tasks had transformed into an art in his hands, meticulous and striving for perfection, she felt a crack in the ice of her heart. "It's nothing, just practicing a bit," he replied. Ding Hao's demeanor was remarkably unperturbed, as if the arduous toil he had just endured was of little consequence to him. Sun Qianqian chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. Yet a fleeting hint of tenderness flickered in her gaze. The following day, the Sun family was hosting a small gathering. Butler Sun was in a frenzy, struggling to arrange the venue. as the traditional setup felt trite and failed to reflect the family's stature. Observing this, Ding Hao stepped forward, confidently proposing, "Butler's son, might I give it a try?" His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Butler's son scoffed. "You? What can you possibly accomplish?" Ding Hao merely smiled, choosing not to engage further, and proceeded directly to the site of the arrangement. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the ambient flow of energy, and a myriad of imaginative decor concepts blossomed in his mind. He directed the attendants to relocate flowers and position furniture, with each detail executed with exquisite finesse, as if it were a natural extension of the space. The once mundane venue transformed under his touch into a breathtaking spectacle, suffused with modernity and artistic flair. Even the usually stern elder son could not help but nod slightly in appreciation at the sight, a flicker of admiration dancing in his eyes. This marked the first instance of Ding Hao receiving recognition from the elder since his arrival at the Sun household. A significant step on his path to redemption. During the family gathering, guests lauded the decor, inquiring as to who had masterminded the design. Butler's son, brimming with pride, claimed the credit for himself, neglecting to mention Ding Hao's contributions. Unperturbed, Ding Hao silently observed from a corner, relishing the appreciation directed towards his creation. After the gathering, Sun Chong approached Ding Hao, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, isn't this our omnipotent son-in-law? What, trying to steal the spotlight again today?" Ding Hao's gaze remained indifferent as he shot a glance at Sun Chong, retorting, "A mere clown, hardly worthy of concern." This dismissive attitude ignited Sun Chong's fury, prompting him to sneer, "Ah, so you're feeling bold now? Daring to speak to me like that? We'll see how long you can bask in this glory." Sun Chong schemed to teach Ding Hao a lesson. After the family gathering concluded, he stealthily returned to the venue. Intent on wreaking havoc, a sinister grin spread across his face as he grasped a bucket of red paint, ready to splatter it upon Ding Hao's meticulously arranged flowers. However, Ding Hao had anticipated Sun Chong's antics. He had discreetly set up several concealed mechanisms around the floral arrangements, connected by fine threads. The moment someone approached, the trap would be triggered. As Sun Chong stealthily approached the flowers, he stepped on a thread, and with a snap, the trap activated, ensnaring him and sending him sprawling to the ground. The paint he held splattered not on the flowers, but all over himself. A burst of laughter erupted from those nearby. Sun Chong sat on the ground, utterly disheveled, his body drenched in red paint, resembling a drenched chicken. In a fit of rage, he pointed at Ding Hao, exclaiming, "You tricked me!" Ding Hao crossed his arms, his expression unfazed. "All's fair in war. Your own foolishness is to blame." Sun Chong scrambled to his feet, furiously pointing at Ding Hao, threatening, "Just you wait. I will settle the score with you." With that, he fled in disgrace. Observing Sun Chong's retreating figure, a cold smile crept upon Ding Hao's lips. He recognized that Sun Chong, a mere scion of privilege, was nothing more than a trifling jester, inconsequential in the grand scheme. His true objective was to earn Sun Qianqian's acknowledgement and to solidify his standing in this world. Ding Hao gazed up at the night sky, silently contemplating his forthcoming plans. He understood that he was inching closer to his goals, yet the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. That moment, a figure appeared silently behind him. "What trickery are you up to now?" The voice of Sun Qianqian carried a hint of frost. Ding Hao turned to find her standing there, illuminated by the moonlight, which accentuated her graceful form, though her exquisite face bore a scowl of disdain. "What concern is it of yours?" Ding Hao replied with an air of indifference, as if her presence held no significance for him. This aloof demeanor only served to further infuriate Sun Qianqian, who retorted, "Do not forget your position. A mere leech daring to speak to me in such a manner." Ding Hao, disinterested in engaging in an argument, turned to leave. "Stop right there," Sun Qianqian commanded. "I warn you, best behave yourself and refrain from any trickery, or I shall ensure you regret it." Ding Hao continued his stride, leaving behind a light remark, "Mind your own business and leave me be." Watching Ding Hao's departing figure, Sun Qianqian fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. How dare this insufferable man disregard her? In the ensuing days, Butler's son transformed into a relentless taskmaster, devising increasingly difficult assignments for Ding Hao. One day, he was tasked with cleaning the family's antique vases. The next, he had to prune uniquely shaped potted plants. And the following day, he found himself clearing a clogged drain. Each task was labor-intensive and fraught with pitfalls. Butler's son eagerly awaited Ding Hao's misstep, hoping to leverage it as an excuse to expel him from the Sun household. Ding Hao faced tremendous pressure daily, with scarcely a moment of respite. He operated like a tireless machine, unceasingly laboring. Yet he neither complained nor faltered, recognizing this as his opportunity to prove himself. With unwavering determination and his unique martial arts insight, he flawlessly completed each task. For instance, while cleaning the antique vase, he harnessed his inner strength to control the water flow, meticulously erasing every speck of dirt without inflicting any damage. When pruning the potted plants, he employed a distinctive perspective and technique, enhancing their aesthetic appeal even beyond that of a professional horticulturist. Even the drudgery of unclogging drains was executed with precision and without a hint of complaint. Butler's son stood aghast, unable to fathom how the challenges he had meticulously crafted were effortlessly overcome by Ding Hao. Frustrated yet powerless, he could only watch as Ding Hao drew ever closer to the deadline. On the final day, Butler's son stood before Ding Hao, his expression grim. "Kid, consider yourself lucky. Tomorrow marks the deadline. I hope you can maintain this pace." Ding Hao met his gaze with an impassive expression, offering no response as he returned to his work. Butler's son snorted derisively and departed. As night fell, Ding Hao stood alone in the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky. "You have done well," a deep voice emerged from behind him. Turning, he beheld elder son, leaning on his cane, his weathered eyes now glimmering with a hint of admiration. "You surpass my expectations," elder son remarked slowly. Ding Hao maintained his stoic demeanor, replying, "I merely did what was required of me." "Young man, do not be too conspicuous," elder son advised. "There are times to humble oneself. For this is the path to survival, I understand." Ding Hao replied succinctly. Elder son nodded, then raised his voice to announce to the arriving members of the Sun family, "From this day forth, Ding Hao officially becomes a part of the Sun family. No one shall trouble him again." Butler's son's face turned ashen, as if he had swallowed a fly. He had anticipated witnessing Ding Hao's downfall, only to find himself unwittingly serving as a stepping stone to his success. This kid is truly fortunate. Meanwhile, Sun Qianqian, who had consistently regarded Ding Hao with disdain, now found herself engulfed in a tumult of emotions. She had not anticipated that this seemingly dull individual would truly accomplish his tasks. Not only had he completed every assignment, but he had also earned her grandfather's recognition. Had she misjudged him all along? She approached Ding Hao slowly, the moonlight casting a gentle glow on her delicate features, her eyes betraying a complex swirl of emotions. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Ding Hao was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the girl who had once embodied hostility towards him, and a ripple of emotion stirred within him. "No need for apologies," he replied softly. "Just focus on being yourself." Sun Qianqian bit her lip, wanting to say more but ultimately remained silent. She cast one last lingering glance at Ding Hao before turning to leave. As Ding Hao watched her retreating silhouette, a mix of emotions churned within him. This girl, it seemed, was not as detestable as he had imagined. Isn't this our useless son-in-law? What, have you suddenly transformed into a phoenix?" A mocking voice shattered the night's tranquility. Sun Chang approached Ding Hao, his gaze laced with contempt, a half-eaten apple in hand, deliberately waving it before him. TSK, who would have thought? You actually have some talent. Managing to earn the old man's favor. But don't think this changes anything. In my eyes, you're still a waste with that." He tossed the remaining apple core at Ding Hao. Ding Hao's eyes narrowed, ready to retaliate, when a figure darted past him, catching the apple core deftly. "Sun Chang," elder son admonished sternly. "What do you think you're doing? Ding Hao is now a member of the Sun family. How dare you disrespect him?" Sun Chang, taken aback by the elder's sudden ire, let the half-eaten apple drop to the ground. "Grandfather, I was just joking," he stammered. "A joke? I see nothing but jealousy." Old Master Sun unceremoniously pierced through his thoughts. "While Ding Hao earned my recognition through his own abilities, and you? Aside from indulging in feasting, drinking, and merriment, what else can you do?" Sun Chang was mercilessly berated. his complexion shifting between shades of blue and white. Yet he dared not retort, only scurrying away with an apple in hand. Observing Sun Chong's hasty retreat, Ding Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. At last, he had vented his frustrations. Sun Qianqian approached Ding Hao. A hint of apology gracing her expression. Ding Hao, I apologize for the previous incident. Ding Hao regarded her with a calm gaze. Let the past remain in the past. Sun Qianqian was taken aback by his magnanimity, her fondness for him growing a fraction more. Thank you. Ding Hao nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood that this was merely the beginning. His path toward martial prowess was still long. He lifted his gaze toward the horizon, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. Congratulations, Ding Hao, Butler's son, appearing at an unknown moment behind him, wore a facade of insincere smiles, stating, henceforth, we shall be one family. Ding Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the meaningful smile on Butler's son's face, a vague sense of unease stirring within him. Butler's son seemed to suddenly recall something, saying, the old master instructed me to inform you that starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for, he paused, the corners of his mouth curling into a barely perceptible arc, the garden's renovation work. Chapter 7. The son-in-law unveils his talents with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Butler's son patted Ding Hao on the shoulder, encouraging him to do well, as he held high hopes for him. Ding Hao subtly evaded his hand, his eyes deep and inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. The next morning, Ding Hao arrived early at the garden. Expecting to engage in light tasks such as trimming flowers and watering plants, he was taken aback upon seeing the area assigned to him. This was no garden. It was a desolate wasteland. Weeds flourished, and scattered stones marred the landscape, starkly contrasting with the other region's delicate elegance. Young Master Ding, the old master has decreed that this area must be cleaned up by today. Butler's son appeared behind him at an unknown moment, his tone laced with a hint of malice. The tools are here. They should suffice. He gestured toward a rusted little hoe and a tattered watering can in the corner. His face awash with derision. Under the blazing sun, cicadas incessantly chirped from the trees, and the air was thick with oppressive heat. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ding Hao grasped the small hoe tightly and began clearing the weeds. He refrained from complaining, silently accelerating his pace. He understood that this was merely a trap set by Butler's son, yet he felt no fear. During the process, Ding Hao unexpectedly discovered several wilted rare spiritual herbs. These herbs were highly sensitive to spiritual energy and would wither at the slightest environmental discomfort. Interesting. Ding Hao's lips curled upward slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the true energy within his body, attuning himself to the surrounding plant's essence. An extraordinary sensation surged within him, as if he could communicate with these plants and discern their needs. Ding Hao opened his eyes, filled with newfound confidence. It seemed he would need to employ some unconventional methods. Abandoning traditional pruning techniques, he used his fingers like a sword, infusing true energy into the spiritual herbs. Unblocking their meridians, in the distance, Butler's son lurked in the shade of a tree, observing Ding Hao's every move. Witnessing him gesturing toward the wilted herbs, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. This kid, could he be suffering from heat stroke, engaging with withered plants in such a manner? He awaited the moment Ding Hao would come crawling back to him, covered in dirt. However, the unfolding scene left him utterly astonished. Ding Hao's fingertips shimmered with golden light, and those once wilted spiritual herbs began to revive. Butler's son widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this be possible? The golden light flowed like a gentle stream through each herb's veins. The withered branches and leaves visibly unfurled, regaining a vibrant green luster, even more lively than before, with flowers blooming in more vivid hues, and the air filled with an enchanting fragrance. Butler's son, who had anticipated witnessing Ding Hao's embarrassment, found his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Rubbing his eyes, he questioned whether he was imagining things. These herbs had rendered even the horticultural masters, whom he had hired at great expense, helpless. Yet Ding Hao managed to bring them back to life within mere minutes, and they appeared even better than before. The previously covert observers among the servants now emerged, gasping in awe. Wow, This is incredible. Is this truly that useless son-in-law? It's simply miraculous. Their gazes shifted from disdain to reverence for Ding Hao. Butler Sun's face turned a deep shade of iron as his plan to humiliate Ding Hao crumbled in the face of reality. He awkwardly cleared his throat, retreating from the garden in embarrassment. At that moment, Sun Qianqian happened to pass by the garden. Observing Ding Hao's earnest labor and the revitalized spiritual herbs, surprise flickered in her eyes, soon followed by a touch of warmth. She approached Ding Hao and gently inquired, "What are you doing?" Startled by Sun Qianqian's voice, Ding Hao abruptly lifted his head, meeting her stunning visage so close, causing him to stammer nervously, "I am tending to the garden." Witnessing Ding Hao's youthful awkwardness, Sun Qianqian's lips curled into a subtle smile, finding him somewhat endearing. "You saved all these herbs?" Ding Hao averted his gaze, not daring to meet her eyes. "Well done." Sun Qianqian seldom offered praise, but this time she did. Before turning to leave, Ding Hao watched her retreating figure, his heart racing. Hidden in the shadows, Sun Chong witnessed this entire scene, his fists clenched tightly. Like a rat sneaking for oil, he seethed with jealousy, his heart ablaze with resentment. "This useless fellow dares to flirt with my sister," he thought indignantly. An insidious plan began to form in his mind. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, Sun Chong stealthily slipped into the garden, deliberately trampling over the flowers that Ding Hao had painstakingly tended, turning the once orderly garden into chaos. Then, he feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, how did this garden end up like this? Ding Hao, is this how you care for the garden?" Hearing the commotion, Butler Sun and several servants hurried over. Upon seeing the ravaged garden, Butler Sun immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Ding Hao. Scolding, "You, Ding Hao, with the old master's trust in you, how can you be so negligent? I see you have no intention of staying in the Sun family any longer." Facing the crowd's accusations, Ding Hao remained unperturbed. Calmly, he retrieved a notebook from his pocket, which meticulously recorded the growth conditions of each spiritual herb and the time he had devoted to tending the garden. "This is my daily record. It clearly states the growth status of these herbs and the times I worked on them. If anyone doubts it, feel free to verify." The onlookers received the notebook with skepticism, flipping through its pages carefully. Indeed, it contained detailed records, capturing even the slightest changes. The damaged plants were clearly trampled just moments ago, contradicting Ding Hao's documented timeline. Butler Sun's expression soured, as he had not anticipated Ding Hao's meticulousness and preparedness. Sun Chong was left speechless, his elaborate scheme laid bare with ease. "Humph!" Sun Chong snorted coldly, retreating in disgrace from the garden. Butler Sun, too, coughed awkwardly, inventing an excuse to leave. Ding Hao observed their retreating figures. A barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, he understood that his standing within the Sun family was gradually solidifying. Yet greater challenges awaited him. As night descended, the garden fell into silence. Ding Hao wandered alone through the garden, acutely aware that this seemingly ordinary space concealed a faint aura of martial arts. Ding Hao halted, his gaze fixed on a peculiar stone deep within the garden. Chapter 8. The son-in-law explores the garden. Night enveloped the Sun family garden. With moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground, a cool breeze rustled the leaves, adding a touch of eeriness to the atmosphere. Ding Hao walked along the garden path, sensing the faint aura of martial arts permeating the air. This sensation is intriguing. Ding Hao stroked his chin, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to martial arts, and although the aura was weak, it was enough to capture his attention. The surroundings grew increasingly ominous, as darkness concealed unknown dangers. Tio claimed he felt no fear would be a lie. After all, Ding Hao was merely human, and a twinge of trepidation lingered in his heart. Yet, the indomitable spirit within him surged forth. "Fear? Nonsense. I am destined to become the mightiest of men." He took a deep breath, channeling the vital energy within him to remain vigilant. With his unique ability to comprehend martial arts, Ding Hao could sense the subtle flow of this faint aura. Cautiously, he followed the energy, making his way deeper into the garden. As he ventured further, the trees grew denser, and the light dimmed significantly. Ding Hao felt as if he had stepped into a labyrinth, where everything around him appeared strange and eerie. He held his breath, meticulously observing his surroundings, fearful of missing any hint or clue. Just ahead, a surge of joy filled Ding Hao's heart as he sensed the aura intensifying. He quickened his pace, navigating through a thicket until he reached a secluded corner of the garden. Bathed in moonlight, a peculiar stone came into view. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns, resembling an ancient script or perhaps a mysterious design. Ding Hao extended his hand, tracing the stone's markings, and an unusual force surged into his body. He felt an overwhelming energy coursing through him, as if he could unleash incredible power at any moment. What is this? Confusion and excitement welled up within Ding Hao. He scrutinized the stone's patterns, attempting to decipher their secrets. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from a distance. Who's there? Ding Hao spun around, alert, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. The voice emerged from the darkness. Ding Hao, what are you doing here at such a late hour? It was Sun Qianqian. She had been reading in her room but couldn't shake off her worries about Ding Hao, prompting her to seek him out. Seeing him so engrossed in his research piqued her curiosity. The moonlight enveloped Ding Hao, casting a silvery glow that rendered him particularly enchanting. A warm sensation surged within Sun Qianqian as she stealthily approached, eager to discover what treasure Ding Hao was examining. What are you looking at? She inquired softly, her voice delicate as a feather brushing against the heart. Startled by her sudden voice, Ding Hao turned abruptly, and upon realizing it was Sun Qianqian, he let out a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I thought some blind fool was trying to ambush me. Sun Qianqian shot him a disapproving glance. You have such a weak constitution? I was worried about you, though she voiced her concern. A sweet warmth spread through her heart. Ding Hao chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. I didn't want to worry you. I just discovered this strange stone, and it seems intriguing. He gestured toward the stone, inviting Sun Qianqian to take a look. As she approached, she too was captivated by the stone's extraordinary patterns. I feel like I've seen this stone before. She furrowed her brow, trying to recall. They stood close together, nearly sharing breath in the moonlight. Sun Qianqian's beauty appeared even more striking, and Ding Hao found himself momentarily entranced. Hidden in the shadows, Sun Chong watched this scene unfold, seething with jealousy. He had initially followed Sun Qianqian to see what she was up to, only to stumble upon this unexpected tableau. Clenching his fists, he inwardly cursed, Ding Hao, you useless fool. How dare you entice my sister? Stealthily, he approached the stone, and while Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian were preoccupied, he produced a small device from his pocket and quickly affixed it to the stone's backside. This device, acquired from a con artist, was said to disrupt the surrounding spiritual energy, potentially sabotaging a martial artist's cultivation. Having completed his devious task, Sun Chong swiftly retreated, a sinister smile gracing his face. Oblivious to Sun Chong's actions, Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian remained immersed in their own world. This stone, Sun Qianqian suddenly remarked, seems to have changed. Ding Hao too sensed a shift. The patterns on the stone appeared more intricate and emanated a faint chill. What is happening? Ding Hao furrowed his brow. I don't know. Sun Qianqian shook her head, unease creeping into her heart. Suddenly, the patterns on the stone began to flicker, radiating a blinding light. What the hell? Ding Hao exclaimed. After the dazzling display, the stone's markings ceased their flickering, becoming even clearer, yet exuding a strange, chilling aura. Ding Hao's brow furrowed deeply. The stone was indeed problematic. He reached out to touch it again, and a wave of cold rushed into his veins, causing him to shiver involuntarily. What the does this thing have a backlash? Nevertheless, Ding Hao remained composed, channeling his inner energy to counteract the cold. Simultaneously, with his unique understanding of martial arts, he began to closely observe the changes in the stone's patterns. He discovered that these markings were not chaotic, but rather contained a certain logic, akin to a cryptic martial arts manual. This is intriguing, Ding Hao mused, a smile creeping onto his lips as excitement sparkled in his eyes. He began to attempt repairing the damage inflicted by Sun Chong's device, using his vital energy in accordance with the pattern's logic. Watching from the shadows, Sun Chong was utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? He can repair it? He had believed his device would utterly destroy the stone. Yet Ding Hao was managing to restore it, leaving him in a state of shock and regret. As Ding Hao continued his restoration, the stone's patterns gradually regained their original luster, emanating an even more potent aura. Suddenly, the stone emitted a soft crack, splitting open to reveal an ancient tome that tumbled out. "Holy cow! A manual!" Ding Hao exclaimed, scooping up the book, his eyes brimming with delight. Sun Chong, upon witnessing this, was consumed by frustration, regretting his actions. He had intended to sabotage Ding Hao, only to unintentionally gift him a precious manual. As Ding Hao perused the manual, he discovered it detailed a martial art known as the Nine Yang Divine Skill. He quickly skimmed through its contents, feeling a surge of joy. This is incredible. The surrounding flora seemed to sense the manual's formidable power, subtly radiating an otherworldly glow. With the manual in hand, Ding Hao immediately commenced his cultivation. He sat cross-legged, channeling his internal energy and directing it through his meridians according to the manual's directives. He felt an overwhelming strength enveloping him, his martial arts realm rapidly ascending, as if he were on the verge of breaking through to the next level. However, Ding Hao remained grounded, aware that Sun Chong would not relent and would likely intensify his hostility. Moreover, the acceptance of his transformation by Sun Qianqian's family remained uncertain. This was merely the beginning. Ding Hao opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination shining within. The game has officially begun. He turned to Sun Qianqian, his tone resolute. "Qianqian, I will grow stronger. I intend to protect you and the Sun family." Ding Hao abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze piercing as it swept across the crowd. "You all," he paused, his eyes settling on the face of Old Master Sun. Ding Hao ceased to defend himself, a cold smirk curling his lips. "Go fabricate a crime. What need is there for a reason? Since you have branded me a practitioner of heretical arts, allow me to demonstrate to you what true power truly entails." Before his words fully left his mouth, an explosive surge of energy erupted around Ding Hao, akin to a volcano in full eruption. The previously faint golden light transformed in an instant into a dazzling golden pillar, soaring high into the heavens. The courtyard was engulfed in swirling dust and debris, trees swaying violently as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. "What on earth is happening?" Sun Chong stood dumbfounded, bewildered at the unforeseen turn of events. He had envisioned countless scenarios, yet never anticipated Ding Hao would break through at this moment. Old Master Sun, equally astonished, had lived for over half a century without ever witnessing such a formidable aura. He fixed his gaze intently on Ding Hao, disbelief etched in his features. Ding Hao hovered in midair, enveloped in golden light, resembling a celestial deity descending from the heavens. He gradually opened his eyes, two beams of golden light shooting forth, piercing the void like blades. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as Ding Hao's aura surged once more, reaching an unprecedented zenith. Mid-stage of the initial martial realm, he had successfully broken through. As the golden light gradually dissipated, Ding Hao descended slowly, his imposing presence receding. He regarded the onlookers, his eyes brimming with confidence and dominance. "Now, do you still believe I practice heretical arts?" Old Master Sun, tears of joy streaming down his face, exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent, excellent, truly worthy of being my esteemed grandson-in-law." He approached Ding Hao, patting him on the shoulder. "Your performance today has unequivocally proven your character and strength. From this day forth, should anyone dare to question you, they shall be crossing me." The surrounding crowd fell silent, their gazes towards Ding Hao filled with reverence. Those who had previously pointed fingers at him now wished for the ground to swallow them whole. Sun Chong's complexion turned pale. He realized he had utterly failed. His initial intention to frame Ding Hao had backfired spectacularly. Old Master Sun shot a fierce glare at Sun Chong. "Look at the mess you've made. Hurry and apologize to Ding Hao." Reluctantly, Sun Chong shuffled before Ding Hao, his head bowed as he muttered, "I'm sorry." Ding Hao chuckled coldly. If apologies held any value, what need would there be for the police? Old Master Sun's anger flared, his beard bristling. "You ungrateful wretch, get back and reflect on your misdeeds." Sun Chong, as if granted a pardon, scampered away in a disheveled state. "Ding Hao," Old Master Sun said with a gentle smile, "you have suffered injustice." Ding Hao shook his head. "I am fine, Grandpa." At that moment, A soft voice floated over. Ding Hao. Sun Qianqian walked towards him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sun Qianqian's beautiful eyes shimmered as she approached Ding Hao, gently taking his hand and softly saying, Ding Hao, you are truly impressive. Ding Hao reciprocated her delicate grasp, feeling the warmth of her palm, his heart warming in response. Their gazes met, an unspoken affection blossoming between them. Merely mid-stage of the initial martial realm, what is there to be proud of? A sardonic voice shattered the tender atmosphere. Sun Chong, hiding behind the crowd, sneered. Old Master Sun shot him a fierce glare. Silence! If you dare to speak again, you shall face the family's punishment. Sun Chong recoiled, shrinking back in fear, his voice silenced. Yet, his eyes remained filled with resentment as they lingered on Ding Hao. Unperturbed, Ding Hao gazed at the sky, his heart brimming with ambition. The mid-stage of the initial martial realm was merely a beginning. He yearned to grow stronger. He aspired to stand atop this world. Safeguarding those he cherished, Ding Hao, Old Master Sun approached him, his tone earnest. Your talent is a rare treasure, but remember, a tree that stands out invites the wind. Do not become arrogant. Strive for continuous improvement. Ding Hao nodded, understanding the old man's good intentions. In this world, where the strong abound, his current power was far from sufficient. Grandpa, I will work hard in the days that followed. Ding Hao diligently trained, solidifying his realm. Sun Qianqian frequently visited him, and their bond deepened with each encounter. However, tranquility did not last long. News of Ding Hao's breakthrough spread like wildfire, capturing the attention of other families as well. A mysterious envelope appeared silently in Ding Hao's room. He opened it to find only a note inscribed with a few words. Tomorrow noon, at the abandoned factory in the west of the city, do not fail to meet. Ding Hao's expression hardened. A sense of impending danger washing over him, he realized a new challenge had arrived. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed. Who is it? Ding Hao asked warily. It's me, Wang Ma. The voice from outside belonged to Wang Ma. The master requests your presence in the hall. There is something important to announce. Ding Hao felt a flicker of anticipation. Could it be? He opened the door and walked towards the hall, only to find the Sun family gathered there. The atmosphere unusually tense. Ding Hao, you have arrived. Old Master Sun began slowly. I have just received some news. Old Master Sun continued. The Li Group has expressed interest in collaborating with us on a new project, one of paramount importance for the Sun family. Therefore, I have decided. He paused, his gaze resting on Ding Hao, to appoint Ding Hao as the person in charge of this collaboration. As soon as the words left his lips, the hall erupted into chaos. What? That good-for-nothing is to negotiate a partnership. Old Master, have you lost your senses? Sun Hao was the first to voice his opposition, sarcasm dripping from his words. Indeed, grandfather, entrusting such a significant project to a mere freeloader is nothing short of absurd. Other members of the Sun family chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Ding Hao remained expressionless, deaf to their jeers. He had long grown accustomed to their disdain. Rather than argue, he preferred to prove himself through action. Silence, Old Master Sun barked, instantly silencing everyone. Why decision is final. It shall be so. Ding Hao approached Old Master Sun, his tone resolute. Grandpa, I will not disappoint you. However, the skepticism and opposition within the Sun family did not cease. As Ding Hao prepared to meet with President Li of the Li Group, Sun Hao covertly schemed, intentionally leaking the Sun family's bottom line to place Ding Hao in a disadvantageous position during negotiations. The first meeting with President Li took place at an upscale private club. President Li, portly and slick, exuded the air of a shrewd businessman. He cast a sidelong glance at Ding Hao, his tone dripping with disdain. So, you are the representative sent by the Sun family? I hear you are a live-in son-in-law. Ha! Has the Sun family truly run out of options? Ding Hao ignored President Li's provocations, taking a seat directly across from him. President Li, let us speak plainly. This collaboration is mutually beneficial, and I hope we can engage in honest dialogue to reach an agreement swiftly. President Li was taken aback, clearly surprised by Ding Hao's forthrightness. He smirked, young man, quite the bravado. Do you even know the financial scale of this collaboration? A freeloader like you, can you truly make decisions? Ding Hao brushed off President Li's condescension, instead presenting his terms directly. He articulated the advantages and disadvantages of the collaboration with clarity and proposed an irresistible plan for President Li.as. President Li listened to Ding Hao's analysis. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a look of seriousness. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man would be so astute and capable. Very well, I accept your terms. President Li ultimately agreed to Ding Hao's proposal. With a slight smile, Ding Hao exited the private club, only to receive a phone call from Sun Qianqian. Ding Hao, how did the negotiations go? There was a hint of worry in her voice. Everything went smoothly. Ding Hao replied casually, the collaboration has been finalized. Really? That's fantastic. Sun Qianqian exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. I knew you could do it. After hanging up, Ding Hao gazed up at the sky. Taking a deep breath, he understood that the real challenge was only just beginning. Upon returning to the Sun family, Ding Hao sensed something was amiss. Sun Hao was gathered with several elders of the Sun family. Whispering conspiratorially, upon seeing Ding Hao enter, their expressions soured. Sun Hao approached Ding Hao, forcing a grin that lacked sincerity. Oh, Ding Hao has returned. I hear you managed to finalize the collaboration? Congratulations. Ding Hao met Sun Hao's feigned smile with a cold internal chuckle. He knew Sun Hao was up to no good again. Thank you, Ding Hao replied coolly, then walked straight to Old Master Sunday. Grandpa, the collaboration has been secured, Ding Hao reported. Old Master Sun nodded with satisfaction. Good. You have worked hard. However, at that moment, an elder of the Sun family interjected, Old Master, I heard that this brat Ding Hao made outrageous demands at the negotiation table, angering President Li. An elder chimed in sarcastically, reveling in the misfortune. Sun Hao immediately seized the opportunity to fan the flames. Isn't that right? I have heard that General Manager Li lost his temper on the spot. If it weren't for the favor owed to the Sun family, he likely would have expelled Ding Hao long ago. The other elders chimed in, and the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Old Master Sun furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone as he said in a deep voice, there's usually a reason behind every rumor. Ding Hao, why don't you explain what exactly is going on? Ding Hao maintained a calm demeanor, methodically recounting the details of the negotiation, including how he had uncovered Sun Hao's scheme to leak the bottom line and how he had skillfully navigated General Manager Li's challenges to ultimately secure a cooperation agreement. Nonsense, Sun Hao retorted, furious and humiliated. You are clearly just making excuses. How could General Manager Li possibly agree to your terms? You must have employed some unscrupulous means. Ding Hao let out a cold laugh. If there's anything unscrupulous, General Manager Li would know best. If you don't believe me, feel free to call him. Sun Hao's expression changed, and he stammered, unable to respond. At that moment, Secretary Lu suddenly entered, walking directly to Old Master Sunday. She respectfully remarked, Old Master Sun, General Manager Li asked me to extend his greetings to you, and to express his gratitude for sending Mr. Ding to negotiate the cooperation. General Manager Li holds Mr. Ding's talents in high regard and hopes for more opportunities to collaborate in the future. Secretary Lu's words undoubtedly vindicated Ding Hao and dealt a heavy blow to Sun Hao. Sun Hao's face turned an ominous shade, and he was left speechless. In the negotiation hall, a few thugs arranged by Boss Zhang took advantage of the chaos in an attempt to steal General Manager Li's briefcase. Ding Hao, quick on his feet, swiftly subdued the thugs. He did not make a scene but quietly returned the briefcase to General Manager Li. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Secretary Lu, who grew even more impressed by Ding Hao's skill and character. After the meeting, Secretary Lu approached Ding Hao with a smile. Mr. Ding, your skills are truly remarkable. We owe you our gratitude. Ding Hao smiled modestly. It was merely a small effort. Secretary Lu hesitated for a moment before continuing. Mr. Ding, would you be interested in switching to Li's group? General Manager Li greatly appreciates you. Ding Hao was momentarily taken aback, but he politely declined Secretary Lu's kind offer. He knew that his foremost duty was to assist the Sun family through this crisis. Upon returning to the Sun residence, Ding Hao found Sun Qianqian waiting for him at the door. Upon seeing him, a hint of concern flickered across her face. You're back. Sun Qianqian learned that Ding Hao had turned the tide during the negotiation, even leaving that old fox, General Manager Li, momentarily dazed. While she admired him in her heart, her words remained aloof. Humph, you were just lucky. However, her furtive glances at Ding Hao betrayed a tenderness she herself was unaware of. What kind of man was Ding Hao? He possessed extraordinary martial arts and keen insight. Such subtle changes in expression were easily within his observation. My dear, inconsistency between words and actions is not a good habit. Ding Hao remarked with a smirk, flashing a roguish grin. Boss Zhang, having suffered a setback, certainly would not let the matter rest. With a sinister smile, he thought to himself, "You want to play games with me? You're still too inexperienced." Thus, Boss Zhang employed the same trick again, embedding a pitfall within the contract, waiting for Ding Hao to stumble into it. The contract was densely packed with clauses, akin to a tightly wrapped foot-binding cloth, likely leaving most people dizzy and confused. "Mr. Ding, if you find no issues with this contract, shall we proceed to sign?" Boss Zhang said with a feigned smile, internally reveling in his triumph. "Let us see how you escape this time." Ding Hao took the contract and began to peruse it at a leisurely pace, his speed akin to that of a snail. Boss Zhang felt his impatience growing, itching to rush over and turn the pages for him. Just as Boss Zhang was about to lose his patience, Ding Hao suddenly halted, pointing to a clause. "Boss Zhang, isn't the definition of force majeure a tad too broad? If a meteor were to strike the Earth one day, would that also be considered force majeure?" Boss Zhang's smile instantly froze, his discomfort akin to swallowing a fly. The people around them began to murmur, their gazes filled with skepticism directed at Boss Zhang. He stuttered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Ding Hao's maneuver had left him utterly humiliated. Although the immediate crisis was averted, Ding Hao understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Boss Zhang would certainly not relent, and the treacherous Sun Hao would seize any opportunity to wreak havoc. "This is just the beginning," Ding Hao murmured to himself, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Sun Hao stealthily approached an elder of the Sun family and whispered, "Uncle, I need to tell you something." Chapter 11. The son-in-law entangled in a web of conspiracy. Sun Hao leaned closer to his uncle's ear. Speaking mysteriously, "Uncle, I have heard that Ding Hao has been in contact with Boss Zhang, our competitor. Oh, you think he might?" He deliberately left his statement unfinished, allowing space for speculation. Sun Hao's uncle frowned, casting a suspicious glance at Ding Hao. The seed of doubt quickly spread within the Sun family. Meanwhile, Ding Hao's negotiations with General Manager Li escalated to a fever pitch. Boss Zhang suddenly presented a seemingly win-win proposal, the terms of which were astonishingly generous. General Manager Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly captivated by this enticing offer. Rubbing his hands together, he exclaimed, "Boss Zhang is indeed magnanimous. These terms are simply the conscience of the industry." Ding Hao remained inscrutable as he accepted the proposal, quickly scanning its contents, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. This was not a genuine win-win situation. It was evidently a meticulously crafted trap. On the surface, it appeared that both parties would benefit, but in reality, all the risks were shifted to General Manager Li, leaving Boss Zhang with a guaranteed profit. Even more insidious was that if General Manager Li signed this contract, it would implicitly acknowledge that Ding Hao's previous proposal had flaws, effectively undermining Ding Hao's standing within the Sun family. "General Manager Li, this proposal seems enticing, but have you considered?" Ding Hao began to unveil the intricacies of the scheme, only to be interrupted impatiently by General Manager Li. "Ding Hao, I understand that you are young and eager to achieve something, but business is like warfare. Sometimes decisive action is necessary. Boss Zhang's proposal is so advantageous. What are you hesitating for?" General Manager Li, Ding Hao attempted to clarify but noticed several elders from the Sun family scrutinizing him. Evidently having been swayed by Sun Hao's rumors, caught between a rock and a hard place, Ding Hao felt like a prey ensnared in a spider's web, unable to move. Boss Zhang wore a smug smile, as if he could already envision Ding Hao's disgrace. "General Manager Li, this opportunity is fleeting. It may not come again," he urged, his eyes flashing with malice. Ding Hao took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He silently circulated his inner energy, warmth spreading through his body. The game had only just begun. "Boss Zhang, are you certain this proposal is flawless?" Ding Hao suddenly spoke, his tone icy. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, scrutinized every word of the contract. As his true energy flowed steadily, a wondrous transformation occurred. Those tedious commercial terms appeared to him as intricate moves in a martial arts duel, with offense and defense in constant flux. He discerned the hidden traps within Boss Zhang's proposal, as clearly as if he had seen through a rival's martial flaws. Boss Zhang's proposal is indeed magnanimous, Ding Hao articulated coldly, each word deliberate, magnanimous enough to almost hollow out General Manager Li's company. He slammed the contract onto the table, stating, "This third clause, which seems favorable, actually conceals a trap. If market fluctuations occur, General Manager Li will bear all losses." He pointed to another section. And this seventh clause, which appears to ensure equal cooperation, in fact, ties up General Manager Li's funds, rendering them immobile. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and General Manager Li's previously excited expression grew grave as he pondered Ding Hao's words. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Boss Zhang's face turned a deep shade of fury, akin to someone who had just swallowed a rotten fly. "You are talking nonsense," Boss Zhang shouted in a rage. "My proposal has been validated by experts. How could there be any issues?" "Experts? Which experts?" "Let them come forward," Ding Hao scoffed. "I have here an improved proposal that not only mitigates risks but also guarantees at least a 15% increase in General Manager Li's profits." As he spoke, he produced a document from his pocket and handed it to General Manager Li. General Manager Li accepted the document, reading it intently. His expression shifted from grave to pleasantly surprised, ultimately transforming into ecstatic joy. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Ding Hao, you are truly a talent," he exclaimed excitedly, clapping Ding Hao's shoulder. "This proposal surpasses Boss Zhang's by 100-fold. Secretary Liu gazed at Ding Hao, her eyes alight with admiration. She had not anticipated that this seemingly unassuming son-in-law would possess such depth and capability. Boss Zhang's expression was beyond description. It was as though he had consumed something extremely unpleasant. He glared at Ding Hao, gritting his teeth and seething. You wait." Ding Hao merely smiled faintly, indifferent to the threat. He turned to General Manager Li and said, "General Manager Li, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration." At that moment, a crisp voice resonated from outside the door. "Ding Hao," your voice abruptly halted. Sun Qianqian stood at the entrance of the conference room, initially intending to reprimand Ding Hao for his blunders, particularly given that in her eyes, he was merely a son-in-law who had sullied the Sun family's reputation by botching the collaboration with President Li. However, to her astonishment, what she overheard was Ding Hao, as if possessed by Zhuge Liang himself, thoroughly exposing Boss Zhang's sinister schemes, while seamlessly presenting President Li with an impeccably crafted proposal. Is this truly the same man she had previously regarded as a useless son-in-law, possessing only rudimentary skills? Sun Qianqian stood frozen, her beautiful eyes flickering with surprise, curiosity, and an unacknowledged admiration. She quietly retreated, her heart racing like a startled deer, pounding incessantly. "What is happening to me?" She pressed her hand against her chest, speaking in a flustered whisper, wondering why she felt such feelings towards him. On the other side, Sun Hao's face turned pale with rage. He had initially believed Ding Hao was finished, yet the young man had staged a remarkable comeback, not only avoiding expulsion from the Sun family but also garnering President Li's newfound respect. Damn it! How could this brat be so lucky? Sun Hao slammed his fist onto the table, his eyes brimming with resentment. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Boss Zhang, our plan has failed. That Ding Hao somehow procured a better proposal, leaving President Li utterly captivated. I cannot swallow this humiliation. We must join forces to utterly ruin him." On the other end of the line, Boss Zhang seethed with anger, his voice dripping with malice. "Rest assured, young master son, I have long been prepared for a counterattack. This time, I will ensure he faces utter ruin." Ding Hao exited the conference room, exhaling a long breath. He understood that this battle had only just begun. The alliance between Sun Hao and Boss Zhang would undoubtedly stir up greater turmoil. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. Clenching his fists, a resolute glimmer flickered in his eyes. "You wish to play? I shall accompany you to the end." Just then, his phone vibrated, revealing an anonymous message. "Tonight at 8 o'clock, room 308 of the Golden Splendor KTV. There are matters you wish to know." Ding Hao furrowed his brow slightly, a cold smile creeping across his lips. He replied with a single word, "Good." Then, he tucked his phone back into his pocket and gazed into the distance, a glimmer of frost in his eyes. Someone was about to suffer the consequences, he murmured. Chapter 12. The son-in-law's counterattack and contract signing in room 308 of the Golden Splendor KTV. The air was thick with smoke, and a decadent atmosphere enveloped the space. Ding Hao, clad in simple casual attire, seemed out of place in this opulent environment. He sat in a corner, quietly observing everything around him. Before long, Sun Hao and Boss Zhang entered, their faces adorned with sinister smiles. "Oh, Ding the son-in-law, I never thought you would actually dare to come." Sun Hao scoffed sarcastically, his eyes brimming with derision. Boss Zhang, with a forced smile, patted Ding Hao on the shoulder. "Brother Ding, it's good to see you again. You must perform well in this collaboration." Ding Hao cast them a blank stare. "Enough with the pleasantries. Speak plainly." The following day dawned bright and sunny. Ding Hao appeared in President Li's office, dressed in a suit. What was supposed to be a victorious signing ceremony was shrouded in a peculiar atmosphere. "Ding Hao, I hear you've accepted benefits from Boss Zhang," President Li stated bluntly, his tone icy. Ding Hao's heart sank. He instantly comprehended that this was a trap. He glanced at Sun Hao, who wore a smug grin. "President Li, please allow me to explain." "Explain what?" "The evidence is irrefutable." Sun Hao brandished several photographs, revealing Ding Hao and Boss Zhang drinking together at the KTV, alongside a stack of cash. "These are forgeries." Ding Hao shouted in anger, but his defense sounded feeble. President Li's expression grew increasingly grim, and suspicion clouded his gaze. "Ding Hao, I am quite disappointed," President Li remarked, shaking his head. "I had believed you to be a talent. Yet it seems," Boss Zhang chimed in, embellishing the situation. "President Li, how can we collaborate with someone like this? What if they leak sensitive business information?" Sun Hao was beside himself with glee. "Ding Hao, you might as well return to the Sun family and continue being the useless son-in-law you are." Ding Hao clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. He knew he had to remain calm and find evidence to turn the tide. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his piercing gaze on Sun Hao and Boss Zhang, enunciating each word. "Do you think this is enough to defeat me? The game has only just begun." He abruptly rose, seizing the contract from the table. "President Li, please trust me. Grant me 3 days, and I shall prove my innocence." President Li hesitated momentarily but eventually nodded. Ding Hao turned to leave, his back straight and resolute. "3 days? I'll be waiting to see how you meet your demise." Sun Hao sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. Upon exiting the office, Ding Hao retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Help me retrieve the surveillance footage from room 308 of the Golden Splendor KTV." He paused, a cold smile forming on his lips. "I want the unfiltered version." After acquiring the footage, Ding Hao meticulously analyzed it frame by frame. Indeed, the recordings had been tampered with. Although the KTV's lighting was dim, Ding Hao keenly noticed that the shadow of the cash in the photographs did not align with the surrounding environment. "Such blatant traces, do they take me for a fool?" Ding Hao scoffed. He immediately contacted a tech expert to restore the images, and sure enough, the cash had vanished, replaced by mere sheets of paper. Yet he did not stop there. Ding Hao understood that merely proving the photographs were forged was insufficient. He needed to uncover Boss Zhang's true misdeeds. He began investigating Boss Zhang's company and utilized some special channels, quickly discovering serious financial fraud and tax evasion within Boss Zhang's operations. "That so? You wish to play dirty, Boss Zhang?" A glint of cold light flashed in Ding Hao's eyes. 3 days later, the signing ceremony was held once more. Sun Hao and Boss Zhang wore smug expressions, as if they could already envision Ding Hao's impending disgrace. President Li's face was grave, his gaze lingering on Ding Hao for several seconds. Unperturbed, Ding Hao produced a USB drive and inserted it into the projector. "President Li, please take a look." On the screen appeared the complete surveillance footage from the KTV, along with evidence of Boss Zhang's financial improprieties. President Li's complexion changed dramatically, his eyes burning with fury as he turned to Boss Zhang. Meanwhile, Boss Zhang's face drained of color, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "This is fabricated. Ding Hao is framing me," he stammered in panic. Ding Hao let out a cold laugh. "Framing? Boss Zhang, do you think you're the only one who can play this game?" He turned to Sun Hao. "And you? Sun Hao, do you think I was unaware of your collusion with Boss Zhang?" Sun Hao's face turned ashen, rendered speechless. President Li took a deep breath, his expression now filled with admiration as he looked at Ding Hao. Ding Hao? You have indeed not disappointed me. He picked up the contract and solemnly signed his name. Looking forward to our collaboration, news of Ding Hao's success reverberated throughout the Sun family, causing an uproar. Relatives who had previously mocked him now regarded him with newfound respect. Sun Qianqian stood by the window, watching Ding Hao exude confidence below, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, her phone rang, an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Miss Sun, I wish to discuss Ding Hao with you. Ding Hao, having signed the contract, breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. The intense days of investigation had drained him, but the outcome was worth the effort. He gazed up at the sky, clear and cloudless, his mood as bright as the weather. At that moment, Sun Qianqian's phone interrupted her thoughts. Miss Sun, I want to talk to you about Ding Hao. A slightly hoarse female voice introduced herself as Zhao Qing, expressing gratitude towards Ding Hao, with hints of affection woven into her words. Sun Qianqian instinctively tightened her grip on the phone, a pang of bitterness washing over her. Although she had always maintained a lukewarm attitude towards Ding Hao, hearing another woman praise him stirred discomfort within her. Simultaneously, Ding Hao's phone rang. It was Secretary Lu calling. Mr. Ding, congratulations. The collaboration has been successfully secured, and President Li holds you in high regard. Secretary Lu's voice carried a hint of delight, alongside a barely perceptible shyness. Ding Hao politely exchanged a few words before hanging up, falling into contemplation. He recognized that with his rise, greater challenges awaited him, not only in his career but also in matters of the heart. Sun Qianqian's feelings remained elusive to him, and now with Zhao Qing's emergence, he found himself in a predicament. That evening, upon returning to the Sun residence, Ding Hao sensed an unusual tension in the air. Sun Hao was gathered with several distant relatives of the Sun family, whispering conspiratorially. Upon spotting Ding Hao, their eyes brimmed with hostility. Ignoring them, Ding Hao strode directly to his room. Ding Hao, stop right there. Sun Hao suddenly called out, do you think signing a contract makes you special? Don't forget, you are merely a son-in-law. Ding Hao came to a halt, turned to face Sun Hao, and a cold smirk curled at the corners of his lips. And what of it? At the very least, I am far superior to certain individuals who resort only to underhanded schemes. Sun Hao's face turned ashen with rage, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Ding Hao disregarded him further and pushed the door into the room. He approached the window, gazing out at the night sky, an unsettling feeling brewing within him. He was acutely aware that Sun Hao would not relent easily. It was likely that even greater challenges awaited him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and the hesitant voice of Sun Qianqian echoed from outside. Ding Hao, it's me, Sun Qianqian. Chapter 13. The predicament of a son-in-law. Ding Hao opened the door to find Sun Qianqian standing there. Her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Yes, there's something you need? Ding Hao asked in a neutral tone. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, Grandfather is looking for you. Ding Hao nodded and followed Sun Qianqian to the study of Old Master Sunday. The old man's countenance was grave as he spoke directly. Ding Hao, the family is currently facing some financial difficulties, and your projects. Ding Hao immediately grasped the old man's intent. This was a maneuver to restrict his resources. A cold smile formed within him. This was undoubtedly Sun Hao's scheme, I understand. Ding Hao replied, refraining from arguing, aware that any protest at this juncture would be futile. Upon leaving the study, Ding Hao felt an unprecedented weight upon him. The internal constraints of the Sun family, coupled with the external pressures from Boss Zhang, had nearly driven him to the brink of despair. The following day, Ding Hao arrived at the designated location to negotiate with General Manager Li. Li's demeanor was markedly colder, his words laced with skepticism. Mr. Ding, I must tread carefully given the recent rumors surrounding you, he stated. Ding Hao recognized Boss Zhang's handiwork and calmly presented a new proposal, striving to salvage the situation. General Manager Li, these are merely malicious slanders from competitors. I can't substantiate my capabilities through tangible actions, Ding Hao argued fervently. Li paused for a moment, then declared, I will grant you 3 days to present a more compelling proposal. Otherwise, we shall have to terminate our collaboration. Exiting the conference room, Ding Hao felt utterly drained. Upon returning to the Sun residence, he discovered that his office had been entirely cleared out, all his documents removed. Sun Hao stood at the doorway, A triumphant expression plastered across his face. Ding Hao, do you truly believe you can make a comeback? Ignoring him, Ding Hao turned towards the storage room. He knew that now was not the time for retaliation. He needed to bide his time for the right opportunity. In the storage room, Ding Hao sifted through the discarded documents, his eyes gleaming with newfound clarity. He recalled the days when he first arrived at the Sun family. Serving as a menial worker at that time, he had silently observed every facet of the Sun family's operations, memorizing each individual's habits and the processes of various affairs. A subtle smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself. So, these documents hold such significance. As he perused the files he had organized countless times, they now transformed into instruments of his counterattack. He remembered that seemingly mundane task of sorting had granted him access to various documents, allowing him to gain a thorough understanding of the Sun family's inner workings and the broader commercial landscape. Now, these insights had become his trump cards. He noticed overlooked details, ordinary financial transactions and inconspicuous meeting records, sparkling with newfound significance in his eyes. He astutely identified several irregular cash flows, all leading to a shell company, whose registered owner turned out to be a relative of Boss Zhang. So that's how it is, Ding Hao scoffed quietly, realizing the lengths to which Boss Zhang had gone to orchestrate his downfall. As he delved deeper, he uncovered evidence of Boss Zhang's slanderous schemes, and a complete chain of events began to crystallize. Meanwhile, Sun Qianqian kept a watchful eye on Ding Hao's movements. Witnessing Ding Hao being relentlessly cornered by Sun Hao stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her. She was aware of Ding Hao's capabilities, yet the pressures from the Sun family and external forces filled her with trepidation for his future. Though she yearned to assist him, familial pride and pressure rendered her unable to act. Leaving her to observe silently, Ding Hao, undeterred by the Sun family's ostracism, immersed himself fully in his investigation. Utilizing his understanding of the Sun family's business, he deftly evaded Sun Hao's surveillance and covertly gathered evidence. He knew that only by acquiring irrefutable proof could he strike decisively and reclaim his standing point. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Ding Hao returned to General Manager Li's office once more. This time, confidence radiated from his gaze. He presented the documents to Li. General Manager Li, I believe these will persuade you to reconsider. Li accepted the documents, scanning them swiftly, his expression growing increasingly grave. He lifted his gaze to meet Ding Hao's, astonishment and admiration shining in his eyes. Mr. Ding, you have truly exceeded my expectations. Ding Hao offered a subtle smile. Meanwhile, Sun Hao reveled in his triumph as he reported Ding Hao's misfortunes to Old Master Sun. Grandfather, Ding Hao's project has utterly failed. General Manager Li has terminated our collaboration. Old Master Sun nodded, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his features. However, just then, a flurry of urgent knocks shattered the tranquility of the study. Sir, there's been an incident. The secretary rushed in, breathless. General Manager Li has arrived, and he brought a lawyer. Both Old Master Sun and Sun Hao were taken aback. Why would General Manager Li come in person, accompanied by a lawyer? Was Ding Hao to be held accountable for a blunder? Sun Hao felt a surge of delight. Surely this meant Ding Hao's end was nigh. General Manager Li, along with his lawyer and entourage, strode into the Sun residence, heading straight for Old Master Sun's study. Sun Hao followed closely behind, a malicious grin plastered across his face, as if he could already envision Ding Hao's disgraceful downfall. Good day, Old Master Sun. General Manager Li's demeanor was strikingly respectful, a stark contrast to his previous attitude. I apologize for the abrupt visit. I wish to formally sign the cooperation agreement with your esteemed company, specifically with Mr. Ding. Both Old Master Sun and Sun Hao were left dumbfounded. What was happening? A cooperation agreement? Hadn't they just been informed of the termination? Li chuckled, clarifying, there was indeed a misunderstanding. Thanks to Mr. Ding's keen insight, not only did he uncover the malicious trap set by competitors, but he also helped our company avert a significant loss. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Sun Hao. Some individuals will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Sun Hao's face drained of color, realizing Li's words were directed at him. He opened his mouth to defend himself, yet found no words could escape. After signing the agreement, General Manager Li rose to take his leave. As he reached the door, he paused, turning back to address Ding Hao. Mr. Ding, Your abilities extend far beyond this. I hope we can explore more opportunities for collaboration in the future." With that, he departed with his lawyer and team. Old Master Sun regarded Ding Hao with a complex gaze, astonished that the son-in-law he had consistently underestimated possessed such capability. Ding Hao, however, did not exhibit excessive joy. Boss Zhang's schemes were far from over, and the pressures from the Sun family still loomed large. He had a long road ahead of him. Sun Hao's face was a stormy shade of anger. He could not fathom how Ding Hao had managed to turn the tables. Returning to his room, he dialed a number. "Boss Zhang, the plan has failed. That kid Ding Hao." A cold voice responded from the other end. "I understand that it seems we must intensify our efforts." Back in the storage room, Ding Hao resumed sorting through the remaining documents. He knew that the true challenge was only just beginning. As he picked up a particular file, he suddenly noticed a line of inconspicuous handwriting, and his pupils constricted in shock. What could this mean? Chapter 14. The son-in-law's counterattack. Ding Hao returned to the storage room, his mind not as tranquil as it appeared. General Manager Li's overtures felt more like the calm before the storm. He rubbed his temples and locked that peculiar document containing the strange handwriting away in a drawer. His instincts warned him that Boss Zhang would not let this matter rest. Sure enough, as soon as Ding Hao stepped out of the Sun residence, a palpable sense of danger crept closer. As he turned into a secluded alley, a group of young ruffians, sporting bleached hair and garish clothing, blocked his path. "Kid, someone paid us to teach you a lesson," the leader sneered, cigarette dangling from his lips. Ding Hao surveyed the group, 7 or 8 men, armed with steel pipes and wooden rods, unmistakably troublemakers. Boss Zhang was indeed impatient, Ding Hao thought with a cold smile, though his expression remained unfazed. He was curious to see what these thugs could do. Cut the nonsense and kneel down to apologize. Otherwise, before the leader could finish, Ding Hao's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, sending an involuntary chill down their spines. "Otherwise what?" Ding Hao replied in a calm tone, laced with provocation. "Or else you'll taste our wrath." The thugs charged at him, their weapons whistling through the air as they swung towards him. Just as they were about to strike, Ding Hao vanished into thin air. Where did he go? The thugs froze, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of Ding Hao. "I'm right here," a chilling voice echoed from behind them. The thugs abruptly turned around, only to find Ding Hao standing there, a peculiar smile lingering on his lips. Like a specter, Ding Hao darted between the thugs. He did not employ any complex techniques. Rather, he executed simple blocks and counters, precisely striking at each thug's acupoints. Cries of pain erupted in succession as the thugs clutched their stomachs, arms and legs, collapsing to the ground like a heap of boiled shrimp. In a matter of minutes, this once menacing gang was utterly defeated. Ding Hao clapped his hands with an air of ease. "Is this all?" He cast a disdainful glance at the fallen thugs and mused to himself to inform Boss Zhang to send someone more formidable next time. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by several passers-by, who immediately pulled out their phones to record the incident and upload it online. The video was titled, "Mysterious Master Street Beats Up Thugs, Extraordinary Skills." It quickly gained traction on the internet, with views and comments soaring. "This guy is incredible. He is practically a martial arts master. Is this a movie? The movements are so fluid. Who is this great master? I wish to learn from him." Mr.Li also caught sight of the video. He had initially thought Ding Hao was merely a clever son-in-law, but was astonished to discover his remarkable skills. Stroking his chin, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. It seemed Ding Hao was more interesting than he had imagined. Upon returning to the Sun residence, Ding Hao proceeded directly to the study. He took out the documents Mr.Li had provided and scrutinized them carefully. He perceived the business negotiations as a martial arts duel, akin to skilled fighters exchanging blows, requiring insight into the opponent's techniques and identifying their vulnerabilities. He closed his eyes, mentally simulating the contents of the documents in his mind. Akin to rehearsing martial arts moves, he continuously deduced and searched for the weak points in Boss Zhang's schemes, akin to seeking the enemy's vital points. Finally, he found it. Ding Hao abruptly opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Boss Zhang, I have discovered your weakness." He picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Miss Xiao? I'd like to ask for your assistance." On the other end, Zhao's voice hesitated. Mr. Ding, this matter. Ding Hao interrupted her. Rest assured, I will not put you in a difficult position. I only need your cooperation. The Zhao he contacted was the girl he had saved that day. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ding Hao explained his intentions, and after a moment's hesitation, Zhao agreed. It turned out that her father was a well-known lawyer in the industry, renowned for handling commercial disputes. Meanwhile, Sun Qianqian had also heard of Ding Hao's exploits in defeating the thugs. The image of his agile and decisive form lingered in her mind. This fool truly possesses remarkable skills. Sun Qianqian couldn't help but smile, her heart feeling as if it were filled with honey. The next day, Ding Hao arrived at Mr. Li's office accompanied by Miss Zhao and her father, armed with prepared evidence. Boss Zhang had also arrived early and was engaged in light-hearted banter with Mr. Li. Upon seeing Ding Hao enter, a fleeting look of panic crossed Boss Zhang's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Mr. Ding has arrived. I thought you might be hiding, Boss Zhang remarked sarcastically. Well, here I am. Ding Hao replied with a slight smile, a cold glint in his eyes. Mr. Li, I have some documents I would like you to review. Ding Hao handed a file to Mr. Li, who took it and began to peruse it intently. The document meticulously detailed Boss Zhang's schemes, including bribing thugs to attack Ding Hao and forging documents to frame him, presenting irrefutable evidence. Mr. Li's expression grew increasingly grim as he raised his gaze to glare at Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang, what do you have to say for yourself? Boss Zhang's face turned ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He had never anticipated that Ding Hao could uncover such concrete evidence. Mr. Li, please allow me to explain. Boss Zhang attempted to defend himself, but was cut off by no need for explanations. The truth speaks for itself. Mr. Li furiously slammed the document on the table. Our company will not collaborate with someone who resorts to unscrupulous means. With Boss Zhang's conspiracy exposed, his reputation lay in ruins, and the collaboration was in jeopardy. Li promptly decided to partner with Ding Hao and regarded his talents with newfound respect. Ding Hao's lips curled into a slight smile as he cast a glance at Sun Hao, who trembled in the corner, a flash of cold light crossing his gaze. Sun Hao, it is time we settled our accounts. He slowly approached Sun Hao, a note appearing in his hand unbeknownst to Sun Hao. Chapter 15. The son-in-law's success shakes the family. The note waved in front of Sun Hao's eyes, draining the color from his face, his legs trembling. The note contained irrefutable evidence of his collusion with Boss Zhang, detailing how he leaked the Sun family's commercial secrets and profited from it, each detail more shocking than the last. Sun Hao, do you have anything to say? Ding Hao's voice resembled a judgment from hell, each word striking at Sun Hao's heart. I? Sun Hao stammered, cold sweat soaking his clothing. He could not fathom how Ding Hao had obtained such detailed evidence. Li and Secretary Lu watched the scene unfold, both astonished by Ding Hao's methods. Li silently rejoiced in his choice to collaborate with Ding Hao. The alternative was unthinkable. Secretary Lu's gaze towards Ding Hao brimmed with admiration and a subtle hint of infatuation. This commercial negotiation concluded with Ding Hao's resounding victory. News of this reached the Sun family, and the patriarch was overjoyed, praising Ding Hao highly. Sun Qianqian looked at Ding Hao, her expression complex, filled with surprise, pride, and an indescribable emotion. However, the matter did not end there. Upon learning of Boss Zhang's failed conspiracy, Sun Hao, like a cornered beast, prepared for a final struggle. Aware of the precarious situation he faced within the Sun family, he preemptively accused Ding Hao before the patriarch, exaggerating claims that Ding Hao had harmed the family's interests during the negotiations, lining his own pockets, and deceitfully collaborating with Boss Zhang to set him up. Upon hearing this, the patriarch erupted in fury, directing immense pressure towards Ding Hao. Ding Hao, is what Sun Hao said true? His authoritative voice resonated in the hall, an invisible weight bearing down on Ding Hao. Remaining composed, Ding Hao met the patriarch's inquiry with poise. Grandfather, Sun Hao's claims are purely slanderous. I have never engaged in any actions that would harm the Sun family's interests. Sun Hao scoffed from the side. Still pretending? Did you think no one knew about your despicable deeds? He embellished Ding Hao's alleged crimes with vivid detail, as if he had witnessed them firsthand. The patriarch's expression darkened, his gaze toward Ding Hao filled with doubt. The atmosphere in the hall turned tense, akin to a taut string ready to snap at any moment. Ding Hao surveyed his surroundings. He knew he must swiftly produce evidence to prove his innocence, or the consequences would be dire. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly spoke. "Grandfather, I understand you may not believe what I say now, but," he paused, retrieving a USB drive from his pocket. "There is something I wish for you to see." Ding Hao plugged in the USB drive, and a recording began to play in the hall. It revealed a conversation between Sun Hao and Boss Zhang, plotting to frame Ding Hao and discussing how to divide the Sun family's profits. The evidence was irrefutable. Sun Hao's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, realizing his doom was imminent. "This is fabricated. Ding Hao is setting me up." Sun Hao continued to struggle, but his voice trembled. Lacking conviction, the patriarch glared at Sun Hao, his eyes filled with disappointment and rage. "Wretch, what else do you have to say?" Sun Hao collapsed to the ground, realizing that no amount of evasion would save him now. "Grandfather, I have other evidence." Ding Hao produced another document, detailing Sun Hao's misdeeds within the family over the years, including embezzlement and bribery, each accusation backed by solid proof. The patriarch trembled with rage as he read the document. Unable to believe that his once trusted grandson had fallen so low, "Guards, take Sun Hao away." With the command, Sun Hao was dragged off. The atmosphere in the hall lightened considerably, and the gazes of the Sun family members toward Ding Hao shifted from suspicion and disdain to admiration and gratitude. Just then, Mr. Li, accompanied by Secretary Liu, arrived at the Sun residence to personally sign a cooperation contract with Ding Hao. This contract held immense significance for the Sun family, promising not only substantial economic benefits but also enhancing their status and influence. "Mr. Ding, may our cooperation be fruitful." Mr. Li shook Ding Hao's hand, beaming with joy. "Mr. Li, may our cooperation be fruitful." Ding Hao reciprocated the smile. The patriarch observed the scene, filled with profound emotion. He had never anticipated that the son-in-law he once looked down upon could bring such immense honor to the Sun family. "Ding Hao, you have done remarkably well." Old Master Sun gently patted Ding Hao's shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. The members of the Sun family also extended their congratulations to Ding Hao, heralding him as their hero. Sun Qianqian gazed at Ding Hao, surrounded by admirers, her expression a tapestry of emotions. She bit her lips softly and turned away from the hall. Standing for a long while, she watched Ding Hao, who seemed to radiate brilliance amidst the crowd. Her initially complicated gaze gradually softened, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. Jealousy? It had long dissipated, extinguished by the numerous crises Ding Hao had skillfully navigated. Showcasing his remarkable prowess, in its stead blossomed an indescribable admiration, and perhaps even love. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward with resolute strides towards Ding Hao. "Ding Hao," Sun Qianqian's voice was gentle yet imbued with determination. "Congratulations." Ding Hao turned to her, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Thank you." Sun Qianqian's gaze lingered on Ding Hao's face, filled with tenderness. She yearned to express something, yet found herself at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew subtly charged. Meanwhile, Sun Hao, escorted by family retainers, passed through the bustling hall. Observing Ding Hao's spirited demeanor, he couldn't help but compare it to his own disheveled state, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Once the pride of the Sun family, he now found himself reduced to a mere prisoner, the stark contrast nearly shattering him. The very Ding Hao he had deemed a thorn in his side now stood at the pinnacle, basking in the accolades of others. This profound disparity pierced his pride like a sharp blade. His standing within the Sun family had plummeted. Even the servants dared to mock him in stark contrast. Ding Hao had become a beloved figure within the Sun family, revered by all. Standing in the center of the Sun family estate, a gentle breeze caressed him, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. He surveyed the faces of the Sun family members who had once regarded him with disdain, now filled with respect and gratitude. A swell of pride rose within him. He understood that all of this was hard-won, achieved through his own intellect and strength. Raising his gaze to the star-studded night sky, he felt as though it foretold a future brimming with infinite possibilities. Clenching his fists, he was unafraid, for he believed that with relentless effort, he could forge an even more illustrious future. This was merely the beginning, Ding Hao murmured to himself with a slight smile. Suddenly, a voice shattered the tranquility of the night. Ding Hao, you have done remarkably well. Old Master Sun approached, leaning on his cane, his gaze laden with significance. But the Sun family faces more than just these trivial storms. Chapter 16. The return of the son-in-law facing challenges. Old Master Sun's murky eyes sparkled with a glint of shrewdness, his tone carrying an undertone of challenge. Ding Hao, this upcoming collaboration is of paramount importance, pivotal to the Sun family's future. You must seize this opportunity. Ding Hao nodded slightly, his heart unwavering, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Rest assured. Old Master, I understand the gravity of the situation. Within the grand residence of the Sun family, the buzz of gossip filled the air, akin to a swarm of flies buzzing about. They claimed his previous success was merely a stroke of luck. Could he truly navigate such a complex project? Indeed, a mere son-in-law. Who did he think he was? These jarring remarks did not escape Ding Hao's ears, yet he merely curled his lips into a cold smile. His heart undisturbed as he realized that rather than engaging in verbal sparring, it was far more effective to let his actions speak volumes to those who doubted him. The new partner was Boss Wang, an old fox who had maneuvered through the business world for years. Initially, Boss Wang expected Ding Hao to engage in the usual round of commercial flattery to foster rapport before discussing collaboration. To his surprise, Ding Hao cut straight to the chase, presenting a comprehensive plan and meticulously analyzing the pros and cons of the collaboration, his logic crystal clear and data thorough, without a hint of ambiguity. Boss Wang's initial condescension evaporated, replaced by astonishment and appreciation. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he observed this young man with newfound interest. Mr. Ding, you truly are a promising talent. This proposal is exceptionally well-crafted. Boss Wang nodded approvingly. I am largely in agreement with the collaboration, though some details still require further discussion. Ding Hao smiled gently. I appreciate your straightforwardness, Boss Wang. Let us finalize the details promptly and strive for an early agreement. After departing from Boss Wang's company, Ding Hao looked up at the sky, inhaling deeply and exhaling a breath of relief. He understood this was merely the first step. The road ahead was long and fraught with challenges. Particularly within the Sun family, the voices of skepticism persisted, even intensifying. Upon returning to the Sun family estate, Ding Hao sensed an unusual atmosphere the moment he stepped through the door. Sun Hao stood in a shadowy corner, his eyes filled with venom, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The show has only just begun. Upon returning, Ding Hao was met not with accolades, but with an eerie silence. He keenly sensed the discord in the air, a palpable tension akin to the calm before a storm. Indeed, during dinner, Old Master Sun regarded him with an inquisitive and scrutinizing gaze. Ding Hao, Old Master Sun began slowly, his tone laden with significance. There have been some rumors about you circulating recently. Ding Hao chuckled inwardly, fully aware that this was the handiwork of Sun Hao. As expected, Sun Hao immediately seized the opportunity. Feigning concern, Grandfather, I only speak out for the good of the Sun family. I've heard that Ding Hao has been getting too close to Boss Wang, and I worry. He deliberately paused, his tone growing heavier. I worry he might, for personal gain, leak our family's business secrets. Other distant relatives of the Sun family chimed in, and soon Ding Hao found himself the target of collective scrutiny. Maintaining his composure, Ding Hao smiled lightly. What a baseless accusation! I stand firm in my integrity and fear not the mud slung at me. As for my dealings with Boss Wang, they are merely standard business interactions. If anyone doubts that, they are welcome to investigate. Although Old Master Sun remained somewhat skeptical, he nodded. Ding Hao, I understand. Grandfather, Ding Hao replied respectfully, his heart unperturbed. He knew this battle was only just beginning. Meanwhile, in Boss Wang's office, the atmosphere was entirely different. Boss Wang was animatedly discussing the details of their collaboration with Ding Hao, brimming with excitement. Mr. Ding, you are truly my lucky star, Boss Wang exclaimed, shaking Ding Hao's hand fervently. Thanks to you, I discovered this loophole. Otherwise, I would have faced significant losses. It turned out that during his initial interactions with Boss Wang, Ding Hao had astutely detected a major flaw in Boss Wang's business plan, which, if followed as proposed, would expose him to substantial risks. Ding Hao cleverly hinted at this issue without directly confronting it, guiding Boss Wang to uncover the problem himself. This maneuver significantly enhanced Boss Wang's regard for Ding Hao and deepened his trust. You flatter me, I merely did what was necessary, Ding Hao replied modestly with a smile. The negotiations proceeded smoothly, and both parties quickly reached a consensus. Just as Ding Hao was about to take his leave, Boss Wang suddenly said, "Mr. Ding, I have a personal question to ask you." Ding Hao paused and turned to face Boss Wang, who wore a hesitant expression. "Mr. Ding," Boss Wang rubbed his hands together, somewhat embarrassed. "My daughter has recently become infatuated with, how should I put it, a virtual idol. She keeps pestering me to buy merchandise, and it's driving me up the wall. Do you have any good suggestions?" Ding Hao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a query from Boss Wang. Suppressing a chuckle, he replied earnestly, "Boss Wang, this is simple. Indulge her a little. Buy some merchandise to appease the child." Boss Wang sighed. If only it were that easy. The prices for this virtual idol's merchandise have skyrocketed, and it's all limited edition. I can't find any. Ding Hao stifled a laugh, realizing Boss Wang was quite the doting father. After a moment's thought, he said, "If you trust me, Boss Wang, I can help you brainstorm some solutions." Upon hearing this, Boss Wang's face lit up with joy. "That would be wonderful, Mr. Ding. I truly appreciate your help." Returning to the Sun family estate, Ding Hao found Sun Qianqian seated in the living room, absorbed in a book. Upon noticing his return, she merely nodded in acknowledgement. Regarding the collaboration with Boss Wang, Sun Qianqian hesitated momentarily before ultimately handing Ding Hao a document. "Perhaps this would be of use to you." Ding Hao took the document and discovered it contained some internal materials from Boss Wang's company, clearly obtained by Sun Qianqian through private investigation. A warmth spread through him. This woman had a sharp tongue but a tender heart. However, events did not unfold as smoothly as Ding Hao had envisioned. Although Boss Wang was immensely grateful to Ding Hao for his involvement in the virtual idol project, he grew increasingly cautious about collaboration, even joining forces with other enterprises to isolate Ding Hao. Refusing to share certain resources with him, Ding Hao scrutinized the materials provided by Sun Qianqian, his brow furrowed in concern. He realized that Boss Wang was testing him, gauging whether he could still achieve collaboration despite the scarcity of resources. Outside the window, the night deepened. Ding Hao stood at the window, gazing at the distant sea of lights, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He understood that this game had only just begun, and the true challenge lay ahead. At that moment, Old Master Sun approached Ding Hao from behind, patting him on the shoulder, and spoke solemnly, "Child." Ding Hao did not turn around. He merely allowed a subtle smile to curve his lips. He was aware that Old Master Sun's trust was his greatest asset. The following day, Ding Hao arrived at Boss Wang's office with a brand new proposal. "Boss Wang." He placed the proposal on the table, his tone calm. "This is my latest plan." Boss Wang picked up the proposal and flipped through a few pages, his expression gradually turning serious. He lifted his gaze to meet Ding Hao's, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "Mr. Ding," Boss Wang began slowly, "how should I put this? The creativity is indeed commendable, but in practice, it may prove quite challenging." He paused before adding, "If I may speak candidly, with your current resources and connections, it will be exceedingly difficult to accomplish." This was no mere challenge. It was a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for him. The conditions laid out by Boss Wang were so severe they seemed specifically designed to target Ding Hao. Moreover, unfounded rumors began circulating within the industry, claiming he lacked the competence, exaggerating his capabilities, and even accusing him of embezzling funds. The pressure from public opinion weighed down on Ding Hao like a mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. What is Boss Wang trying to pull? Ding Hao thought coldly, though he maintained a composed exterior. "Your demands are more daunting than climbing to the heavens." "Mr. Ding, you jest," Boss Wang replied with a tight-lipped smile. "Business is akin to warfare. Survival of the fittest is only natural." Ding Hao chose not to engage further in banter and pointed directly to one of the stipulations in the proposal. "Boss Wang, do you think the goal of achieving a 50% market share within 3 months is realistic? Even if I secured all resources, accomplishing this in such a short time frame is impossible." Boss Wang shrugged. "The market is ever-changing. 3 months is ample time," he added. "If you lack the capability, perhaps you should refrain from taking on such challenging tasks." He understood that if this information were to spread, Ding Hao's reputation in the industry would be irreparably tarnished. Ding Hao refrained from rebutting, silently gathering his proposal. "Boss Wang, I need to contemplate your conditions thoroughly." Upon returning to the Sun residence, Ding Hao isolated himself in his room, meticulously listing Boss Wang's conditions and the online rumors, analyzing them piece by piece as if deconstructing a complex martial arts technique. He discovered that these seemingly unrelated conditions were intricately connected, ultimately aiming to oust him from the industry entirely. Playing dirty, are we? Let's see who can outplay whom. Ding Hao smirked coldly. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, please help me investigate. Ding Hao's call reached General Manager Li, and after a brief exchange, laughter resonated from the other end. Ding, my friend, your information is quite timely. I just uncovered some details, and here you are calling. General Manager Li shared the findings, revealing that Boss Wang and Boss Zhang were colluding in secret, deliberately setting a trap for Ding Hao to fall into. They were spreading rumors to create public pressure, intending to acquire Ding Hao's project at a low price. Meanwhile, Sun Xianqian, seeing the deluge of negative news online, was in a state of anxiety. She knew Ding Hao struggled with words and was ill-equipped to handle such a complex situation. Defying the opposition from her family, she resolutely stepped forward to publicly support Ding Hao and refute the false rumors. I understand Ding Hao's capabilities better than anyone. Sun Xianqian's public declaration detonated like a bomb, instantly igniting the entire online sphere. With Sun Xianqian's backing, Ding Hao felt emboldened. He returned to the negotiation table, this time devoid of the previous restraint, replaced instead by a confident smile. Boss Wang, we meet again. Boss Wang's face darkened, evidently taken aback by Ding Hao's resurgence. Mr. Ding, do you have anything to say? Of course. Ding Hao placed a revised cooperation proposal on the table. This is my newly formulated plan, and I believe you will find it intriguing. The new proposal not only skillfully sidestepped the traps laid by Boss Wang, but also introduced a more advantageous collaboration model. As Boss Wang scrutinized the document, his expression grew increasingly grim. He had anticipated Ding Hao to be a sitting duck, yet he was caught off guard by this counterattack. Those present, including General Manager Li and his secretary, Miss Liu, marveled at Ding Hao's intelligence and courage. Miss Liu unabashedly expressed her admiration, her gaze filled with reverence for Ding Hao. Boss Wang opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He had once been confident of victory, but now he found himself unprepared, akin to swallowing a fly. Ding Hao regarded Boss Wang with a slight smile. Boss Wang, what do you think of this proposal now? Boss Wang's countenance darkened, yet he remained silent, merely shooting Ding Hao a fierce glare before rising to leave the conference room. Wait, Ding Hao called out. I neglected to mention. I've already made arrangements with Boss Zhang. Boss Wang halted abruptly, spinning around with shock and fear glimmering in his eyes. His lips trembled, yet no words escaped him. After Boss Wang fled in disarray, General Manager Li approached Ding Hao, clapping him on the shoulder with vigor. Good lad, that was quite bold. Your maneuvering was simply brilliant. Beside them, Miss Liu stifled a laugh, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ding Hao graciously acknowledged their praise, yet his mind was occupied with how to eliminate the lingering threat posed by Boss Zhang. News of this development reached the Sun residence, igniting a fervor. Those relatives who had previously ridiculed Ding Hao now approached him with smiles, feigning warmth and concern. Old Master Sun was particularly pleased, personally calling Ding Hao to commend him and hinting at the possibility of entering the core department of the Sun Group. However, all of this was observed by Sun Hao, whose jealousy ignited a fierce blaze within him. Why should a good-for-nothing dependent enjoy my grandfather's favor? He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. He sought out several conservative elders and embellished tales of Ding Hao manipulating Sun Xianqian, with intentions to usurp the family's wealth. These elders, already harboring reservations about Ding Hao's status as a son-in-law, were incited by Sun Hao's words, and their outrage bubbled over as they rushed to Old Master Sun to lodge complaints. Within the Sun family, a tumultuous internal conflict was inevitably set in motion. Caught in the middle, Sun Xianqian felt torn, striving to defend Ding Hao while maintaining unity within the family, leaving her emotionally and physically drained. Upon learning of the situation, Ding Hao furrowed his brow. He understood that this commercial victory was merely temporary. The true challenge lay ahead. He needed to resolve the internal conflicts within the Sun family swiftly to focus on the upcoming negotiations. Simultaneously, negotiations with Boss Wang entered a critical phase. Although Boss Wang outwardly agreed to cooperate, He was secretly calculating how to secure greater benefits for himself. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Ding Hao surveyed the city's nightscape. His mind racing with thoughts, he dialed General Manager Li's number. "Li, I have a new idea." His voice was low and firm, as if signaling that a greater storm was on the horizon. On the other end, General Manager Li's voice held a note of curiosity. "Oh? What idea?" Ding Hao paused, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "I think we can play a bigger game." Chapter 18. The Son-in-Law's Glory at its Peak. Ding Hao's voice was calm yet resonant, "And I assure you that all my endeavors are directed towards the future of the Sun family." "Humph, easier said than done." A senior elder scoffed disdainfully. "What do you, a mere son-in-law living off the family, know about business operations? Who do you think you are? A savior?" Another elder remarked with a mocking tone. In the face of such biting ridicule, Ding Hao remained unperturbed, instead offering a faint smile. "Whether I am a savior or not, you shall soon find out." He paused, his gaze deepening. "I understand that you are filled with skepticism towards me, believing that I am exploiting Qianqian and jeopardizing the interests of the Sun family. However, I wish to convey that I desire the prosperity of the Sun family more than anyone else." He retrieved a USB drive from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. "Within this, there is a substantial gift for the Sun family." He deliberately paused, his eyes sweeping across each person present before resting on Sun Hao's terrified visage. "This encompasses an investment of 50 million, along with an exclusive cooperation agreement with General Manager Li." Ding Hao's declaration sent shockwaves through the room. 50 million. For the Sun family at present, this was undoubtedly a staggering sum. He continued, "I know some may question the authenticity of this agreement." His sharp gaze fixed on Sun Hao. "Thus, I have specifically invited Secretary Liu from General Manager Li's office to testify for us." Secretary Liu gracefully walked in, cordially greeting everyone and confirming the legitimacy of the cooperation agreement. She added, "General Manager Li holds Mr. Ding in high esteem for his talent and decisiveness and expresses his willingness to establish a long-term strategic partnership with the Sun family." Sun Hao's complexion drained of color, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He had not anticipated that Ding Hao would truly secure this collaboration, and he had left himself a backup plan. Ding Hao was not finished yet. He continued, "I have more to share with you all." He plugged the USB drive into the computer, projecting an audio recording onto the screen. The recording captured Sun Hao conspiring with Boss Zhang to frame Ding Hao. Even at the expense of the Sun family's interests, the elders exchanged glances, their faces pale with disbelief. They had not expected Sun Hao to be so base and shameless, willing to betray family interests for personal gain. Sun Hao trembled, knowing his downfall was imminent. He slumped weakly in his chair, his eyes vacant, as though his soul had departed. With the truth unveiled, those who had previously mocked Ding Hao were now engulfed in shame. Offering apologies to him, Ding Hao merely smiled faintly, showing no inclination to hold grudges. He successfully signed the contract with General Manager Li, elevating the Sun family's standing in the industry significantly. Upon returning to the Sun family, a grand celebration was held in his honor, and everyone regarded him with newfound respect. He stood at the center of the Sun family's courtyard, basking in the accolades, much like a triumphant general returning from battle. Amidst the clamor, Ding Hao's gaze drifted over the crowd, landing on a figure in the distance. It seemed the real drama was only just beginning. He mused softly to himself, surrounded by admiration. Ding Hao felt as if he were floating on air. He caught a glimpse of Sun Qianqian's sparkling eyes in the crowd, a gaze now devoid of complexity, replaced by unabashed admiration and affection. Sun Qianqian approached him, unhesitatingly taking his hand in front of everyone. The soft touch sent a tremor through Ding Hao's heart. He reciprocated her grasp, their fingers entwined, their eyes meeting, conveying unspoken sentiments. A warm current surged within him. This feeling was utterly delightful. Sun Hao's scheme was thoroughly exposed, resulting in his expulsion from the Sun family, becoming a pariah, reviled by all. Those who had once fawned over him now avoided him like the plague. Truly, the tides of fortune shift. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Meanwhile, Ding Hao had transformed into a coveted asset for the Sun family. With resources flooding in like a tidal wave, those who had previously derided him, eager to trample him underfoot, now approached him with faces full of flattery, their expressions more dramatic than a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. Ding Hao remained unfazed, even feeling a hint of amusement. For him, success in business was merely a trifle. His true ambition lay in the boundless realm of martial arts. He understood that his journey in martial arts had only just commenced. Countless challenges and unknowns awaited him ahead, yet he felt no fear. He yearned for greater power, aspiring to stand atop the pinnacle of martial arts. Ding Hao declined all invitations to celebratory feasts and made his way directly to the long-neglected martial arts hall of the Sun family. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, he was greeted by a wave of ancient energy. Master Sun and Senior Brother Li were practicing when they spotted him. "You have finally arrived." Chapter 19. The son-in-law's initial foray into martial arts as he pushed open the heavy door. The scent of dust mingled with a faint aroma of medicinal oil wafted through the air. The Sun family martial arts hall, long dormant, was on the cusp of a new chapter under Ding Hao's stewardship. "Oh, isn't this our esteemed son-in-law, Ding? What brings you here? Tired of business and wishing to dabble in martial arts?" Senior Brother Li's sarcastic voice shattered the tranquility of the hall, a smirk playing on his lips. Beside him, Master Sun stroked his graying beard, his eyes filled with disdain, as if regarding a mere jester. The surrounding disciples whispered amongst themselves, their gazes rife with contempt and mockery. Ding Hao surveyed the hostile atmosphere, his brow furrowing slightly. Once the subject of ridicule, he had now risen, yet still faced derision. This feeling was akin to savoring a delectable cake, only to discover a fly concealed within, distasteful. "I have come to learn martial arts." Ding Hao's tone was calm yet resonant, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of intrigue. Both Master Sun and Senior Brother Li were momentarily taken aback. They had presumed Ding Hao was merely indulging a whim, not realizing he was genuinely intent on studying martial arts. "Study martial arts? With you?" Senior Brother Li scoffed, ready to unleash another wave of mockery, but was interrupted by Master Sun raising his hand. "You wish to learn martial arts?" Master Sun scrutinized Ding Hao, a glimmer of assessment in his gaze. "Do you comprehend the arduous path of martial arts? It is not merely business and clever words." Ding Hao disregarded Senior Brother Li's provocation, instead locking eyes with Master Sun, his determination unwavering. "I understand, yet I have made my decision." After a moment of silence, a flicker of something imperceptible crossed Master Sun's eyes. "Very well, since you are resolute in your pursuit, we shall begin with the fundamentals." Observing this, Senior Brother Li's lips curled into a sly smile as he leaned in to whisper something to Master Sunday. After listening, Master Sun nodded slightly to Li. "You shall guide the son-in-law in his training." He emphasized the word son-in-law, lacing it with a hint of mockery. Senior Brother Li's face broke into a triumphant grin as he approached Ding Hao. Patting his shoulder, "Come along, I will ensure to guide you properly." He deliberately accentuated the word guide, his tone dripping with malice. Ding Hao regarded Senior Brother Li's insidious smile with a cold chuckle inwardly. He was eager to see what tricks this senior brother could conjure. "Let us go," Ding Hao replied nonchalantly, following Senior Brother Li toward the training ground. Deep within the martial arts hall, Zhoubo stood in the shadows, observing Ding Hao's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "This lad possesses some intrigue." He turned and vanished into the darkness. Senior Brother Li, grinning wickedly, led Ding Hao to the most secluded corner of the training ground. Under the blazing sun, the ground scorched, the air thick with the mingled scent of sweat and medicinal oiled. "Son-in-law, if you wish to learn martial arts, you must start with the basics. Let us begin with 1,000 push-ups." Senior Brother Li crossed his arms, adopting a look of eager anticipation. Ding Hao, without wasting words, dove straight into the task at hand. For an ordinary person, 1,000 push-ups might present a challenge, but for Ding Hao, it was merely a warm-up. "Oh, you're quite capable, aren't you? Let us see another 1,000 frog jumps." Senior Brother Li, noticing Ding Hao's unflinching demeanor, felt his irritation grow. Over the next period, Senior Brother Li devised various torturous exercises for Ding Hao, weighted sprints, horse stance, and punching drills. The intensity of the training rivaled that of a boot camp. The surrounding disciples watched in astonishment, whispering to one another, Isn't senior brotherly being a bit too harsh? Indeed, it seems he is intent on driving Ding Hao to the brink. Though physically exhausted, Ding Hao remained remarkably composed. While the training was arduous, it deepened his understanding of martial arts. He discovered that his body possessed a unique sensitivity, enabling him to swiftly absorb and convert energy, integrating it into his martial practice. In the foundational assessment days later, Ding Hao's performance astonished everyone. He completed all assessment tasks effortlessly, exhibiting impeccable form and power, far surpassing his peers. Even the typically aloof Master Sun displayed an expression of surprise. This lad has some talent. Senior Brotherly, on the other hand, wore a stormy expression. He had intended to humiliate Ding Hao thoroughly, only to find himself hoisting a rock that landed squarely on his own foot. Gritting his teeth, he approached Ding Hao, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Son-in-law, I never imagined you had it in you. However, this is merely the beginning. The true challenge lies ahead." Ding Hao smiled faintly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Is that so? I await with bated breath." Outside the martial arts hall, a figure stealthily emerged. Sun Qianqian concealed herself behind a lush parasol tree, secretly observing Ding Hao. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon her delicate face, adding an air of mystery. As she watched Ding Hao, drenched in sweat yet unwavering in his training, a ripple of emotion stirred within her. Is this still the same useless son-in-law she once knew? At that moment, a figure swaggered into the martial arts hall. Shattering its tranquility, dressed in resplendent attire and wielding a folding fan, he carried an air of arrogance. It was none other than the somewhat renowned hero of the martial world, Chen Daxia. "I have heard that the Sun Family Martial Arts Hall has recently welcomed a prodigy in martial arts, and I have come to seek your guidance," Chen Daxia declared, his voice booming with a hint of provocation. His gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately landing on Ding Hao. "You must be Ding Hao? I hear you are merely a son-in-law? Ha ha ha, how utterly ludicrous. A man who lives off others dares to dream of mastering martial arts." Chen Daxia's appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere within the hall, prompting a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. Senior Brotherly, reveling in the spectacle, fanned the flames of gossip. "Chen Daxia, this fellow is nothing but a joke. Do not be deceived by him." Ding Hao halted his movements, wiped the sweat from his brow, and calmly regarded Chen Daxia. He understood that the real challenge had arrived. "Chen Daxia, is it? I have long admired your reputation," Ding Hao replied, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. "If you seek to challenge me, I shall oblige." Chen Daxia smirked disdainfully. "You possess quite the bravado. I wonder if you have the skill to back it up." No sooner had he spoken than he lunged towards Ding Hao with astonishing speed. Ding Hao's expression sharpened, refusing to be complacent, and swiftly dodged. Chen Daxia's strikes were executed with remarkable speed and ferocity, indicative of a seasoned combatant. While evading, Ding Hao meticulously observed Chen Daxia's techniques, rapidly analyzing his weaknesses. Although he had not undergone systematic martial arts training, his unique aptitude for martial understanding allowed him to swiftly identify the flaws in Chen Daxia's attacks. Just as Chen Daxia launched another assault, Ding Hao seized the opportunity, sidestepped, evading the attack while delivering a palm strike to Chen Daxia's chest. Chen Daxia emitted a muffled grunt, staggering backward several steps. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, clearly astonished that Ding Hao had withstood his assault. "Interesting," Chen Daxia scoffed coldly, launching himself at Ding Hao once more. This time, Ding Hao adopted an offensive stance, striking with the swiftness of lightning and engaging Chen Daxia in a fierce confrontation. Concealed in the shadows, Sun Qianqian watched the battle unfold, her heart brimming with concern. She had not anticipated Ding Hao's formidable prowess. Yet Chen Daxia was a renowned master of the martial world. Could Ding Hao truly prevail? Just then, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Miss Xiao, holding a food box and wearing a sweet smile, approached Ding Hao. Sun Qianqian's expression instantly grew complex. As Xiao Miss approached gracefully, her delicate food box in hand and a sweet smile gracing her lips, she spoke softly, "Ding Hao, I brought you some food. You must be hungry, right?" Her voice was gentle, akin to a spring breeze caressing the willow branches. Ding Hao had exchanged several blows with Chen Daxia. Though he was at a disadvantage, he had not revealed any signs of defeat. Just as he prepared to respond to Miss Zhao, he suddenly felt a cold, piercing gaze directed at him. Turning, he saw Sun Qianqian standing not far away, her eyes a mix of surprise, confusion, and perhaps anger. Ding Hao's heart sank. This atmosphere of impending doom felt all too familiar. Following Ding Hao's gaze, Zhao noticed Sun Qianqian, her smile faltering slightly before returning to its natural state. And who might this be? She inquired tentatively. Before Ding Hao could explain, Sun Qianqian huffed disdainfully and turned to leave. Her departing figure was imbued with an unmistakable message. I am furious, and the consequences will be dire. Ding Hao felt an urgent pang of anxiety. How had things escalated to this point? He quickly nodded apologetically to Miss Zhao and chased after Sun Qianqian. Qianqian, wait! Sun Qianqian continued walking, seemingly oblivious to his call. Ding Hao's anxiety mounted, and he reached out to grasp her wrist. Qianqian, let me explain. Sun Qianqian was startled by his sudden gesture and struggled momentarily but could not break free. The warmth radiating from his grip caused her cheeks to flush slightly, and the surrounding air felt charged with tension. Explain what? Explain your relationship with that woman? Sun Qianqian's tone was icy, yet her gaze darted away. I assure you, there is nothing between her and me. Ding Hao replied, exasperated. This misunderstanding had spiraled out of control. She merely what? Merely concerned for you. Merely brought you food. Sun Qianqian interjected, her tone laced with bitterness. Just as Ding Hao opened his mouth to clarify further, a loud commotion erupted outside the martial arts hall. A booming voice cut through the crowd, reaching their ears. Ding Hao, come out here. I, Chen Daxia, have set up a challenge today. Do you dare to fight? Ding Hao's expression darkened, his grip on Sun Qianqian's hand tightening involuntarily. He turned to face the source of the ruckus, his eyes glinting with determination. It seemed someone could no longer contain themselves. Chen Daxia, clad in his battle attire, stood atop a hastily erected platform outside the martial arts hall, exuding the arrogance of a victorious rooster. Ding Hao, are you a turtle hiding behind a woman's back? His voice boomed like thunder, resonating in the ears of the gathered crowd. How brazen Chen Daxia was, coming to provoke them at the Sun family martial arts hall. Did he truly believe the Sun family lacked defenders? Hush, keep it down. Chen Daxia is a master at the early stages of the spirit martial realm. It is said that he can sever a tree trunk the width of a bowl with a single strike. The murmurs of the crowd surged like a tide, yet Ding Hao remained impervious to their chatter. He continued to hold Sun Qianqian's hand tightly, his gaze as tranquil as still water. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Sun Qianqian inexplicably found solace. She understood that Ding Hao is not one to act rashly. Ding Hao, do not act impulsively. Chen Daxia does not come with good intentions. Old Master Sun approached Ding Hao, concern evident in his tone. Previously, he had harbored reservations about Ding Hao, the son-in-law who had seemingly taken advantage of connections. But after witnessing Ding Hao's brief exchange with Chen Daxia, displaying both strength and composure, he was compelled to reassess his perspective. Ding Hao nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Chen Daxia upon the platform as he began to analyze his techniques. Chen Daxia's martial arts style was grand and imposing, brimming with momentum, yet it was riddled with flaws. Clearly, he had honed his external techniques to perfection, but his internal cultivation was somewhat lacking. Still pretending. I see you are too afraid to accept the challenge. Chen Daxia, noticing Ding Hao's hesitance, became even more arrogant. He began to spread rumors among the crowd about Ding Hao, embellishing tales of how he had entered the Sun family through nepotism, how he was utterly inept, and how he was timid and fearful. Voices of doubt began to surface within the crowd, and some even mocked Ding Hao as a soft rice man and a useless son-in-law. Senior Brotherly, lurking in the crowd, couldn't help but smirk with glee. Yet, Ding Hao remained unmoved. He gently patted Sun Qianqian's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Then he turned to Old Master Sun. Old Sun, could you please prepare the stage? I will be up shortly. Old Master Sun was taken aback. He had not anticipated Ding Hao's willingness to accept the challenge. He opened his mouth to dissuade him, but ultimately remained silent. Turning to arrange the platform. At that moment, an elderly voice whispered in Ding Hao's ear, "Young man, be cautious. Chen Daxia's Vajra demon-slaying palm is not to be trifled with." Ding Hao turned to see Zhou Bo, the gatekeeper of the Sun family. He nodded slightly and replied softly, "Thank you for the warning." Zhou Bo smiled mysteriously, leaning closer to Ding Hao and whispering a few words. Ding Hao's expression shifted subtly, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Zhou Bo lowered his voice, speaking conspiratorially. "The Vajra demon-slaying palm appears formidable, yet it possesses a fatal weakness. It is particularly vulnerable to tickling." Ding Hao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Zhou Bo, please do not jest at my expense." Zhou Bo chuckled. "I am not joking. This technique, perfected, causes the practitioner's meridians to tighten like steel, but the two acupoints under the armpits are its Achilles heel. If you can strike those points, he will surely falter." Ding Hao felt skeptical yet resolved to give it a try in the ensuing time. He diligently practiced a technique known as Lingxi Finger, specifically designed to target an opponent's vulnerabilities. Observing Ding Hao practice seemingly erratic movements against a wooden post, Old Master Sun shook his head. This lad, could it be that the pressure has driven him to madness? Sun Qianqian keenly discerned the changes in Ding Hao. The determination and focus reflected in his gaze gradually eased the jealousy that had taken root in her heart, replaced instead by a flicker of concern. Stealthily, she concocted a healing ointment and concealed it within Ding Hao's clothing. When he discovered the ointment while changing, warmth filled his heart. He turned to glance at Sun Qianqian, and their eyes met, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she hastily averted her gaze. A subtle smile graced Ding Hao's lips. It seemed the stormy turmoil had subsided. As night descended, Ding Hao sat cross-legged on his bed, regulating his breathing and circulating his energy. He understood that tomorrow would bring a fierce battle. The prowess of the legendary hero Chun was not to be underestimated. Even with knowledge of his weaknesses, achieving victory would be no simple feat. More importantly, Sun Qianqian's feelings for him remained as elusive as a mirage. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. "Let the soldiers come forth and the water be damned. Chun, I, Ding Hao, am ready to face you." On the following morning, Ding Hao arrived early at the martial arts hall. As he pushed open the door, a wave of heat enveloped him. Chapter 21. The son-in-law's martial arts display. A surge of heat washed over him, not due to the sweltering weather, but rather the electrifying atmosphere within the hall. The arena was teeming with spectators, comprising both members of the Sun family and various martial artists eager to witness the contest. Qian, clad in a fitted combat outfit, already stood atop the platform, his hawk-like gaze sweeping across the crowd, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, embodying the demeanor of an unparalleled master. Ding Hao ascended the platform with measured steps, the cacophony of voices crashing over him like a tidal wave, instilling a profound sense of pressure. He raised his gaze to Chen, feeling the weight of an immense aura pressing down upon him. As if Mount Tai itself bore down, Chen's reputation was indeed well-deserved. His strength at the early stages of the spirit martial realm was no mere faade. Begin, with a command from the elder martial artist's son. The duel commenced. Chun flashed forward like a specter, unleashing a fierce palm strike aimed directly at Ding Hao's face. Ding Hao barely evaded the blow by sidestepping, yet Chen's relentless barrage of attacks followed like a tempest, offering no respite. "This son-in-law is nothing more than a decorative pillow," Chen mocked, laughter echoing from the audience. "I thought he might possess some hidden talents, but it appears I overestimated him." From the crowd came a chorus of jeers, with senior brotherly gleefully exclaiming, "Ding, are you planning to lie in bed for half a month with those skills?" Sun Qianqian's brows knitted tightly, her eyes filled with worry. She recognized that Ding Hao was no ordinary individual. Yet Chen's strength was undeniably formidable. Clutching the ointment tightly, she silently prayed for Ding Hao's safety. In the face of Chen's tempestuous onslaught, Ding Hao was forced to evade continuously, appearing somewhat disheveled. However, amidst the perilous dodges, he meticulously observed Chen's techniques, searching for flaws. Though Chen's attacks were fierce, they bore a hint of rigidity, as if he adhered to a particular pattern. "Interesting," Ding Hao mused, a slight smile playing on his lips as a spark of insight flickered in his eyes. Just then, Chun unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Ding Hao's chest. Instead of retreating, Ding Hao charged forward to meet the blow. Has he lost his mind? Zhuo exclaimed in astonishment. Ding Hao pressed on, inviting the lethal strike. This reckless maneuver was tantamount to self-sabotage. The spectators gasped in horror, many covering their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending carnage. Is he truly that frightened? Senior Brother Li sneered. Yet, just as Chen's fist was about to collide with Ding Hao's chest, Ding Hao executed a peculiar twist, slipping past Chen's attack like a slippery eel. What? Chen gasped in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Ding Hao could evade such a lethal blow. Before Chen could regain his composure, Ding Hao struck. His movements were as swift as lightning, delivering a palm strike to Chen's chest. The seemingly light touch concealed tremendous power. Chen emitted a muffled groan, staggering back several steps, his expression one of incredulity. How is this possible? Chen exclaimed, astonished that he was being forced back by a mere son-in-law. The audience erupted in astonished gasps, utterly unprepared for Ding Hao's sudden display of strength. Well done, lad. Chen's eyes glinted with a fierce determination as he renewed his assault, his strikes more ferocious and rapid than before. He refused to believe that as an early-stage master of the spirit martial realm, he could not subdue a mere son-in-law. As Ding Hao defended against Chen's relentless attacks, he recalled the weakness that Zhuo had previously mentioned, the old injury on Chen's left shoulder. Though Chen's strikes were fierce, the mobility of his left shoulder was evidently compromised. Identifying the weakness, Ding Hao's eyes gleamed with renewed purpose. He seized the moment, feigning a strike before launching a powerful palm toward Chen's left shoulder. Ah! Chen cried out in agony, stumbling as he nearly fell to the ground. Clutching his left shoulder, his face turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. You? How dare you? Chen pointed at Ding Hao, his voice thick with shock and rage. Ignoring Chen's astonishment, Ding Hao inhaled deeply, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. Chen, I accept your challenge. He slowly raised his right hand, powerful energy coalescing within his palm. The energy intensified, warping the surrounding air. With closed eyes, his mind flooded with countless martial arts techniques, each melding and evolving into a brand new, personal ultimate move, the Radiant Strike. Ha! Ding Hao's eyes snapped open, a thunderous shout escaping his lips as the energy erupted from his palm like a volcanic explosion, striking Chen's chest with overwhelming force. Chen was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise for a considerable time. The arena fell silent, all present rendered speechless by Ding Hao's astonishing display. Moments later, thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the hall. Ding Hao! Ding Hao! Ding Hao! The crowd chanted his name. Those who had once mocked and belittled him now left in stunned disbelief. Senior Brother Li's face turned ashen, as if he had swallowed a fly. Sun Qianqian's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. She had not anticipated Ding Hao's formidable strength, and a profound admiration blossomed within her heart. Miss Xiao, too, was flushed with excitement, cheering for Ding Hao's victory. Ding Hao descended the platform slowly, basking in the adulation and praise of the crowd. Yet, his gaze fell upon an unremarkable stone in the corner of the arena. This stone was entirely black, its surface etched with peculiar patterns, seemingly harboring some mysterious power. He approached the stone, crouching down to scrutinize its markings. With his unique understanding of martial arts, he sensed that the stone was far from ordinary, likely concealing vital clues to the secrets of martial arts. A surge of joy filled Ding Hao. He knew he was one step closer to unraveling the truth behind the martial arts secrets. Carefully, he picked up the stone and tucked it into his pocket. This stone, Ding Hao murmured to himself, anticipation and excitement mingling with an undercurrent of gravity in his gaze. He understood that the enigma of the martial arts secrets had yet to be fully unveiled, and the road ahead remained fraught with challenges. Clutching the stone in his pocket, he turned and left the martial arts hall. Chapter 22. The Quest for Martial Arts. Threads of emotion entangle upon returning to the Sun family martial arts hall. Ding Hao made his way directly to the practice room, cautiously extracting the black stone from his pocket. The stone was cold to the touch, its intricate patterns shimmering with an otherworldly glow in the dim light. He sat cross-legged, focusing his mind in an attempt to comprehend its mysteries. "Oh, is that our esteemed Ding Hao? What are you doing? Hatching an egg?" Elder Sun appeared at the doorway, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Behind him trailed several disciples, each exchanging knowing glances and stifling laughter. Ding Hao did not lift his gaze, remaining absorbed in his examination of the stone. "Ding Hao, don't waste your effort. You really think you can uncover martial arts secrets with a mere rock? Why not reach for the heavens instead?" Elder Sun stepped closer, casting a disdainful glance at the stone in Ding Hao's hand. "I suspect you've read too many novels, and your brain has gone awry." The surrounding disciples burst into uproarious laughter, with senior brother Li chiming in mockingly. "Ding, I suggest you abandon your study of that stone. Be careful not to lose your mind and turn into a fool." Ding Hao remained unfazed, inhaling deeply as he shut out the taunts, devoting himself entirely to the study of the stone. Though it appeared unremarkable, he felt a latent power within it, a force resonating with his own martial arts talents. At that moment, Sun Qianqian approached, witnessing Ding Hao being ridiculed. While a part of her felt pleased, another part ached for him. She had intended to seize this opportunity to mock him, yet seeing his unwavering concentration left her at a loss for words. Suddenly, Miss Zhao hurried over with a cup of water, her expression filled with concern as she addressed Ding Hao. "Big brother Ding, you must be exhausted. Please, have some water." She gazed at Ding Hao with eyes brimming with adoration. As if he were the hero of her heart, upon witnessing this scene, Sun Qianqian was immediately consumed by jealousy. She approached Ding Hao, deliberately adopting an ambiguous tone as she said, "Ding Hao, you are truly fortunate to have so many beautiful women concerned about you." Miss Zhao's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, too shy to speak. Observing this, Sun Qianqian felt even more triumphant and continued, "Ding Hao, do you really believe that there are martial arts secrets hidden within this stone? If so, why not teach me? We could study it together." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Ding Hao, nearly pressing against him. At this moment, Ding Hao finally spoke. He lifted his head, his eyes glinting with a spark of brilliance. Perhaps it was indeed extraordinary. His gaze swept over Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhao, and a cryptic smile graced his lips. Ding Hao paid no heed to the subtle rivalry between Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhao. In his eyes, these two young women were akin to NPCs in a game, who had time for such trivial matters when there were levels to conquer and monsters to defeat. He was wholly engrossed in examining the stone in his hand, and he felt his internal energy begin to circulate involuntarily. Suddenly, he sensed a tingling in his fingertips, as if a strange energy was surging into his body from the stone. By my word. It worked, Ding Hao thought gleefully, closing his eyes to savor the flow of this energy. Vivid images began to materialize in his mind, resembling long-lost martial arts techniques. Master Sun, who had been waiting to witness a spectacle, was rendered speechless by Ding Hao's astonishing display. The disciples, who had been laughing moments before, now stood transfixed, as if they had seen a ghost. "This is impossible." Master Sun rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "How could a mere piece of broken stone, Ding Hao? You must be cheating. Or perhaps a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse," Brother Li exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. He was envious of the attention Ding Hao received and had long sought an opportunity to teach him a lesson. "Are you brave enough to compete with me? If you lose, you must hand over the stone." Ding Hao opened his eyes, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He rose slowly, brushing off the dust from his clothes, his gaze filled with combativeness. "A competition? Very well, I shall oblige." The atmosphere crackled with tension as Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhao ceased their quarrel, their eyes now riveted on Ding Hao. Observing the unfolding drama, Master Sun pondered. Although Ding Hao was a mere son-in-law, his recent behavior had been rather peculiar. Could it be that he had indeed experienced some extraordinary event? If he were to defeat Brother Li, begin. Master Sun commanded. The contest commenced, and Brother Li, fueled with enthusiasm, charged at Ding Hao with the ferocity of a battle-hungry warrior, executing the Sun family's ancestral dragon soaring 8 trigrams palm with vigor. 1 might have mistaken him for a performer on a grand stage. Master Sun watched with excitement, practically itching to jump into the fray and cheer. Go! Strike him! Strike him! The onlookers joined in the ruckus, oblivious to the fact that this was not Brother Li's home turf at all. Meanwhile, Ding Hao stood as if unaffected by the chaos, even stifling a yawn. To him, Brother Li's attacks appeared as though they were playing in slow motion, filled with flaws. He internally scoffed. Is this all you've got? How dare you embarrass yourself so? Oh, splendid. Do bring it on. As he dodged, Ding Hao could not resist teasing Brother Li, which only served to deepen Brother Li's vexation. He exerted himself to the utmost, escalating his speed in the dragon-soaring 8 trigrams palm, yet his excessive force nearly caused him to injure himself. Ding Hao, observing Brother Li's comical predicament, almost laughed aloud. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly vanished from sight, appearing like a phantom behind Brother Li. Then, with a gentle palm strike to Brother Li's back, bang! Brother Li flew through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground and struggling to rise. A profound silence enveloped the arena, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Master Sun's smile froze on his face, as if he had swallowed a fly. I concede, Ding Hao declared, clapping his hands nonchalantly as he picked up the stone from the ground and departed amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. After Ding Hao's departure, a shadow stealthily trailed him. This figure was Detective Wu, clad in a black bowler hat, the brim lowered to obscure his face. He fixated on Ding Hao's retreating silhouette, his eyes filled with inquisitive intent. What was the purpose of his visit? What secrets lay hidden within the stone that Ding Hao possessed? Detective Wu halted, retrieving a photograph from his pocket, revealing none other than Ding Hao himself. How intriguing, he murmured to himself, before tucking the photo back into his pocket, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. This game was becoming increasingly captivating. Chapter 23. The martial arts school in crisis. The son-in-law comes to the rescue the following day. A throng of menacing figures gathered outside the Sun family martial arts school, each exuding an intimidating aura. At the forefront stood a towering man, his face marked by a brawny visage and sporting a pair of exaggerated mustaches, reminiscent of the legendary warrior Zhang Fei from the stage. This man was known in the martial world as the mountain-crushing master, Chen Daxia, a formidable practitioner at the early stage of the spirit martial realm and a notable figure in the region. Old son, I shall ask you one last time. Will you hand over that item or not? Chen Daxia bellowed, his voice resonating so fiercely that it rattled the teacups nearby. Master Sun's face turned ashen as he struggled to suppress the pain in his chest. Retorting, Chen Daxia, I genuinely do not know what you are referring to. Our Sun family martial arts school has always operated with integrity and has never taken anything that does not belong to us. After being bested by Ding Hao the previous day, he was even more irate today, his tone filled with newfound defiance. Chen Daxia let out a cold laugh. Old son, so you choose to drink the bitter wine instead of the sweet? Brothers, search the premises. With that command, a pack of men charged into the martial arts school like wolves, ransacking every corner, smashing pots and shattering bowls. Master Sun attempted to intervene but was sent flying by a single palm strike from Chen Daxia, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out blood. Grandfather! Sun Qianqian cried out, rushing to Master Sun's side, supporting him and anxiously asking, Grandfather, are you all right? Master Sun waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. Yet his complexion grew increasingly pale. Just then, a figure emerged slowly. It was Ding Hao. He still wore that faded outfit, seemingly unremarkable. Yet his gaze radiated an undeniable sharpness. Stop! Ding Hao commanded coldly. Chen Daxia paused momentarily upon seeing Ding Hao, then burst into hearty laughter. Oh, if it isn't the useless son-in-law of the Sun family. What, do you wish to play the hero as well? Ding Hao ignored Chen Daxia's mockery and strode directly in front of him, his icy stare fixed upon him. I'll say it once more. Stop. Sun Qianqian watched Ding Hao with a mix of concern and burgeoning hope. Perhaps this seemingly ordinary son-in-law could indeed perform miracles? Chen Daxia regarded Ding Hao with contempt in his eyes. Kid, I advise you. Ding Hao interrupted him suddenly, his tone calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. I already know the secret of the stone. Unfazed, Ding Hao smirked coldly. Chen Daxia, the object you covet, I have uncovered its secret. He paused deliberately, gauging Qin Daxia's reaction, and indeed, he caught a flicker of greed and confusion in the latter's eyes. The secret of that stone belongs to the Sun Family Martial Arts School. If you dare to act recklessly, I will not spare you. Qin Daxia, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Ha ha ha. Useless son-in-law, do you think you can utter such words? What do you know of martial arts? Secrets? You must be out of your mind. Although he had previously harbored some hesitation due to Ding Hao's bizarre display the day before, witnessing his current charade only made him feel even more derisive. You refuse the offer of good wine and choose the bitter instead. Qin Daxia, humiliated and enraged, glared at Ding Hao with murderous intent. You're asking for death. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward, unleashing a fierce palm strike aimed directly at Ding Hao's face. Mountain-crushing palm. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in alarm. Ding Hao's expression sharpened. He could not afford to be careless and swiftly sidestepped the attack. Qin Daxia's strikes were more ferocious than before, each one aimed to kill. Ding Hao defended himself while searching for vulnerabilities in Qin Daxia's onslaught. Though he had never formally trained in martial arts, he managed to hold his ground against Qin Daxia, thanks to the insights gained from the stone and his exceptional reflexes. Sun Qianqian watched in horror, her fists clenched tightly, her palms sweaty. The disciples of the martial arts school kept their distance, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Master Sun, despite his injuries, struggled to rise but was held back firmly by Sun Qianqian. Grandfather, don't move, Ding Hao will handle this. Although she spoke with assurance, deep down, she felt utterly uncertain. Qin Daxia, frustrated by his inability to gain the upper hand, roared in fury and unleashed his ultimate technique. The mountains collapsing and the seas overturning, with both palms thrust forward. A formidable gust of energy erupted from his hands, sweeping towards Ding Hao like an unstoppable tide. Ding Hao felt the immense pressure and his expression turned grave. He took a deep breath, firmly planted his feet on the ground, and slightly lowered his body, assuming a defensive stance. In that critical moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Ding Hao's mouth as he murmured, "Now this is getting interesting." Rather than retreating in the face of Qian the hero's overwhelming assault, Ding Hao advanced instead. His body twisted with an uncanny agility, slipping through the gaps in the oncoming wind. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What kind of movement technique was this? It was utterly unprecedented. What followed was even more astonishing. Ding Hao darted behind Qian the hero and lightly struck him on the back with an open palm. This seemingly feeble blow contained a unique force. Qian the hero felt a surge of blood and chi rush within him, spitting out a mouthful of old blood as he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground and struggling to rise. What is happening? Is this son-in-law cheating? The crowd erupted in astonishment, all eyes glued to Ding Hao as if witnessing the impossible. Qian the hero's underlings trembled in fear, scattering like frightened rabbits, terrified that Ding Hao would seek retribution. Struggling to his feet, Qian the hero looked at Ding Hao with horror. What kind of martial arts is this? Ding Hao casually brushed off his hands and replied, "A family secret technique, not to be disclosed." Inside, he felt a rush of exhilaration, thinking to himself how clever he was to deduce a move from the pattern on that stone, or else today would have indeed ended poorly. At that moment, a man wearing sunglasses and a trench coat approached. He was slender, sporting a pair of small mustaches, exuding the air of a mysterious detective. "Qian the hero, you have been deceived," the man stated. The crowd paused, turning their attention to him. Qian the hero looked utterly perplexed. "Who are you?" "My surname is Wu, and I am a detective," the man replied, removing his sunglasses to reveal piercing eyes. "I have been investigating the theft of martial arts manuals and discovered that you are merely a pawn in someone else's game. The true mastermind lies elsewhere." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock. Ding Hao narrowed his eyes at Detective Wu, thinking to himself, "It seems this matter is more complex than I had imagined." He stepped forward and extended his hand. "Pleasure to cooperate." Wu shook his hand, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. "Let us proceed," he said, leading the way out of the martial arts hall. "I know a place where we might uncover some clues." Without hesitation, Ding Hao followed Detective Wu outside. Sun Qianqian watched Ding Hao's retreating figure, her heart a mixture of emotions. Wait for me, Sun Qianqian called out as she hurried after him. Chapter 24. The son-in-law breaks the deadlock. The manual finally revealed Ding Hao followed Detective Wu through a labyrinth of turns until they arrived at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. The rusted iron gate bore the scars of time, and a chilling aura enveloped them. This is the place, Detective Wu affirmed, adjusting his sunglasses. Ding Hao surveyed the surroundings, where weeds thrived and fallen leaves accumulated, the air thick with dust, creating an eerie atmosphere that sent shivers down his spine. Are you sure? Ding Hao raised an eyebrow. This place hardly seems to be hiding any secrets. Trust me, my instincts are usually spot on, Detective Wu replied cryptically, producing a key and unlocking the warehouse door. The shrill sound of metal scraping against metal pierced the silence, revealing a dim, damp interior filled with abandoned machinery and debris. Just as Ding Hao prepared to step inside, the warehouse door slammed shut with a loud bang. Not good. It's a trap. Ding Hao's mind raced with alarm. Almost simultaneously, a group of masked figures in black emerged from the shadows, brandishing sharp blades and surrounding the two men. Ah, it appears we have been caught in a snare. Ding Hao sneered, unfazed. Detective Wu removed his sunglasses, his gaze sharp. It seems someone does not wish for us to uncover the truth. Without further ado, the black-clad assailants launched their attack. The clash of blades and the chilling atmosphere intensified. Ding Hao swiftly dodged the oncoming blade and retaliated with a powerful punch that struck one of the assailants squarely in the chest. The man grunted and was sent flying. Interesting, Ding Hao thought. Flexing his wrist with a smirk, Detective Wu showcased his impressive skills as well, wielding a dagger with the grace of a serpent, each strike precise and lethal. However, the sheer number of black-clad attackers and their coordinated assaults began to take a toll. Back to back, Ding Hao and Detective Wu fought valiantly, but fatigue gradually set in. Out of the corner of his eye, Ding Hao noticed that while the black-clad fighters were formidable, their moves bore a striking familiarity. Wait, this technique? Just then, he caught a slight opening in the attacker's formation. Now, Ding Hao shouted, Detective Wu, 3 o'clock. Detective Wu understood at once, and both men launched a fierce counterattack against the group of black-clad fighters at 3 o'clock. Taken by surprise, the assailants were swiftly taken down. The remaining attackers faltered in disarray. Ding Hao and Detective Wu pressed the advantage, striking with the ferocity of tigers descending from the mountain, their blows lethal and unyielding. Their techniques are from the Sun Family Martial Arts Hall. Ding Hao pondered amidst the battle. Within moments, all the black-clad fighters were subdued. Ding Hao tore off the mask of one of the fallen assailants, revealing a familiar face, Li Shixiang. What are you doing here? Ding Hao exclaimed, astonished. Li Shixiang's eyes flickered nervously, unable to meet Ding Hao's gaze. It seems someone is orchestrating your actions from the shadows, Detective Wu stated coldly. After a round of intense questioning, Li Shixiang eventually divulged the true mastermind. Chen the hero. Chen the hero? Why would he do this? Ding Hao inquired, perplexed. From my investigation, Chen the hero was once defeated by Master Sun and has harbored resentment ever since. He seeks revenge through the martial arts manuals, Detective Wu explained. Now it makes sense, Ding Hao exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Following the leads provided by Li Shixiang, they ventured into a wooded area on the outskirts of the city. This is the spot, Li Shixiang pointed deep into the woods. Cautiously, Ding Hao and Detective Wu approached, when suddenly a chilling voice echoed, You have finally arrived. A figure emerged from the trees. It was Chen the hero. Chen the hero, why have you done this? Ding Hao demanded. Chen the hero sneered, Why? It's simple, revenge. Master Sun humiliated me in the past, and today, I shall make the Sun family pay. Do you think you can win? Ding Hao retorted with a scoff. Humph, just a son-in-law? Chen the hero dismissed him disdainfully. What if I join him? A clear voice chimed in. Sun Qianqian appeared at Ding Hao's side, seemingly out of nowhere. Chen the hero's expression darkened. Sun Qianqian, you two have come. Chen the hero, do you think your schemes will succeed? Sun Qianqian mocked. Humph. No one leaves here alive today. Chen the hero roared, his form blurring as he lunged toward Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian. His techniques were elusive and unpredictable, akin to a wraith. Initially, Ding Hao struggled to keep up, retreating under the relentless assault. With such meager skills, how dare you act so arrogantly before me? Chen the hero taunted. Ignoring the derision, Ding Hao focused intently on the intel Detective Wu had provided about Chen the hero and his understanding of martial arts manuals. Gradually, he discerned that although Chen the hero's techniques were exquisite, they bore a critical flaw, an over-reliance on speed, neglecting power. Recognizing the opening, Ding Hao ceased his defensive stance and began to strike back. Utilizing his immense strength, he forced Chen the hero into a direct confrontation. How is this possible? Your strength is astonishing. Chen the hero was taken aback. Ding Hao smirked. This is just the beginning. He seamlessly integrated the techniques he had gleaned from the martial arts manuals, creating a uniquely powerful style of boxing, each punch imbued with the force of thunder. Chen the hero found himself retreating, fear etched across his face. He realized he had kicked a steel plate. This seemingly ordinary son-in-law possessed terrifying strength. Who are you? Chen the hero stammered. I am simply an ordinary man who wishes to protect his family. Ding Hao maintained a calm demeanor, yet his eyes radiated an undeniable aura of confidence. With a final, forceful punch, he struck Chen Daxia squarely in the chest. Chen Daxia let out a pained cry as he was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. The battle concluded, leaving a profound silence in its wake. Sun Qianqian gazed at Ding Hao, her eyes brimming with affection and admiration. Approaching Chen Daxia, Ding Hao searched his person and unearthed a complete martial arts manual. As he opened its pages, a surge of powerful energy coursed through him, elevating his strength to new heights. This was merely the beginning, Ding Hao mused inwardly. The crowd converged around him, expressing their admiration and congratulations. Sun Laoshi, the elder martial artist, was moved to tears, filled with shame for his previous prejudices. Ding Hao, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed Li Shixiang, his face a mask of reverence. Ding Hao offered a faint smile, aware that his journey in martial arts was only just commencing. With this honor, he would ascend to even greater realms of martial prowess. He carefully stowed the manual away and turned to Sun Qianqian. His gaze resolute. Let us return. She nodded gently, and together they departed the forest. Upon returning to the Sun family estate, Ding Hao was immediately revered as an esteemed guest. Those relatives who had once looked down upon him now treated him with utmost respect. However, Ding Hao was not swayed by such superficial adulation. He understood that a more significant mission awaited him. He retreated to the study, retrieved the martial arts manual, and began to immerse himself in rigorous training. He was acutely aware that even more formidable challenges lay ahead. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his concentration. Chapter 25. The eve of the duel, turbulence in the sea of emotions. The knocking disrupted Ding Hao's meditation, and he found Zhou Bo standing at the door, an air of mystery surrounding him. Mr. Ding, there is someone outside seeking you. They claim to be Detective Wu. Ding Hao's heart jolted. The elusive Detective Wu, who was rarely seen, had come to seek him out. He had a nagging sense that this was somehow connected to the martial arts manual. He made his way to the Sun family's martial arts hall, preparing for the final practice ahead of the upcoming duel. The competition would be held at the sports arena in the city center, reportedly attracting many martial artists, presenting both an opportunity and a challenge for Ding Hao. As he stepped into the hall, he heard Sun Laoshi's booming voice. With Ding Hao's meager skills, does he truly believe he can claim victory at the martial arts tournament? Such delusions. His mere good fortune in stumbling upon a few tattered manuals had led him to believe he was capable. The surrounding disciples whispered amongst themselves, their words dripping with disdain for Ding Hao. Li Shixiang added with a mocking tone, indeed. One wonders what stroke of luck he had to garner so much attention. These remarks pierced Ding Hao's heart like needles, enveloping him in a heavy sense of oppression. Clenching his fists, he struggled to suppress the rising tide of anger. Just then, Sun Qianqian approached, having overheard the disparaging comments. Her heart ached for Ding Hao. She recognized his strong sense of pride, and these words were undoubtedly a blow to him. As she prepared to comfort him, Miss Zhao appeared, carrying a food box and approaching Ding Hao with a bright smile. Ding Hao, I made you some snacks to replenish your energy, she said gently, her eyes filled with concern. Witnessing this, Sun Qianqian felt a surge of jealousy. She moved closer to Ding Hao, her gaze flirtatiously lingering. You mustn't be swayed by trivial acts of kindness. Ding Hao's face flushed. He was taken aback by Sun Qianqian's sudden display of affection. Miss Zhao, unwilling to back down, took Ding Hao's hand, declaring, Ding Hao? Don't listen to her. I genuinely support your duel. This bento is made with love, and after you eat it, you are sure to win. Sun Qianqian, seeing this, reached out to tug at Miss Zhao's hand. The atmosphere between the two women charged intense. Miss Zhao, please behave yourself. Sun Qianqian's tone was frosty, her gaze sharp with warning. I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you so fierce? Miss Zhao retorted defiantly, matching Sun Qianqian's glare. Observing the rivalry between the two women on his behalf, Ding Hao felt a surge of confidence. He boldly wrapped an arm around both Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhao's shoulders and laughed heartily. I appreciate the intentions of both lovely ladies. Rest assured, I will emerge victorious. Turning to Sun Laoshi, he added, Master, do not underestimate me. I shall triumph in the duel, leaving you in awe. Prepare not to drop your jaw. Sun Laoshi was momentarily taken aback by his boldness, left speechless, while the surrounding disciples fell silent, and Li Shixiang's expression darkened, as if he had bitten into something unpleasant. Ding Hao released the two women, accepted the bento from Miss Zhao, and strolled to the side, enjoying his meal with gusto. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhao exchanged glances, then each took a seat beside Ding Hao, occasionally wiping his sweat and offering water. Embodying the roles of devoted companions, the surrounding disciples watched in astonishment, marveling at Ding Hao's fortunate situation. Once satiated, Ding Hao rose, stretching his limbs as a powerful aura emanated from him, instilling a sense of pressure among those present. I am about to commence my training. Please step back, he declared, his tone steady, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhao obediently retreated, their eyes fixated on Ding Hao. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes, recalling the contents of the mysterious martial arts manual in his mind. His hands began to move gracefully, the movements accelerating in speed and fluidity, a powerful force surging within him. The air around him seemed to thicken, and in the hall, he appeared like a phoenix soaring through the sky, akin to a dragon gliding through water. At that moment, the doors of the hall swung open, and a figure strode in with an air of arrogance. I have heard there is a young man named Ding Hao here, whose martial prowess is formidable. I wish to test my skills against him. The newcomer spoke haughtily, his eyes filled with disdain. Ding Hao slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the intruder, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, Chen Daxia, it is an honor to finally meet you. Ding Hao dismissed the onlookers, moving to the center of the hall to practice the techniques he had learned from the manual. His movements were agile, fists and feet flying, executing the set of the swimming dragon with a fierce intensity. The faint sound of a dragon's roar echoing in the air. Just then, a raucous noise erupted from outside the hall as several burly men strode in, the leader being Zhang Biao, known as Iron Fist and a disciple of Chen Daxia. With arms crossed, Zhang Biao glared at Ding Hao mockingly. Ah, is this not the esteemed son-in-law of the Sun family? Practicing so diligently, are you hoping to make a name for yourself at the tournament? His companions joined in, their laughter taunting Ding Hao. One particularly lanky man sneered, with his pitiful skills, he thinks he can win the tournament? He'll only serve as a source of amusement for us. Their words buzzed like flies, disturbing Ding Hao's focus. They even resorted to throwing stones and sticks, attempting to disrupt his training. Initially, Ding Hao found his rhythm interrupted, but he quickly regained his composure, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Ignoring the cacophony, he honed in on his martial practice. His movements became lightning fast, evading their attacks with dexterity, biding his time to counterattack. He executed the technique of the swift serpent, swiftly striking Zhang Biao in the chest. Zhang Biao let out a grunt and staggered back several steps. The Sun family disciples, who had come to witness the spectacle, were left gaping in disbelief at Ding Hao's effortless defense against Zhang Biao's aggression. Ding Hao did not relent. Seizing the momentum, he synthesized the techniques from the manual into a new move he called the Rampant Dragon Shakes the Heavens. Both palms thrust forward, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent Zhang Biao and his companions crashing to the ground. With such meager abilities, do you dare to cause a ruckus? Ding Hao said coldly, his gaze filled with disdain. Zhang Biao and his cohorts, covered in dust and humiliation, scrambled to their feet, too intimidated to make another move, and slinked away from the hall. The Sun family disciples regarded Ding Hao with newfound reverence, finally acknowledging that this seemingly ordinary son-in-law possessed extraordinary strength. Ding Hao took a deep breath, understanding that this was merely a minor incident. The true challenges lay ahead. He raised his gaze to the window, his expression resolute and profound. "What is it that you wish to reveal to me, Detective Wu?" Ding Hao murmured softly to himself, tightly clutching a slip of paper in his hand. Chapter 26. A turbulent arena. On the day of the competition, the area surrounding the stage was a sea of people, more bustling than a festive market. The heroic figure of Chun, clad in a vigorous outfit, stood majestically on the platform, exuding an aura of prowess befitting a master. Yet, his gaze, when it fell upon Ding Hao, who was slowly ascending the stage, was laden with disdain, as if Ding Hao owed him a fortune. Ding Hao silently lamented, feeling a pressure greater than that of his college entrance examinations years ago. As the gong sounded, Chun unleashed his full power in an instant, executing a series of tempestuous palm strikes that surged toward Ding Hao with ferocity. Observing the onslaught, Ding Hao dared not underestimate his opponent and quickly employed the elusive dragon's dance technique learned from ancient tomes to evade the blows. Remarkably, Chen's attack seemed relentless, akin to a cheat mode in a game, leaving Ding Hao struggling to defend himself, let alone counterattack. Even catching his breath proved to be a challenge. Despite Ding Hao's agile footwork, he gradually began to feel the strain. Chen, a master in the early stages of the spirit and martial realm, wielded profound inner strength and intricate techniques, each palm strike accompanied by a fierce wind that nearly suffocated Ding Hao. The crowd below buzzed with chatter, and Master Sun shook his head in dismay. Alas, this son-in-law still lacks the requisite skill. Beside him, Brother Li wore a smug expression, reveling in Ding Hao's predicament. Overestimating himself? With that meager skill, he dares to challenge Master Chen? He is simply courting disaster. Sun Qianqian, however, fixed her gaze intently on Ding Hao, her heart a tumultuous blend of hope and anxiety for his safety. Miss Zhao wore a worried expression, her hands clasped in silent prayer for Ding Hao. Amidst the storm of attacks, Ding Hao struggled to hold his ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He dodged while carefully analyzing Chen's techniques, seeking any chink in his armor. Yet, Chen's barrage was impenetrable, offering no respite. Just then, Chen bellowed, unleashing his ultimate move, the dragon surging from the sea. With both palms thrust forward, a torrent of powerful inner energy surged toward Ding Hao, akin to a mountain crashing down upon him, rendering him immobile. "It's over," a voice cried from the crowd. Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk, thinking to himself, "Young man, you are still too green." Just when everyone assumed Ding Hao was on the verge of defeat, a barely perceptible smile crept onto his lips. In slow motion, Chen's dragon surging from the sea unraveled in Ding Hao's eyes, revealing its weaknesses. The overzealousness had left Chen's stance unstable. In an instant, Ding Hao sprang forth like a wraith, slipping beneath Chen's palm strike while delivering a swift and lethal kick aimed at his opponent's most vulnerable point. The piercing scream echoed as Chen clutched his groin, his complexion shifting to a sickly hue, staggering as he nearly collapsed. Good heavens, that was brutal. The audience erupted into chaos, some shielding their eyes, others applauding, the atmosphere thick with excitement. Master Sun gaped in disbelief, while Brother Li stood dumbfounded, as if faced with a ghost. Incensed and humiliated, Chen, disregarding his pain, pointed furiously at Ding Hao, shouting, "You little rascal, you cheated." That was an underhanded trick, devoid of martial virtue. Ding Hao shrugged, feigning innocence. "All's fair in love and war, master. Your palm strikes were hardly lenient either. I merely acted in self-defense." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Infuriated, Chen lost all semblance of composure, abandoning his original techniques to resort to despicable tactics. He aimed for Ding Hao's eyes and hurled insults. "You worthless son-in-law, daring to challenge me. You aren't worthy to stand here." Although Ding Hao felt a surge of anger, he fought to remain calm. nimbly dodging Chin's assaults while searching for an opportunity to retaliate, like a cunning fox awaiting the fatal weakness of its prey. At that moment, Zhou Bo leaned in to whisper to Detective Wu. Look at his footwork. Chin's steps had become erratic, resembling a drunken stagger, devoid of coherence. Detective Wu squinted, contemplating. It seems he is growing desperate. Zhou Bo nodded, lowering his voice. That kid is indeed ruthless. Ding Hao seized the opportunity, perceiving Chin's every move in slow motion, exposing countless flaws. No longer confined to defense, he launched a series of decisive strikes, each one targeting Chin's vital points, forcing him to cry out in pain. Utterly defenseless. Goodness, this reversal is astonishing. The audience was captivated, gasping in astonishment. Just moments ago, Brotherly had been mocking Ding Hao's audacity. Now, his expression mirrored that of Chun, looking as if he had swallowed a fly. Ding Hao executed his dragon's dance technique flawlessly, driving Chin back relentlessly, nearly sending him tumbling off the stage. At that instant, Master Sun suddenly leaped onto the platform, shouting, "Stop! Ding Hao, you have violated the competition rules with your forbidden technique, the crotch kick, and are disqualified." Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Ding Hao stood frozen, bewildered by the old man's accusation. Hadn't he merely acted in self-defense? Wait, Detective Wu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. I believe I have seen this technique before. He retrieved a yellowed piece of paper from his pocket, adorned with strange symbols, exclaiming, could this possibly be the long lost? His voice trembled with excitement as he focused intently on Ding Hao. Zhou Bo leaned in for a closer look, his expression shifting dramatically. The long-lost sunflower finger? Chapter 27. The Final Showdown, Secrets Revealed. Ding Hao stood on the platform, his mind racing with confusion. What was this crotch kick? He had executed the authentic dragon's dance technique. Was this old man blind? Or was he deliberately targeting him? The taste of victory lingered tantalizingly close. Yet this unexpected accusation left Ding Hao feeling more nauseated than ever. The gazes of the onlookers pierced him like searchlights, filled with suspicion, mockery, and schadenfreude. A cacophony of emotions weighing heavily upon him. At that moment, Detective Wu, previously a mere backdrop, spoke in a measured tone, producing the yellowed paper once more, which bore an array of bizarre symbols resembling a child's doodle or some arcane totem. This can't be. Detective Wu's voice quivered slightly, his eyes gleaming with revelation as he fixated on Ding Hao, as if uncovering a monumental secret. Zhou Bo, usually just the gatekeeper of the Sun family, leaned closer, his face paling as he recognized the paper's significance. The long-lost sunflower finger? Zhou Bo's voice cracked, the words detonating like a bomb among the crowd, inciting a wave of commotion. The sunflower finger? Isn't that the ultimate martial art, the legendary blade that commands the world, compelling all to submit? Suddenly, Wu interrupted the frenzied chatter, raising his voice. However, this is not entirely correct. Although the patterns bear some resemblance to the sunflower finger, they possess unique differences, suggesting a more profound martial art. He paused, turning his gaze towards the increasingly pale Master Sunday. Mr. Sun, since you claim Ding Hao employed a crotch kick, might you demonstrate the essence of this technique for our enlightenment? Though Wu's tone was courteous, a subtle sharpness lay beneath. Master Sun's complexion fluctuated between hues of green and white, stammering incoherently. He had no knowledge of the crotch kick. His earlier remarks were mere fabrications to thwart Ding Hao's victory. Wu pressed on, Mr. Sun, you are a revered elder in the martial world. Surely, you can demonstrate even such a trivial maneuver as the crotch kick? Just then, Detective Wu produced a recording device. Pressing play, a lewd voice emerged. Old Sun, once the deed is done, you shall not be shortchanged. The recording clearly captured a conversation between Master Sun and an unknown man. Plotting how to frame Ding Hao, Master Sun's visage drained of color, collapsing as if all blood had been drained from his body. Detective Wu pocketed the device, turning to the referee. I believe the truth is now abundantly clear. He then directed a significant glance at Ding Hao, stating, Mr. Ding, what you executed was not a crotch kick, but rather an ancient, lost martial art. Wu paused dramatically, enunciating carefully. a mysterious technique. He handed the paper to Ding Hao. Perhaps you will uncover the answer within. Ding Hao accepted the paper, a peculiar energy surging through him as the symbols danced in his mind. He lifted his head, a spark of understanding igniting in his eyes. Regaining his competition eligibility, Ding Hao, fueled by righteous anger, faced Chun once more. This fool had pranced about like a clown, and now it was time for him to display true skill. Chun, now visibly rattled, regarded Ding Hao with the fear of a mouse confronted by a cat. Without further ado, Ding Hao launched into action. He flickered into view before the illustrious Qin, resembling a wraith, and unleashed a punch that struck with the swiftness of lightning. With a resounding thud, Qian was propelled several steps back, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Is that all? Ding Hao scoffed, a sneer curling his lips. I had expected something truly formidable from you. Yet you turn out to be merely a feeble fighter. Enraged and humiliated, Chun let out a furious roar, summoning all his strength to launch a fierce assault on Ding Hao. Yet, Ding Hao's moves flowed like a gentle stream, unpredictable and fluid, rendering Qin utterly defenseless. He was akin to a punching bag, easily manipulated by Ding Hao's prowess. You cheat! Chun, bruised and battered, shouted incoherently. Cheat? You dare accuse me? Ding Hao retorted with a cold chuckle. I merely wished to demonstrate what true strength entails. Acknowledging his inferiority, Chun concocted a desperate plan, channeling all his might into a final, life-threatening strike. He concentrated his energy between his palms and thrust it toward Ding Hao with ferocity. This attack held tremendous force. If it were to connect, Ding Hao would either perish or be grievously injured. However, Ding Hao had anticipated this. A smirk danced at the corners of his mouth as he gracefully evaded the impending blow. Seizing the opportunity, he retaliated with a powerful strike to Qin's chest. With a gasp, Chun expelled a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the arena floor. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Those who had once looked down upon Ding Hao, ridiculing him as a worthless failure, now wore expressions of profound shame. They had not anticipated that this man, whom they had dismissed as a mere insect, possessed such formidable strength. Standing atop the arena, Ding Hao reveled in the cheers and accolades of the crowd. He slowly unfolded the aged parchment in his grasp, the bizarre symbols upon it now appearing strikingly clear to him. It seems my secret can no longer remain concealed, Ding Hao murmured, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear. Congratulations, Mr. Ding. You have attracted the attention of certain individuals. Ding Hao stood in the arena, basking in the glory of victory, the air thick with the roar of jubilant cheers. He felt as if he were soaring through an endless sky, effortlessly overcoming adversaries who stood no chance against him. The sensation was exhilarating, however. Just as he was lost in the euphoria, an unusual aroma invaded his nostrils, reminiscent of the tantalizing scent of pickled cabbage beef noodles, irresistibly enticing. This aroma emanated from a small, inconspicuous hole in the corner of the arena. Utilizing his keen observational skills, akin to those of Sherlock Holmes, and his profound understanding of martial arts, Ding Hao sensed that something extraordinary lay hidden within. Approaching cautiously, he peered inside and was astonished to find an ancient piece of parchment, adorned with peculiar symbols akin to a child's doodles. Although Ding Hao could not decipher these symbols, he recognized that they were far from ordinary scrawls. This could very well be a clue to the legendary, long-lost martial arts manual. With careful hands, he tucked the parchment into his clothing, his heart swelling with joy. This could lead to great fortune. At that moment, Sun Qianqian bounded over like an exuberant fawn, embracing Ding Hao tightly, trembling with excitement. You are amazing, she whispered in his ear, her voice as sweet as honey. Ding Hao felt her warmth envelop him, a soothing sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. He chuckled modestly, though inwardly, he reveled in the adulation of a beautiful woman. What a delightful feeling! Nevertheless, Ding Hao remained grounded, aware that this was merely the first step in a long journey. Discovering this ancient symbol was just the beginning. Countless challenges still lay ahead. The martial world was treacherous, and human hearts were inscrutable. He felt like a pig standing atop a precarious precipice, susceptible to being swept away at any moment. Just then, a mysterious voice rang out. "Mr. Ding, congratulations on your victory, but please tread cautiously. You have caught the attention of certain individuals." The voice abruptly ceased, leaving Ding Hao standing alone, lost in contemplation. Chapter 28. Unraveling the Martial Path. A new journey begins. Ding Hao returned to the Sun family's martial arts hall, clutching the parchment as if it were a rare treasure. He scrutinized the ancient symbols, attempting to decipher their secrets. To him, this was nothing short of a navigational guide to the path of mastery. Just then, Master Sun's sardonic voice echoed from behind. "Still studying that worthless scrap, are we?" His tone dripped with disdain. "I see you as nothing more than a pretty fade, utterly devoid of substance." The surrounding disciples erupted into laughter, echoing the sentiments of their master. Indeed, a mere parasite, pretending to delve into the depths of martial arts. How laughable. Senior Brother Li openly mocked, leaving no room for subtlety. Ding Hao listened to these cutting remarks, feeling as though a colossal weight pressed upon him, rendering his breath labored. He yearned to rebut, but found himself paralyzed by his introverted nature. Silently enduring their ridicule, he felt akin to a beast trapped in a cage, powerful yet restrained. At that moment, Sun Qianqian approached, her heart igniting with indignation upon witnessing Ding Hao's humiliation. "How dare you speak of him like that?" She glared at the crowd, her voice icy. "Ding Hao has exerted far more effort than any of you. What right do you have to mock him?" Master Sun's countenance darkened at her words. "Qianqian, how can you defend this outsider?" he rebuked sternly. "What merit does a son-in-law hold to warrant your protection? Grandfather, you are biased." Sun Qianqian refused to back down, asserting that Ding Hao's talents surpassed that of anyone present. "Your jealousy blinds you. Enough." Ding Hao's voice rang out, filled with a suppressed intensity that stunned everyone into silence. Rising slowly, he cast a determined glance across the assembly, finally resting upon Master Sunday. "I shall prove to you that I am no mere fade. I will unravel the secrets of this symbol and embark upon the true path of strength." Ignoring the surrounding derision and skepticism, he retreated to his chamber, spreading the parchment across his desk, once again lost in contemplation. He closed his eyes, etching the symbols into his memory, allowing his thoughts to wander. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled an ancient painting hanging in the hall, which appeared to feature similar symbols. Ding Hao sprang to his feet and raced to the hall, scrutinizing the artwork with fervor. Indeed, he discovered several symbols hidden in the corners that matched those on the parchment. Elated, he compared the parchment with the symbols in the painting, astonished to find they fit together perfectly. "How is this possible?" Master Sun's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Ding Hao's revelation. The surrounding disciples stood agape, the earlier laughter evaporating into thin air. Senior Brother Li's face turned pale. He had long viewed Ding Hao as an eyesore, and witnessing him uncover a clue ignited a burning jealousy within. "It's merely a stroke of luck," he feigned composure. "What is so impressive about that? If you're capable, let us have a contest. If you lose, cease your pursuit of the manual's clues." Ding Hao shot Li a cold glance. Recognizing the deliberate challenge but unafraid, "A competition? Very well. I'm eager to see what you can do." They agreed to meet at the Martial Arts Hall's training ground. Senior Brother Li unleashed his full power from the outset, his attack swift and lethal, aiming for a quick victory to vanquish Ding Hao. Ding Hao, however, remained calm, deftly evading Li's strikes, searching for an opening in his opponent's defenses. "This guy moves like an eel. Slippery and elusive," Li cursed inwardly, intensifying his onslaught, yet failing to land a blow on Ding Hao. The latter glided through the air like a specter, weaving effortlessly amidst Li's relentless attacks. His gaze, sharp and focused, tracked every movement of Li, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "You," Li gasped, pointing accusingly at Ding Hao. In a flash, Ding Hao darted forward, striking like a leopard, landing a powerful punch squarely on Li's chest. "Is that all?" A mocking curve graced his lips. Li was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, unable to rise for quite some time. The arena fell into stunned silence. All present left astonished by Ding Hao's sudden display of might. Good heavens, has this lad gone berserk? He is far too powerful, truly a wolf in sheep-esque clothing. The disciples below chattered amongst themselves, their gazes towards Ding Hao filled with reverence. Sun Qianqian watched Ding Hao's dashing figure in the competition, her eyes sparkling like stars, her cheeks flushed, and her heart racing. "Ding Hao, you are truly remarkable." She couldn't help but whisper. Beside her, Miss Zhao let out a sigh of relief, her face adorned with a gratifying smile. Cough, cough. Brotherly, clutching his chest, struggled to rise from the ground, his complexion ashen. "You cheated," he bellowed in a fit of rage. "You must have employed some underhanded tactics." Ding Hao cast a cold glance at him. "If your skills are inferior, do not seek excuses." He refrained from explaining how he had accomplished his feat, knowing full well that even if he did, they would not believe him. Master Sun's expression was equally grim. He had not anticipated that Ding Hao would truly triumph over Brotherly. He had initially intended to suppress Ding Hao's rising star, but found himself shooting himself in the foot. So what if you defeated Brotherly? It's merely a trivial skill." He feigned composure. "You are far from unlocking the secrets of the manual." Ding Hao paid no heed to Master Sun's scornful remarks and turned to walk towards the hall of the martial arts school. Continuing his study of the calligraphy painting, he sensed that there was a deeper connection between this painting and the parchment. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Ding Hao sat alone in the library of the martial arts school, poring over ancient texts in search of further clues regarding the manual. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps outside the door. "Who is it?" he inquired warily. A deep voice responded from outside. "It is I." Zhou entered, carrying an oil lamp. "Young master, I have something to discuss with you," he said mysteriously. "What is it?" Ding Hao asked. Zhou glanced around, lowered his voice, and said, "About that manual." He paused, his gaze landing on the parchment in Ding Hao's hand. "I believe I know where it is." Chapter 29. Turmoil in the Martial Arts School. Spirit rising. Zhou leaned closer to Ding Hao, his voice barely above a whisper. "Young master, in my youth, I roamed the martial world and heard of a remarkable tome that bore an uncanny resemblance to the symbols on your parchment." Ding Hao's heart raced. Could Zhou hold the key to the parchment's secret? He hastily pressed, "Zhou, what do you know? Please tell me." Zhou waved his hand. "Young master, do not rush. This tale is long. The book is said to be hidden in our martial arts school storeroom." The storeroom, long sealed, was filled with various ancient weapons and texts. Unable to contain his excitement, Ding Hao followed Zhou into the storeroom that night. The dim light cast eerie shadows, and the air was thick with mustiness. The two of them searched diligently by the faint moonlight. "Found it!" Ding Hao exclaimed in delight, holding up a thick volume bound in thread. Its cover worn and barely legible, revealing the words "Martial Classics Overview." Just then, the storeroom door creaked open, and Master Sun stood at the entrance, his face dark, flanked by several disciples, including Brotherly, Ding Hao. "So, you are indeed here, trespassing in the martial school's sacred ground. You are truly audacious," Master Sun roared. Ding Hao's heart sank. He realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly explained, "Master Sun, no need for explanations." Master Sun interrupted harshly. "What qualifications does a mere son-in-law have to meddle with the school's treasures? Come, throw him out." Brotherly stepped forward, relishing the moment, and mockingly said, "Ding Hao, look at you now. I wonder how you will stand in the school after this." Ding Hao felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He was merely seeking clues about the manual but had been wrongfully accused of theft. Sun Qianqian rushed over upon hearing the commotion and immediately defended Ding Hao. "Grandpa, you can't do this. Ding Hao is not." "Qianqian, silence," Master Sun snapped. "You have been bewitched by this scoundrel, unable to discern right from wrong. I will certainly expel him today to set an example." Sun Qianqian argued vehemently. "Grandpa, this is prejudice." Ding Hao, the atmosphere in the martial arts school grew tense as the two continued to clash. Zhou, who had been overlooked, slowly stepped forward, producing an ancient notebook and clearing his throat. Zhou coughed softly and began. "In my youth, I traversed the martial world and encountered this manual. It does not belong to the school, but rather." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on the parchment in Ding Hao's hand. "It is the key to unlocking a true treasure." At his words, the room erupted in astonishment. Master Sun was rendered speechless. Brother Li's jaw nearly dropped, and even Sun Qianqian's face reflected shock. Zhou Bo calmly opened the notebook, pointing to a page. This records that the true manual is hidden in a cave atop Luanxia Peak, and the symbols on the parchment are the mechanism to unlock the cave. Ding Hao took the notebook, scrutinizing the symbols, and suddenly an epiphany struck him. He closed his eyes, integrating the symbols on the parchment with the notes from the book, and a newfound understanding of martial arts surged within him. He opened his eyes with vigor, a powerful aura radiating from him. "I see it now," Ding Hao exclaimed. "I've understood." He seized a wooden sword and began to practice in the storeroom. His swordplay was fierce and imposing, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. The onlookers were left in awe. Even Master Sun couldn't help but nod in approval. Brother Li's face turned pale. His once proud sword technique was utterly inadequate before Ding Hao. After completing his set of sword techniques, Ding Hao stood confidently, a smile gracing his face. He turned to Master Sun, his tone resolute. "Master Sun, I believe this manual will greatly benefit the school's development. Please allow me to seek it out at Luanxia Peak." Master Sun's face darkened, and after a long pause, he finally managed to utter, "This matter shall be discussed later." At that moment, a figure quietly appeared at the entrance of the martial arts school. It was Detective Wu. Observing the unfolding drama, he bore a mysterious smile. It seems the real show has only just begun. News of the legendary hero Chen had always traveled swiftly. Even before the dust had settled from Ding Hao's ruckus in the storeroom, Chen arrived, ready to teach this audacious young man a lesson. He strode into the martial arts school with an air of authority, flanked by two lackeys, akin to an ancient emperor accompanied by his attendants. "Ding Hao, I hear you've grown quite bold, daring to wreak havoc in the martial school?" Chen boomed upon entering, as if afraid that others might not hear. Ding Hao, practicing his swordplay in the courtyard, slowly sheathed his sword, his gaze as calm as still water. "Chen, is there something you need?" "Humph. Last time you got lucky, thinking yourself invincible. Today, I shall show you what true power is." Chen sneered, and the surrounding disciples gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Master Sun and Sun Qianqian also arrived, one with a grim expression, the other looking worried. "Come." Ding Hao wasted no words and immediately assumed his stance. Chen, believing Ding Hao would be distracted by the school's affairs, unleashed his full power with ferocious, whistling strikes. Yet, Ding Hao remained composed, integrating his newly acquired martial knowledge into his moves, his movements graceful and his swordplay exquisite, effortlessly countering Chen's attacks while gradually gaining the upper hand. Chen grew increasingly alarmed. The speed of Ding Hao's progress was astonishing. Had he consumed some miraculous elixir? Panic set in, and his strikes became erratic. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Hao thrust his sword, striking Chen on the shoulder. Chen cried out in pain, staggering back, his face pale. "That I concede," Ding Hao remarked indifferently. Chen clutched his wound, glaring furiously at Ding Hao. "You wait." With that, he and his lackeys fled in disgrace. The disciples of the martial arts school were left dumbfounded. Ding Hao was formidable indeed, having defeated even the legendary Chen. Master Sun's expression softened slightly, though he remained silent. Sun Qianqian, however, beamed with joy, her eyes filled with admiration. Despite his victory, Ding Hao felt no ease in his heart. He knew Chen would not let this go lightly, and the school's internal dynamics remained complex. He was uncertain whether he could resolve these issues and continue his quest for the martial manual. He gazed towards Luanxia Peak, murmuring to himself, "Parchment, Luanxia Peak." Suddenly, Zhou Bo approached him, a mysterious glint in his eye. "Young master, I believe I recall some matters." Chapter 30. Unraveling the mystery. Ascending the martial path, Zhou Bo leaned closer to Ding Hao, lowering his voice. "Young master, in my youth, I traversed the martial world and heard tales of rare treasures hidden atop Luanxia Peak. Some say it was once the retreat of an unparalleled master." Ding Hao's heart raced. This seemed to connect with the symbols on the parchment. Could the ultimate answer to unlocking the manual lie at Luanxia Peak? In the ensuing days, Ding Hao immersed himself in the study of the parchment, neglecting sleep and sustenance, yet he remained unable to unravel the final section's meaning. The peculiar symbols seemed to mock his ignorance, leaving him in a state of agitation. Meanwhile, The provocations from the valiant Qian escalated. Each day he paraded with a band of followers outside the Sun family martial arts school, vowing to ruin Ding Hao's reputation and even spreading rumors to tarnish his character. The disciples of the Sun family whispered among themselves, and the countenance of Master Sun grew increasingly grim. "This rascal is nothing but a harbinger of misfortune," Brother Li remarked with a sense of schadenfreude. "I am eager to see how he manages this predicament." Although Sun Qianqian worried for Ding Hao, she felt powerless to assist him. She understood his strong sense of pride. Any hasty intervention on her part would only serve to further embarrass him. Ding Hao bore immense pressure, yet he did not relent. He diligently perused the parchment time and again, striving to discover a breakthrough point. One night, in solitude, he pondered deeply in his study. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He conceived a novel approach to interpretation. Previously, he had perceived these symbols as isolated entities, but now he endeavored to connect them, discovering an entirely new significance. These symbols were not mere text, but rather a unique martial arts diagram. Chronicling a long-lost, unparalleled skill, Ding Hao was overwhelmed with joy. He immediately commenced practice according to the diagram. As he executed the movements, a powerful force surged within him, bestowing an unprecedented sense of strength. He finally comprehended that this was the true essence of the secret manual. At that moment, Sun Qianqian gently pushed open the study door. "Still awake?" she inquired with concern. Ding Hao gazed at her, his eyes sparkling with newfound confidence. "I have deciphered the secret manual," he stated calmly, though his tone betrayed an unmistakable thrill. Sun Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, then a delighted smile blossomed on her face. "Really? That's wonderful." Ding Hao approached the window, flung it open, and gazed at the distant falling sunset peak, a smile gracing his lips. "Falling sunset peak," he murmured. "It seems we must pay a visit." Atop falling sunset peak, enveloped in mist, it resembled a realm of the divine. Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian stood side by side, overlooking the myriad of lives below. "Is this place truly where the unparalleled martial arts are hidden?" Sun Qianqian's beautiful eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Indeed," Ding Hao replied with a confident smirk. "The final secret of the parchment shall be unveiled here." Following the parchment's instructions, they discovered a concealed cave. Within lay an extraordinary sight. An ancient stone tablet stood tall, inscribed with bizarre symbols. "Is this not the very symbols from the parchment?" Sun Qianqian exclaimed. Ding Hao nodded, placing his hand upon the stone tablet. A powerful force surged into him, and the symbols on the tablet seemed to come alive, whirling rapidly in his mind. Meanwhile, within the Sun family martial arts school, Chen the Valiant returned to provoke once more. "Ding Hao, cowardly turtle, do you dare to emerge and face me in battle?" Master Sun's face turned a shade of iron, ready to intervene, but Brother Li held him back. "Master, allow me to teach this arrogant fool a lesson." Brother Li charged out, only to be swiftly defeated by Chen the Valiant, crashing to the ground in disarray. Chen, brimming with arrogance, taunted, "Ding Hao, if you do not emerge soon, I shall dismantle your martial arts school." Just then, a figure descended from the sky, landing firmly before Chen the Valiant. It was none other than Ding Hao. "So you finally dare to show yourself." A glint of malice flickered in Chen's eyes. "Today, I shall make you aware of my prowess." Ding Hao smiled faintly. "And you, a defeated foe, dare to boast before me?" Before his words could fully escape, Ding Hao vanished in a flash, appearing like a specter behind Chen the Valiant. With a single strike, he sent Chen flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. "With such meager skills, you dare to challenge me?" Ding Hao's gaze was icy, as if surveying mere ants. The crowd fell into stunned silence, all captivated by Ding Hao's display of formidable power. Sun Qianqian, exhilarated, rushed forward and embraced Ding Hao tightly, whispering in his ear, "You are my hero." Feeling the warmth of her affection, Ding Hao's heart swelled, and he embraced her in return. Thunderous applause erupted around them, the disciples of the Sun family chanting, "Master is mighty. Master is formidable." Even the usually stern Master Sun wore a look of satisfaction. Miss Zhao stood among the throng, observing the tightly entwined couple, her heart a tumult of emotions. she sighed silently, suppressing the bittersweet pangs within, forcing a smile as she joined in the applause. Well done. Ding Hao, playing the fool while hiding your true strength. A brother who conceals his talents, Brotherly, who had previously mocked Ding Hao, now approached with a beaming smile, appearing as though they were the best of friends. I sincerely hope Master Ding can forgive my past offenses, he chuckled, performing an exaggerated bow, resembling a master of disguise. Ding Hao smiled gently, patting Brother Li's shoulder. We are all brothers here. Why speak such formalities? His nonchalant demeanor instantly garnered further admiration, with many praising his magnanimity, declaring him a man of great stature. As the crowd reveled in their victory, an incongruous voice pierced the jubilant atmosphere. Mr. Ding, it seems you may be celebrating prematurely. A man clad in a black trench coat, hat atop his head, and a cane in hand, had appeared at the fringes of the gathering. He was none other than the private investigator, Wu, who had previously looked into the martial arts manual. Wu slowly removed his hat, revealing a face of sharp angles. I have just received word that the renowned healer, Sun Qianqian, has caught the attention of a mysterious force. His tone was grave, laced with seriousness. At this revelation, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. Sun Qianqian's countenance drained of color, instinctively tightening her grip on Ding Hao's hand. What mysterious force? Ding Hao's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He sensed that this matter was far from simple. Wu shook his head. The specifics remain unclear. All I know is that their background is formidable, and they seem particularly interested in Miss Sun's medical skills. He paused, then added, I advise you to proceed with caution. They are not to be trifled with. Ding Hao inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he spoke. Qianqian, do not fear. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. He turned to Wu and expressed, Mr. Wu, thank you for your warning. I will investigate this matter promptly. Wu nodded, turning to vanish into the crowd. Ding Hao watched Wu's retreating figure, his mind racing with thoughts. Having offended the forces behind Chun the Valiant, would they seize this opportunity for retribution? What exactly is this mysterious force? What is their intention in targeting Sun Qianqian? All of these questions loomed like a fog over his mind. Clenching his fists, Ding Hao knew that a new storm was on the horizon. He turned briskly towards Sun Qianqian's clinic, catching sight of the entrance wide open. Revealing a scene of chaos within, Ding Hao's steps faltered abruptly. Qianqian, Chapter 31. The clinic's secrets. Encountering danger, the clinic's door stood ajar, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, ominously swallowing the surrounding light. Ding Hao rushed inside, and the sight before him plunged his heart into despair. The clinic lay in disarray, cabinets overturned, shards of medicine bottles littering the floor, and the air thick with a pungent medicinal odor. Qianqian, Ding Hao called out, but only the echo responded. A wave of intense unease washed over him, as though he had plunged into a vast ice cavern, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. Hush! A faint voice emerged from a corner. Following the sound, Ding Hao beheld Nurse Lin huddled in the corner, trembling, her face as pale as paper. Upon seeing Ding Hao, a flicker of hope ignited in her eyes. Yet she seemed like a frightened rabbit, hesitant to raise her voice too much. The bizarre atmosphere heightened Ding Hao's vigilance. He approached Nurse Lin cautiously. What has happened? Where is Qianqian? Nurse Lin trembled as she opened her lips to speak. But suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps grew increasingly closer. Ding Hao's heart raced with alarm. He swiftly shielded Nurse Lin behind him, his gaze fixed intently on the doorway. The sound of polished shoes striking the ground became clearer, and a burly man with a brutish visage, flanked by several menacing thugs, appeared at the entrance. The leading man was none other than Big Ma, a cruel smile playing upon his lips as he toyed with a glimmering dagger in his hand. Ding Hao's heart sank. Could Nurse Lin be part of a trap? Instinctively, he clenched his fists, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Just then, an unexpected event unfolded. Nurse Lin suddenly dashed from behind Ding Hao, arms outstretched to shield him, her voice trembling yet resolute. You cannot harm him. He is a good person. This sudden act left both Ding Hao and Big Ma momentarily stunned. Big Ma paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Little girl, are you tired of living? How dare you block my path? Nurse Lin's face grew even paler with fear, yet she did not waver. Instead, she straightened her back, her gaze emanating an unprecedented resolve. I cannot allow you to harm the good. Ding Hao looked at the frail yet brave girl before him, a warm surge of emotion swelling in his heart. He gently pulled Nurse Lin behind him, his eyes coldly fixed on Boss Ma. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped Qianqian? Boss Ma let out a sinister laugh. Kid, you're not worthy of knowing. If you're wise, you'll get lost quickly and mind your own business. He cast a disdainful glance at Ding Hao, as if regarding an insignificant insect. You think you can be a hero and save the damsel? Take a good look at yourself. The henchmen behind him erupted in laughter. As though they had heard the greatest joke, however, Ding Hao remained unfazed, his expression serene as a still lake, unperturbed by Boss Ma's mockery. He appeared to casually survey the surroundings while rapidly analyzing the situation at hand. His gaze inadvertently landed on the henchman, and suddenly, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. Just me is enough, Ding Hao stated nonchalantly, a subtle confidence lacing his tone. Boss Ma paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. You truly are unaware of your own limitations. Brothers, attack him. Teach this fool a lesson. The henchmen, cracking their knuckles, approached Ding Hao with malicious grins. Yet, just as they were about to close in on him, Ding Hao sprang into action. His movements were as swift as lightning, his form shifting like a specter. Seemingly casual, he unleashed a punch that struck precisely at the armpit of one of the henchmen, targeting a vital pressure point. Ah! The henchman cried out, instantly incapacitated and collapsing to the ground. The sudden turn of events left Boss Ma and the remaining henchmen stunned. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly weak son-in-law possessed such skill. Boss Ma's expression shifted, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He realized he had underestimated Ding Hao. This was no ordinary foe. Kid, you've got some moves, but do you really think this is enough to defeat me? How naive. Boss Ma roared, stepping in to fight personally. His strikes were vicious, each aimed directly at Ding Hao's vulnerable spots. Ding Hao, refusing to be careless, responded with caution. The two exchanged blows, locked in a fierce battle. Nearby, Nurse Lin anxiously covered her eyes, fearing for Ding Hao's safety. In the midst of the intense fighting, Ding Hao deliberately exposed a slight opening. Boss Ma, seizing the opportunity, felt a surge of joy, believing he had found Ding Hao's weakness. He launched a full-force strike aimed at Ding Hao's chest. However, just as Boss Ma's attack was about to connect, Ding Hao suddenly moved. He sidestepped deftly, expertly evading Boss Ma's strike, and countered with a palm strike to Boss Ma's shoulder. Boss Ma grunted, staggering back a few steps, his face darkening with shock. He could hardly believe he had been outmaneuvered by this son-in-law. Ding Hao did not pursue the advantage. Instead, he stood his ground, coldly regarding Boss Ma, a knowing smile gracing his lips. What other tricks do you have? Feel free to show me. Boss Ma's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth as he retorted, Kid, don't get cocky. Before he could finish, Ding Hao surged forward like a leopard. Boss Ma barely had time to react before Ding Hao's fist was upon him. Thud! With a dull thud, Boss Ma's nasal bone shattered, blood gushing forth. He howled in agony, clutching his nose as he collapsed to the ground. Writhing in pain, is that all you've got? Ding Hao clapped his hands. Disdain etched across his face as he regarded Boss Ma. I expected more from you. The remaining henchmen, now terrified, retreated in fear, unwilling to advance another step. Ding Hao's gaze swept over them, his voice cold. If you don't want to die, get lost. The henchmen fled the clinic in a frantic scramble, as if granted a reprieve. Ding Hao approached Nurse Lin, softly inquiring, Are you all right? She shook her head, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Do you know why they wanted to kidnap Qianqian? Ding Hao asked. Nurse Lin pondered for a moment, responding, I overheard them mention something about Qianqian's medical skills. Ding Hao furrowed his brow at Qianqian's skills. Is someone trying to exploit her abilities for nefarious purposes? What else did they say? Nurse Lin strained to recall. They also mentioned a location. What location? Ding Hao pressed urgently. Nurse Lin hesitated before answering. The abandoned hospital. Ding Hao's heart sank. The abandoned hospital? Could Qianqian be held there? Without a moment to spare, he turned and headed for the exit. Wait! Nurse Lin called out to him. Ding Hao turned to look at her. Fear flickered in her eyes. It's very dangerous there. Ding Hao smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll keep myself safe. With that, he left the clinic without a backward glance, vanishing into the night. With a creak, the rusted door of the abandoned hospital swung open. Chapter 32. The Hospital Dilemma. Courageously breaking through difficulties, the iron door, coated in rust, emitted a grating groan as Ding Hao stepped into the abandoned hospital. A wave of rancid odor assaulted him, mingling with the acrid scent of disinfectant and dust. Evoking a sense of nausea in the dimly lit corridor, moonlight filtered through shattered windows, casting dappled shadows that resembled a multitude of prying eyes, ominous and eerie. Ding Hao held his breath, treading carefully with each step. The crunch of broken glass beneath his feet and the bloodstains adorning the walls served as grim reminders of the horrors that had transpired here. A stifling atmosphere enveloped him, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Suddenly, several dark figures lunged from the shadows, brandishing steel pipes and charging at Ding Hao. Come on, Ding Hao hissed, unperturbed. His senses heightened. He moved with astonishing speed, darting between the assailants as his fists and feet fell like rain. Thud, thud, thud. The henchman, caught off guard, crumpled to the ground, moaning in pain. Ding Hao brushed off his hands, his expression one of disdain. Is that all you've got? You think you can stop me? He ventured deeper into the hospital. The doors of the patient rooms lining the corridor tightly shut, resembling slumbering beasts poised to devour him at any moment. Suddenly, he heard a faint groan, seemingly emanating from a room at the end of the corridor. Ding Hao's heart raced. Could it be Sun Qianqian? He quickened his pace toward the sound. Who? A gruff voice suddenly boomed. The door at the end of the corridor creaked open, revealing a burly man with a brutish visage, Boss Ma. Behind him surged a throng of henchmen, encircling Ding Hao. Kid, you've got quite the fighting spirit to have made it this far, Boss Ma sneered, twirling a gleaming dagger in his hand. But your luck has run out. Where is Sun Qianqian? Ding Hao coldly demanded, his eyes piercing as he scanned the surrounding henchmen. Want to know? Then you'll have to get past us first, Boss Ma commanded, and the henchmen surged forward. Steel pipes, iron rods, and knives raised high, bearing down on Ding Hao. Ding Hao inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening. He knew this would be a fierce battle. He had to end it quickly to rescue Sun Qianqian. With the speed of lightning, he wove through the crowd, darting left and right like a swimming dragon, skillfully avoiding their attacks. Simultaneously, his fists struck like hammers, delivering powerful blows to the henchmen's vital points. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of dull thuds accompanied the henchmen's cries of agony as they fell one by one. Ding Hao's every punch was delivered with immense force, each strike lethal, rendering the henchmen utterly helpless. Boss Ma's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Ding Hao's prowess. The son-in-law was holding his own against multiple opponents and even gaining the upper hand. Everyone, attack together, kill him, Boss Ma bellowed frantically. The remaining henchmen, driven by rage, lunged at Ding Hao with reckless abandon. Ding Hao, recognizing the perilous situation, felt the sweat trickling down his forehead. He had to find a way to break through in that moment. A flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled a technique he had seen in a martial arts manual. The wild dragon emerges from the sea. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his inner energy into his fists. Then unleashed a powerful double punch. Roar. A dragon's roar resonated throughout the hospital, a wave of force emanating from Ding Hao, radiating outward. The henchmen charging toward him were swept away like small boats tossed by a tumultuous tide, crashing to the ground incapacitated. Boss Ma stood frozen in shock, his face drained of color. He could hardly believe that Ding Hao possessed such formidable strength. Ding Hao advanced step by step toward Boss Ma, his gaze icy, akin to the grim reaper from the depths of hell. Speak. Where is Sun Qianqian? Ma Laoda trembled all over, pointing towards a room deep in the corridor, stammering, It's in there. Ding Hao ignored him and strode directly towards that room. Wait, Ma Laoda suddenly shouted. You can't. Ding Hao abruptly turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife, coldly fixing his eyes on Ma Laoda. Do you have any last words? A warm current surged in Ding Hao's heart as the gentle smile of Sun Qianqian appeared in his mind. She was still waiting for him. He had to rescue her as quickly as possible. This conviction filled him with strength, his eyes radiating tenderness and determination. "Qianqian, wait for me," Ding Hao roared, charging once more at Ma Laoda. This time, he no longer held back. He unleashed all the true energy within him, his attacks descending upon Ma Laoda like a torrential storm. The mad dragon emerges from the sea. The fierce tiger descends the mountain. The dragon extends its claws. Each move bore a fierce wind. Each strike aimed to be fatal. Ma Laoda was caught off guard by Ding Hao's onslaught, retreating in panic, his face etched with terror. How has this kid suddenly become so powerful? He thought, realizing he was too weak to retaliate. The surrounding henchmen stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide open as if confronted by a monster. Bang! Ding Hao's fist slammed violently into Ma Laoda's chest, causing him to scream in agony as he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood. "It's over," Ding Hao said coldly, preparing to finish Ma Laoda off when he suddenly felt a strange movement beneath his feet. Not good! Ding Hao's heart jolted as he attempted to evade, but it was already too late. Crack! With a sharp sound, the floor beneath him suddenly split open, and he fell through. Ding Hao exclaimed, plummeting rapidly. Ma Laoda struggled to rise from the ground, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he watched Ding Hao fall. "Kid, you're still too green to challenge me, boss. What's down there?" One of the henchmen asked curiously. Ma Laoda chuckled darkly. Hee, just go down and see for yourself." A scream from Ding Hao echoed from the depths of the pit, abruptly silenced. "Boss, that sound." One henchman hesitated, and Ma Laoda waved his hand dismissively, saying ominously, "Send someone down to check if he's dead." Chapter 33. Delving into the tiger's den, a hero rescues the beauty. The bottom of the pit was enveloped in darkness, and Ding Hao landed heavily on a pile of dry grass. Narrowly avoiding the fate of being impaled by sharp spikes, a pungent musty odor invaded his nostrils as he struggled to sit up, surveying his surroundings in the faint light. Goodness, this is no trap. It's clearly an abandoned garbage pit. The walls were riddled with rusty spikes, and the bottom was cluttered with decaying refuse, exuding a nauseating stench. Damn, Ma Laoda is truly insidious. Ding Hao couldn't help but grumble. Rubbing his sore backside, he had no time to waste in this wretched place. Qianqian was still waiting for him. He needed to find a way out quickly. Ding Hao looked around. The walls of the pit were smooth and steep. With barely any footholds, he jumped up a few times experimentally but couldn't reach the edge. The pit was at least 3 or 4 meters deep. Attempting to climb out by hand was sheer folly. Was he to be trapped here? Ding Hao thought, a surge of anxiety rising within him. No, he couldn't give up. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. He closed his eyes, recalling the martial arts techniques he had practiced earlier. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered a lightness skill called lizard wall climbing. This technique allowed one to scale smooth walls like a gecko. Without hesitation, Ding Hao activated his internal energy, pressing his palms against the pit wall, feeling the texture and structure. His fingers clung to the small protrusions on the wall like a lizard's claws. "Hey," Ding Hao whispered, his body climbing upward like a nimble monkey. The spikes on the wall tore through his clothes, leaving streaks of blood, but he paid no heed, gritting his teeth and continuing to ascend. After several minutes, Ding Hao finally climbed out of the pit, exhaling deeply, disregarding his injuries as he dashed deeper into the base. Along the way, he encountered a few henchmen wielding clubs, charging at him aggressively. "Seeking death," Ding Hao sneered, his figure flashing as he darted through the crowd like a wraith. Bang, bang, bang. Several dull thuds sounded as henchmen fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Ding Hao ignored the fallen henchmen, pressing onward towards the depths of the base. He had to find Qianqian and rescue her without delay. At the end of the corridor, a heavy iron door stood tightly closed. Ding Hao took a deep breath, lifted his foot, and kicked the iron door with all his might. Boom, with a resounding crash. The door swung open. "Qianqian," Ding Hao shouted. Behind the door was not the dark, damp prison he had imagined, but a simply furnished office. Sun Qianqian was tied to a chair, her mouth sealed with tape. Her face filled with terror as she looked at Ding Hao, who had burst in. Meanwhile, Ma Laoda lounged in a boss's chair, swirling a glass of red wine, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, Ding Da, my son-in-law, you've finally arrived," Ma Laoda said mockingly. "I thought you'd fallen into a latrine and couldn't climb out." Ding Hao paid no heed to his taunts, scanning the room. Besides Ma Laoda, there were 4 burly men, clearly seasoned fighters. They surrounded Ding Hao, their faces menacing, each brandishing gleaming machetes. "Release Qianqian," Ding Hao said coldly. Ma Laoda scoffed dismissively. "Release her? On what grounds? Just because of your mediocre skills?" He clapped his hands, and the 4 burly men immediately swung their machetes toward Ding Hao. "Overestimating yourself?" Ding Hao retorted with a cold smile, moving like lightning amidst the flurry of blades. He did not rush to attack, but instead observed the enemies for openings while evading their strikes. "This kid is a bit uncanny," one of the burly men exclaimed, astonished that their attacks couldn't even graze Ding Hao's clothing. Ding Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed these fellows were not as formidable as they appeared. Suddenly, he exerted force, unleashing his self-created ultimate technique, Mad Dragon 8 forms. He moved like a dragon, his fists and feet like the wind, every strike landing precisely on the enemy's vital points. Bang, bang, bang. Several dull thuds echoed as the 4 burly men collapsed. Groaning in agony, Ma Laoda's expression changed drastically. He hadn't anticipated Ding Hao to be so powerful. He frantically pulled a handgun from his drawer, pointing it at Ding Hao. "Don't come any closer. I'll shoot." Ding Hao remained unfazed, continuing to advance towards Ma Laoda. "Do not force me." Ma Laoda's hand trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Ding Hao approached Ma Laoda, snatched the gun from his hand, and casually tossed it aside. Towering over Ma Laoda, he glared down with icy eyes. "Now, we can have a proper discussion." Ma Laoda's face turned ashen, his lips quivering, about to plead for mercy. "Wait," an elderly voice called from the doorway. Ding Hao stood before Ma Laoda, who was pale and trembling, shaking like a leaf as he begged, "Big brother, spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. Please show mercy and let me go." Ding Hao's gaze remained cold, showing no signs of wavering. He was no saint. He would not show any mercy to someone who had committed such heinous acts. 80-year-old mother? 3-year-old child? When you kidnapped Qianqian, did you not think she is also someone else's beloved? Ding Hao's lips curled into a cold smile as he launched a punch straight to Ma Laoda's face. Bang! With a dull thud. Ma Laoda flew like a broken sack, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a long time, blood mingling with shattered teeth pouring forth. The scene gruesome beyond belief. He walked over to Sun Qianqian and swiftly untied the ropes binding her. Sun Qianqian, regaining her freedom, immediately threw herself into Ding Hao's embrace, holding him tightly, her eyes brimming with relief and admiration. "Ding Hao, thank you. You truly are my hero." Ding Hao gently patted Sun Qianqian's back, soothingly saying, it's all right. With me here, no one can harm you." Feeling her trembling in his arms, a powerful urge to protect surged within him. Sun Qianqian looked up, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Ding Hao. Her eyes filled with love. "Ding Hao, do you know?" Ding Hao tenderly wiped away her tears, softly replying, I know everything." As the 2 individuals locked eyes, the emotions swirling within them could no longer be concealed. After enduring this harrowing trial of life and death, the bond between them intensified to its zenith. Before departing with Sun Qianqian, Ding Hao cast a final glance at the malevolent stronghold. He extracted a lighter from his pocket, and with a swift flick, ignited a piece of tissue, casting it into the room. The flames roared to life, swiftly engulfing the entire base. Watching the inferno rise to the heavens, Ding Hao knew he had successfully dismantled the stronghold of this enigmatic force. Hand in hand with Sun Qianqian, they departed from this perilous place. Not long after they had left the sinister stronghold, a frail voice emerged from the shadows. "Young master, the plan has changed." Chapter 34. A family's vendetta. Fearless and unyielding, the flames illuminated the sky, casting a crimson glow, while thick smoke billowed. Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian navigated swiftly through the night. Having escaped the den of evil, Sun Qianqian's taut nerves began to ease slightly, though her palms remained clammy with sweat. She clutched Ding Hao's arm tightly, as if grasping a lifeline. Are we safe? Her voice trembled with apprehension. Ding Hao gently patted her hand, offering reassurance. Do not fear, I am here. Yet, despite his words, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. The air was thick with an unusual tension, as if they were being watched. Wait! Ding Hao abruptly halted, his gaze scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance. The silhouettes of trees danced in the night breeze, and the atmosphere was stifling, oppressive. Sun Qianqian sensed the unease and anxiously inquired. What is it? Sure. Ding Hao gestured for silence, then abruptly pulled Sun Qianqian behind him, commanding in a low voice, Come out. No sooner had the words left his lips than several figures clad in black leapt from the shadows. Encircling them. Ha, you run quite swiftly, the leader sneered coldly. Come with us willingly, and you may avoid a painful fate. Sun Qianqian's face drained of color, gripping Ding Hao's garment tightly. Ding Hao's expression hardened, an icy killing intent radiating from him. It was clear these individuals had come for them. Tio, take her. You must first pass through me. Ding Hao's voice was as frigid as frost, overconfident with a command. The black-clad figures surged forward. Ding Hao smirked, his form flickering like a specter. He evaded their strikes with astonishing speed and angles, countering with precision. Each punch, each kick was delivered with unerring accuracy and formidable force. Bang, bang, bang! The air was filled with muffled thuds as the black-clad assailants crumpled to the ground, groaning in agony. They could scarcely fathom that this seemingly ordinary son-in-law possessed such terrifying prowess. Ding Hao dusted off his hands. As if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, he turned to Sun Qianqian, speaking softly, It's all right, do not fear. Sun Qianqian gazed at Ding Hao, her eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from the distance. Interesting, a burly man, his features sinister, emerged from the darkness, clad in tight black attire, exuding an oppressive aura. It seems that old Ma was indeed no match. I must take matters into my own hands. The man's tone dripped with disdain, his eyes filled with contempt. He was an elder of the hidden family, his power reaching the latter stages of the spirit martial realm, far surpassing that of old Ma. Who are you? Ding Hao's heart sank as he sensed the formidable energy emanating from the man, his fists tightening in response. The one who will take your life. The elder scoffed, his form a blur as he lunged toward Ding Hao. With fingers splayed like claws, he unleashed a fierce wind toward Ding Hao's throat, his speed astounding. Ding Hao dared not confront him directly, hastily pulling Sun Qianqian aside to evade the onslaught. The elder's strike missed, but he pressed on relentlessly, each move lethal and merciless. Boom! The elder's palm struck the spot where Ding Hao had stood, the ground exploding in a shower of debris. Ding Hao was compelled to retreat while simultaneously seeking a flaw in his opponent's defense. The elder's overwhelming strength made it difficult for Ding Hao to find an opportune moment to counterattack. Sun Qianqian remained silent, her heart racing in her throat. Though unversed in martial arts, she could discern Ding Hao was at a disadvantage. She clutched his garment tightly, terrified for his safety. Kid, your strength is commendable. But too bad you encountered me. Today, both of you shall perish, the elder jeered, the malice evident in his voice. Ding Hao's gaze sharpened as he rapidly devised a strategy. The elder's power far exceeded his own. A direct confrontation was futile. He needed to find a weakness to seize a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, he noticed that while the elder's attacks were ferocious, they appeared somewhat rigid, as if his arms lacked fluidity. Now! Ding Hao's heart raced as he seized the moment, unleashing his self-created skill, the frantic dragon breaking the sky. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated through the night as Ding Hao's fist surged forth like a cannonball, striking the elder's arm with tremendous force. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as the elder's arm was struck, a sickening crack resonating through the air. His attacks faltered, pain flickering across his features. Sun Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise at the sight. Clutching his injured arm, the elder glared at Ding Hao, his expression darkening. You actually wounded me? Ding Hao smirked. This is just the beginning. You've succeeded in infuriating me, the elder bellowed, a surge of even greater power emanating from him. Ding Hao embraced Sun Qianqian, gently stroking her hair, murmuring softly, Do not fear, Qianqian, I am here. Not even the King of Heaven can lay a finger on you. Sun Qianqian gazed into Ding Hao's resolute eyes, her initial panic gradually subsiding. She leaned against him, basking in the familiar warmth and sense of security. Ding Hao felt the softness of her presence, a warm current surging within him. The elder's furious shouts still echoed in his ears. And Ding Hao understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. He inhaled deeply, a steely determination flickering in his gaze. Since the adversary would not relent, then let them come. You think your meager skills can take my life? Go home and train for a few hundred years. Ding Hao taunted mercilessly, though he did not dare to let his guard down. He was acutely aware of the elder's formidable strength. His previous strike had been a stroke of luck, and to defeat him, he must capitalize on every opportunity. The elder, furious and clutching his injured arm, wore a face of fury. He never imagined he could be injured by a mere son-in-law. It was a profound humiliation. You seek death, the elder roared, charging at Ding Hao once more. This time, his attacks were even more ferocious, each strike aimed at tearing Ding Hao to shreds. Ding Hao could not meet him head-on. Instead, he relied on his agile movements and sharp instincts to evade the elder's onslaught. He was like a nimble dragon, weaving effortlessly through the elder's tempestuous barrage. Taiji Bagua Palm, Ding Hao shouted, employing his family's secret technique. His form became unpredictable, his palm strikes neutralizing the elder's assaults one by one. Fierce dragon with regrets. Ding Hao seized an opening, delivering a powerful palm strike to the elder's chest. The elder let out a muffled groan. Stumbling back several steps, Ding Hao pressed the advantage, launching a kick that struck the elder's abdomen. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the elder was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. Causing nearby trees to tremble, coughing, the elder struggled to rise, but he lacked the strength. Terror filled his eyes as he looked at Ding Hao, disbelief etched across his face. Ding Hao clapped his hands, a look of ease on his face as he remarked, "Is that all? I expected you to be formidable. Turns out, you are nothing special." Though he had temporarily repelled the elder, Ding Hao knew this was but a brief respite. The family's influence was vast, and they would not relent easily. A greater crisis loomed ahead. We must leave here at once. Ding Hao grasped Sun Qianqian's hand, racing deeper into the dense forest. Hurry, follow me. Chapter 35. A desperate counterattack. Overcoming the strong enemy deep within the forest, a concealed cave became Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian's temporary refuge. The cave was dark and damp, droplets of water cascading down the rocky walls, creating a rhythmic drumming sound that echoed eerily in the silence. Sun Qianqian hugged her knees tightly, her body trembling slightly, clearly shaken by the environment and the earlier pursuit. "It's all right, Qianqian, do not fear." Ding Hao gently patted her shoulder, his voice soft yet imbued with determination. Though he felt the weight of a heavy stone pressing down on his heart, he had to maintain his composure to instill a sense of safety in Sun Qianqian. Outside the cave, the family's search party advanced like hounds sensing blood, closing in step by step. "Boss, there seems to be some movement over here." A rough voice shattered the tranquility of the forest. Ding Hao held his breath, his sharp eyes fixated on the cave entrance. He understood that they could not remain passive any longer. They must take the initiative. Ding Hao is far from being a passive little rabbit awaiting doom. In recent days, he has cunningly evaded capture while secretly observing the patterns of the family's search party, uncovering a critical flaw in their operations. Their patrol routes are excessively predictable and lacking in necessary vigilance. As night descends, the forest grows increasingly dark, shrouded in an inky blackness where one cannot see their own hand before their face. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Hao stealthily emerges from his cave like a nimble cheetah. His movements are fluid, akin to a wraith gliding through the trees, and he soon approaches the patrol team. "Hey, my friends, still on patrol at this late hour? You must be exhausted." Ding Hao suddenly appears behind a solitary guard. His tone light and teasing, while his hand strikes with ruthless precision, delivering a clean chop that renders the guard unconscious. "Where's the third one?" Another guard questions, glancing around in confusion. Before he can process the situation, Ding Hao materializes before him, executing a flawless shoulder throw that sends the guard crashing to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Just a few fleeting minutes, Ding Hao dispatches several guards without making a sound. His actions as seamless as a silent film. A confident smile plays at the corners of his mouth as he mutters to himself, "It seems I shall provide you with a little surprise tonight." His eyes glinting with a flicker of cold determination. He picks up a stone from the ground and hurls it toward the deeper woods. "Who?" A startled voice calls out from afar. "They've taken the bait." Ding Hao smirks, swiftly vanishing into the night. "Qianqian, wait for my return." The sound of the stone hitting the ground resonates loudly in the stillness of the night, disturbing the skilled family members searching nearby. Who goes there? A furious shout erupts, and several shadowy figures swiftly converge towards the source of the sound. A cold smile spreads across Ding Hao's face. This is exactly the effect he desired. "Come on then," he roars, charging towards the encroaching shadows. These skilled fighters are evidently far more formidable than the previous patrol team, exhibiting seamless cooperation and fierce techniques as they form a tight encirclement. Trapping Ding Hao in their midst, the air is thick with the glint of blades and the chill of impending danger. Within the circle, Ding Hao dances and weaves, his form elusive and ghost-like. Defying capture. At times he transforms into a whirlwind, swift as lightning. At others, he becomes an immovable rock, steady as a mountain. "Is this all you've got? You dare come to your demise?" Ding Hao taunts, his tone dripping with disdain. The skilled adversaries, incensed by his contempt, intensify their assault. "Kid, don't get too cocky." A burly fighter bellows, swinging a massive axe towards Ding Hao with lethal intent. The axe slices through the air with a howling wind, threatening to cleave Ding Hao in two. Ding Hao sidesteps effortlessly, evading the strike. "Is that it? I expected something more formidable. Turns out it's merely bluster." He scoffs. The hulking fighter, humiliated, swings the axe again. Just then, Ding Hao catches a glimpse of an opening in the brute's defense. The opportunity is ripe. Ding Hao's heart leaps with joy as he strikes with blinding speed, delivering a vicious palm strike to the brute's neck. The fighter lets out a muffled grunt. His eyes are as the dark mist swirled ominously. Yin Luo's speed surged, moving with an ethereal grace akin to a specter. Ding Hao barely had time to blink before Yin Luo's figure loomed directly before him. "Goodness, this old fellow must be cheating," Ding Hao remarked, swiftly sidestepping to evade the imminent threat. Yin Luo's assault descended like a tempest, as Ding Hao dodged left and right, narrowly escaping peril at every turn. "You little wretch, I wonder how long you can keep this up?" Yin Luo sneered, intensifying his onslaught. Ding Hao, undeterred, harnessed the full extent of his martial prowess, meticulously analyzing Yin Luo's moves in search of a weakness. The two engaged in a fierce duel, their energies shaking the nearby trees, while Sun Qianqian watched in breathless suspense, her heart lodged in her throat. "Ding Hao, be careful," Sun Qianqian couldn't help but shout. Upon hearing her voice, Ding Hao felt a warmth envelop him. He knew he could not falter. He must protect Sun Qianqian. "Old fool, is that all you've got? Witness my strength." Ding Hao bellowed suddenly, unleashing a never-before-seen ultimate technique. Dragons soaring to the 9 heavens. With a flurry of movements, Ding Hao's palms danced through the air, golden chi erupting like a colossal dragon, issuing a deafening roar. The sheer power distorted the surrounding air. Yin Luo's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Ding Hao possessing such formidable trump cards. In a state of panic, he attempted to defend himself but was struck fiercely by the golden dragon, stumbling backward with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "How is this possible?" Yin Luo gazed at Ding Hao in terror, disbelief etched across his features. Ding Hao chuckled coldly, "Now you recognize my prowess." "Old man." He advanced toward Yin Luo, his gaze brimming with lethal intent. "What do you intend to do?" Yin Luo's voice trembled, fully aware that he was no match for Ding Hao. Without uttering a word, Ding Hao slowly raised his right hand. He did not strike immediately. Instead, he spoke softly, "Old man, you have lost. Take your people and leave." Yin Luo's face drained of color, realizing he had met his match today. He dared not utter another word, retreating in disgrace with his subordinates, vanishing into the night. Ding Hao stood resolute, embodying the spirit of a warrior, casting a disdainful gaze over the world. Sun Qianqian rushed toward Ding Hao. Throwing herself into his embrace, her eyes sparkling with admiration and affection. Ding Hao, you are incredible. Ding Hao held her tightly, relishing her warmth and reliance. A wave of tenderness washing over him. He gently patted her back, murmuring, "It's all over now. Everything is behind us." After a brief embrace, Sun Qianqian lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with light, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Ding Hao, thank you." Ding Hao smiled, "Silly girl, there's no need for thanks. It's my duty to protect you." He took her hand, their fingers entwined, as they made their way home. Upon returning to the Sun residence, they were met with a hero's welcome. The head of the Sun family gripped Ding Hao's hand enthusiastically, showering him with praise. "What a remarkable young man. You are truly the pride of our Sun family." Other clan members gathered around, expressing their reverence and gratitude. Ding Hao smiled humbly, knowing he had merely done what was expected of him. Later that night, in Sun Qianqian's room, they nestled close together. Sun Qianqian tenderly caressed Ding Hao's face, her eyes brimming with affection. "Ding Hao, do you know? I was truly frightened." Ding Hao held her tighter, reassuringly saying, "Do not fear. I will always protect you from now on." Sun Qianqian nodded, burying her head against his chest, savoring his warmth and security. "Ding Hao?" Sun Qianqian's voice trembled slightly. Ding Hao responded gently. Sun Qianqian raised her head, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Suddenly, she halted, her cheeks flushed, hesitating to continue. Ding Hao looked at her, puzzled. "What is it?" Sun Qianqian bit her lip, softly saying, "It's nothing." She then stood on her toes and placed a gentle kiss on Ding Hao's cheek before swiftly retreating to her room, leaving Ding Hao momentarily stunned. Ding Hao touched his cheek, a smile creeping onto his lips. "That girl." He shook his head, his eyes filled with affection. He turned toward his own room, but suddenly, he sensed an unusual presence. Chapter 37. Rest and preparation for new foes. Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian returned to the Sun residence, an oppressive atmosphere hanging in the air like the stillness before a storm. The tension was palpable, as if a taut string could snap at any moment. Sun Qianqian occasionally glanced out the window, a lingering worry shadowing her brow. "Still thinking about those guys?" Ding Hao broke the silence, his tone laced with reassurance. Sun Qianqian sighed softly. "Yes, I can't shake the feeling they won't let this go." Ding Hao grasped her hand, offering her a steadfast gaze. "Do not worry. I am here." He paused, a hint of jest in his voice. "Besides, if they dare to come, it would be an excellent opportunity for me to hone my skills." Sun Qianqian chuckled at his feigned nonchalance, her tension easing slightly. She retrieved an ointment from the medical kit, carefully tending to Ding Hao's minor wounds. "Ow, be gentle," Ding Hao exaggeratedly exclaimed, provoking a playful roll of her eyes. "It pains me every time you get hurt." Sun Qianqian's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, her gaze filled with love. Ding Hao felt warmth swell within him as he held her hand. "Rest assured, I am tough. These minor injuries are nothing." After treating his wounds, Sun Qianqian looked up at Ding Hao, hesitating to speak. "What is it?" Ding Hao noticed her unusual demeanor. Sun Qianqian pondered for a moment before finally voicing her concern. "Ding Hao, should we strengthen the security measures at home?" Ding Hao contemplated for a moment, nodding in agreement. "You are right. Caution is always wise. I will discuss it with Uncle Sunday." Just as Ding Hao prepared to rise, a faint sound echoed from outside the door. "Who?" Ding Hao abruptly flung the door open, only to see a shadow dart away, disappearing into the night. "Damn it!" Ding Hao cursed under his breath, giving chase. Sun Qianqian followed closely behind, worry etched across her face. Ding Hao's speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the shadow. "Stop!" The shadow ignored him and quickened its pace. Ding Hao smirked coldly, thinking of escaping? Not so easily. He lunged forward, seizing the shadow's shoulder. The shadow struggled momentarily but could not free itself from Ding Hao's iron grip. Ding Hao yanked the figure closer, and in the moonlight, he recognized the face. "An attendant of the Sun family, you?" Ding Hao's eyes glinted with coldness. The attendant trembled in fear. "Young master, please spare me. I didn't mean to." "Speak. Who sent you?" Ding Hao demanded sternly. The attendant stammered, unable to respond. Just then, a commotion erupted within the Sun family's courtyard. Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian rushed back, discovering a group of family members gathered, their expressions fraught with alarm. "What is happening?" Ding Hao inquired. A middle-aged man stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Ding Hao. It's all your fault. You've provoked someone you shouldn't have, and now they're at our doorstep, putting our family at risk. Exactly. What right does a son-in-law have to endanger the Sun family? Another chimed in. What do you mean? Sun Qianqian stepped forward to defend Ding Hao. What do we mean? We want to expel you and this useless person to prevent further trouble for the Sun family. The middle-aged man spat. Ding Hao's eyes flashed with anger. Do you think I'm a soft target, someone you can push around? Aren't you? The middle-aged man sneered dismissively. Ding Hao replied with a cold chuckle. Let me show you whether I am a soft target. He flashed to the center of the courtyard, fists clenched, and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! With a resounding crash, a massive stone in the courtyard shattered into pieces. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape, not daring to breathe. Who else dares to defy me? Ding Hao surveyed the crowd, his voice icy. Silence enveloped them, none daring to speak. Ding Hao turned to Sun Qianqian. Let us go. Sun Qianqian nodded, and they left the courtyard side by side. In the moonlight, Ding Hao's silhouette appeared particularly imposing, reminiscent of a war god. He gazed up at the starry sky, his eyes glinting with determination. This was merely the beginning. He clenched his fist, realizing the urgency of enhancing his strength. He turned and strode toward the backyard. Upon reaching the backyard, the moonlight bathed him in a silver glow. Taking a deep breath, he assumed a stance and began to practice his martial techniques. With each strike and kick, the air crackled with power, as if he intended to tear through the very atmosphere. Sun Qianqian stood quietly to the side, watching Ding Hao train, her eyes filled with admiration. She understood that Ding Hao was pushing himself relentlessly to protect her and safeguard the Sun family. Ha! With a thunderous roar, Ding Hao unleashed a powerful punch, causing a resounding explosion in the air. Sun Qianqian instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes flashing with surprise. She could sense that Ding Hao's martial skills had considerably advanced. Standing tall, Ding Hao relaxed his fist, savoring the surging power within him. A faint smile playing on his lips, he was aware that he had achieved yet another breakthrough. Taking a long breath, Ding Hao slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with intensity, as if they could penetrate through anything. How do you feel? Sun Qianqian inquired with concern. Quite well, Ding Hao replied with a slight smile, feeling significantly stronger. That's wonderful, Sun Qianqian sighed in relief, a smile gracing her face. However, Ding Hao's tone suddenly turned grave. What on earth are those individuals? Why are they targeting us? Sun Qianqian shook her head. I do not know, but I believe you will protect me. Want you? Ding Hao nodded firmly. Of course. I will ensure your safety, Sun Qianqian nodded emphatically, her eyes brimming with trust. Ding Hao gazed up at the starry sky, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. He understood that the battles ahead would be even more brutal, yet he felt no fear, and no matter who they are, I will make them pay, Ding Hao vowed silently. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual aura and swiftly turned, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on the courtyard wall. What's wrong? Sun Qianqian noticed Ding Hao's peculiar demeanor and hurriedly asked. Without answering, Ding Hao cautiously approached the wall, his eyes filled with vigilance. Come out, he commanded in a low voice. Yet, there was no response from behind the wall. Playing tricks, are we? Ding Hao scoffed coldly and launched a powerful punch at the wall. Boom! The wall shattered, revealing a shadowy figure. It's you? Ding Hao recognized the figure at once. It was the servant from the Sun family whom he had previously captured. The servant trembled, fear evident in his eyes. Speak. Who sent you? Ding Hao demanded sharply. The servant stammered, unable to utter a word. Refusing to speak. A glint of cold light flickered in Ding Hao's eyes. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Just then, a voice echoed from afar. Stop. Chapter 38. The shadow of the enemy returns. Crisis reemerges. The command reverberated through the night like thunder, causing the tiles on the Sun family's courtyard walls to rattle. Ding Hao furrowed his brow but did not lessen his grip. Lifting the Sun family servant by the neck. Who sent you? Speak, or I'll send you on your way. The servant's face turned pale, his lips quivering, yet he remained silent. Ding Hao's eyes glinted with cold light, ready to apply more force, when suddenly, a powerful pressure descended from above, nearly suffocating him. He looked up sharply to see several shadowy figures leaping over the wall and landing steadily in the courtyard. "Oh, quite lively, isn't it?" The leader, a tall figure with a mocking smile, spoke in a flippant tone. "Ding Zhaijuan, we meet again." Ding Hao's pupils contracted as he recognized the visitor. "ITSU, last time you escaped. This time it won't be so easy." During their previous encounter, the leader had displayed unfathomable strength. Had he not been fortunate to escape, he would have surely met his demise. The leader laughed heartily. "What a bold claim. Ding Zhaijun, it seems you still fail to grasp reality. Last time was merely a game. This time, I intend to get serious." He clapped his hands, and the black-clad figures swiftly spread out, encircling Ding Hao and Sun Qianqian. Sun Qianqian clutched Ding Hao's clothing tightly, her face pale and filled with worry. Ding Hao grasped her hand reassuringly, offering her a comforting look. "Qianqian, don't fear. I am here." His voice was resolute as he turned to face the leader, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. "If you want to harm her, you'll have to get through me first." "Humph, you're asking for it." The leader's expression darkened as he gestured. "Attack!" In an instant, dozens of black-clad figures lunged at Ding Hao like ravenous wolves. Ding Hao's gaze sharpened as he shielded Sun Qianqian behind him, his movements swift and ghostly as he wove through the crowd, his fists and feet striking with lethal precision. Bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed throughout the courtyard as the black-clad figures fell. Unable to rise again, Ding Hao fought while retreating with Sun Qianqian, eventually cornering themselves in a part of the courtyard. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. "It seems I must use that move," he murmured. Ding Hao inhaled deeply, his eyes blazing with intensity as a formidable energy erupted from him. "Thunder break," he bellowed, his figure transforming into a blur as he darted through the ranks of the black-clad figures. His fists flew like lightning, each strike carrying the force of thunder, crashing into the foes. A cacophony of thuds filled the air as the black-clad figures fell like wheat before the scythe, their wails echoing through the night. They barely had time to comprehend Ding Hao's movements before they fell one after another, losing their will to fight. The remaining black-clad figures, witnessing the hellish scene, turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Sun Qianqian, hiding behind Ding Hao, felt her initial worry gradually replaced by shock. Watching Ding Hao's godlike figure, a sense of inexplicable safety and a hint of admiration surged within her. The little leader's face darkened as he bellowed, "Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. You can't even handle a mere son-in-law. If you can't capture this kid and that girl, I'll have your heads." He cursed angrily and leaped into the fray. Clearly formidable, the little leader moved with lightning speed and executed ruthless, cunning attacks. As he engaged, Ding Hao felt tremendous pressure mounting. His previously relaxed demeanor grew increasingly serious as he focused intently on the battle. The two exchanged blows, the sound of their fierce clashes resonating throughout the courtyard. Despite relying on his extraordinary martial talent and self-created techniques to barely withstand the onslaught, Ding Hao gradually felt overwhelmed as the little leader's attacks became increasingly ferocious. "Kid, is that all you've got?" The little leader sneered, striking toward Ding Hao's chest with the palm. Ding Hao quickly sidestepped but was still grazed by the force, stumbling backward. "Humph, today you'll learn what true power is." The little leader's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he lunged forward once more. In that moment of peril, a clear voice rang out, "Ding Hao, be careful." Sun Qianqian watched anxiously from the sidelines, her small fists clenched tightly, occasionally shouting encouragement for Ding Hao. Though she could not assist in battle, her unwavering belief in his victory was palpable. This was not mere infatuation. She had witnessed Ding Hao's prowess firsthand. A man capable of breaking bricks barehanded and bending steel pipes with a kick. Hearing Sun Qianqian's rallying cry, Ding Hao felt invigorated, as if he had been infused with lifeblood, his combat strength surging. He adeptly dodged the little leader's attacks while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. "Hey, buddy, are you getting tired? Need a break?" Ding Hao quipped while evading. The little leader, enraged by Ding Hao's taunts, intensified his assault, each strike aimed at Ding Hao's vital points. "Kid, don't get too cocky. Today, I'll show you what true strength is." Ding Hao's lips curled into a sly smile. He intentionally lured the little leader toward a rockery in the courtyard, where he had previously set a small trap. Oh dear, my foot slipped. Ding Hao feigned carelessness, triggering the trap mechanism. Several rocks tumbled down from the rockery, striking the little leader directly. Ouch! The little leader was caught off guard, nearly losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Hao dashed forward, delivering a powerful kick to the little leader's chest. That LL teach you to talk back? The little leader was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a while. The remaining black-clad figures, witnessing this, felt their morale plummet, retreating in fear. Ding Hao clapped his hands, strolling over to Sun Qianqian with an air of ease. So, how about that? Am I impressive, or what? Sun Qianqian gazed at Ding Hao with admiration. Yes, you're amazing. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed from beyond the courtyard walls. Quite interesting. It seems I underestimated you. Ding Hao's expression shifted, an ominous premonition welling up within him. Slowly, he turned to face the direction of the wall, where a figure cloaked in black robes and wearing a peculiar mask was slowly entering. Who are you? Ding Hao asked in a deep voice. The masked figure did not respond but slowly removed the mask, revealing a pale, sinister face. Long time no see, Ding Hao. Chapter 39. The Pinnacle Showdown. Ultimate victory over an archenemy. The pale visage and eerie smile were all too familiar, causing Ding Hao's pupils to constrict. Itsu. Zhao Wujia. 5 years have elapsed, and the nemesis responsible for the destruction of his family has once again re-emerged before him. A surge of icy murderous intent instantaneously erupted from Ding Hao's heart, causing the very air around him to seem to solidify. Zhao Wuji let out a cold sneer. Didn't he expect to see you again? Ding Hao? His tone was rife with mockery, as if he were a cat toying with a mouse. It's been 5 years, and you are still so weak. Before he could finish his taunt, Zhao Wuji's figure flickered, appearing before Ding Hao like a specter. With a swift motion, he struck out, unleashing a ferocious gust of wind aimed directly at Ding Hao's chest. Ding Hao, unwilling to underestimate the threat, quickly sidestepped to evade. The force of Zhao Wuji's strike grazed his clothing, leaving a deep gash in its wake. Such incredible speed. Ding Hao marveled inwardly, realizing that Zhao Wuji's strength had more than doubled since their last encounter. This is just the beginning, Zhao Wuji mocked with a chilling laugh, launching another assault in an instant. The courtyard was filled with the howling winds of their clash, energy surging in every direction. Relying on his unique martial arts insight, Ding Hao barely managed to fend off Zhao Wuji's attacks, yet it was evident that he was at a disadvantage. Each collision sent tingling sensations through his arms, as if his grip were shattering. Sun Qianqian watched in horror, her fists clenched tightly, silently praying for Ding Hao's safety. The surrounding bodyguards of the Sun family were equally stunned, their expressions stricken with disbelief, hardly daring to breathe. It seems you are not as formidable as you thought. Zhao Wuji taunted amidst his assault. Years ago, you fled like a dog, and today? You remain trapped in my grasp. Ding Hao gritted his teeth, choosing silence as he continued to search for a flaw in Zhao Wuji's technique. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Zhao Wuji's left foot. Your left foot, Ding Hao exclaimed, his eyes suddenly sharp with focus. Every time you exert force, it unconsciously veers outward. This subtle movement would be imperceptible to the ordinary observer. Yet in the heat of battle, Ding Hao had keenly detected it. Zhao Wuji paused momentarily before erupting into a maniacal laugh. A mere parlor trick. Even if you notice it, what can you do? You think you can turn the tide? But a glimmer of determination sparked in Ding Hao's eyes. In the blink of an eye, countless martial arts techniques flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. His self-created martial arts understanding reached its zenith at this moment, and the previously disjointed techniques coalesced into a singular, devastating strike aimed explicitly at the flaw in Zhao Wuji's left foot. Breaking the void, Ding Hao shouted, his body surging forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, channeling all his strength into a single point. He struck decisively at Zhao Wuji's left ankle. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Zhao Wuji's ankle bone shattered under the force. He let out a pained shriek, stumbling back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Zhao Wuji stared at Ding Hao in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and fury. He could not fathom that he had been wounded by someone he considered an insignificant insect. Enraged, Zhao Wuji disregarded the searing pain in his ankle and roared, unleashing a forbidden martial art, the blood slaughter palm. "I do not be so smug, you little rascal," he bellowed, unleashing his ultimate technique, the roar of the wild lion. A formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted from Master Wang, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Clenching his fists tightly, he thrust them forward with great force, and a golden lion's head apparition roared forth, charging directly at Ding Hao. Sensing this overwhelming power, Ding Hao did not dare to be careless. He swiftly channeled his internal energy and pushed both palms forward to meet the lion's head apparition. With a resounding boom, the two forces collided, creating a violent shockwave. As the dust settled, Ding Hao remained firmly planted in his position, while Master Wang staggered back a few steps, his expression darkening. Sun Qianqian, filled with concern, approached Ding Hao and softly cautioned, "Ding Hao, be careful, don't get hurt." Her eyes were filled with worry, and she leaned closer to whisper, "If you get hurt, it will break my heart." Ding Hao felt her warm breath, stirring something within him, a wave of warmth flooding his body. He smiled gently and replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Turning his gaze toward Master Wang, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. "Master Wang, it seems your strength is rather limited." Master Wang's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that he would suffer defeat before a mere son-in-law. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rage, he coldly retorted, "Kid, do not get too proud. The real contest is yet to come." A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he subtly signaled to the traitor Li behind him. Li, understanding the cue, discreetly retreated. Ding Hao observed Master Wang's subtle movements, a faint smile creasing his lips. "Oh, I am quite eager to see what else you have up your sleeve." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt an unusual disturbance behind him, as a gust of wind rushed towards him. A cold smile crept across his face. He had long sensed Li's underhanded maneuver, and to him, this clumsy trick was nothing more than child's play. Believing he had seized the opportunity, Master Wang lunged at Ding Hao with a ferocious grin, shouting, "Kid, meet your end." His attack, akin to a tiger descending the mountain, was fierce and forceful, as if intending to shred Ding Hao into pieces. Yet, Ding Hao, as though he had eyes in the back of his head, did not flinch or evade. Instead, he charged directly toward Master Wang's onslaught. At the moment of impending collision, Ding Hao's figure flickered, as if he had transformed into a specter, swiftly maneuvering behind Master Wang. "What?" Master Wang gasped in shock, unable to react before a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his back. Ding Hao struck with a powerful palm against his rear, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. By heavens! What sort of maneuver is this? It's simply astounding. The surrounding spectators were left dumbfounded, erupting in exclamations of amazement. Sun Qianqian blushed with excitement, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. She yearned to rush forward and envelop Ding Hao in a great embrace, but out of respect for the occasion, she could only stifle her exhilaration. Li, standing nearby, was rendered speechless. He could hardly believe that Ding Hao had so easily defeated Master Wang. He subtly urged Master Wang with his eyes to rise and continue the fight, but Master Wang lay there like a lifeless pig. Utterly motionless, coughing, Master Wang struggled to get up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His face pale as a sheet, he glared at Ding Hao with seething malice, gritting his teeth. "Kid, you resorted to trickery." Ding Hao shrugged innocently, feigning ignorance. "Master Wang, one may indulge in the feast, but one must not speak carelessly. When did I employ tricks? I merely hold a slight advantage over you." Seething with rage, Master Wang nearly spat blood. Yet he found himself too weak to retort, ultimately retreating in humiliation with his subordinates from the Sun Family Martial Arts Hall. "Ding Hao, you are incredible," Zhao Wushi exclaimed, approaching Ding Hao and giving him a thumbs up in admiration. Ding Hao smiled modestly, replying, "You flatter me, Zhao Wushi. I was merely fortunate." Though victorious in the first contest, Ding Hao remained vigilant. He understood that this was merely the beginning, with greater challenges awaiting him. Moreover, The traitor Li had yet to be unmasked, leaving Ding Hao uncertain of what schemes this fellow might concoct next. Sun Qianqian stepped closer to Ding Hao, gently tugging at his sleeve, her eyes betraying her concern. Ding Hao turned to her and softly asked, "What is it?" After a moment's hesitation, Sun Qianqian whispered, "I just feel that something is amiss." Just then, a cacophony erupted outside the martial arts hall. Chapter 41. Traitors within the hall. Assault from outside the martial arts hall. A raucous crowd surged, a sea of heads bobbing as if a celebrity concert were underway. It turned out that the Qingfeng Martial Arts Hall, Iron Fist Martial Arts Hall, and Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall had joined forces to challenge them. Witnessing Master Wang's shameful retreat, they did not withdraw but instead grew more cautious, resembling cunning old foxes. "Well, this is quite the spectacle," Ding Hao remarked, arms crossed, standing at the entrance of the hall, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Have you all come to band together for some experience points?" The leader of the Qingfeng Martial Arts Hall, a man as slender as a bamboo pole, retorted with a sly tone, "Mr. Ding, you jest. We merely seek to engage in a friendly exchange of martial arts for mutual improvement." He paused before adding, however, "For the sake of fairness, we have decided to prohibit the use of hidden weapons in this contest and to restrict strikes to a point." "What do you think, Mr. Ding? Prohibit hidden weapons?" Zhao Wushi exploded in outrage. "This is a blatant attempt to target us. Our master excels in hidden weapons." Ding Hao raised a hand to stop Zhao Wushi. A faint smile playing on his lips. "Very well, I have no objections. However, since this is a friendly exchange, there should be a wager, yes? The losing side will pay the winning side 1 million. How does that sound?" The three masters exchanged glances, greed glinting in their eyes. 1 million. This was no trifling sum. They figured that Ding Hao, while brimming with youthful vigor and some skill, would certainly not be a match for the combined might of the three of them. "Excellent, it's a deal," the muscular leader of the Iron Fist Martial Arts Hall eagerly agreed. The ensuing contests proved exceptionally challenging for Ding Hao. His adversaries seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of his every move, consistently anticipating his attacks and rendering his efforts futile. Furrowing his brow, Ding Hao's suspicions deepened. Could there truly be a traitor among them? He began to discreetly observe the disciples within the hall, paying particular attention to those who typically went unnoticed. This behavior quickly ruffled some feathers. "Ding Hao, what do you mean by this?" one disgruntled disciple challenged. "Are you implying that there is a traitor among us?" "I'm merely seeking the truth," Ding Hao replied calmly, yet his gaze was piercing. "The truth? It seems you simply do not trust us," another disciple chimed in, inciting further unrest. The atmosphere within the hall grew tense. Sun Qianqian approached Ding Hao, gently tugging at his sleeve, and whispered, "Ding Hao, be careful." At that moment, a shadow slipped stealthily out the back door of the hall. Ding Hao's eyes lit up with realization. "Li? The traitor! It must be you!" He leapt into action, pursuing Li with fervor. The young man darted away like a rabbit, moving remarkably swiftly. Ding Hao cursed inwardly, "You little rascal, you may escape the first chase, but not the second. Just wait until I catch you." During the chase, Ding Hao noticed that Li's route was peculiar, leading him into secluded alleyways, clearly premeditated. "Aha! This is an inside job," Ding Hao scoffed, quickening his pace. Finally, in a dead-end alley, Ding Hao cornered Li. "Why stop running now?" Ding Hao taunted, grinning like a cat playing with a mouse. Li's face turned pale with fear as he stammered, I know nothing. Keep pretending." Ding Hao was done with idle chatter. He swiftly struck Li, rendering him unconscious, and hoisted him back to the hall like a mere chicken. Upon returning, the three masters awaited impatiently to, "Oh, Mr. Ding, where have you been?" "Surely you aren't afraid?" the slender leader remarked snidely. Ding Hao tossed the unconscious Li before them, declaring, "Open your eyes and see. This is the traitor you planted." The three masters' expressions shifted drastically. They had not anticipated that Ding Hao would unmask the traitor so swiftly. Panic set in among them. "Now, what do you have to say?" Ding Hao's gaze bore into them, unwavering. Rendered speechless, the trio could only concede defeat, begrudgingly handing over the 1 million wager, with the traitor resolved. Ding Hao faced the challenges from the three major martial arts halls once more. This time, without the traitor's warnings, he fought with greater ease in his duel against the master of the Iron Fist martial arts hall. Ding Hao suddenly unleashed a new self-created technique, the Dragon's Wrath Fist. His fists surged like dragons, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a single punch, he conjured the sound of thunder and wind, caught off guard. The master of the Iron Fist martial arts hall was sent reeling by the force of Ding Hao's punch, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. The arena fell silent. All present were left in awe of Ding Hao's astonishing display. Wow! Brother Hao is simply magnificent. Sun Qianqian cheered excitedly from the side, her eyes brimming with admiration. Eye in her hand, she held a handkerchief embroidered with mandarin ducks, ever ready to wipe the sweat from Ding Hao's brow, a gesture that evoked envy among the women surrounding them. Ding Hao glanced at Sun Qianqian, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward, revealing a tender smile. However, just as everyone was basking in the joy of victory, a mysterious figure clad in black appeared at the entrance of the martial arts hall. He slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of icy eyes fixed on Ding Hao, and coldly inquired, "You are Ding Hao?" Ding Hao narrowed his eyes, scanning every individual within the hall like a meticulous scanner. He had deliberately spread false information, claiming that he would enter seclusion the following day to practice a new hidden weapon technique, which required a special herb known only to Li, the traitor. The revelation of this rumor was akin to dropping a bomb into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. Sure enough, that very night, Li the traitor stealthily slipped away. Ding Hao had already placed a tracker on him, following his trail and witnessing him rendezvous with individuals from the Qingfeng Martial Arts Hall, capturing undeniable photographic evidence of their transaction. The next day, in front of everyone, Ding Hao brandished the photos. Li the traitor. What else do you have to say? Li's face went pale, as if struck by lightning. Stammering incoherently, "You treacherous scoundrel!" Zhao Wu, filled with fury, glared at him, itching to deliver a couple of punches. The others from the Sun Family Martial Arts Hall also cast scornful glares at Li the traitor, astonished that he would dare betray his own hall. Humiliated and enraged, Li the traitor lunged at Ding Hao like a rabid dog, shouting, "It's all your fault." Ding Hao sneered, "With your meager skills, you think you can ambush me?" He swiftly dodged Li's attack and sent him sprawling to the ground with a powerful kick. "With such pitiful abilities, you dare to be a traitor?" Ding Hao stepped on Li's chest, his tone icy. "From now on, remain obediently in prison." The fate that befell Li the traitor left those harboring ill intentions trembling with fear, deterred from making rash moves. With the internal traitor dealt with, Ding Hao wasted no time in accepting challenges from other martial arts halls. The three major halls, Qingfeng, Iron Fist, and Flying Eagle, each dispatched their finest, yet all fell one by one to Ding Hao's prowess. Is that all? Who's next? Ding Hao stood on the stage, surveying the crowd with the demeanor of a war god. However, just when everyone thought the dust had settled, a figure clad in black attire and wearing a ghostly mask slowly entered the martial arts hall. "I have heard you are formidable." The figure's voice was hoarse and deep, laced with an eerie aura. Chapter 42. Victorious Battles. The martial arts hall gains fame when the figure in the black cloak appeared. The air seemed to thicken. This strange atmosphere caused Sun Qianqian to instinctively grip Ding Hao's hand tighter. She sensed that the upcoming challenge would likely be more daunting than the previous ones. Indeed, the remaining martial arts halls appeared to have conspired, sending forth their most formidable talents. The first to step onto the stage was Zhang Shan from the Giant Stone Martial Arts Hall. Towering over 2 meters with bulging muscles, resembling a small mountain as he stood on the platform, Zhang Shan bellowed at Ding Hao, "Kid, I advise you to concede now, lest I turn you into a meat patty with a single punch." Ding Hao chuckled derisively. "You? Not even close." Zhang Shan let out an enraged roar, swinging his fist as large as a cooking pot towards Ding Hao. If that punch landed, it could render a person utterly incapacitated. Ding Hao swiftly dodged this strike with agility. Not bad speed. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Shan's eyes, but he immediately intensified his assault. The ensuing battle was a visual spectacle. Zhang Shan's strength was astonishing, each punch carrying the force to split mountains, while Ding Hao moved with the grace of a nimble monkey, effortlessly evading Zhang Shan's blows. The two exchanged fierce attacks, their strikes resonating with explosive sounds. The audience watched in awe, as if witnessing divine beings in combat. After a prolonged assault, Zhang Shan began to show signs of fatigue. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Hao executed a sweeping kick, sending Zhang Shan crashing to the ground. With such meager skills, you dare challenge me? Ding Hao loomed over Zhang Shan, looking down upon him. Zhang Shan struggled to rise, his face flushed with shame, shocked at the thoroughness of his defeat. Just then, another figure leaped onto the stage. Allow me to test my skills against you. The newcomer was slight of build yet exuded a dangerously menacing aura. He was Li Feng from the Venomous Snake Martial Arts Hall. Notorious for his treacherous and vicious techniques, oh, another challenger. Ding Hao's lips curved into a slight smirk. Let me see what you can do, Li Feng sneered, his movements ghostly as he lunged at Ding Hao. His techniques were unpredictable and insidious, making them difficult to defend against. Ding Hao could not afford to be careless, fully concentrating on the confrontation. The two were locked in combat, neither able to gain the upper hand. It seems you are slightly better than the previous fool, Ding Hao remarked while fending off Li Feng's attacks. Humph. Enough chatter. Face my onslaught. Li Feng suddenly accelerated his attack, his moves becoming increasingly ruthless. The dagger in his hand struck toward Ding Hao's vital points like a snake's tongue. Ding Hao gradually felt the pressure mounting. While Li Feng's techniques lacked Zhang Shan's brute force, they were far more cunning. Challenging Ding Hao's defenses at that moment, Li Feng revealed a sinister smile. Kid, perish. He thrust his dagger lightning fast toward Ding Hao's chest. Watch out! Sun Qianqian gasped. Ding Hao's gaze sharpened, dismissing Li Feng's feeble trick with a cold, disdainful smirk. Before Li Feng could react, Ding Hao moved like a specter, swiftly seizing Li Feng's wrist. What? Li Feng was taken aback, his once prized speed and skill rendered utterly ineffective before Ding Hao, with a slight twist. The dagger slipped from Li Feng's grip. Following this, Ding Hao delivered a precise elbow strike to Li Feng's chest. Pooh! Li Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground outside the stage, unable to rise for a while. The arena fell silent, all present stunned by Ding Hao's thunderous blow. Such speed, such power, simply inhuman. Ding Hao surveyed the surroundings with pride, his voice imbued with an air of supremacy. The remaining representatives from the martial arts halls exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They had initially believed that their numbers would wear Ding Hao down. Exposing a flaw, however, it became clear that their assumptions were naively optimistic. I shall take my turn. A robust man, exuding a powerful aura, leaped onto the stage. He was the master of the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts Hall. His strength having reached the peak of the mid-stage spirit martial realm, the strongest among the challengers. Finally, someone worthy. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Ding Hao's eyes. Without hesitation, the Fierce Tiger Master launched his attack. His fists were fierce, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain, radiating an unbeatable force. Ding Hao could not afford to underestimate this opponent. He pushed his own strength to the limit, engaging in a fierce duel with the Fierce Tiger Master. The two exchanged blows, their fists and feet colliding with thunderous roars, causing the entire stage to tremble. This kid can actually hold his own against the Fierce Tiger Master. Remarkable. The spectators were stirred, buzzing with excitement. The battle raged on for nearly half an hour, both combatants exhausted. Seems you are stronger than I anticipated. Ding Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. You are impressive as well, but ultimately, you will fall to my hands. The Fierce Tiger Master roared, launching another fierce assault. Ding Hao took a deep breath, merging all his martial arts techniques into a spectacular series of moves. Wild Dragon emerges from the sea. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Flying Dragon in the sky. Each technique flowed seamlessly into the next, like a relentless storm battering the Fierce Tiger Master. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the Fierce Tiger Master was forced back, ultimately being sent flying off the stage by Ding Hao's powerful tail sweep, losing consciousness. Boom! The entire arena erupted in cheers. The Sun Family Martial Arts Hall celebrated their victory, triumphantly exclaiming, "We have won! We have finally won!" Meanwhile, the representatives from the challenged martial arts halls left with ashen faces, thoroughly defeated. Ding Hao stood on the stage, resembling a war god, surveying the crowd. At that moment, a figure rushed towards him. Sun Qianqian dashed towards Ding Hao, leaping into his embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she choked out, "Ding Hao, you are incredible. I was so worried about you." A murmur of admiration erupted around, with women casting envious glances, including a slightly bashful gaze from Miss Xie. Ding Hao gently patted Sun Qianqian on the back, yet a twinge of anxiety flickered within him. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a battlefield. As was customary, the victor would invariably attract the ire of a few disgruntled challengers who would utter petty remarks about the legitimacy of the win. However, this time, the representatives of the martial arts schools departed like wilted eggplants, heads drooping, too intimidated to utter a sound. After all, the image of Ding Hao's awe-inspiring display lingered vividly. No one wished to experience the humiliation of being thrown from the stage. This starkly contrasted with previous occasions where victories were often met with veiled mockery, allowing the disciples of the Sun Family Martial Arts School to revel in their triumph, chanting, "Brother Hao is incredible. Brother Hao is magnificent." Ding Hao basked in the cheers, yet his heart remained unnaturally calm. He understood that this was merely the beginning. His rise within the martial arts community would inevitably attract greater scrutiny, perhaps even hostility. In the stillness of the night, Ding Hao practiced alone in the courtyard. The moonlight bathed him, outlining his tall figure. With every punch and kick, he exuded vigor and energy, each move infused with strength and explosive power. Suddenly he paused, a slight furrow creasing his brow. It struck him as peculiar that in recent bouts, his opponent seemed to possess an uncanny foresight of his strategies. He muttered to himself, a glimmer of doubt flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a shadow silently emerged behind him. "Ding Hao, your prowess is indeed commendable, but your greatest weakness lies in your naivety. You trust others too easily." Chapter 43. The traitor revealed. Crisis averted. Ding Hao felt a growing sense of unease. As though his tactical plans were consistently being anticipated by his adversaries. The sensation of betrayal from within his own ranks filled him with a stifling dread, akin to swallowing a dead fly. He recalled the earlier matches where his opponents had inexplicably predicted his moves, as if they possessed a supernatural insight. Initially, he dismissed it as coincidence or the result of superior skill, but it now appeared that the situation was far more complex. There must be a mole within the martial arts school. The thought sprouted like wild grass, impossible to eradicate. Though he maintained an outward calm, Ding Hao's instincts heightened. He observed everyone in the martial arts school with the keen eye of a predator. He noticed that Li, the traitor, had been acting suspiciously. This young man had a penchant for flattery, always saying the right things to the right people, his silver tongue earning him Ding Hao's disdain. Upon closer inspection, Ding Hao found him increasingly suspect. Before each match, Li would mysteriously vanish for a period, the purpose of which remained unclear. Moreover, the way Li looked at Ding Hao had shifted. His gaze was no longer as earnest as before. Could it be him? Ding Hao pondered, yet he refrained from revealing his suspicions. He required concrete evidence to expose this rat point one day. Ding Hao deliberately leaked information that he would unveil an entirely new leg technique. The Wind God leg in the upcoming match. This technique was a mere fabrication, non-existent in reality. His intention was to ascertain whether this news would be leaked. Sure enough, the night before the match, Ding Hao observed Li sneaking out of the martial arts school, heading towards the western part of the city. The west was the territory of the rival Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School. Ding Hao smirked. The fox's tail was finally revealed. He stealthily followed Li, trailing him to a secluded tea house. Peering through the window, Ding Hao witnessed Li in hushed conversation with Zhao Meng, the leader of the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School. Although he couldn't discern their words, their furtive expressions and gestures indicated they were conspiring something nefarious. Fury boiled within him, yet he restrained himself from barging in. He needed to uncover their intentions. Li then produced a note from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng glanced at the note, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Excellent. With this information on the Wind God leg, Ding Hao is destined for defeat in the next match, Zhao Meng declared maliciously. Rest assured, I have disclosed Ding Hao's strategies as per your instructions. He will not escape your grasp this time, Li obsequiously replied. Ha ha ha. Once we succeed, you shall be amply rewarded. Zhao Ming laughed heartily, concealed in the shadows. Ding Hao witnessed the entire exchange, his fists clenched tightly. He inhaled deeply to steady his emotions before departing the tea house. Li, you are finished. A glint of cold fury flashed in Ding Hao's eyes, his tone chilling as if whispered from the depths of hell. Upon returning to the martial arts school, Ding Hao refrained from immediately exposing Li's treachery. Instead, he devised a more elaborate plan. He spread rumors that he would be employing a legendary martial art known as Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire. Capable of catastrophic destruction, of course, this art was also a figment of his imagination, intended to lure the snake from its den. I took the bait, eager to relay this information to Zhao Ming to curry favor. That very night, he stealthily left the martial arts school once more, heading straight for the tea house in the west. Ding Hao had anticipated this move and lay in wait nearby. Just as Li met with Zhao Ming, boasting about the Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire, Ding Hao burst through the door, catching them red-handed. Li, you are indeed the mole. Ding Hao's voice thundered, echoing throughout the tea house. Li's face drained of color, trembling as he stammered, unable to articulate a response. Zhao Ming, equally astonished, clearly hadn't expected Ding Hao's sudden appearance. "WW, what are you doing here?" Li stuttered. Ding Hao let out a derisive laugh. "Why shouldn't I be here? Did you think your petty tricks could elude me?" He produced the note Li had previously handed to Zhao Ming, filled with intelligence on the wind god leg. This is... Li was rendered speechless, fully aware of his impending doom, with such irrefutable evidence. "Do you still wish to feign innocence?" Ding Hao's tone was icy, his gaze sharp as a knife. Others from the martial arts school soon arrived, their indignation palpable as they beheld the scene. They expressed outrage at Li's betrayal, with Master Zhao ready to deliver punishment. "Stop," Ding Hao intervened. "Such a person is not worth sullying our hands over." He turned to Li, his voice cold and foreboding. "Do you have anything left to say?" Li, defeated and aware of his fate, hung his head in silence, awaiting judgment. Ding Hao regarded him, a complex expression crossing his face. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges lay ahead. "Take him away and ensure he is closely monitored," Ding Hao instructed before leaving the tea house. A gentle voice called out from behind him. Sun Qianqian hurried to Ding Hao's side, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Brother Hao, you are simply remarkable. Like a reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes," she exclaimed, clinging to his arm like a koala. Though internally elated, Ding Hao maintained an air of composure, clearing his throat. "Let us keep a low profile. This is merely standard procedure, nothing to get overly excited about." In truth, his face had flushed a deep crimson. With the traitor Li expelled, the atmosphere within the martial arts school improved significantly. However, tranquility was short-lived, as rival schools, akin to sharks sensing blood, prepared to challenge the Sun family martial arts school with renewed fervor. They believed that following the recent internal strife, the Sun family was vulnerable, presenting an opportune moment to strike. "I hear the Sun family martial arts school has a traitor. Teske, how the mighty have fallen." Master Wang of the Wang school scoffed. "Indeed, I wager their demise is imminent. Let us band together and expel them from the martial arts world." Zhao Ming, though embarrassed, remained brazen. When the news reached Ding Hao, he merely chuckled coldly. "A troop of clowns daring to bellow before me?" He recognized that the forthcoming challenges would be even more formidable, with adversaries of greater strength. Yet, this only ignited his inner resolve. The rules of the martial arts competition restricted Ding Hao from directly purging the traitors. He had to outsmart his opponents within the confines of the regulations. He began to scrutinize the information on other martial arts schools, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses, devising appropriate countermeasures. He resembled a general strategizing on the battlefield, preparing to embrace the imminent martial arts tournament. Referee Liu ascended the platform, clearing his throat before proclaiming loudly, "In the first match, Ding Hao of the Sun Family Martial Arts School will face Wang Wu of the Wang School." Ding Hao ascended the ring with deliberate grace, his gaze piercing and sweeping over the figure of Wang Wu, the master of the martial arts school across from him. Wang Wu, in turn, wore a sneer of disdain. As though victory were already in his grasp, referee Lu raised his right hand, poised to announce the commencement of the match. A flicker of urgency crossed his eyes as he subtly nodded towards Wang Wu. Chapter 44. Breaking the rules to face the enemy, a desperate counterattack with a decisive motion. Lu's hand came crashing down. Begin. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Wu surged forward like a released arrow, his fist slicing through the air with a fierce whistle aimed directly at Ding Hao's face. The force behind that punch was tremendous, causing the spectators to collectively inhale sharply, silently pondering whether Ding Hao would endure the onslaught. Ding Hao deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. "Ask that all you've got?" A hint of contempt curled at the corners of his mouth, his tone laced with mockery. Wang Wu's expression darkened. How dare Ding Hao treat him with such scorn? With a furious roar, he launched another attack. In the ensuing minutes, Wang Wu unleashed a barrage of merciless strikes, completely disregarding the rules of the sparring match, his fists and feet raining down upon Ding Hao like a relentless storm. Yet, Ding Hao slipped away from each assault as if he were a slippery eel, evading the blows by mere inches. "This kid possesses quite the skill," Zhao Wushi observed with bated breath, recognizing the ferocity of Wang Wu's tactics, and realizing how remarkable it was that Ding Hao had managed to hold his ground thus far. However, the most infuriating aspect was Lu's blatant favoritism. Despite Wang Wu's infractions, the referee turned a blind eye, repeatedly admonishing Ding Hao for being overly defensive. "What a corrupt referee!" Murmurs arose from the crowd. "Hush, keep it down, or we'll be in trouble." Ding Hao recognized the bias of the referee but remained unperturbed. He defended himself while meticulously analyzing Wang Wu's techniques, searching for an opening. Although Wang Wu's moves were formidable, they bore a conspicuous flaw: his stance was unstable. Ding Hao mused inwardly. As Wang Wu grew increasingly frustrated with his inability to land a blow, he inhaled deeply and unleashed his ultimate technique, the fierce tiger descends the mountain. With a sudden burst of power, he launched himself at Ding Hao, exuding an overwhelming aura. The audience erupted in exhilaration, cheering, "Yes, finish him." Ding Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. Just as Wang Wu was about to close the distance, Ding Hao unexpectedly crouched down, simultaneously launching a powerful upward punch. "Wait!" Sun Qianqian suddenly stood, her eyes sharp as she focused on Ding Hao's fist, sensing something extraordinary about the punch. Ding Hao's fist, imbued with an indescribable force, struck Wang Wu in the abdomen. This seemingly ordinary blow concealed Ding Hao's unique comprehension of martial arts. In that critical moment, he synthesized the weaknesses he had observed in Wang Wu's techniques, crafting an innovative counterattack that broke the established rules. This move, a blend of retreat and advance, defense and offense, perfectly countered Wang Wu's fierce tiger descends the mountain. With a resounding thud, Wang Wu was sent sprawling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the edge of the ring. A stunned silence enveloped the arena. The audience, who had moments ago clamored for Ding Hao's downfall, now stood in disbelief, as if they had witnessed a ghost. "What just happened?" Someone gasped in astonishment. This reversal came far too swiftly. Even Zhao Wushi was taken aback. While he was aware of Ding Hao's capabilities, he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength, capable of sending Wang Wu, a mid-stage spirit martial realm master, flying with a single strike. "This kid truly harbors hidden depths," Zhao Wushi reflected inwardly. Referee Lu was equally dumbfounded. He never imagined that his overt favoritism would fail to secure victory for Wang Wu. After a moment of shock, he hastily announced, "Wang Wu has been knocked out of the ring. Ding Hao wins." His voice trembled, evidently shaken by Ding Hao's prowess. Wang Wu struggled to rise, his face a shade of ashen fury. He could hardly fathom being bested by an obscure son-in-law. Pointing accusingly at Ding Hao, he seethed. You cheated." Ding Hao smirked. "Cheated? The referee has said nothing. What gives you the right to accuse me?" Wang Wu was left speechless with rage. "A bet is a bet, Master Wang. You wouldn't dare to renege, would you?" Ding Hao's tone turned icy, tinged with a hint of menace. Wang Wu's complexion fluctuated between red and pale, ultimately retreating from the ring in humiliation. "Brother Hao, are you all right?" Sun Qianqian rushed to Ding Hao's side, concern etched across her face. Ding Hao shook his head, smiling reassuringly. I'm fine, it was nothing. But your fist. Sun Qianqian pointed at Ding Hao's hand. Her eyes brimming with worry. I think I saw. What did you see? Ding Hao inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Qianqian replied, I think I saw your fist glowing. Sun Qianqian's heart raced as she watched from the sidelines. The intensity of Wang Wu's aggressive attacks had her palms sweating, yearning to rush in and shield Ding Hao. Yet, when Ding Hao unleashed that earth-shattering punch, her excitement nearly propelled her from her seat. Her eyes sparkling with admiration. The fervor in her gaze surpassed that of a starry-eyed fan witnessing their idol, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. This girl, could it be that she's taken a liking to Ding Hao? Someone murmured quietly. Wang Wu, now disheveled and humiliated, rose to his feet, feeling a burning shame akin to a stinging slap. He could hardly believe that he, in front of an audience, had been felled by an unremarkable son-in-law with a single punch, especially under the referee's glaring bias. If this were to spread, where would Wang Wu's dignity be? It was truly a mortifying scene. He shot Ding Hao a furious glare, internally cursing, "Kid, just wait. This isn't over." Standing atop the ring, Ding Hao reveled in the joy of his victory. However, he remained grounded, aware that this was merely the beginning. Other martial arts schools would undoubtedly seek retribution, and the challenges ahead would only intensify. Moreover, given this precedent, the referee's bias would likely become even more blatant. He knew he needed to prepare meticulously to face the upcoming trials. Brother Hao, you were incredible. Sun Qianqian dashed to Ding Hao's side, her excitement akin to that of a jubilant bird. I always knew you would win. Her adoring gaze warmed Ding Hao's heart. It was nothing. Ding Hao feigned nonchalance. This is merely the prologue. The real show is yet to unfold. Just then, a chilling voice cut through the air. Ding Hao? You re quite arrogant? Turning to face the voice, Ding Hao spotted a burly man, his face a portrait of brutishness, striding toward him. Behind the man followed a cadre of fierce martial artists, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. And you are? Ding Hao narrowed his eyes. Hemph. I am Taishan, the master of the Iron Fist Martial School. I've heard you possess some skill. Do you dare to face me in a contest? The man spoke with a tone of superiority. Ding Hao's lips curled into a sly smile. A contest? Certainly, but I have a condition. What condition? Taishan asked impatiently. Ding Hao's gaze swept over the formidable figures behind Taishan, and he slowly declared, I want to fight all of you at once. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What condition? Taishan asked impatiently. Ding Hao's gaze swept over the formidable figures behind Taishan, and he slowly declared, I want to fight all of you at once. The arena buzzed with disbelief. Has he gone mad? Challenging all the elite of the martial arts schools by himself? This kid is utterly presumptuous. He is completely oblivious to his own limitations. A spectacle is about to unfold. Initially taken aback, Taishan then erupted into a booming laugh. Ha ha ha. You truly do not know the meaning of danger. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Thus, amidst the cacophony, the final contest commenced. The challengers, selected from various martial arts schools, exuded a potent aura upon entering the arena, enveloping the atmosphere in a palpable tension as if the air itself had solidified. As the battle commenced, the opponents united in their assault against Ding Hao. Blades gleamed, fists howled, and a torrent of martial arts techniques intertwined, crashing down upon Ding Hao like a tempest. Bring it on. Ding Hao roared, his inner energy surging forth as he darted through the storm of attacks with uncanny agility. He evaded, blocked, and countered with precision, each strike executed flawlessly, dazzling the spectators. This kid's movement is astonishingly elusive. His reaction speed is extraordinary. It seems we have all underestimated him. The opponents grew increasingly alarmed. They had anticipated an easy victory over Ding Hao, but instead, they found themselves embroiled in a grueling battle. All together. Don't give him a moment to breathe, Taishan bellowed. The onslaught intensified. An array of lethal techniques unleashed upon Ding Hao. While defending against the barrage, Ding Hao meticulously searched for openings. He understood that facing multiple foes meant he had to conclude the fight swiftly. The longer it dragged on, the less favorable it would be for him. At that moment, a mysterious smile graced Ding Hao's lips. It was time to put an end to this farce, he murmured to himself. What? The closest warrior to Ding Hao had yet to react when he suddenly found himself confronted by a dazzling flash. In an instant, Ding Hao appeared before his opponent like a specter. With his hands forming intricate seals, his inner energy surged violently, coalescing into a formidable force surrounding him. Heavenly Gang's demon subduing fist. Ding Hao bellowed, unleashing both fists simultaneously, golden fist shadows sweeping forth like a tempest. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of muffled thuds, several adversaries were sent flying through the air like kites severed from their strings. Crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, incapacitated. What kind of skill is this? It's utterly astonishing. The audience erupted in gasps, all profoundly awed by Ding Hao's display of power. The remaining opponents exchanged fearful glances, their faces pale with terror, realizing that they were no match for Ding Hao. Let's all attack together. With so many of us, how can we fear just one? Iron Mountain, striving to maintain composure, shouted loudly. The remaining warriors exchanged looks, gritted their teeth, and charged at Ding Hao once more. Ding Hao smirked disdainfully, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. He moved like lightning, weaving effortlessly through the crowd, each strike precise and decisive. Devoid of hesitation, bang, bang, bang. With a few more muffled sounds, the remaining opponents collapsed, unable to rise. The entire arena fell silent, all eyes fixed on Ding Hao, as if witnessing a miracle. He slowly approached Iron Mountain, looking down at him from a position of dominance, and coldly spoke. Now, what do you have to say? Iron Mountain's face turned ashen, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Ding Hao disregarded him and turned toward the crowd from the Sun Family Martial Arts Hall. We have won, Master Zhao exclaimed excitedly. The crowd from the Sun Family Martial Arts Hall erupted in cheers, their month-long efforts finally rewarded. Standing in the center of the arena, Ding Hao reveled in the accolades and praise. He took a deep breath, feeling the surge of power within him, his heart brimming with ambition. This is merely the beginning, Ding Hao whispered to himself, his gaze fixed on the horizon, determination shining in his eyes. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted by. Sun Xianqian rushed into the arena, embracing Ding Hao without a care for the onlookers. Ding Hao, you were incredible. I knew you could do it. A faint, sweet scent filled Ding Hao's nostrils, causing him to feel a bit lightheaded. Meanwhile, the surrounding female warriors cast envious glances, whispering among themselves, what a reserved man. He rarely speaks, yet he is so fierce when it matters. Ding Hao's prowess had undoubtedly elevated the status of the Sun Family Martial Arts Hall to unprecedented heights. Those who previously considered switching allegiances to other martial arts halls now wished they could bury their heads in the ground, pretending they had never entertained such thoughts. Their singular desire had become to cling tightly to Ding Hao's coattails. The hall master waved his hand grandly, rewarding Ding Hao with the highest accolade. A Tianyuan Dan, said to enhance a warrior's realm. This elixir was a precious treasure, one that many would fight tooth and nail to obtain. Yet Ding Hao had acquired it effortlessly, a true victor in life. His reputation exploded across the martial arts community. Those who had once sought to mock him now regretted their actions. Notably, Iron Mountain, who had previously boasted of challenging Ding Hao, now cowered in a corner, trembling in fear that Ding Hao would seek retribution. Ding Hao gazed at the Tianyuan Dan in his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. This is merely the beginning. My aspirations reach for the stars and the sea. He mused inwardly at the celebratory banquet, cups clinked and laughter echoed. Yet Ding Hao appeared somewhat distracted. He felt an unsettling sensation, as if something was amiss. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he focused on a corner of the crowd. Master Li, you don't look well lately, he remarked. At the celebratory banquet, the atmosphere was lively and boisterous. Ding Hao accepted the Tianyuan Dan, maintaining an outward calm while internally reveling in joy. This item was remarkable. Elevating one's realm felt almost effortless, like wielding a divine artifact. He was contemplating when to find a quiet moment to consume this treasure when an inexplicable chill ran down his spine as if he were being watched. He discreetly scanned his surroundings. Amidst the laughter and clinking glasses, everyone bore smiles, seemingly normal. Yet Ding Hao sensed something was amiss, as if beneath the tranquil lake's surface, turbulent currents stirred, an uneasy feeling spreading through him. Was there still a lurking threat? Ding Hao pondered. In the days that followed, the martial arts hall appeared calm, yet Ding Hao keenly observed subtle irregularities. For instance, Master Zhao, who usually arrived first for practice, was late today and appeared pale, as if he hadn't slept well. Moreover, the key to the storage room, which was always in its usual spot, had inexplicably changed locations. These minor alterations might go unnoticed by others, but Ding Hao felt something was off. Though the traitor Li had been exposed, could there be accomplices remaining? This thought lingered in his mind. That evening, Ding Hao practiced alone in the training room, repeatedly executing the newly learned techniques in an effort to dispel his unease. Midway through, he suddenly halted, his gaze drawn to an inconspicuous wooden post in the corner. This post was typically used for striking practice. Yet its position seemed slightly askew today, and it was smeared with fresh soil. Ding Hao approached, crouching down to examine it closely. The soil appeared newly disturbed, as if someone had recently tread upon it. A chill ran through him. Had someone been here without his knowledge? He glanced around. The training room was empty, save for the occasional chirping of insects outside. Something was amiss. He sensed that an event was imminent. Ding Hao murmured to himself, an icy dread coursing through him. He walked to the door, gently pushing it open, revealing a silent corridor illuminated by dim light, casting long shadows. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps approaching from a distance. Growing nearer. "Who goes there?" Ding Hao whispered forcefully, tightening his fists. The footsteps drew closer, and he held his breath, positioning himself behind the door. A shadow flitted past, coming from the other end of the corridor. In the dim light, Ding Hao discerned the figure. It was none other than Master Zhao. Doubt flooded Ding Hao's mind. Master Zhao had always been loyal, so why was he sneaking around? He decided to observe quietly, curious about Zhao's intentions. Master Zhao reached the training room door, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. Ding Hao stealthily followed him, watching as Master Zhao approached the wooden post. Bending down to pick up a small stone from the ground, Ding Hao's realization dawned upon him. Master Zhao was not an accomplice of the traitor, but had come to investigate the irregularities. He felt a sense of relief, but was about to step out when he suddenly overheard Master Zhao murmur, "Meet at the usual place. Don't forget the item." Usual place? What item? Ding Hao's alarm bells rang in his mind. It seemed Master Zhao was indeed suspect. He resolved to continue shadowing Master Zhao to uncover the truth. After leaving the training room, Master Zhao made his way to the martial arts hall's rear courtyard, where a desolate well stood that was rarely visited. Ding Hao concealed himself in the shadows, observing as Master Zhao tossed a jade pendant into the well. A thought sparked in Ding Hao's mind. He had heard rumors that this well connected to a secret passage leading outside the city. Could Master Zhao be an undercover agent for another faction, plotting against the Sun family martial arts hall? Ding Hao decided to play along. He quietly departed the courtyard, returned to his room, and retrieved some special powder. An accidental find during his herbal foraging in the mountains, capable of inducing hallucinations. The following night, Ding Hao arrived at the well in advance, scattering the powder around its opening. He knew Master Zhao would return, and once he inhaled the powder, he would succumb to hallucinations and reveal everything. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Master Zhao appeared. He stealthily approached the well, ready to peer inside, when he inadvertently inhaled a substantial amount of the powder. "What is happening? What am I seeing?" Master Zhao swayed and collapsed to the ground, his gaze unfocused, muttering incoherently. Ding Hao emerged from the shadows, a cold smile on his lips. "You are witnessing your doom." Amidst Master Zhao's ramblings, Ding Hao uncovered the truth. Master Zhao was not an undercover agent but had been bribed by the traitor Li. Assisting him in relaying messages, Li had not given up. He planned to collude with other factions and make a comeback. Ding Hao bound Master Zhao securely and handed him over to Sun Qianqian. Upon learning the truth, Sun Qianqian was both shocked and furious, immediately dispatching personnel to apprehend the traitor Li. Upon hearing that Master Zhao had been captured, Li rushed to confront Ding Hao, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Ding Hao, you despicable scoundrel! How dare you frame me?" Ding Hao chuckled coldly, replying, "Li, do you truly believe your sordid deeds have gone unnoticed? Do you think you can escape the law's retribution?" Li's expression shifted. forcing a facade of calm as he retorted, I don't know what you were talking about. What evidence do you have to prove that it was me? Ding Hao remained silent, merely producing Zhao Wusher's confession. Li the traitor, upon seeing the confession, instantly turned pale, realizing that his time was up. You? Li the traitor pointed a trembling finger at Ding Hao, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Ding Hao gazed coldly at him and said, Li the traitor, do you have anything else to say? Suddenly, Li the traitor burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ding Hao, do you think you've won? You're too naive. Let me tell you, I have powerful backing. His laughter abruptly ceased as he glared malevolently at Ding Hao. Gritting his teeth, do you really think that capturing Zhao Wusher means everything is settled? You're still too inexperienced. The people behind me are not to be trifled with. Ding Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? I truly wish to see what sort of formidable figure would grant you such audacity. He mused inwardly, judging that this fellow was merely posturing, and his supposed support was likely nothing more than a mere bronze rank. Seeing Ding Hao's indifferent demeanor only fueled Li the traitor's anger, and in a fit of desperation, he shouted, Just wait and see. You will soon learn the consequences of crossing me. Ding Hao chuckled. Don't just talk big without action. If you have evidence, present it quickly. There's no need to issue empty threats here. Li the traitor's expression froze. He had not anticipated that Ding Hao would be so difficult to deal with. Refusing to play by the rules, originally intending to intimidate him with his backing, he found himself mocked instead. He stammered, unable to utter a single word. Observing his cowardly demeanor, Ding Hao became even more convinced that this man was merely bluffing. He pulled out a stack of papers from his pocket, leisurely unfolding them. Since you can't produce any evidence, let us take a look at mine. Li the traitor's face turned ashen upon seeing the stack of papers, which clearly detailed his collusion with other martial arts schools and the conspiracy to frame the Sun Family Martial Arts School, even including accounts of his bribery. This is impossible, Li the traitor stammered in horror. How could you have these things? Ding Hao's lips curled into a sly smile, curious to know. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Enraged and humiliated, Li the traitor realized he had been thoroughly exposed, and there was no point in feigning innocence any longer. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he suddenly lunged at Ding Hao, shouting, Brat, I'll take you on. The onlookers gasped in shock. Although Li the traitor was merely a novice in the martial realm, his attacks were vicious and lethal, and the consequences of being struck would be dire. However, Ding Hao remained unfazed, swiftly evading Li the traitor's assault in the blink of an eye. He delivered a swift chop to the back of Li the traitor's neck. Bang! Li the traitor let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The surrounding crowd erupted into thunderous applause, praising Ding Hao's decisiveness and strength. Well done, Ding Hao. You're so impressive. Truly the pillar of the Sun Family Martial Arts School. Ding Hao smiled faintly and bowed to the crowd. Sun Qianqian approached Ding Hao, her eyes filled with admiration, softly asking, Ding Hao, are you all right? Ding Hao shook his head, downplaying the incident, just a minor issue. Nothing to worry about, he paused, casting a serious glance at everyone, his tone deepening. However, this matter is far from over. Chapter 47. New Regulations and a Breakthrough. Ding Hao's words were like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of speculation among the onlookers about his next move. Indeed, just a few days later, a new challenge arrived. The master of the Wang Martial Arts School, a mid-stage spiritual martial artist, entered the Sun Family Martial Arts School with a provocative smile. He not only brought a challenge but also a new set of rules. No leg techniques allowed. This was clearly tailored to undermine Ding Hao. It was well known that Ding Hao's leg techniques were extremely formidable, his greatest weapon. Now, prohibiting them was akin to severing one of his arms. Wang Martial Arts Master, don't you think this rule is a bit excessive? Sun Qianqian frowned, her tone laced with discontent. Wang Martial Arts Master laughed heartily, his tone dripping with disdain. Miss Sun, the rules were established collectively. I am merely a proposer. Besides, competition should have some restrictions to be more thrilling. Don't you think? He glanced at Ding Hao, a glint of cunning in his eyes, adding, or perhaps, is the Sun Family Martial Arts School afraid? Afraid? Ding Hao scoffed, breaking the silence. The word fear does not exist in my vocabulary. He turned to Sun Qianqian. his gaze resolute. Qianqian, rest assured, I will not lose. The atmosphere on the competition stage was tense. Referee Liu announced the new rules, emphasizing the prohibition of leg techniques. The spectators buzzed with discussion, most believing that Ding Hao was in grave danger. This Wang martial arts master is so treacherous. This is clearly aimed at Ding Hao. Indeed, with Ding Hao's incredible leg techniques now restricted, how can he possibly fight? Alas, it seems Ding Hao is doomed this time. Zhao Wushi cast a worried glance at Ding Hao, whispering, Ding Xiao, this rule is too disadvantageous for you. Perhaps. Ding Hao waved his hand, interrupting Zhao Wushi, no need to worry. I have my own methods. He took a deep breath, his gaze fierce, locking onto Wang martial arts master. Wang martial arts master wore a smug smile, as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. He stretched his limbs and arrogantly declared, Brat, just admit defeat. You are no match for me. Ding Hao remained silent, merely tightening his fists. A powerful aura emanated from him, akin to a slumbering lion gradually awakening. He smiled mysteriously. The game has only just begun. As the gong sounded, the match officially commenced. Wang martial arts master sneered, darting towards Ding Hao like a specter, launching a heavy punch aimed at Ding Hao's face. Brat, let me show you my prowess. Ding Hao remained unperturbed, sidestepping the punch. No-leg techniques? Then fists it is. A certain power within him awakened, a peculiar warmth coursing through his body, as countless boxing techniques flashed through his mind, ultimately coalescing into a brand new fighting style unique to him. Oh, this is interesting. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang martial arts master's eyes as his attacks intensified. Punches rained down like a torrential storm, enveloping Ding Hao. The audience held their breath, anxiously observing the duel. Zhao Wushi clenched his fists, his palms slick with sweat. Sun Qianqian's gaze remained fixed on Ding Hao, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and anticipation in the face of Wang martial arts master's relentless barrage. Ding Hao exhibited remarkable composure. He moved with agility, his steps unpredictable, evading attacks at the last moment while seizing opportunities to counterattack. His punches, seemingly simple, were imbued with tremendous force, each strike accompanied by a whistling wind, compelling Wang martial arts master to take him seriously. When did this kid become so formidable? Wang martial arts master was inwardly astonished, feeling as though Ding Hao were an elusive eel, impossible to grasp. Bang! Ding Hao landed a punch squarely on Wang martial arts master's chest, forcing him back several steps. Wang martial arts master steadied himself, his expression darkening as he glared at Ding Hao. You little brat. You have some skill, however. The victor of this match is destined to be me. Is that so? Ding Hao's lips curled upward, revealing a confident smile. Who will triumph is still uncertain. The two clashed again, the battle escalating to a fever pitch. Ding Hao's offensive grew increasingly fierce, his speed picking up, resembling a ferocious beast relentlessly attacking Wang martial arts master. Wang martial arts master gradually found it difficult to keep up. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, Ding Hao spotted an opening. His eyes sharpened, and he murmured, now. With pinpoint precision, Ding Hao unleashed a rapid straight punch, akin to a cannonball bang. It struck Wang martial arts master's chest. Wang martial arts master was sent staggering backward, barely managing to regain his footing, his face a mask of disbelief. Clutching his chest, it felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck. His internal organs jostled. Wow! Incredible! Ding Xiao, you're magnificent! The Sun Family Martial Arts School erupted with fervor, the cheers deafening. Zhao Wushi, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted, excellent! Well done! Sun Qianqian waved her tiny fists in excitement, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Feeling her gaze, Ding Hao's smile widened, a warm sensation washing over him. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Wang martial arts master's face turned ashen, enraged and humiliated, yet he attempted to attack once more. However, the moment he moved, a sharp pain shot through his chest, forcing him to abandon the thought. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and said, you certainly have skill. This time, I concede. We'll see how this unfolds. Having spoken, he dejectedly led his companions away from the Sun Family Martial Arts Hall. Referee Liu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hastily announced, "In this match, Ding Hao is the victor." Stealing a glance at Ding Hao, he silently mused, "Fortunately, I did not show too much favoritism towards Master Wang. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." As Ding Hao descended from the competition stage, Sun Qianqian immediately approached him with a concerned expression. Asking, "Are you all right?" Ding Hao smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine. Just a minor affair. I knew you were the strongest." Sun Qianqian gazed at Ding Hao with admiration, her eyes brimming with affection. Looking at her, Ding Hao felt a surge of tenderness. He understood that this victory not only brought honor to himself, but also earned respect for the Sun family martial arts hall. However, Ding Hao did not let his guard down. He knew this was merely the beginning. He sensed that greater challenges awaited him. "Ding Xiao," Zhao Wushi approached Ding Hao with a grave expression, "You must be cautious." "I have heard." Lowering his voice, he continued, "The next match is a united challenge." Ding Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, a formidable aura emanating from him. "Let them come." Chapter 48. The Ultimate Showdown. Zhao Wushi leaned closer to Ding Hao. His tone serious. "The next match involves a coalition challenge. The opponents are the top experts selected from various martial arts halls, forming a trio. It is said that the leader has nearly reached the threshold of the Xuanwu realm." Ding Hao raised an eyebrow, a confident smile gracing his lips. "The Xuanwu realm? Intriguing." He stretched his limbs, the sound of cracking bones filling the air. "It's the perfect opportunity to test my new techniques." Sun Qianqian, with a worried expression, tugged at Ding Hao's sleeve. "Be careful." Ding Hao affectionately ruffled her hair, giving her a reassuring look. "Don't worry. I intend to become the mightiest son-in-law." The opponents for the coalition challenge made their entrance. The trio advanced ominously, like three towering mountains descending upon the arena. The leader, a brawny man with a piercing gaze, exuded an overwhelming presence. The other two were a lanky figure resembling a tall bamboo pole and a short, stout individual akin to a meatball, both radiating an inscrutable aura. "These three are formidable opponents," murmured a spectator in the audience. "Of course, they are the aces of their respective schools. It is said that together they can even contend with early-stage Xuanwu realm experts." The gongs signaling the start of the battle sounded. The trio sprang into action, their coordination astonishing. The brawny man launched a direct assault with powerful and sweeping strikes. The lanky man moved with eerie agility, darting around like a phantom, continuously harassing Ding Hao, while the stout man maintained a steadfast defense, keeping Ding Hao firmly within their attack range. A barrage of formidable techniques surged towards Ding Hao like a relentless tide, blades flashing and fists flying, weaving a tightly knit net of impending doom. Ding Hao dodged and weaved, seeking opportunities amidst the chaos. His movements appeared somewhat frantic, his attire bearing several torn slashes. The audience collectively held their breath in concern. "Ding Hao, it seems you are not as impressive as I thought," sneered the brawny man, launching a punch towards Ding Hao's chest. Just managing to evade the blow, Ding Hao was struck in the back by the lanky man's kick. Staggering forward, seizing the moment, the stout man advanced, his hefty palms descending upon Ding Hao like two small mountains. "It's over." They all shouted in unison. In that critical moment, Ding Hao's eyes suddenly sharpened. A faint smile graced his lips as he uttered, "This is just the beginning." Before the echoes of his words faded, an astonishing aura erupted from Ding Hao, akin to a slumbering lion awakening. With a powerful shake of his arms, an invisible force radiated outward, forcing the three opponents back several steps. "What?" The brawny man's face turned pale. He had never encountered such immense power. Ding Hao's lips curled into a cold smile. "The warm-up is over. Now, allow you to witness true strength." In a flash, he appeared before the brawny man, delivering a punch infused with the essence of his unique martial arts technique. Its power was astounding. Boom! With a resounding crash, the brawny man was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. "Big brother!" The lanky man and stout man gasped in disbelief, staring at the scene before them. Next, Ding Hao's gaze turned icy towards the lanky man. The lanky man, pale with fear, staggered backward. "Wait, I concede." Ding Hao chuckled coldly. "Only now do you wish to concede?" Too late. In an instant, He was before the lanky man, delivering a palm strike to his chest. Pfft. The lanky man was also sent flying, unconscious. Only the stout man remained, trembling as he gazed up at Ding Hao, who stood like a god of war. His legs buckled, and he knelt, stammering, "I also concede." "Spare me!" The arena fell silent. All present were awestruck by Ding Hao's overwhelming prowess. Standing tall, he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes filled with confidence and dominance. "Is there anyone else?" he bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the arena. No one dared to respond. The disciples of the Sun Family Martial Arts Hall erupted into deafening cheers. "Ding Hao! Ding Hao! Ding Hao!" Zhao Wushi, filled with excitement, rushed to Ding Hao, gripping his hand tightly. "Good lad. You are truly remarkable. Our Sun Family Martial Arts Hall is now the best." Ding Hao smiled faintly, casting his gaze towards a specific direction in the audience. He spotted Sun Qianqian, who was covering her mouth in excitement. Tears shimmering in her eyes, a warm current surged within Ding Hao as he gently opened his arms. Sun Qianqian dashed into the arena, disregarding the onlookers, and leaped into Ding Hao's embrace. She held him tightly, her eyes glistening with tears, speechless from emotion. Surrounding women cast envious glances, whispering, "This is so sweet. If only I had such a handsome and strong man." Ding Hao affectionately caressed Sun Qianqian's hair, softly whispering in her ear, There, no more tears. Did I not promise? I will become the strongest son-in-law and protect you for a lifetime." Sun Qianqian nestled against him like a docile kitten. Ding Hao's victory solidified the standing of the Sun Family Martial Arts Hall. Those who once sought to suppress the hall now approached with subservience, eager for collaboration. Observing these opportunists who changed their tune faster than flipping a book, Ding Hao smirked inwardly while maintaining an impassive demeanor. Deftly handling each encounter, he became a legendary figure in the martial arts community, receiving an abundance of honors and rewards. Those who had once mocked him, hoping to see him humiliated, now kept their distance. Fearing his wrath, standing in the center of the arena, basking in the glory of victory, Ding Hao's spirit soared. Just then, a man clad in black attire, his countenance stern, approached Ding Hao and clasped his hands in greeting. "Mr. Ding, my master requests an audience." Ding Hao raised an eyebrow. "Your master? Who is it?" The black-clad man replied respectfully, "My master's surname is Long Long." A surge of inexplicable premonition washed over Ding Hao. He glanced at Sun Qianqian in his arms, then at the black-clad man, and finally, he gently set Sun Qianqian beside Zhao Wushi, speaking calmly, "Wait for my return." He then turned and followed the black-clad man, disappearing into the night. Sun Qianqian watched Ding Hao's retreating figure, an uneasy feeling creeping into her heart. Zhao Wushi patted her shoulder, offering reassurance, "Don't worry, Mr. Ding is so formidable, nothing will happen to him." However, at that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. Chapter 49. A new foe emerges. Challenges resurface following the deafening blast. Sun Qianqian's heart sank. Could it be that Ding Hao was in trouble? Zhao Wushi's expression turned serious as he comforted Sun Qianqian. "Stay calm. I will go check." Unable to remain seated, Sun Qianqian seized Zhao Wushi's arm, resolutely declaring, "I will go too." When they arrived at the scene, they found Ding Hao standing unharmed, though his expression was grim. Before him lay a devastated ruin, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. "What happened?" Zhao Wushi inquired urgently. Ding Hao shook his head, his expression complex. It was a diversion. It turned out that shortly after Ding Hao's departure, a new martial arts faction, the Wang Family Martial Arts Hall, had arrived with a group of aggressive experts at the Sun Family Martial Arts Hall. Upon their arrival, they exhibited a blatant intent to wreak havoc, speaking arrogantly, completely disregarding the Sun Family Martial Arts Hall. The leader, a burly middle-aged man with a face full of flesh and fierce triangular eyes, surveyed the surroundings and spoke with disdain. "I've heard you have a remarkable figure named Ding Hao. Bring him out." The disciples of the Sun Family Martial Arts Hall were filled with righteous indignation, but refrained from acting rashly due to the overwhelming numbers. Traitor Li lurked among the crowd, a sinister smile playing on his lips as everything unfolded according to his plan. Just as Sun Qianqian and Zhao Wushi returned, they witnessed this scene. Sun Qianqian trembled with anger, ready to confront them, but was restrained by Zhao Wushi. Calm down. Now is not the time for impulsiveness. Zhao Wushi spoke in a low voice. Ding Hao's gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately landing on the master of Wang Martial Arts Hall. His eyes icy. I am Ding Hao. The master of Wang Martial Arts Hall scrutinized Ding Hao with disdain, letting out a scoff. Just you. With your frail arms and legs, you dare to call yourself a master? Today, I shall teach you a lesson, so you may learn the true breadth of the heavens and the earth. Ding Hao remained silent, merely clenching his fists tightly. He understood that a fierce battle was inevitable. With a wave of his hand, the master summoned a disciple from behind. This individual was lean, with a sinister glint in his eyes, exuding a chilling aura. He cupped his hands towards Ding Hao. Yet his tone was laced with provocation. I am the chief disciple of Wang Martial Arts Hall. Please enlighten me. Ding Hao took a deep breath, ready to engage, when suddenly he heard a sweet voice from the crowd. Big brother Ding? Be careful. It was Miss Xie. Unbeknownst to him, she had arrived here, clutching a sachet embroidered with the words certain victory. Ding Hao paused momentarily, then a bittersweet smile crept onto his lips. This girl, he accepted the sachet, stowed it in his pocket, and then fixed his determined gaze on his opponent. Let us begin. In a flash, Ding Hao launched himself forward with the agility of a leopard. His opponent, not to be outdone, unleashed a surprising burst of speed from his slender frame, delivering unpredictable strikes that coiled around Ding Hao like a venomous serpent. This fellow possesses some skill, Zhao Wushi mused, stroking his chin with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Go, big brother Ding. Miss Xie waved her small fists, her face flushed with excitement. On the sparring platform, Ding Hao fought defensively, his adversary's attacks growing increasingly ferocious, each strike aimed directly at vital points. The audience around them buzzed with tension. Whispering amongst themselves, the chief disciple of Wang Martial Arts Hall truly lived up to his reputation. It seemed Ding Hao was in peril. This is precarious. That lad's techniques are quite sinister. Li Trader lurked within the crowd. A smug grin plastered across his face. It's done. Let us see how Ding Hao extricates himself from this. Sun Qianqian clenched her fists tightly, her heart racing. She longed to rush in and assist. But Zhao Wushi held her back. Trust in Ding Hao, he said solemnly on the platform. Ding Hao gradually found himself on the defensive, as the onslaught of attacks rained down upon him like a tempest, leaving little room to breathe. Heh, kid. I wonder how long you can hold out. The chief disciple of Wang Martial Arts Hall sneered, his strikes growing even more ruthless. Interesting. Ding Hao's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Just then, he recalled a martial arts technique he had created. The mad dragon emerges from the sea. He inhaled deeply, his inner energy surging wildly, and in a sudden twist, he soared into the air like a soaring dragon. What? The chief disciple's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, Ding Hao's fist struck his chest. Bang! With a resounding crash, the chief disciple was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing forth. Unable to rise for quite some time, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. All were left astounded. What the hell? Incredible! What technique is this? So ferocious. The audience erupted into deafening cheers. As if they intended to lift the roof off, Ding Hao descended slowly, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and said nonchalantly, "Thank you for the lesson." The master of Wang Martial Arts Hall's face turned ashen, glaring furiously at Li Trader. This fool has provided false information. He snapped. It was but one victory. Do not rejoice too soon. We still have more. No sooner had he spoken than a towering figure emerged from behind him. A muscular man radiating immense pressure. Kid, I am here to face you. The giant strode toward the sparring platform, each step resonating like a tremor, causing the ground to shudder slightly. Ding Hao squinted, sensing the formidable aura emanating from his opponent, and thought to himself, it seems the real battle is only just beginning. He clenched his fists, his gaze fierce, fixed upon the approaching giant, and slowly uttered two words. Bring it on. Sun Qianqian leaped up with excitement. Her cheeks flushed, waving her small fists like an adoring fan, shouting, Ding Hao, you're amazing. The admiration in her eyes seemed to sparkle with stars. Miss Xie, standing nearby, pouted sulkily, muttering to herself, "What is so impressive about that? He merely defeated a small fry." The master of Wang Martial Arts Hall's expression darkened further, akin to a pot's bottom. He had initially believed that dispatching a chief disciple would easily handle Ding Hao. But to his dismay, he had been defeated in a single move. What a slap in the face, he scowled, directing his ire towards a brawny man behind him, akin to an iron tower. Taishan? You go. Teach this kid a proper lesson? Taishan responded in a deep, resonant voice, striding heavily toward the sparring platform. His muscular frame resembled a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Ding Hao felt a hint of pressure. This opponent was undoubtedly formidable. Kid, you are quite impressive to have defeated Wang Shixiao. However, your good fortune ends here, Taishan bellowed, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. Ding Hao smiled faintly. Is that so? Then let us see. Taishan wasted no time, launching his assault immediately. His fists struck like iron hammers, cutting through the air with a whistling sound aimed at Ding Hao. Ding Hao was cautious not to take the blows head-on, instead evading with agility. Though Taishan's strikes were powerful, they lacked speed, allowing Ding Hao to deftly dodge them with his nimble movements. Dodging all you can do? Like a frightened mouse, Taishan roared. Ding Hao smirked slightly. To deal with a clumsy bear like you, I naturally must employ a more agile strategy. As he evaded Taishan's attacks, he searched for openings. Though Taishan possessed great strength, his techniques were rather simplistic, and the exertion drained his stamina significantly. Ding Hao was confident that as long as he could prolong the fight, he would find an opportunity to defeat his opponent. The two exchanged blows, engaging in fierce combat for dozens of exchanges. Taishan's endurance began to wane, and his attack speed slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Hao swiftly maneuvered behind Taishan and delivered a palm strike to his back. Taishan coughed up blood, swaying unsteadily before ultimately crashing to the ground. Thank you for the lesson, Ding Hao said coolly. The audience erupted once more into thunderous applause, Ding Hao's name reverberating throughout the martial arts hall. Sun Qianqian was so elated she nearly jumped onto the sparring platform to embrace Ding Hao. The master of Wang Martial Arts Hall's face was ashen. He had not anticipated that both of his skilled fighters would fall to Ding Hao. This was an unbearable humiliation. Humph. We shall see. The master of Wang Martial Arts Hall spat, leading his followers away in disgrace. Ding Hao observed their retreating figures, a cold smile forming on his lips. He understood that this was merely the beginning. At that moment, Ding Hao suddenly heard a faint sound, causing him to whirl around, peering into the depths of the martial arts hall. Who's there? Chapter 50. The traitor's residual threat. Ding Hao's eyes sharpened like an eagle's. Scanning the depths of the hall, it was eerily silent, the dim light casting mottled shadows. Could it be his imagination? Ding Hao furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Just as he was about to turn away, a sudden crack echoed from the direction of the equipment room. Ding Hao's heart raced, and he dashed over. The door to the equipment room was ajar, a faint, burnt odor wafting out. Pushing the door open, Ding Hao was taken aback. The training equipment, usually arranged meticulously, was now in complete disarray. Numerous precision instruments lay shattered, wires severed, and several areas were emitting wisps of smoke. This was no accident. It was clearly deliberate sabotage. Damn it! More remnants of traitors. Ding Hao seethed with rage. Although he had captured Li Traitor earlier, who had divulged some accomplices, it was evident that there were still fish that had slipped through the net. Lurking within the hall, these scoundrels were like persistent phantoms, daring to wreak havoc right under his nose. Ding Hao suppressed his fury and began to inspect the scene meticulously. He discovered that the methods of the saboteurs were highly professional, evidently trained in specialized techniques. Moreover, they seemed well acquainted with the layout of the hall, specifically targeting key equipment, which significantly disrupted its normal operations. This reinforced his belief that these individuals were far from ordinary thugs. They were trained professionals. Who had sent them? What was their purpose? Was it merely revenge? The more Ding Hao pondered, the more he felt the situation was complex. He realized he needed to swiftly uncover the identities of these masterminds, or they would pose a future threat. However, The clues were painfully scarce. The scene bore no fingerprints or other traces, and even the surveillance footage had been preemptively destroyed. This was clearly a premeditated operation. It seemed he would have to devise another plan. Ding Hao rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Just then, he suddenly thought of someone. Li Trader. Perhaps he knew more than we could imagine. A glimmer of insight flashed in Ding Hao's eyes as he turned and strode purposefully toward the cell where Li Trader was held. With a creak, the door to the cell swung open. Ding Hao stood at the threshold, coldly regarding Li Trader, who was curled up in the corner. "Long time no see, Li brother." Ding Hao's demeanor was frigid, laced with a hint of mockery, as Li the Trader lifted his gaze and beheld Ding Hao. His complexion instantly drained of color, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "What do you intend to do?" he stammered. Ding Hao offered no reply, merely allowing a cryptic smile to tug at the corners of his lips. "There are certain matters I believe we ought to discuss in earnest." He regarded the shivering Li the Trader with a smile that was at once sardonic and inscrutable, remaining silent as he leisurely extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, inhaled deeply, and then released a plume of smoke. Enveloped in a haze of swirling smoke, Ding Hao's gaze grew increasingly profound, instilling a sense of dread within Li the Trader. "Mr. Ding, I have confessed everything." "What more do you desire?" Li the Trader queried, his words faltering. "Confessed? Are you certain you have revealed all?" Ding Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone tinged with amusement. Li the Trader nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "Indeed, indeed. Every word I utter is the truth. I dare not conceal anything." Ding Hao chuckled softly. "Is that so? Then how do you explain this?" With that, he brandished a miniature communicator before Li the Trader's eyes. A device he had just uncovered in the equipment room, clearly intended for clandestine communication. Li the Trader's face blanched, his gaze flickering as he averted his eyes from Ding Hao's piercing stare. "It appears you still have secrets to hide." Ding Hao's voice turned icy, his gaze sharp as a blade. Li the Trader stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Choose not to speak? Very well. I have ample time." Ding Hao scoffed coldly and turned to exit the cell, as anticipated. Midway through the challenge, Ding Hao suddenly sensed an unusual aura. His keen instincts detected that someone was observing him from the shadows. Harboring palpable hostility, maintaining his composure, Ding Hao continued to engage with his opponent while surreptitiously laying the groundwork to ensnare these lurking adversaries. He deliberately exposed a weakness, enticing his foe to take the bait. Sure enough, the opponent fell for the trap, launching a ferocious attack aimed at Ding Hao's vital points. In that critical moment, Ding Hao deftly evaded the assault and countered with a decisive strike that sent his adversary hurtling backward. "With such meager skills, you dare to challenge me?" Ding Hao scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Just then, several shadowy figures surged from the crowd, charging straight for Ding Hao. These were allies of Li the Trader. Summoned to eliminate Ding Hao amidst the chaos, however, they gravely underestimated his prowess. Ding Hao had long since discerned their intentions and had set a trap in advance. In a flash, several figures emerged from concealment. Surrounding the intruders, a fierce melee ensued, with Ding Hao observing coldly from the sidelines, fully aware that these remnants of treachery posed no challenge to him. Within moments, the skirmish concluded, and all the traitors were apprehended and brought before Ding Hao, bound hand and foot. "Who is your master?" Ding Hao inquired coolly. One man clenched his jaw, refusing to utter a word. Ding Hao remained unperturbed, simply smiling faintly. "Choose silence, and I shall not be courteous." Approaching the mute individual, he pressed his fingers on him in several places. The man emitted a harrowing scream, convulsing violently. "I'll speak. I'll speak." He finally relented. "It is..." Yet before he could finish, he suddenly foamed at the mouth and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ding Hao furrowed his brow. It seemed the puppeteer behind this was even more ruthless than he had anticipated. "Continue the investigation," Ding Hao commanded coldly. "I intend to uncover who orchestrates this treachery." Zhao Wushi approached, admiration evident on his face. "Mr. Ding, your strategic acumen is truly commendable." Ding Hao merely offered a faint smile. Opting for silence, he turned and made his way towards Sun Qianqian. who gently used a silk scarf to wipe the perspiration from Ding Hao's brow, her beautiful eyes brimming with affection and admiration. "Hao Gu, are you all right? Those vile individuals are utterly despicable." Her voice was soft, like a gentle stream flowing through Ding Hao's heart, easing some of the tension within him. Ding Hao lightly patted Sun Qianqian's hand, returning her an assuring smile that "I am fine. Merely a trivial matter. Rest assured, I shall not allow them to succeed." Though he spoke lightly, the incessant betrayals and grueling challenges had indeed left Ding Hao feeling physically and mentally exhausted. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within him. After a brief respite, the challenge resumed. Ding Hao returned to the arena, his gaze resolute and his demeanor formidable. Yet the string of battles had drained considerable energy from him, and his next opponent was the new Martial Arts Academy's most formidable fighter, a brawny man known as Iron Fist. This individual was reputed to possess initial-stage Xuanwu strength and was proficient in various martial arts. Having once slain a fierce tiger with a single punch, his might was truly fearsome. "Kid, you are quite impressive to have made it this far," Iron Fist declared from the arena, looking down at Ding Hao with condescension. "However, your good fortune ends here." Ignoring Iron Fist's taunts, Ding Hao silently focused on regulating his breath, channeling his internal energy to its zenith. He understood that this encounter would be a fierce battle. A moment's lapse could lead to irrevocable consequences. "Are you ready?" Iron Fist cracked his knuckles, producing a series of explosive sounds akin to popping beans. "Let us begin." Ding Hao inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening as he intoned. "Bring it on!" Iron Fist sneered, his figure flickering like a bolt of lightning as he lunged at Ding Hao. His fist, accompanied by a howling wind, struck fiercely at Ding Hao's chest. Ding Hao, unwilling to take the hit head-on, sidestepped to evade Iron Fist's assault. However, Iron Fist's speed was astonishing. Missing his initial strike, he swiftly altered his approach with another powerful punch aimed at Ding Hao's head. Ding Hao dodged once more. Yet Iron Fist's relentless barrage came like a torrential downpour, leaving him scant opportunity to breathe. With a resounding crash, Ding Hao was caught off guard and struck in the shoulder by Iron Fist's blow. A jolt of agony coursed through him, and he stifled a grunt as he staggered backward. "Ha ha, kid, you're not as tough as you seem." Iron Fist laughed triumphantly, lunging once again at Ding Hao, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his shoulder. Ding Hao resolved to confront his opponent once more. He understood that he could not afford to fall. Failure meant the end of everything. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "Stop!" Chapter 51. The spotlight on the arena Sun Qianqian's cry echoed throughout the arena but failed to halt Iron Fist's ferocious onslaught. Iron Fist, the most formidable fighter of the new Martial Arts Academy, had finally made his appearance. Clad in black attire, his gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, radiating an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. The entire arena seemed engulfed by his presence, the air thickening in its wake. Ding Hao felt the weight of pressure akin to a mountain bearing down upon him. "Is this all? I expected formidable fighters from the Sun Family Academy. But it appears I was mistaken." Iron Fist disdainfully cast a glance at Sun Qianqian, his tone rife with mockery. Turning his gaze to Ding Hao, a glimmer of derision flickered in his eyes. "Kid, concede. You are no match for me." Ding Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression resolute. "The outcome remains undetermined. It is not yet clear who shall prevail. You overestimate yourself." Iron Fist scoffed, his figure vanishing like a ghost before reappearing directly before Ding Hao. His assault descended upon Ding Hao like a tempest, swift as lightning and mercilessly brutal. Ding Hao was compelled to defend with all his might, his body taking hit after hit, the dull thuds resonating throughout the arena. The audience held their breath, anxiously fixated on this climactic confrontation. Sun Qianqian's face was etched with concern as she clenched her fists, silently praying for Ding Hao's safety. Zhao Wushi and Miss Ye also felt a pang of anxiety, acutely aware that Ding Hao had reached his limits. Ding Hao's body was marred with wounds, blood seeping from his lips, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. Iron Fist's attacks intensified, his gaze filled with mockery and cruelty, seemingly relishing the torment he inflicted upon Ding Hao. "Kid, what other tricks do you possess? Feel free to unleash them," Iron Fist boasted, his fists raining down on Ding Hao like a deluge. Ding Hao swayed precariously, on the verge of collapse. The spectators believed he was destined for defeat, many shaking their heads in lament. It's over. Ding Hao is finished, alas, such a fine young man. The new martial arts academy is indeed formidable. It seems the Sun Family Academy is doomed this time. Just when everyone thought Ding Hao was on the brink of failure, he abruptly abandoned his defense, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. Heh, Ding Hao chuckled softly. This is merely the beginning. Ding Hao forsook defense, advancing rather than retreating, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light, and a strange smile gracing his lips. This unforeseen shift caught Iron Fist off guard, realizing too late that something was amiss. Before he could react, Ding Hao surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. What? Iron Fist blurted, panic washing over him as he hastily raised his arms to block. Too late. Ding Hao bellowed, his internal energy surging violently, a formidable force erupting from his dantian and converging upon his fists. With a thunderous crash, Ding Hao's fists struck Iron Fist's arms like cannonballs. Crack! The sound of shattered bones resonated clearly, while the iron-fisted man's limbs twisted grotesquely, sending him spiraling backward like a marionette with severed strings. He crashed heavily against the edge of the arena, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell into unconsciousness. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, each individual rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, the iron-fisted man had been invincible, yet he was defeated in a single move by Ding Hao. How could this be? What on earth was that technique? Incredible! Ding Hao actually won. This reversal was simply astounding. Slowly, the audience regained their composure and erupted into a cacophony of thunderous cheers. Sun Qianqian was overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in her eyes, while Zhao Wushi and Miss Xie jumped up in excitement. Ding Hao gradually retracted his fists, standing proudly at the center of the arena like a war god. He surveyed the crowd with a calm demeanor and declared, "Who else dares to challenge me?" Silence fell, a deathly hush. The members of the new martial arts school exchanged fearful glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief. They had anticipated an easy victory for the iron-fisted man, never foreseeing this outcome. The month has come to an end. The Sun Family Martial Arts School has successfully issued a challenge, the referee announced loudly. Ding Hao smiled gently and turned to Sun Qianqian. We have won. His gaze was filled with tenderness. Sun Qianqian, unable to contain her excitement, leapt into Ding Hao's embrace, clinging to him tightly, her tears soaking his clothing. Thank you, Ding Hao, she choked out. Ding Hao softly stroked her silky hair and replied, Silly girl, no need for thanks. We are husband and wife. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait! The arena erupted into a frenzy. Cheers, whistles, and applause intertwined, creating a deafening roar. Streamers fell from above, as if to crown this newly emerged champion of the martial arts world. Sun Qianqian could no longer suppress her exhilaration and dashed onto the competition floor, throwing herself into Ding Hao's arms, terrified that if she let go, he might vanish. Surrounding women cast envious glances. This was a classic tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, reminiscent of a romantic drama. At that moment, Ding Hao basked in the glow of victory, exuding an undeniable charm. Ding Hao, you are incredible! Sun Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as her words tumbled out in a flurry. I knew you could do it. You are truly my idol. Ding Hao gently patted her back, savoring the warmth of her embrace, a faint smile gracing his lips. The feeling of being adored was undeniably pleasant. Stay humble, stay humble. It's just basic skills, he feigned modesty, though his heart was already soaring with joy in no time. Ding Hao became the center of attention, a tide of praises washing over him. Ding Hao? You are the pride of our Sun Family Martial Arts School, Zhao Wushi exclaimed, clapping Ding Hao on the shoulder, his voice filled with admiration. Even the typically bold Miss Xie grew bashful, shyly handing Ding Hao a bottle of water. Her cheeks flushed. Thanks to Ding Hao's outstanding performance, the Sun Family Martial Arts School soared to the top of the martial arts community, a feat once deemed unimaginable. The plaque of the Sun Family Martial Arts School gleamed brightly, as if proclaiming their glory to the world. However, just as Ding Hao reveled in the joy of victory and basked in the warmth of affection, a formidable evil force suddenly descended upon the city, wreaking havoc and instilling terror. Skyscrapers crumbled, streets lay in ruins, and the cries of fleeing people filled the air. In the face of this unexpected crisis, representatives from various martial arts schools convened an urgent meeting to discuss strategies. Undoubtedly, Ding Hao, as the newly crowned champion of the martial arts realm, was chosen to represent the resistance against this malevolent force. Ding Hao, we are counting on you. The crowd placed their hopes upon him. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Ding Hao accepted this heavy responsibility without hesitation. Yet, before he could revel in his newfound role, he felt several hostile gazes fixated upon him, as the interests of various factions intertwined in a web of intrigue and rivalry. How would he navigate this impending crisis of trust? A chilling voice echoed from the shadows. I hope you do not disappoint us. Chapter 52. Encountering a crisis of trust. Ding Hao scanned the room. The scrutinizing eyes of various representatives felt like searchlights, leaving him feeling exposed and vulnerable. If I didn't know better, I'd think I was here for a talent show, he silently scoffed. Councilman Li adjusted his glasses and remarked sarcastically, Mr. Ding, while you may have garnered some recognition in the martial arts community, this is a matter of citywide security. Are you certain you are equipped to bear this burden? If you falter at a critical moment, it would spell disaster. His words prompted nods of agreement from those around, planting seeds of doubt within the hearts of the attendees. The atmosphere grew tense, and Ding Hao felt as though he could scarcely breathe. These cunning old foxes were already squabbling before the real work had even begun. Just as he prepared to counter, Mayor Zhang interjected, I have faith in Mr. Ding's abilities. His performance in the martial arts competition is a testament to his potential. He is undoubtedly the best choice to turn the tide. Mayor Zhang's endorsement warmed Ding Hao's heart. Finally, there was someone with clarity of thought. Old Zhang, you are a good man. He silently praised the mayor. Some previously wavering individuals began to reassess Ding Hao. Perhaps this young man truly could work miracles? Ding Hao's lips curled into a confident smile as he addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your skepticism, but trust that I will give my all to protect this city. His gaze was resolute, his voice resonating with authority, as if a powerful soundtrack accompanied his declaration, instantly captivating everyone present. At that moment, the door to the meeting room swung open abruptly, and a figure hurriedly entered, whispering urgently to Mayor Zhang. The mayor's expression grew grave, and he rose sharply, declaring, Everyone, the situation has changed. His face paled as he spoke. The Black Tiger has reappeared. The meeting room erupted into chaos. Councilman Li leapt to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Ding Hao. So it's you, Ding Hao. While we were strategizing, you were colluding with the Black Tiger. Weren't you? I knew you were unreliable. Ding Hao remained unfazed, a hint of amusement flickering within him. This attempt to frame him was rather impressive. He shrugged nonchalantly, replying, Councilman Li, one may indulge in a haphazard meal, but one must not speak carelessly. I, Ding Hao, stand tall and righteous. I have nothing to fear. That moment, a reporter named Bai squeezed through the crowd, thrusting a microphone into Ding Hao's face. Mr. Ding, do you have any response to Councilman Li's accusations? According to reliable sources, you have had prior contact with the Black Tiger. Is this true? Can you explain? Bai's barrage of questions came rapid-fire, unrelenting. Ding Hao regarded him with a sardonic smile, retorting, Bai, where did your reliable sources originate? Did they emerge from your toilet bowl? Laughter erupted around them, while Bai's face turned an intriguing shade of crimson. Online, the narrative began to spiral. The notion of Ding Hao's collusion with the Black Tiger surged to the forefront of trending topics. With conspiracy theories proliferating, casting Ding Hao as the target of public ire. This kid must surely have ulterior motives. How could a mere son-in-law possess such capability? He must have struck a nefarious deal with the Black Tiger. The wave of skepticism and vitriol crashed over Ding Hao, yet he did not react with indignation as many would. He did not engage in a social media spat like keyboard warriors. Instead, he quietly exited the meeting room, choosing to venture alone to the streets ravaged by the Black Tiger. What on earth is going on? The crowd exchanged glances, utterly baffled. Amidst the ruins, Ding Hao closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood, coupled with an unusual energy fluctuation. He suddenly opened his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. So that's it, he turned and departed, his silhouette fading into the night. Wait for me, a melodic voice called from behind. Ding Hao turned to see Sun Qianqian, breathless, rushing to catch up. What brings you here? Ding Hao inquired. Sun Qianqian grasped his hand tightly. Her eyes filled with concern. I was worried about you, she confessed, biting her lip before continuing. You must be careful. Promise me. Her reliance weighed heavily on Ding Hao's shoulders, prompting him to gently pat her hand and reassure her. Do not worry. I am destined to become the strongest son-in-law. Such trifles will not deter me. Ding Hao began his investigation, tracing the peculiar markings he had discovered amidst the ruins. This marking resembles something. A mysterious symbol from a two-dimensional world? Ding Hao mused, rubbing his forehead. Could the black tiger be suffering from an acute case of Chinibu? Nonetheless, despite the jest, these markings were indeed significant clues. Employing his keen observational skills and deductive reasoning, Ding Hao pursued the trail, ultimately uncovering identical markings outside an abandoned factory. Found it. It appears this gang's hideout is right here. Ding Hao's lips curled slightly upwards, indicating that this round was secured. Upon receiving the news, Mayor Zhang and his colleagues finally breathed a sigh of relief. I told you, Mr. Ding would not let us down, Mayor Zhang exclaimed with palpable excitement. Though Councilman Li remained silent, he couldn't help but admire Ding Hao's efficiency in handling matters. Even the journalist Bai, who had previously stirred the pot, began to shift her stance, lavishly reporting on Ding Hao's heroic deeds as if she had never questioned him before. However, Ding Hao was acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. The strength of the Black Tiger was not to be underestimated, and it seemed there were greater forces manipulating events from behind the scenes. More importantly, the suspicions held by various factions had not completely dissipated. They continued to observe Ding Hao's every move, ready to strike at any moment. Standing at the entrance of the abandoned factory, Ding Hao looked up at the overcast sky and took a deep breath. He understood that the real battle was just beginning. Are you ready? A deep voice sounded from behind him. Turning around, he saw Officer Lu standing there, holding a high-tech weapon. Of course, Ding Hao replied with a smile. I am the protagonist. How could I falter? Officer Lu smiled back. Then let us proceed and confront this black tiger together. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with resolve. Suddenly, Ding Hao's phone rang. It was a call from Mayor Zhang. Ding, regarding the clues you provided, Mayor Zhang's voice carried a hint of hesitation. We had a meeting and discussed it. Mayor Zhang, please speak plainly, Ding Hao replied calmly, though a sense of unease stirred within him. Some council members have doubts about the clues you've provided and hope you can elaborate on your plan. Mayor Zhang's tone revealed his frustration, clearly under immense pressure. After hanging up, Ding Hao furrowed his brow. He recognized this as a deliberate attempt by certain factions to hinder him in the conference room. The atmosphere was tense, almost palpable that a group led by Councilman Li stared at Ding Hao with predatory eyes. Mr. Ding, your plan is too vague and lacks feasibility. Councilman Li initiated the attack. How can you guarantee its success? If it fails, who will take responsibility? I am confident in the success of my plan, Ding Hao stated firmly, his gaze sharp as it swept across the room. As for responsibility, since I dare to propose this plan, I will naturally bear all consequences. He paused before continuing. I understand that you all harbor doubts about me, but I assure you, I will do everything in my power to bring the Black Tiger to justice and restore peace to our city. Ding Hao meticulously detailed his plan, covering everything from personnel deployment to operational strategies, leaving no stone unturned. Those who had initially questioned him began to waver. Even Mayor Zhang could not help but regard him with admiration. Excellent! I believe in Mr. Ding, Mayor Zhang declared decisively. We shall execute Mr. Ding's plan. After the meeting, Sun Qianqian discreetly pulled Ding Hao aside to a secluded corner. Her eyes sparkled seductively, cheeks flushed as she bit her lip, hesitating to speak. After the meeting, Sun Qianqian seized Ding Hao's arm, pulling him into a quiet nook. Her gaze was alluring, laced with mischief, as she leaned closer to him, nearly draping herself over him. A faint, intoxicating fragrance wafted into Ding Hao's nostrils, leaving him slightly dazed. Hao Gu, Sun Qianqian's voice was sweet as honey, whispering in his ear, "You were absolutely stunning in the conference room. You had those old foxes completely awestruck." Ding Hao coughed awkwardly, trying to mask the rapid beating of his heart. This girl was once again teasing him. Sun Qianqian's fingers traced delicate circles on his chest, her eyes dreamy, lips curling into a smile. Exhaling softly, "Did you know? When you are serious, you exude an irresistible masculinity. I could easily be enchanted by you." Feeling a rush of warmth, Ding Hao found the flirtatious atmosphere a bit overwhelming. Just as he was about to respond, Sun Qianqian tiptoed and gently blew into his ear, then swiftly pecked his cheek, leaving a faint lip print. "The reward for you," she declared before darting away like a startled deer, leaving Ding Hao stunned in place. He touched the spot she had kissed, chuckling helplessly. This girl was becoming increasingly bold. Just as he contemplated chasing after her, he heard urgent footsteps approaching from behind. "Mr. Ding, Mr. Ding, this is not good." Officer Lu's voice carried a note of urgency. Upon seeing the faint lip print on Ding Hao's face, she abruptly halted, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. Officer Lu's sudden appearance shattered the flirtatious atmosphere. Noticing the mark on Ding Hao's face, her expression shifted subtly, a hint of unspoken disappointment flashing in her eyes. Sun Qianqian, sensing the tension, deliberately looped her arm through Ding Hao's, defiantly raising her chin at Officer Lu, sweetly calling out, "Hao Gu?" Cough, cough. Officer Lu cleared her throat awkwardly. "Mr. Ding, the situation is urgent. The Black Tiger has sent people." "What?" Ding Hao's expression darkened. The Black Tiger was truly relentless. "How many?" "Preliminary estimates suggest over a dozen. All elites." Officer Lu's face was grave. A glint of cold determination flashed in Ding Hao's eyes. "Let's go." He turned to Sun Qianqian gently. "You should head back. It's dangerous here." Though reluctant, Sun Qianqian understood the gravity of the situation and nodded obediently. "Be careful." Before leaving, she shot a meaningful glance at Officer Lu. The warning unmistakable. A dozen figures clad in black approached menacingly, each wielding sharp blades, clearly seasoned mercenaries. They surrounded Ding Hao and Officer Lu, exuding an air of lethal intent. "Humph, you choose to ignore the path to heaven and force your way into hell," Ding Hao sneered, his figure darting like a specter as he swiftly took down two black-clad assailants. Officer Lu was no pushover either. She drew her firearm and efficiently eliminated several foes. The battle raged fiercely, with Ding Hao fending off multiple attackers without losing ground. His fists and feet struck like the wind, each blow infused with formidable power. Gradually, the black-clad assailant, a few words, akin to the enlightening essence of a divine revelation, awakened the crowd. Councilman Li's complexion turned ashen, while the reporter, stunned into silence, could find no words. Mayor Zhang exhaled deeply, as if releasing a burden of immense weight. "Mr. Ding is absolutely right," Mayor Zhang declared with conviction. "We must unite as one to confront the Black Tiger." The crowd nodded in agreement. A meeting that was fraught with tension reached a consensus under the succinct words of Ding Hao. Observing the assembly, Ding Hao's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. He understood that the true battle was only just beginning. He rose, donned his coat, and proclaimed, "Let's go." His call echoed like a battle cry, rallying the various factions to swiftly converge, sirens blaring, towards the lair of the Black Tiger at the abandoned factory in the western part of the city. As night descended, shadows danced within the factory, thick with the aura of impending violence. The Black Tiger stood atop a platform, resembling a bloodthirsty beast, surveying the advancing crowd with a cruel smirk. "You overestimate yourselves." The fight was about to erupt. The cacophony of sirens, gunfire, and brawling blended into a chaotic symphony. The Black Tiger's minions surged forth like a relentless tide, and despite the multitude of factions, they struggled against the ruthless thugs. "Mr. Ding, this is untenable. They are overwhelming." Mayor Zhang, hiding behind a police car, appeared ghostly pale. "Stay calm, old Zhang. This is only the beginning," Ding Hao replied, effortlessly dispatching an approaching assailant with a punch. Seeing this, the Black Tiger roared in fury, leaping down from the platform to confront Ding Hao directly. His palms moved with lethal precision, the air whistling with the force of his strikes. Ding Hao, not daring to underestimate him, engaged immediately. Their fists and feet clashed, creating a series of explosive sounds as the surrounding structures trembled under the force of their combat, causing the crowd to scatter. Wow, this black tiger is indeed formidable, Ding Hao thought, evading blows while feeling a surge of anxiety. The black tiger's prowess exceeded his expectations. His initial strength was no trifling matter. Ding Hao, be careful, Sun Qianqian called out nervously from a distance. Taking a deep breath, Ding Hao's eyes sparkled with determination. It was time to showcase his true skills. Suddenly, he unleashed his self-created technique, the Qian Kuan Nua Yi Palm. His palms danced like butterflies flitting through flowers, his form elusive and unpredictable. What kind of martial art is this? The black tiger was momentarily taken aback, evidently unfamiliar with such an unusual technique. Seizing the moment, Ding Hao's palms struck the black tiger's chest. A powerful force erupted instantaneously, sending the black tiger careening backward with a scream, crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing their leader being thrown aside, the morale of the black tiger's henchmen plummeted, prompting them to retreat. The various factions, witnessing this turn of events, rallied with renewed vigor, shifting from defense to offense. Well done, Mayor Zhang exclaimed, his fists pumping with excitement. Mr. Ding, you're incredible. Officer Liu could not help but raise her thumb in admiration. Even the previously critical reporter was left speechless, her camera flashing incessantly. Ding Hao clapped his hands and approached the fallen black tiger, looking down upon him. Is this all you've got to show for yourself? The black tiger clutched his chest, his eyes filled with malice. You'll pay for this, Ding Hao scoffed, lifting his foot. However, instead of stamping down on the black tiger, he turned and pointed towards a precarious building behind him. Look, what's that? The black tiger instinctively glanced back, and in that split second, Ding Hao struck with a swift and decisive blow. Aya! The black tiger let out a horrific scream, clutching his groin in agony as he collapsed. Writhing on the ground, is that all? I expected more from you. Turns out you're just a pathetic weakling. Ding Hao shrugged dismissively. Seeing their leader's disgrace, the black tiger's men fell into disarray, their morale shattered. The factions seized the opportunity, rushing forward to subdue the remaining thugs. Ding Hao, you're amazing, Sun Qianqian exclaimed, rushing toward him and embracing him, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection. The surrounding women cast envious glances, wishing they could take her place. Ding Hao reveled in the adulation and praise of the crowd, secretly relishing his triumph. Heh? That's how I roll. In the subsequent days, Ding Hao became the city's hero, celebrated wherever he went, showered with banners, flowers, and even offers for introductions to potential partners. The reporter, once skeptical, now sang his praises, calling him the guardian of the city. Those who had previously doubted him came to seek his favor. Standing in the city square, surrounded by the cheering masses, Ding Hao felt a surge of pride. Mr. Ding, you truly are the pride of our city. Mayor Zhang grasped Ding Hao's hand, his eyes glistening with tears of joy. Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty. Ding Hao humbly waved his hand at Mr. Ding. I misjudged you before. Please forgive my earlier misconceptions. Councilman Li approached with a sycophantic demeanor. Ding Hao cast him a dispassionate glance. Let bygones be bygones. Just then, a figure in black appeared silently within the crowd, handing Ding Hao a note before vanishing. Opening the note, Ding Hao found a single ominous sentence. Be cautious. You have been marked. Furrowing his brow, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. Chapter 55. A turn of public sentiment. The will of the people. Ding Hao basked in the glory of his recent triumphs. Banners adorned the walls of the Sun family villa, and flowers filled the living room, making it seem like a celebrity meet and greet. Cheers and screams followed him wherever he went, as if he had saved the entire galaxy. Mr. Ding, you are indeed the guardian of our city, Mayor Zhang exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he clutched Ding Hao's hand, nearly kneeling in reverence. Ding Hao feigned humility, waving his hand. It's nothing. Really, just standard procedure. No need for all the fuss. Internally, he reveled. Heh, I'm just that awesome. The previously opportunistic Councilman Li rushed over to apologize. Mr. Ding, I failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive my earlier misjudgment. Ding Hao regarded him with mild indifference. Forget it. It's all in the past. Yet he thought to himself, just wait. If you dare to speak recklessly again, I'll teach you a lesson. However, the good times were short-lived. The Black Tigers gang was not to be underestimated. They began to spread rumors in secret, claiming that Ding Hao was merely a fraud seeking fame. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the city grew tense once more. As many uninformed citizens began to doubt Ding Hao. Could Ding Hao really be a fraud? Who knows? In this world, trust is a rare commodity. Various rumors spread like a virus, threatening to tarnish Ding Hao's reputation. Enraged by these developments, Ding Hao declared, "How dare they slander me? Just because I haven't shown my claws doesn't mean I'm a mere kitten." Without hesitation, he sought out the reporter. Presenting a trove of evidence detailing the Black Tiger Gang's crimes, photos, videos, recordings, everything was irrefutable. Upon reviewing the evidence, the reporter was left in shock, realizing she had been misled. She promptly issued a public apology and clarified the facts in her news report. With the truth unveiled, public opinion swiftly shifted, and Ding Hao was once again hailed as the city's hero. Watching the reporter's emotional apology on the news, Ding Hao smirked. You thought you could outsmart me? You're still too inexperienced." Councilman Li watched Ding Hao being exalted once more on television, his expression darkening with rage. "Ding Hao!" He spat through clenched teeth. Watching Ding Hao's resurgence filled him with frustration. How is he so slippery, like an eel? He seethed. No. I cannot allow him to continue this arrogance. The next day, an emergency meeting was convened at City Hall to discuss how to counter the remaining forces of the Black Tiger. Councilman Li seized the moment to insinuate, "Mr. Ding, although you've emerged as a hero once again, who can guarantee that luck will be on your side next time? After all, the Black Tiger is not so easily dealt with." The room filled with murmurs, as many began to whisper among themselves. Ding Hao, however, merely smiled faintly, unfazed by Li's provocation. He had anticipated Li's attempts to stir trouble, and had prepared accordingly. Acknowledging Li's concerns, Ding Hao replied calmly, "That's why I've devised a comprehensive plan to ensure we capture the Black Tigers gang in one fell swoop." As he spoke, he placed a thick folder on the table, pushing it toward the others. Everyone began to peruse the documents, a hush falling over the room, broken only by the sound of pages turning. The plan contained a detailed analysis of the Black Tiger Gang's remaining forces, potential hiding spots, and their next moves. Ding Hao even included personality traits and combat styles for each member, along with tailored strategies to counter them. The entire plan was meticulously crafted, leaving no room for error. Resembling an intricate spy thriller, even Councilman Li, who had harbored reservations about Ding Hao, was forced to concede that the plan was nothing short of brilliant. How is this even possible? Member Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Ding Hao. How did you come to know all this? Ding Hao merely smiled faintly. Offering no reply, he picked up the teacup on the table and took a delicate sip, a hint of subtle brilliance flickering in his eyes. The atmosphere in the conference room grew exceedingly tense, as everyone was taken aback by Ding Hao's formidable plan. They realized that this seemingly ordinary young man was far more inscrutable than they had ever imagined. Just then, Ding Hao's phone vibrated unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he answered the call. "Hello, Xianxian?" On the other end, Sun Xianxian's voice trembled slightly. "Ding Hao, the news is saying things about you." Ding Hao gently interjected, "It's all right, just minor matters. I've got it under control, but I'm worried about you." Sun Xianxian's voice choked with concern. "Don't be afraid. I'll be back soon." Ding Hao reassured softly. After hanging up, a fierce determination enveloped his gaze. He understood that this battle was merely in its infancy. Sun Xianxian hurriedly arrived at the city hall, her heart tightening at the sight of Ding Hao surrounded by a solemn crowd. Ding Hao! Upon seeing her, Ding Hao's face broke into a slight smile. He gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Sun Xianxian embraced Ding Hao tightly, whispering in his ear, "No matter what happens, I believe in you and support you." A warmth surged within Ding Hao as he felt the tenderness of the woman in his arms, empowering him. With the reports from journalists and Ding Hao's remarkable performance at the city hall, public opinion began to shift once more. Citizens surged onto the streets, brandishing banners proclaiming their support for Ding Hao and rallying against the Black Tiger. Watching the jubilant crowd outside the window, Ding Hao's heart swelled with ambition. He knew he had won the people's hearts, and this would be his greatest fortitude against the forces of evil. However, just as Ding Hao basked in his triumph, a mysterious call interrupted his thoughts. "Ding Hao, do you think you've won? The game has only just begun," a chilling voice echoed from the other end. It was the Black Tiger. Black Tiger. Before Ding Hao could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. His expression darkened as he swiftly summoned Officer Lu and his trusted aides to strategize their next move. According to intelligence, the Black Tiger's hideout was likely a location marked with a red on Ding Hao's map. "An abandoned factory," Officer Lu exclaimed. Ding Hao nodded. "Precisely, that place has a complex terrain, making it an ideal refuge for the Black Tiger." "Boss, when do we move?" Officer Lu asked, eager for action. Ding Hao cast a resolute glance at his companions. "Tonight." As night fell, Ding Hao led his team discreetly to the perimeter of the abandoned factory. The factory lay in darkness, illuminated only by a few flickering lights that cast an eerie ambience. Taking a deep breath, Ding Hao addressed his team. "Remember, this operation is extremely perilous. Everyone must exercise utmost caution." "Understood." The team responded in unison. With a wave of his hand, they swiftly dispersed, infiltrating the factory's interior. Deep within the factory, a shadowy figure lurked in the darkness, a cold smile creeping across their lips. "Ding Hao, you have finally arrived." Chapter 56. Bravely entering the den of evil to unravel the conspiracy, Ding Hao stared intently at the abandoned factory marked in red on the map. A chill creeping up from his feet to his heart. He was acutely aware of the peril that awaited him, akin to stepping into the gates of hell. Sun Qianqian gripped his hand tightly. Her fingers icy, her eyes filled with fear. "Hao, don't go. It's too dangerous," she implored, nearly begging. Ding Hao's heart twisted painfully. He was all too aware of the danger. Yet, the Black Tiger's scheme loomed over the city like the sword of Damocles. Poised to strike at any moment, he had no choice but to confront it. He grasped Sun Qianqian's hand firmly, his tone resolute. "Qianqian, trust me. I will return safely." Tears welled in Sun Qianqian's eyes. She knew that once Ding Hao made a decision, no one could sway him. All she could do was silently pray for his safe return. The night was as dark as ink, and the abandoned factory lay dormant like a slumbering beast. Quietly crouched in the shadows, Ding Hao, leading Officer Lu and the others, moved stealthily around the factory's perimeter. The area was riddled with traps. Even the slightest misstep could trigger an alarm. Yet, Ding Hao moved like a specter, always finding the optimal path to evade danger. As if he could foresee it, he deftly scaled the barbed wire, silently navigated through infrared detectors, and skillfully circumvented landmines. His movements were fluid and seamless. Leaving Officer Lu awestruck, "Boss, your skills are simply incredible," she couldn't help but exclaim in a hushed tone. Ding Hao did not respond but signaled for silence, pressing on at last. They reached the factory's main entrance. The massive doors were tightly shut, and sentries could be seen dimly through the guardhouses on either side. Ding Hao's gaze sharpened as he quietly instructed, "Lu, take your team through the side entrance to create a diversion and draw the guards' attention. Remember, do not engage. Your task is to disrupt their focus." "Understood." Officer Lu affirmed, disappearing into the night with her team. Ding Hao inhaled deeply, his figure flickering like lightning as he vanished from sight. Inside the factory, the Black Tiger watched Ding Hao's silhouette on the surveillance screen, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Ding Hao, you have finally arrived. Let us see if you can make it out alive this time." Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the factory, punctuated by the sounds of gunfire and explosions. The Black Tiger's expression shifted. "What is happening?" A panicked guard rushed in. "Boss, intruders have breached the perimeter." The Black Tiger bellowed. "You incompetent fools. You can't even handle a few intruders." He spun around, yelling into the communicator, "A bow. What in the world are you doing?" From the communicator came a chilling voice, "Haha, I'm entertaining guests." Ding Hao slipped into the factory's interior. A pungent mix of oil and blood assaulting his senses, in the dim light. Various machines loomed like iron beasts, casting sinister shadows. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Ding Hao's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly concealed himself behind a pile of discarded metal boxes. A patrol team emerged at the corridor's end, weapons drawn. scanning their surroundings warily. "Boss, what's the deal with Black Tiger? Why the increased patrols in the dead of night?" A short, stout patrol member complained. "Who knows? Probably afraid that Ding Hao will come to stir up trouble." Another taller team member scoffed. "With his skills, he dares to challenge Brother Tiger? It's like courting death." Before he could finish, a shadow darted past the metal boxes. "Who goes there?" The patrol members shouted, raising their weapons in alarm. "The one sending you to hell," Ding Hao sneered, weaving through the patrol members like a wraith. Bang, bang, bang. Several muffled thuds echoed as a few patrol members collapsed. "This guy is fast." The remaining patrol members were gripped by terror, realizing the magnitude of the adversary they faced. Ding Hao remained unflustered, using the environment to toy with the remaining patrol members like a cat playing with mice. "Ah!" A scream erupted as one patrol member was sent flying by a kick from Ding Hao, crashing against the wall, lifeless. The remaining patrol members were now completely panicked, scattering in all directions. Thinking of escaping? Too late. Ding Hao chuckled coldly, swiftly forming hand seals. Heavenly Gang suppressing Demon Fist? A powerful gust erupted from Ding Hao, sweeping through the entire corridor. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the remaining patrol members were flung away, crashing hard onto the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Ding Hao dusted off his hands, glancing disdainfully at the fallen patrol members. "With such meager skills, you dare to show your faces?" In the surveillance room, the Black Tiger watched the unfolding chaos with a stony expression. "Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings," he roared, slamming his fist onto the table. From the communicator, a Bao's icy voice emerged. "Black Tiger, it seems your subordinates are lacking." Gritting his teeth, the Black Tiger replied, "A Bao? You better pray Ding Hao doesn't fall into my hands, or else what?" Ding Hao's voice suddenly rang out at the door of the surveillance room. The Black Tiger turned abruptly, seeing Ding Hao standing at the entrance, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Black Tiger's face paled, leaping up from his seat, trembling as he pointed at Ding Hao. "Why you shouldn't be here?" Ding Hao chuckled coldly, stepping into the surveillance room. "What's wrong? Am I not welcome?" His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the surveillance equipment, noting the secrets hidden within, trying to regain his composure. The Black Tiger warned, "Ding Hao, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise what?" Ding Hao interrupted, his tone dripping with disdain. "With your bunch of worthless fools." He gestured at the screen showing the fallen patrol members. "They don't even qualify to tickle me." The countenance of Black Tiger was dark and foreboding. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Ding Hao, yet he was not one to await his fate passively. He quietly pressed a red button hidden beneath the table. Suddenly, the walls of the monitoring room began to shift, revealing a concealed passage. With a sinister grin, Black Tiger exclaimed, "Ding Hao, you shall perish with that." He turned and darted into the tunnel. Ding Hao would not allow him to escape so easily. In a flash, he appeared behind Black Tiger and delivered a swift blow to the back of his neck. Black Tiger let out a muffled groan, collapsing limply to the ground. Ignoring the unconscious figure of Black Tiger, Ding Hao approached the control panel, swiftly scanning the information displayed. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon an encrypted document. After expending considerable effort, he finally cracked the password and accessed the file. The contents astonished Ding Hao. It revealed that a more formidable puppet master lurked behind Black Tiger, orchestrating an even grander conspiracy that entangled foreign forces. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Ding Hao knew he must relay this information without delay. He made a copy of the document and then destroyed the original. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the room. Turning to look, Ding Hao saw a Bao charging in with a group of men. Upon sighting the unconscious Black Tiger, a Bao's face contorted with rage. "Ding Hao, how dare you?" Ding Hao sneered. "With your ragtag bunch, do you really think you can stop me? Brothers, advance. Eliminate him." At a Bao's command, the crowd surged forward. Ding Hao's expression hardened as he wove through the throng like a specter, raining down punches and kicks with relentless precision. The sounds of impact and anguished cries filled the air as a Bao's men fell one by one. A Bao's face paled in disbelief. He had not anticipated Ding Hao's formidable prowess. As he turned to flee, Ding Hao seized him by the collar. Attempting to escape? Not so easily. Ding Hao retorted coldly, lifting a Bao off the ground. What do you intend to do? A Bao gasped in terror. Without uttering a word, Ding Hao threw him to the ground and pressed a foot against his chest. Speak. Who is your puppet master? A Bao's face drained of color, his lips quivering. I don't know. Ding Hao's gaze turned icy, and he increased the pressure of his foot. A Bao screamed. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Meanwhile, outside the abandoned factory, Sun Qianqian awaited anxiously, her heart heavy with prayers for Ding Hao's safe return. In the distance, the wailing of sirens and the glow of flames filled the night. Sun Qianqian's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Chapter 57. The Annihilation of Evil Black Tiger. Ding Hao emerged from the abandoned factory, tightly clutching a blood-stained note, evidence of Black Tiger's crimes. He raised his gaze to the blazing flames, his eyes glinting with frigid resolve. A Bao's confession had confirmed his earlier suspicions. The true mastermind was none other than Black Tiger, the notorious crime lord entrenched in City A for years. Qianqian. Ding Hao spotted Sun Qianqian, who was anxiously awaiting him, and rushed forward to embrace her. It's all right now. Everything is over. Sun Qianqian held Ding Hao tightly, feeling the strength of his heartbeat, her anxious heart finally at ease. Now is not the time to relax. Ding Hao gently stroked her hair. We must act immediately to eradicate this malignant tumor known as Black Tiger. Ding Hao swiftly contacted Mayor Zhang, relaying all critical information and evidence gleaned from a Bao. Mayor Zhang, enraged, vowed to fully cooperate with Ding Hao's efforts. Subsequently, Ding Hao reached out to Reporter Bai, Congressman Li, and Officer Liu, gathering them together. Everyone, Ding Hao's gaze swept over the group with unwavering determination. Black Tiger's transgressions are beyond count. He not only controls the underworld of City A, but is also implicated in multiple homicides. Now, we must unite to bring this demon to justice. The assembly nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to support Ding Hao wholeheartedly. Based on the intelligence I have acquired, Ding Hao marked several key locations on a map. Black Tiger's stronghold is situated at an abandoned chemical plant on the outskirts of the city. He may have already sensed our movements and fortified his defenses, potentially taking hostages. The atmosphere turned grave. Ding Hao inhaled deeply before continuing. Thus, we must devise a meticulous plan to ensure absolute success. A spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Mayor Zhang, you will mobilize the police force to seal off the area surrounding Black Tiger's lair to prevent their escape. Reporter Bai, you will contact the media to publicize Black Tiger's crimes and garner public support. Congressman Li, you will coordinate resources to ensure our logistical needs are met. Officer Liu, you will lead your team in the rescue of hostages. Ding Hao methodically assigned tasks, his composure and decisiveness instilling confidence in all present. Once arrangements were finalized, Ding Hao gazed up at the night sky, his eyes filled with determination. Everyone, our success hinges on this moment. For the peace of City, for justice, we must give our all. Understood. The group echoed in unison, their spirits soaring. Ding Hao took a deep breath, a glint of cold resolve in his eyes. Let us proceed. The blaring sirens pierced the night as police lights illuminated the darkness, transforming it into daylight. Armed officers formed a steel barrier, encircling the chemical plant. Action. With Mayor Zhang's command, the assault commenced. Officer Liu led her SWAT team in a fierce clash against Black Tiger's men inside the factory. Gunfire, explosions, and shouts melded into a cacophony reminiscent of a gripping action film. Simultaneously, Ding Hao stealthily infiltrated the interior of the factory, making his way to Black Tiger's location. He understood that to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Only by eliminating Black Tiger could he dismantle this evil force. Ding Hao, you finally arrived. Black Tiger stood atop a platform, surveying Ding Hao with a gaze filled with frenzied malice. Today, either you die or I do. Enough with the banter. Meet your demise. Ding Hao roared, charging forward with lightning speed, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. Their fists collided with a thunderous sound. Black Tiger was pushed back several steps, his face betraying a flicker of shock. He had not anticipated Ding Hao's strength to be so formidable. It seems you have made considerable progress during this time. Black Tiger sneered, charging once more. In despair, Black Tiger seemed to draw upon some hidden power, each strike a lethal blow, imbued with overwhelming force. Ding Hao, not daring to underestimate him, fought back with all his might. The two exchanged blows in a fierce contest. Neither willing to yield, boom! Ding Hao landed a punch that sent Black Tiger crashing to the ground. Seeing their leader falter, Black Tiger's men fell into disarray. The boss is down. We must retreat. Don't panic. Hold your ground. Black Tiger struggled to rise, bellowing commands. But the tide had turned. His men had lost their resolve and scattered in flight. Black Tiger, your end is nigh. Ding Hao advanced step by step, his eyes glinting with cold malice. Black Tiger, witnessing Ding Hao's relentless approach, felt a flicker of despair. He knew he could not escape his fate today. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. With a primal roar, Black Tiger surged forward, channeling his remaining energy for one final attack against Ding Hao. Ding Hao merely chuckled, refusing to evade, and similarly elevated his own energy to its zenith. Heavenly Gang Fist. Ding Hao unleashed a punch, the air resonating with explosive force. Black Tiger's assault crumbled in an instant, and he was sent hurtling back, crashing violently against the wall. Black Tiger coughed up blood. His face as pale as a ghost. Ding Hao approached him, towering above, and coldly declared, "It is over." Black Tiger looked up at Ding Hao, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he rasped, "You will regret this." Ding Hao's gaze hardened, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "Regret? The only regret I have is that I allowed you to live this long," before the words could fade. A surge of energy coursed through Ding Hao, coalescing in his right fist, shining like a miniature sun. Final form of Heavenly Gang Fist, Annihilation. With a thunderous explosion, the golden light erupted, and Black Tiger barely had time to scream before being reduced to nothingness. With Black Tiger's demise, the remaining forces of evil were left leaderless, collapsing in an instant. The police and allied forces pursued relentlessly, capturing the remnants of this nefarious gang. At last, the skies over City A welcomed a long-awaited clarity. As the smoke cleared, jubilant cheers erupted outside the abandoned factory. Citizens gathered spontaneously to celebrate this hard-won victory. Ding Hao's name reverberated through the air. Sun Qianqian rushed into Ding Hao's embrace, tears blurring her vision. "Ding Hao, you were incredible." She clung to him tightly, feeling his warmth, her heart swelling with pride and admiration. The women around them cast envious glances. This was a true hero. Ding Hao embraced Sun Qianqian tightly, reveling in the joy of victory, a faint smile gracing his lips in recognition of Ding Hao's remarkable achievements. Citia bestowed upon him the esteemed title of Guardian of the City, along with the highest honors and rewards. His name was inscribed upon the city's monument of heroes, destined to be eternally remembered and revered by the populace. Those who had once doubted and ridiculed him now found themselves filled with profound admiration, wishing they could vanish into the earth in shame. Yet, amidst the collective elation, Ding Hao gazed at the tranquil night sky. A subtle furrow forming on his brow, he sensed that something had been overlooked. "Ding Hao, what troubles you?" Sun Qianqian inquired, noticing his unease with genuine concern. Ding Hao shook his head and forced a smile. "It's nothing." He paused momentarily, his gaze fixating on a black stone amidst the ruins. Emanating an eerie aura, "I just feel that the matter may not yet be concluded." Chapter 58. Crisis of Public Opinion. Turning the tide. Ding Hao's premonitions proved accurate. The apparent calm was merely the tranquility before the storm. A dark current began to stir online. Anonymous accounts commenced the dissemination of rumors, asserting that Ding Hao's eradication of the malevolent forces was merely a fade to conceal his own secrets. Some even accused him of being the puppeteer behind the very evil he had fought against, claiming his previous battles were nothing more than a charade. Isn't it terrifying, my friends? This Ding Hao suddenly appears, exhibiting such strength. How come we've never heard of him before? Could it all be an act? Reveal the truth upstairs. Perhaps this evil force is merely a play he orchestrated, all for fame and fortune. Indeed, the guardian of the city? I'd say he resembles more of a harbinger of destruction. Who knows what ulterior motives lie behind him? These rumors, combined with selectively edited battle footage, quickly gained traction online, turning public sentiment against Ding Hao. The citizens who once held him in high regard began to waver, and an atmosphere of suspicion and doubt permeated the city. Sun Qianqian trembled with fury as she read the comments online. How can these people be so ungrateful? It was Ding Hao who saved them. Ding Hao remained remarkably calm, offering a faint smile. A man of integrity has no fear of shadows. The pure are self-evident, while the corrupt will expose themselves. Yet, beneath his tranquil exterior, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his gaze. The city hall. The atmosphere was tense. Mayor Zhang, public discontent is boiling over. We must provide the citizens with an explanation. Councilman Li asserted, a hint of smugness in his eyes. Previously overshadowed by Ding Hao's rising fame, he saw an opportunity to strike back. Mayor Zhang's face darkened as he banged his fist on the table. Councilman Li, what do you imply? Ding Hao has risked his life for this city, and you dare to question him? I'm merely stating facts, for the stability of the city and the safety of its citizens. Councilman Li retorted, unyielding. Enough, Mayor Zhang bellowed. Without concrete evidence, no one shall tarnish Ding Hao's name. Evidence? How much more do you require? Is the current public discourse insufficient? Councilman Li sneered. The meeting room erupted into chaos, with factions supporting and opposing Ding Hao clashing vehemently. Just then, a clear, melodic voice rang out from the doorway. I have evidence. All eyes turned to see a young female journalist, the unwavering supporter of Ding Hao, entering with a recording device in hand. Ding Hao regarded her entrance with a slight upturn of his lips, revealing a knowing smile. Let us begin, he murmured softly. The journalist approached Mayor Zhang and handed him the recording device. Mayor Zhang, this recording contains conversations from those behind the rumors. They admit to deliberately slandering Ding Hao to disrupt the city's order for their own gain. The contents of the recording detonated like a bomb within the meeting room. Councilman Li turned pale, his lips quivering, rendered speechless. Upon hearing the recording, Mayor Zhang's fury surged. Arrest these individuals immediately. News of the evidence spread like wildfire, flipping public opinion on its head. The very voices that had clamored for Ding Hao's punishment now hastily deleted their posts and began to celebrate his heroic deeds. I told you, how could the great Ding Hao do anything wrong? Clearly, someone has been framing him. The backlash arrived swiftly, akin to a whirlwind. Where are those slanderers? Step forward and face the consequences. The great Ding Hao shall forever be revered. Ding Hao observed the online comments, a faint smile gracing his features, though he refrained from exhibiting excessive joy. He understood that this was merely a fleeting victory. The true challenges lay ahead. Sun Qianqian gazed at Ding Hao, her eyes brimming with admiration. Ding Hao, you're incredible. I knew you would resolve this. She gently offered him a cup of hot tea, her eyes filled with tenderness. Ding Hao accepted the tea, savoring Sun Qianqian's concern. Warmth flooding through him, he grasped her hand, softly saying, Thank you, Qianqian. While the tempest of public opinion temporarily subsided, Ding Hao recognized that this calm was merely the eye of the storm. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly to face the forthcoming challenges. Rising, he approached the window, gazing upon the bustling city outside, his resolve solidifying. I must prepare, he murmured, clenching his fists. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Ding Hao called. The door swung open, revealing Officer Liu, her expression grave. Mr. Ding, we have just received alarming news. She hesitated, her tone growing weighty. There has been a disturbance at the venue of the martial arts competition. Ding Hao gently caressed Sun Qianqian's hand, signaling her to remain calm, yet his gaze was as sharp as a hawk's. Public opinion may shift swiftly, but the true battleground has never resided in the realm of the virtual. He rose, heading towards a concealed training ground in the outskirts of the city. This site, once a bastion of malevolent forces, had transformed into Ding Hao's sanctuary for cultivation. The sound of fists slicing through the air echoed as Ding Hao executed his self-created martial arts technique, the Righteous Fury Fist, with utmost precision. Each punch sent shockwaves through the air, as if striving to tear apart the very fabric of space. Ah, is this not the guardian of the city, hiding here to practice? Afraid of being exposed as a mere fade? A group of thuggish individuals, sporting dyed hair and eccentric attire, had materialized outside the training ground, their tone mocking. Ding Hao ceased his practice, casting a glance at them. Do mere lackeys of the defeated dare to bark? Let us show him what we're made of. the dyed-haired leader commanded, and his comrades surged forward. Ding Hao chuckled coldly, his figure flickering before vanishing. When he reappeared, he was already behind the thugs. With effortless precision, he dispatched them with a few strikes, sending them sprawling like kites severed from their strings, howling in pain. The crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle fell silent, their gazes filled with awe and respect for Ding Hao. Meanwhile, within the city hall, Councilman Li's expression resembled that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. The evidence provided by the journalist was irrefutable, leaving him no room for argument. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he awkwardly addressed Mayor Zhang. Mayor Zhang, I misunderstood Mr. Ding before. I apologize for my previous statements. Mayor Zhang snorted derisively. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue indeed. As more evidence surfaced, public trust in Ding Hao soared. Online, praises for his valor surged forth like a tidal wave. The great Ding Hao, forever a deity. Anyone who dares speak ill of Ding Hao shall face my wrath. Ding Hao, I wish to bear your children. Ding Hao regarded the online comments with a subtle smile. He comprehended that this was merely the beginning. The true trials awaited him. With the martial arts competition on the horizon, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. That night, Ding Hao sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground, attuning himself to the surging energy within. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, their gaze fierce and penetrating. As he peered into the distance, "It has begun," he murmured, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Knock, knock, knocked up. An urgent series of knocks resounded. Mr. Ding, there's been an incident at the martial arts competition, Officer Lu announced gravely as she entered. As he perused the information of the competitors, Ding Hao's heart gradually sank. Lingwu Realm late stage, Xuanwu Realm early stage. There was even a suspected master of the Tianwu Realm. Goodness, this was not merely a martial arts competition. It resembled an arena where masters clashed. In comparison to these titans, his mid-stage initial martial realm strength felt utterly insignificant. A wave of inexplicable oppression enveloped Ding Hao, making him feel like a timid little rabbit that had inadvertently wandered into a pride of lions. Trembling in fear, alas, the revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. Ding Hao sighed, massaging his temples. Under immense pressure, he resolved to continue his training. Sitting cross-legged, he opened an ancient martial arts tome that recorded a long-lost technique. The Jiutian Suan Li Ju. He had studied this book for quite some time, yet had never grasped its essence, but tonight, he sensed that something was on the verge of breaking through. As he delved deeper into the text, the true qi within him began to surge wildly, and the air around him grew restless. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ding Hao's mind, akin to a lightning bolt piercing the night sky. Illuminating the path ahead, he had finally comprehended the quintessence of the Jiutian Suan Li Ju boom. An immense force erupted from Ding Hao's body, forming a resplendent golden halo around him. The furniture in the room began to tremble violently, and even Officer Lu was pushed back repeatedly by this overwhelming power. Officer Lu's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the unfolding spectacle. Ding Hao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with golden light. Resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, he gently raised his right hand, where a pulsating orb of golden lightning crackled and popped. A confident smile graced Ding Hao's lips as he felt a surge of self-assurance. Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed at the door, accompanied by an anxious voice from outside. "Mr. Ding, something has happened." The knocking grew more urgent, nearly shattering Ding Hao's eardrums. "Mr. Ding, are you there?" Ding Hao retracted his aura, and the golden lightning vanished without a trace. He opened the door to find Mayor Zhang standing there, his face etched with anxiety and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Mr. Ding, you finally opened the door. A grave situation has arisen. Calm down, old Zhang. There's no need to panic in a crisis," Ding Hao reassured him, patting Mayor Zhang's shoulder with a demeanor that suggested he had weathered many storms. "If the sky falls, there will be tall ones to hold it up, and besides, I'm here." Mayor Zhang took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. "Mr. Ding, you may not be aware, but at this martial arts meeting, other cities have dispatched their top experts, including even those of the Tianwu Realm. Our city's chances of victory are slim." "Tianwu Realm? Is that all?" Ding Hao's lips curled into a dismissive smirk, though internally he couldn't help but scoff. Goodness. There really are Tianwu realm masters. How are we supposed to compete? Mayor Zhang, believing Ding Hao to be fully confident, breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Ding, you truly are a master. On behalf of the entire city, I thank you. As he spoke, he produced a heap of beautifully packaged boxes from behind him. These are specially prepared cultivation resources from our city for you. I hope they prove beneficial. Ding Hao gazed at the mountain of cultivation resources before him, his eyes nearly bulging with excitement. Wow! So many treasures. Old Zhang, you are simply amazing. Before Ding Hao could revel in his joy, a gentle voice whispered in his ear. Ding Hao, this is a potion I specially prepared for you. It can enhance your state. Ding Hao turned to see Sun Qianqian standing behind him, holding a delicate little vial. Her eyes brimmed with affection as she leaned closer to him, softly saying, I hope you return safely and achieve great results. Feeling the warmth of Sun Qianqian's deep affection, Ding Hao's heart melted. He grasped her hand and replied gently, Rest assured, I will return triumphant. After bidding farewell to Mayor Zhang and Sun Qianqian, Ding Hao closed the door. Eager to open the boxes, various rare herbs, elixirs, and spirit stones lay before him, dazzling in their array. I've hit the jackpot. This is my time to soar, Ding Hao exclaimed with glee, rubbing his hands together as he began to absorb these cultivation resources. As he delved deeper into his training, Ding Hao felt his internal power growing stronger, as if he were on the brink of breaking through a certain barrier. Just then, a mysterious figure clad in black appeared in Ding Hao's room. His voice low and hoarse. Ding Hao, someone wants you to disappear forever from the martial arts meeting. Ding Hao was blissfully absorbing the cultivation resources, feeling as if he were on an unstoppable ascent in strength. Just as he was reveling in his progress, a sudden chill swept through the room, colder than an air conditioner. He looked up to see a figure wrapped tightly in black, resembling a Zongzi, standing in the room, akin to a scene from a horror film. Ding Hao, someone wants you to vanish forever from the martial arts meeting, the figure rasped, sounding like a broken gong, causing Ding Hao's ears to ache. Ding Hao rolled his eyes, internally mocking. In this day and age, do villains not possess a shred of creativity in their entrances? Can't they come up with a fresh line? Who do they think they are to regard me so highly? Let them come and speak to me directly. The black-clad figure fell silent and vanished in an instant, faster than a rabbit. Ding Hao pouted. Pfft, what a show! The next day, Ding Hao set off for the martial arts meeting. Along the way, he felt as if someone was tailing him, akin to a game of hide and seek. He chuckled to himself. Little one, you think you can track me? You still have much to learn. Sure enough, in a secluded alley, a group of knife-wielding assassins sprang out, encircling Ding Hao. Kid, your time is up. Ding Hao stretched his limbs, looking utterly relaxed. You lot are merely a bunch of small fry. Hardly enough to fill my teeth. The assassins seethed with rage upon hearing this. You brat, you're seeking death. They rushed at him en masse. Ding Hao sneered, unleashing the Jutian Suan Li Ju he had just comprehended. Instantly, golden lightning danced in his hands, resembling golden dragons, swiftly knocking the assassins to the ground amidst their anguished cries. Onlookers in the vicinity were left dumbfounded, erupting into applause. Bravo! Well done! Ding Hao clapped his hands nonchalantly. Basic maneuvers. Don't overdo it. After dispatching these small fry, Ding Hao pressed on towards the martial arts meeting. He knew this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges awaited him. Upon arriving at the entrance of the martial arts meeting venue, Ding Hao took a deep breath and strode inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, he felt countless hostile gazes fixated upon him, as if they wished to devour him whole. A chilling voice emanated from a corner. Is that Ding Hao? He doesn't seem all that impressive. Ding Hao found himself momentarily at a loss for words, for he possessed no evidence to counter the accusations. That moment, Lu, the policewoman who had been standing beside him, stepped forward. She produced a video recording and projected it onto the large screen. The footage clearly documented the entire conspiracy between Zhao Kuan and Zhang Biao to frame Ding Hao. Now, what do you have to say? Lu fixed Zhao Kuan with a cold, piercing gaze. Zhao Kuan's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched in anger, yet he found himself unable to refute her claims. with a fierce glare directed at Ding Hao. He stormed off. The onlookers erupted in a cacophony of outrage, condemning Zhao Kuan's despicable actions. Ding Hao exhaled a sigh of relief, secretly grateful for the turn of events. "Ding Hao, are you all right?" Sun Qianqian inquired with genuine concern. Ding Hao shook his head and offered a faint smile. "It's nothing, merely a trifling trick." He returned to the arena, his eyes brimming with determination. He channeled his inner fury into strength, overcoming each opponent in succession during the ensuing matches. Each punch and kick he delivered was imbued with tremendous power, as if he aimed to utterly crush his adversaries. With every victory, the audience erupted in thunderous applause, while those who had previously slandered him wore expressions of awkwardness and shame. In the semifinals, Ding Hao faced off against a formidable opponent named Li Wei, a warrior at the initial stage of the spirit martial realm, whose skills were not to be underestimated. Li Wei's techniques were unpredictable and varied, posing a significant challenge. However, Ding Hao remained undaunted. Leveraging his unique understanding of martial arts, he swiftly discerned Li Wei's weaknesses and ultimately defeated him with a single, thunderous strike. "Ding Hao! Ding Hao! Ding Hao!" the crowd roared, their excitement palpable as they chanted his name, celebrating his triumph. Standing atop the stage, Ding Hao basked in the glow of victory, filled with lofty aspirations. "The finals are about to commence," a staff member whispered as he approached Ding Hao. Ding Hao looked up at the final stage, a glint of steely resolve flashing in his eyes. "It's time," he murmured to himself. On the final stage, the spotlight illuminated the arena. Ding Hao's opponent was none other than Zhao Tianba, the head of the Zhao family, a bona fide powerhouse in the mid-stage of the spirit martial realm. "You dare to ruin my son's prospects? Today, you shall pay the price." Zhao Tianba's voice was icy and imbued with a murderous intent. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Tianba's figure flickered, appearing before Ding Hao like a wraith, his palm descending with lethal force. The attack bore down upon Ding Hao with overwhelming might, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. As if it aimed to cleave him in two, Ding Hao's pupils dilated, and he instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading the deadly blow. "Goodness, this old man means business," Ding Hao thought to himself, alarmed. Zhao Tianba's onslaught came like a tempest, leaving Ding Hao scrambling to defend himself, soon bearing several wounds. "Is this all you've got? And yet you dare to be arrogant? Truly overestimating yourself," Zhao Tianba sneered, intensifying his assault. The crowd held their breath in suspense, while Sun Qianqian clenched her fists anxiously, her palms slick with sweat. Lu's brow furrowed in concern, silently praying for Ding Hao's safety. Just as the spectators believed Ding Hao was on the brink of defeat, he suddenly inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening with newfound intensity. "Old man, the warm-up is over. It's time for me to get serious." A confident smile graced Ding Hao's lips. He pivoted, executing a masterful footwork technique, deftly evading Zhao Tianba's strikes while swiftly closing the distance between them. "Thunderous strike!" Ding Hao shouted, his internal energy surging wildly, coalescing in his fist as he struck with tremendous force at Zhao Tianba's chest. With a resounding crash, Zhao Tianba was forced back several paces, his complexion paling in disbelief. He stared at Ding Hao, eyes wide with shock and fear. "How is this possible?" Ding Hao offered him no respite, charging forward with a flurry of strikes that rained down upon Zhao Tianba like a tempest, leaving him defenseless. Ultimately, with a decisive kick, Ding Hao sent Zhao Tianba flying off the stage. Silence fell over the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was astounded by the spectacle before them. A novice at the initial martial realm had just defeated a mid-stage spirit martial realm expert, a veritable miracle. After a brief moment of stunned quiet, the crowd erupted into a thunderous ovation. "Ding Hao! Ding Hao! Ding Hao!" They hailed him as a hero, a legend. Standing on the podium, Ding Hao held aloft the trophy symbolizing his championship victory. Reveling in the adoration and admiration of the crowd, he had become a legendary figure in the city, his name destined for eternal remembrance. However, as Ding Hao basked in the euphoria of his triumph, a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak stood amidst the crowd, silently observing him. A peculiar glint shone in his eyes, and a chilling smile crept across his lips. "Interesting, truly interesting," he murmured to himself before vanishing silently into the throng. Upon exiting the martial arts venue, Ding Hao strolled to a secluded area, only to suddenly halt in his tracks. Come out, you've been following me this whole time. Aren't you tired? Chapter 61. The crisis approaches. The beginning of the breakthrough just as Ding Hao stepped out of the venue, eager to celebrate with Sun Qianqian, he was met with the stern visage of Zhao Wuzuan. Ding Hao, congratulations on your victory. But Zhao Wuzuan hesitated, causing a sense of foreboding to rise within Ding Hao. Indeed, the next moment, an elderly man with white hair and a resplendent robe approached, elder Sun from the Sun family. His sharp gaze and icy tone pierced through the air. Ding Hao? Someone has reported that you used hidden weapons during the match. Do you acknowledge your crime? Hidden weapons? Ding Hao stood in shock, for he had fought unarmed. He glanced around, only to find the crowd whispering and casting dubious glances in his direction. The glory he had just earned felt fleeting, and once again, he found himself the target of suspicion. Ding Hao took a deep breath, striving to suppress his inner agitation. Elder Sun, I have never employed hidden weapons. This is nothing but slander. Slander? Humph. The evidence is irrefutable. Elder Sun scoffed, producing a small silver needle from his sleeve. This was retrieved from Zhao Tianba, and it still bears your aura. Ding Hao took the silver needle. Examining it closely, it was indeed finely crafted, yet he had never seen it before, let alone used it. This needle is not mine. I do not recognize it. Sun Qianqian stepped forward to defend Ding Hao. I trust Ding Hao. He would never resort to such tactics. Qianqian, you are too naive, Elder Sun replied earnestly. The human heart is treacherous. How can you be certain he is not merely pretending? Zhao Wuzuan appeared conflicted. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Ding Hao scanned the increasingly skeptical crowd, forcing himself to remain calm, knowing that panic would only exacerbate the situation. Elder Sun, since you insist that I used hidden weapons, I am willing to undergo a thorough examination. He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping across the audience before landing on Elder Sunday. However, if no issues are found, I expect a reasonable explanation and a public apology from you. Elder Sun sneered, very well, let's see what tricks you have left. He gestured for his subordinates to commence the investigation. The atmosphere grew tense, as if the very air had solidified. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the final verdict. Ding Hao stood resolute, his eyes shimmering with determination. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. Wait! A somewhat frail figure emerged from the crowd. It was Zhao Tianba, the very individual whom Ding Hao had defeated and who had supposedly been injured by a hidden weapon. His pale face bore a resolute expression as he approached Zhao Wuzuan. Senior Zhao, the matter of hidden weapons has nothing to do with Ding Hao. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Elder Sun's countenance darkened, and he barked, Zhao Tianba, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Tianba inhaled deeply, braving Elder Sun's pressure as he continued. I was pretending to be injured by a hidden weapon in order to frame Ding Hao. What? The audience erupted in astonishment, caught off guard by such a rapid twist of fate. Zhao Tianba pressed on. It was young Master Qian who bribed me to deliberately lose to Ding Hao in the competition and then frame him for using hidden weapons. He trembled as he pointed at young Master Qian in the crowd, whose face paled instantly, attempting to slip away but was swiftly intercepted by Zhao Wuzuan's men. You, young Master Qian, dared to play tricks at the martial arts competition. Zhao Wuzuan bellowed, ordering his subordinates to detain young Master Qian. Elder Sun's face contorted in disbelief, as he had initially thought to leverage this incident to suppress Ding Hao, only to be blindsided by Zhao Tianba's betrayal. He shot a furious glare at young Master Qian, cursing inwardly, useless fool, you've only brought disaster. Ding Hao chuckled inwardly, realizing the mastermind behind the scenes had indeed gone to great length. He turned his gaze to Elder Sun, a hint of provocation in his eyes. Elder Sun, with the truth now laid bare, what do you have to say? Elder Sun's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he could find no words to counter. With a huff, he turned on his heel and departed. The farce came to an end, and Ding Hao had once again vindicated his innocence. However, the martial arts competition was far from over. His next opponent awaited, an exceptionally strong practitioner named Li Xianfeng. Hailing from the late stage of the spirit martial realm, Li Xianfeng was tall and muscular, radiating an aura of immense pressure as he entered the arena. He fixed his piercing gaze upon Ding Hao. Sneering, You are quite fortunate to have escaped a calamity, but your luck ends here. As soon as the words fell, Li Xianfeng lunged at Ding Hao like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, his fists cutting through the air with a menacing wind. Ding Hao, not daring to be careless, swiftly dodged to evade the onslaught. Li Xuanfeng's attacks came in relentless torrents, akin to a tempest, forcing Ding Hao into a passive defense as he sought an opportunity to counter. Ding Hao, give it your all? Sun Qianqian watched anxiously from the sidelines, her hands clenched tightly, silently praying. The battle intensified, with Li Xuanfeng's strength and speed far surpassing Ding Hao's, yet he could never land a decisive blow. Ding Hao slipped away like an eel, evading attacks at the most critical moments. Suddenly, Li Xianfeng missed a heavy punch and staggered slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Hao deftly appeared behind him, striking his back with a powerful palm. Bang! The impact sent Li Xianfeng reeling, nearly toppling to the ground. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that Ding Hao would capitalize on his opening. Ding Hao, emboldened by his success, launched another barrage of strikes, his fists and feet raining down upon Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng found himself retreating, barely managing to defend against the onslaught. The audience was captivated by the thrilling contest. Erupting in cheers, Ding Hao, go for it, take him down. With each exchange, Ding Hao grew more formidable, gradually gaining the upper hand. His gaze sharpened, and he proclaimed, Li Xianfeng, your era is over. He unleashed a powerful punch. Stop! A deep voice suddenly boomed. Sun Qianqian, her fists clenched in apprehension, watched Ding Hao intently, her lips moving in a fervent chant. Hao Gu, be careful. Hao Gu, you can do it. Hao Gu, you're the best. She resembled an ardent fan fervently cheering for her idol. When Ding Hao successfully countered with a palm strike to Li Xuanfeng's back, she was so overwhelmed with excitement that she nearly leaped up, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow! Hao Gu is so handsome. He's simply my idol. Ding Hao, emboldened by his success, unleashed a flurry of his self-created furious dragon 18 palms, striking with such vigor that Li Xianfeng could only defend himself, lacking the ability to retaliate. Ultimately, Ding Hao delivered a decisive blow that sent Li Xianfeng crashing off the stage, securing a clean victory. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Even those who had previously harbored doubts about Ding Hao now altered their stance, applauding him. Well done, that was impressive. This kid is truly hiding his talents. It seemed the championship of this martial arts contest was undoubtedly his. Praise echoed around him. Ding Hao cupped his fists in salute to the audience, a faint smile gracing his lips, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Humph, did you think you could scheme against me? Not a chance. Despite his victory, Ding Hao remained grounded. He understood that Qin Gongzi and elder son would not relent. This triumph was merely temporary, and greater challenges loomed ahead. He needed to remain vigilant to confront the forthcoming plots and schemes. Indeed, as soon as the match concluded, Ding Hao received an anonymous message. Kid, do you think you've truly won? In the next match, you will know what real despair is. Upon reading the message, Ding Hao scoffed coldly, tucking his phone back into his pocket, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He turned to head towards the resting area, leaving behind a meaningful silhouette. Ding Hao, congratulations on your victory. Sun Qianqian exclaimed excitedly as she rushed over, wrapping her arms around his. Ding Hao gently patted her hand. Yet his gaze shifted towards a shadowy figure lurking in the distance, calmly stating, Qianqian, it seems someone can't wait to deliver us a grand surprise. Chapter 62. The Unraveling of Conspiracy. The path to counterattack. Upon returning to the resting area, Sun Qianqian immediately approached, her face etched with concern. Hao Gu, I heard that Qin Gongzi is spreading rumors again, claiming that you received special treatment during the match. People outside are quite critical of you. Ding Hao disdainfully huffed. A mere clown, not worth fearing. Let them shout. I shall silence them with my strength. He reassured Sun Qianqian, saying, Do not worry, my dear. I have everything under control. However, the situation was even more severe than Ding Hao had anticipated. When he re-entered the arena, he was met not with cheers, but with a cacophony of boos. Various voices of doubt and insults rose in unison, some even shouting accusations of foul play and cheating. This kid must have bribed the judges. Exactly, How could he be this strong otherwise, down with corruption? We want a fair match. Faced with this overwhelming tide of hostility, Ding Hao remained unperturbed. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he scanned the crowd, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Striding to the center of the arena, he grasped the microphone and declared in a loud voice, "I understand that many here doubt me, believing I won the match due to special treatment. If that is the case, to prove my innocence, I have decided." He paused, his eyes sweeping towards Qin Gongzi, a glint of coldness flashing within. "I have decided to restrict my use of certain techniques in the upcoming matches to increase the challenge." His declaration sent shockwaves through the audience. No one had anticipated Ding Hao would make such a decision. Even Sun Qianqian, who had always supported him, wore an expression of astonishment. "Hao Gu, what are you doing?" she asked anxiously. Ding Hao gave her a reassuring look and turned to the referee, stating firmly, "Referee, I am ready. Let the match begin." The referee paused for a moment before nodding and announcing the match was underway. Ding Hao's opponent was a burly man named Li Tinio. He had initially thought Ding Hao would perform poorly under the pressure of public scrutiny and was secretly delighted, preparing to seize the opportunity to win. However, upon seeing the confident smile on Ding Hao's face, an ominous premonition arose within him. "Kid, you're just digging your own grave," Li Tinio snarled. Ding Hao merely smirked, replying nonchalantly, "Is that so?" As the gong sounded to start the match, Li Tinio charged at Ding Hao like a rampaging bull, throwing a devastating punch aimed squarely at Ding Hao's face. He assumed Ding Hao would be distracted by public opinion, yet Ding Hao remained unfazed, even sporting a hint of mockery in his smile. "Is that all?" Ding Hao scoffed, his form flickering as he evaded Li Tinio's attack with uncanny agility. "What?" Li Tinio gasped, astonished at Ding Hao's speed, which seemed to have increased since their last encounter. Before he could react, Ding Hao had circled behind him, delivering a swift kick to his backside, sending him sprawling to the ground. The audience erupted in laughter. "Wow, that was extraordinary. 666, this maneuver is simply dazzling. This kid is playing the fool to devour the tiger." The atmosphere shifted dramatically in the audience. The earlier doubts about Ding Hao dissipated, replaced by applause and astonished gasps. Enraged and humiliated, Li Tinio rose from the ground, bellowing, "Kid, how dare you play me for a fool? And what of it?" Ding Hao shrugged, feigning indifference. "It's your own incompetence. Don't blame me." Fuming, Li Tinio prepared to unleash his ultimate move. The rampaging bull charge, transforming once more into a battering ram as he charged at Ding Hao. This time, Ding Hao did not evade. Instead, he stood his ground, eyes slightly closed, as if sensing something. Just as Li Tinio was about to collide with him, Ding Hao suddenly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance igniting within, his body shifting slightly as he struck Li Tinio's chest with a palm. Bang! The sound echoed as Li Tinio flew backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing against the edge of the arena, blood spewing from his mouth as he struggled to rise. The crowd fell silent, all captivated by Ding Hao's astounding technique. "What was that move?" someone murmured. "Incredible. Simply unbelievable." Ding Hao approached Li Tinio, looking down upon him and calmly stated, "I just comprehended a new technique. I shall name it 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds. The referee, momentarily stunned, quickly regained composure and announced, "Ding Hao wins." Ding Hao turned to head towards the resting area, a confident smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Ding Hao, halt!" Sun Qianqian eagerly raced onto the stage, throwing her arms around Ding Hao, clinging to him like a koala. "Hao Gu, you're amazing, absolutely stunning." Her cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ding Hao, feeling the soft embrace, couldn't help but smile as he gently patted her back. "Keep it low-key. Keep it low-key, just a standard operation." The audience erupted in playful chants. "Kiss her! Kiss her!" Observing the scene, Zhao Wuzuan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Ding Hao's performance was indeed spectacular, and the previous rumors seemed baseless. Could it be that he had truly misjudged him? He resolved to secretly investigate young Master Qian and Elder Sun, to uncover the hidden intricacies behind their actions. In the subsequent matches, Ding Hao seemed to possess extraordinary abilities. effortlessly overcoming his adversaries with an unstoppable momentum that left onlookers astounded. At times, he transformed into a swift gale, his movements graceful and agile. At others, he exhibited the strength to uproot mountains, his punches fierce and dominating. A plethora of intricate techniques emerged in rapid succession, dazzling the audience. Goodness, this fellow is like a walking arsenal. His performance was so impressive it sent shivers down my spine. The barrage of comments flooded in, with netizens enthusiastically praising Ding Hao. Ding Hao continued his streak of victories, his reputation soared, positioning him as a frontrunner for the championship title. However, his remaining opponents grew increasingly formidable, each a battle-hardened expert. In Ding Hao's next match, he was set to face a mysterious master, rumored to possess unfathomable strength and to have never appeared in public before. In the resting room, Ding Hao was quietly meditating, preparing himself. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a figure cloaked in black, wearing a mask, entered. Ding Hao, the voice was low and gravelly, you are quite powerful and I admire you. However, in this match, you must lose. Chapter 63. The Pinnacle of Glory. Who can compete? The tone of the cloaked figure was icy, demanding compliance. Ding Hao slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of defiance in them, as he smirked coldly, make me lose? Who do you think you are? The cloaked figure seemed taken aback by Ding Hao's audacity, his tone growing even colder. Young man, do not provoke forces beyond your comprehension. The finals had finally arrived, the thunderous cheers threatening to topple the entire venue. Ding Hao's opponent, shrouded in a mask and dark attire, exuded an oppressive aura that was suffocating. It was said that he hailed from an ancient hidden power, with strength that was immeasurable, and some speculated he had reached the latter stages of the celestial martial realm. Goodness, what an imposing presence! Can Hao Gu withstand this? Fans were on edge, their hearts racing for Ding Hao. As the starting whistle blew, the cloaked figure vanished in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, Ding Hao felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, as if a colossal mountain were crashing down. Is this the legendary domain suppression? Terrifying indeed. The commentator's voice trembled. Nevertheless, Ding Hao was undeterred by the formidable pressure. Clenching his teeth, he tightened his fists, his inner energy surging violently. His unique martial arts comprehension reached its zenith at that moment, as he swiftly discerned a flaw in his opponent's aura. Now's the time. A spark ignited in Ding Hao's eyes as he moved like lightning, launching a powerful punch. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed, as Ding Hao's fist shattered the aura surrounding the cloaked figure. Incredible! Hao Gu is magnificent. The crowd erupted, astonished by Ding Hao's earth-shattering blow. The cloaked figure clearly did not anticipate Ding Hao's ability to penetrate his domain. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Coldly snorting, he vanished again, this time with even greater speed and more unpredictable techniques. Interesting, the cloaked figure's deep voice resonated from beneath the mask. It seems I underestimated you. He slowly raised his hand, a more potent force beginning to coalesce. The arena fell silent, every breath held in anticipation, fearful of missing any detail of this peak confrontation. The cloaked figure's assault unleashed like a tempest, relentless and impenetrable, as Ding Hao fought and retreated, perilously navigating through the onslaught. Goodness, who is this cloaked figure? He's incredible. Can Hao Gu hold on? Fans were on the edge of their seats, their hearts in their throats. Suddenly, the cloaked figure executed a technique called phantom shadows, his form fracturing into countless afterimages, bewildering the eye and obscuring reality. Ding Hao, caught off guard, was struck in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Hao Gu? Sun Qianqian gasped, leaping to her feet, worry etched in her expression. The crowd gasped collectively. Was Ding Hao about to lose? Lying on the ground, Ding Hao tasted blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze held no trace of fear, instead igniting with fierce fighting spirit. He slowly rose, wiped the blood from his lips, and smirked coldly. Is that all you've got? It seems you're not so impressive after all. The cloaked figure's voice remained frigid. Bravado won't help. You have already lost. Ding Hao inhaled deeply, his inner energy whirling intensely, a formidable presence erupting from him. His eyes sparkled like lightning, fixating on the cloaked figure as he declared emphatically, "The outcome is yet to be determined." Suddenly, Ding Hao surged forward, his speed surpassing that of before, his strength magnified. He unleashed his most powerful self-created technique, the Righteous Force Fist, the wind howling as he attacked the cloaked figure with the force of a tidal wave. The cloaked figure's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Ding Hao's hidden prowess and haste. He could only barely defend himself. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Ding Hao's punch sent the cloaked figure flying. Crashing heavily against the edge of the ring, blood spewing forth, unable to rise again. The arena fell into a profound silence, a pin drop audible. Then, a thunderous cheer erupted, reverberating throughout the venue. Hao Gu has triumphed. Amazing! Standing in the center of the arena, bathed in the glow of victory, Ding Hao straightened his posture, his gaze resolute and filled with confidence. He, Ding Hao, once a ridiculed son-in-law, now stood at the pinnacle of martial arts. He had vindicated all his grievances, proving his strength to everyone. Suddenly, a voice whispered in Ding Hao's ear, "Congratulations, Ding Hao, you have indeed not disappointed me." Sun Qianqian, like a joyful bird, leaped into Ding Hao's embrace. Tears glistening in her eyes yet unable to suppress her radiant smile. "I knew it. I knew you could do it," she said, rising on her toes to plant a gentle kiss on Ding Hao's cheek. This unexpected sweet gesture instantly relaxed Ding Hao's previously taut nerves. He embraced Sun Qianqian tightly, savoring the hard-earned glory and the warmth of love. The audience was taken aback by this sudden display of affection, yet none felt it out of place. Instead, they applauded and cheered, blessing the celestial couple. At that moment, Zhao Wuzuan stepped onto the stage, announcing triumphantly, after intense and thrilling competition, "The champion of this martial arts gathering is Ding Hao." His voice echoed through the loudspeakers, igniting another wave of cheers. Zhao Wuzuan approached Ding Hao, presenting him with the golden trophy symbolizing victory, patting his shoulder meaningfully. "Young man, your future is boundless." However, just then, the plot took an unexpected turn. A staff member responsible for investigating the tournament hastily approached the stage, whispering urgently to Zhao Wuzuan. Zhao Wuzuan's expression changed abruptly, and he declared, "After investigation, we have discovered that young Master Qian and Elder Sun were involved in manipulating the matches, falsely accusing Master Wei of providing banned substances. They are hereby expelled from the martial arts gathering." The faces of young Master Qian and Elder Sun drained of color, resembling two frostbitten eggplants. They had never anticipated that their meticulously crafted scheme would be exposed. Young Master Qian pointed at Ding Hao, shouting hoarsely, "This is impossible. You must be behind this." Ding Hao laughed coldly. "Who is truly scheming here? Everyone knows the answer. What goes around comes around. It's merely a matter of time." The two were escorted away by the martial arts security, leaving the arena in disgrace. Their former arrogance vanished. Laughter erupted in the crowd. A perfect embodiment of the saying that one who attempts to steal a chicken ends up losing the rice. Master Wei's grievances were finally vindicated. He grasped Ding Hao's hand, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, young man, thank you." Ding Hao smiled lightly. "It was a small effort." "There's no need for gratitude, Master Wei." Standing on the podium, holding the gleaming trophy, Ding Hao looked down at the cheering crowd, filled with a sense of ambition. He knew this was merely the beginning. Becoming the champion of the martial arts gathering was just his first step towards greatness. In the future, even broader horizons awaited his conquest. He would stride into a more powerful world, embracing greater challenges. Just then, the mysterious voice echoed in his ear once more. "Are you ready to face the real challenge, Ding Hao?" The voice brimmed with mystery and allure, igniting anticipation for Ding Hao's future. Chapter 64. The breaking of the stalemate. Returning to the peak, the cheers surged like a tidal wave, deafening in their intensity. Ding Hao, trophy in hand, relished this moment of glory, yet deep within, he remained remarkably calm. Indeed, upon returning to the resting room, Zhao Wuzuan entered with a grave expression. "Ding Hao, you must be cautious in your next match," Zhao Wuzuan stated solemnly. Ding Hao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, how should I be cautious?" "Your opponent is Feng Yu, the favored disciple of Elder Sun, who is at the mid-stage of the Xuanwu realm." Zhao Wuzuan paused, It is said he is ruthless and possesses strength far superior to his peers. I suspect that someone is targeting me? Ding Hao interjected, a cold smile gracing his lips. Zhao Wuzu sighed, that's precisely my concern. Although young Master Qian has been expelled, elder son's influence remains. They will undoubtedly seek revenge. Ding Hao smiled nonchalantly. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall dam it. I am eager to witness the tricks they will employ. Yes, the competition is about to commence. Ding Hao stands in the waiting area. Closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, he appears calm, yet his heart is already tumultuous. Silently, he circulates the vital energy within him, attuning to the fluctuations of energy in his surroundings. Suddenly, he senses a powerful aura of hostility locking onto him. He abruptly opens his eyes, gazing in the direction of his opponent. There stands a burly man with a stern visage, coldly fixated on him. The formidable presence emanating from the man sends a shiver down Ding Hao's spine. Truly, a mid-level Xuanwu realm practitioner, he muses inwardly. Drawing a deep breath, he casts aside all distractions, beginning to meticulously scrutinize his adversary's every movement. He observes that while Fang Yu possesses an imposing aura, his technique seems somewhat rigid, revealing an over-reliance on brute strength. Moreover, his footwork appears sluggish and lacks agility. Eureka! An exhilaration courses through Ding Hao as he identifies several weaknesses in Fang Yu's approach during the brief moments before the match. It seems this contest may not be devoid of hope after all. A subtle smile of confidence graces Ding Hao's lips as he slowly raises his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers toward Fang Yu. Softly declaring, "Come, let me see how strong you truly are." Fang Yu snorts coldly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He stretches his limbs, producing a series of sharp cracks, akin to a beast preparing to pounce on its prey. You will soon learn the consequences of offending elder son. Fang Yu's voice is icy and filled with menace. Unfazed, Ding Hao's gaze remains resolute as he replies, "Then let it be so. The outcome is yet to be determined." At that moment, the gong signaling the start of the match reverberates through the air. With the sound of the gong, Fang Yu lunges towards Ding Hao like a bolt from a crossbow, initiating with a powerful mountain-crushing palm that slices through the air with a force akin to an avalanche. Good heavens, he intends to finish me off in one blow. Ding Hao reflects, taken aback by the ferocity of his opponent's assault. What is happening? He immediately unleashes his ethereal steps, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Enraged by his failure, Fang Yu unleashes a barrage of ruthless attacks, his fists and feet raining down like a tempest, forcing Ding Hao to retreat repeatedly. Ding Hao is faltering, overwhelmed by the onslaught. Some spectators begin to lament, it's a long shot. Fang Yu is a mid-level Xuanwu practitioner, and Ding Hao has done well to last this long. Sun Xianqian, seated in the audience, clenches her fists anxiously, her heart racing in her throat. She yearns to rush to his aid but is restrained by Zhou Gu. Sister Qianqian, do not worry. Brother Ding Hao will surely prevail. Zhou Gu reassures her, though her own heart is heavy with uncertainty on the stage. Although Ding Hao finds himself at a disadvantage, he remains remarkably composed. He deftly dodges Fang Yu's assaults while meticulously analyzing the openings in his opponent's defense. Despite Fang Yu's immense strength, his techniques are overly simplistic, and his foundation is shaky. At last, an opportunity presents itself. As Fang Yu executes a powerful kick, he overexerts himself, losing his balance. Quick as lightning, Ding Hao sweeps Fang Yu off his feet with a well-timed leg sweep. Bravo! Cheers erupt from the audience. Infuriated and humiliated, Fang Yu scrambles to his feet and charges at Ding Hao once more. However, he has lost the initiative, his rhythm disrupted, and he can no longer maintain his previous momentum. Elder Sun watches the unfolding scene with a darkened expression. He discreetly signals the referee. The referee, understanding the cue, begins to subtly favor Fang Yu. Ding Hao's legitimate attack is unjustly deemed a foul. Referee, are your eyes blind? That was clearly a valid move. A voice from the audience protests. Ding Hao senses something amiss. He halts his movements, directing his gaze at the referee. What do you mean by this? Referee? The referee huffs dismissively. You committed a foul. 1 point deducted. I committed a foul. Which of your eyes saw me do so? Ding Hao retorts, seething with anger. What I see is the truth. The referee stubbornly defends his stance. Ding Hao, pointing an accusing finger at the referee, erupts, "You are nothing but a corrupt official. You dare to be so blatant in your bias?" The referee sneers coldly, "Indeed, I am biased. What can you do about it?" Ding Hao takes a deep breath, striving to suppress his rising fury. He understands that now is not the time for rashness. Otherwise, he would fall into the trap laid by his opponent. He casts a cold glance at the referee, then turns to Fang Yu, stating, "It appears this match requires not only defeating you but also confronting him." His gaze shifts towards elder son at the judge's table. "I must also vanquish him." Ding Hao boldly confronts the referee. "You are nothing but a shameless rogue. How much bribe have you accepted to be so brazenly biased? Do you think the audience is a bunch of fools?" His words resonate with the crowd, inciting a wave of dissent. "Corrupt referee? Unfair? We demand justice." The uproar escalates, threatening to overturn the entire venue. Startled by the sudden outcry, the referee pales, having never anticipated that Ding Hao would dare to confront him so directly, nor that the audience would react with such fervor. He wipes the sweat from his brow, feigning composure. "Silence. The match will continue." "Continue what nonsense?" A burly man from the audience leaps down. "If you don't clarify this matter, don't even think about continuing the match." Others join in, and the situation spirals out of control. Zhao Wuzuan, witnessing the chaos, swiftly rises to the center of the stage, addressing the crowd, "Please, remain calm. We will investigate this matter and ensure the integrity of the competition." His words momentarily quell the audience's fury. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the referee dares not exhibit blatant favoritism towards Fang Yu any longer. Observing this, a cold smile creeps upon Ding Hao's lips. It seems the pressure of public opinion holds considerable weight. As the match resumes, Ding Hao no longer holds back. He unleashes his self-created furious Dragon 8 styles with unparalleled fervor. Each strike is fierce and domineering, infused with a cutting wind that leaves Fang Yu utterly defenseless. What in the world is this martial art? It's astounding. The audience erupts once more. Fang Yu, battered and bruised, retreats step by step, filled with both shock and anger. Yet utterly powerless, he realizes that today, he has met his match. Ultimately, Ding Hao delivers a powerful, furious dragon tail kick, sending Fang Yu flying off the stage, securing victory in the match. "Ding Hao, Ding Hao, Ding Hao!" The entire audience chants his name, celebrating his triumph. Standing atop the stage, Ding Hao basks in the joy of victory. However, he remains far from complacent. He is acutely aware that this is merely the beginning. Greater challenges lie ahead. He approaches Sun Qianqian and Zhou Gu, offering a reassuring smile. "Do not worry. I am unharmed." Sun Qianqian, overwhelmed with excitement, embraces Ding Hao, her eyes filled with concern. "Ding Hao, you were incredible. But please, be careful. I have a nagging feeling." Ding Hao gently pats her shoulder, offering comfort. "I understand. I will be cautious." His gaze sweeps over the crowd, suddenly fixating on a corner where a shadow flits past, causing Ding Hao's expression to darken. "Wait," he suddenly exclaims. "Something feels amiss." Chapter 65. Clearing the clouds, proving my innocence. Ding Hao's keen senses detect an unusual undertone in the air, whispers entwined with the cheers. Chilling as a serpent's flicking tongue. This fellow, could he have resorted to drugs? How has he suddenly become so formidable? Indeed, I have never seen him this powerful before. Could he be using some forbidden substance? These rumors spread like wildfire, even reaching the ears of Sun Qianqian and Zhou Gu. Sun Qianqian's eyes widen in disbelief, her face flushed with anger. "Nonsense. Ding Hao would never resort to such things." Zhou Gu furrows her brow, anxiously regarding Ding Hao. Ding Hao's heart sinks as he takes a deep breath, suppressing the anger within. He turns to Zhao Wuzuan. "Elder Zhao, I implore you to thoroughly investigate this matter and restore my name." Zhao Wuzuan's expression turns grave. "Ding Hao, this is a serious matter. I will ensure a thorough investigation." Ding Hao nods, realizing that Zhao Wuzuan's inquiry alone will not suffice. He must take the initiative. Recalling his previous encounter with young Master Qian and the sinister glint in his eyes, a suspicion begins to form in his mind. Young Master Qian, he must be the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Ding Hao's thoughts race, and suddenly a realization strikes him. He remembers young Master Qian handing him a bottle of water before the match. At the time, he paid it no mind, but now it dawns on him that the issue likely stems from that very bottle. Qianqian, we must go. Ding Hao seizes son Qianqian's hand, hastening away from the arena. Along the way, he shares his suspicions with her. What? Young Master Qian is so despicable. Son Qianqian exclaims, her indignation palpable. Ding Hao, we must find evidence to expose his scheme. Ding Hao's gaze hardens with determination. Rest assured, I will uncover the truth. He envisions the direction in which young Master Qian departed. A cold smile playing on his lips. Young Master Qian, do you think this will defeat me? The game has only just begun. Ding Hao and son Qianqian relentlessly pursued the whereabouts of young Master Qian, arriving at an opulent lounge. The door was slightly ajar, and Ding Hao gently pushed it open, revealing young Master Qian engaged in a clandestine discussion with an elderly man. Elder son, we must ensure Ding Hao's downfall this time. I will offer 1,000,000 spirit stones. Young Master Qian gritted his teeth as he spoke. Rest assured, young Master Qian, I have already made the necessary arrangements. This time, Ding Hao will have nowhere to escape. The old man cackled ominously. A glint of cold fury flashed in Ding Hao's eyes as he clenched his fists. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out from behind. Ding Hao, do you need assistance? The voice of Miss Zhou was like a celestial melody, shattering the tense atmosphere within the room. Ding Hao and son Qianqian turned to see Miss Zhou standing at the doorway, a stack of documents in her hands. Miss Zhou, what brings you here? Ding Hao inquired, somewhat astonished. I caught wind of some unsettling rumors and felt compelled to investigate, Miss Zhou replied, shaking the documents in her grasp. These might be of assistance to you. The three exchanged knowing glances, instantly comprehending each other's intent. They swiftly departed from young Master Qian's lounge, seeking a secluded spot to examine the materials Miss Zhou had provided. The documents chronicled recent rumors of illicit drug trades in the city, with one name appearing repeatedly. Wei Yaoshi. Wei Yaoshi. Ding Hao furrowed his brow, and I believe I have heard this name before. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He recalled hearing of a highly skilled healer named Wei Yaoshi during his training at the Martial Arts Academy. It was said he was an expert in the crafting of various elixirs, but maintained a low profile and rarely made public appearances. I know where Wei Yaoshi resides, Ding Hao exclaimed, rising abruptly. Let us go find him. The trio hurried towards Wei Yaoshi's abode. Along the way, Miss Zhou inadvertently tripped over a stone, teetering on the brink of falling. Ding Hao, quick to react, caught her just in time. Their gazes locked, and Miss Zhou's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of romantic tension filling the air. Thank you, she stammered, hastily extricating herself from Ding Hao's embrace. Ding Hao, realizing his own indiscretion, cleared his throat awkwardly. No need for thanks. We should hasten to locate Wei Yaoshi. Wei Yaoshi's dwelling was a modest thatched cottage, filled with various herbs and alchemical apparatuses. Wei Yaoshi, a kindly elder, appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing Ding Hao and his companions. Ding Hao candidly expressed their purpose for visiting, and Wei Yaoshi's expression turned grave. I have indeed concocted an elixir capable of enhancing a warrior's strength, but it poses no harm to the body, and I have not prepared it in quite some time. Wei Yaoshi sighed. It seems someone is deliberately framing me, and you as well. Ding Hao felt a stirring in his heart and inquired. Do you recall when you last crafted this elixir, and to whom you sold it? Wei Yaoshi pondered for a moment before responding. Approximately a month ago, I sold it to a young man. I remember he bore a distinctive birthmark. Ding Hao's mind immediately recalled the fiery birthmark on young Master Qian's hand. To further confirm, Ding Hao utilized his unique martial arts insight to locate an ancient tome in Wei Yaoshi's former martial arts hall, which detailed a rare herb essential for the elixir that only the Qian family possessed. The evidence was irrefutable. Ding Hao held the proof and turned to son Qianqian and Miss Zhou, stating, let us seek out Zhao Wuzuan. His eyes shimmered with confidence. Consuming this, Ding Hao would be restored to peak condition for the upcoming match. The trio expressed their gratitude to Wei Yaoshi and made their way to Zhao Wuzuan's residence. Upon hearing Ding Hao's account and examining the concrete evidence, Zhao Wuzuan's face flushed with indignation. He had been outwitted by young Master Qian. Unbelievable. Bring young Master Qian to me, he commanded. When young Master Qian was brought before Zhao Wuzuan and caught sight of Ding Hao and the others, His face drained of color. With evidence so compelling, he was left speechless, resembling a wilted plant. Young Master Qian, considering your father's standing, we shall merely revoke your eligibility to compete and expel you from the venue. Should you dare to engage in such underhanded tactics again, do not expect my leniency, Zhao Wuzuan thundered. Young Master Qian was taken away, casting a venomous glare at Ding Hao as he departed. Ding Hao ingested the antidote provided by Wei Yaoshi, feeling a refreshing surge course through his body, as the power previously suppressed by the elixir was instantly restored, even elevated beyond its prior limits. The next match soon approached. Ding Hao's opponent, upon witnessing his formidable presence, was thoroughly intimidated by the preceding drug scandal. Lacking both skill and confidence, he was already defeated before the battle began. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Hao unleashed his self-created technique, the 18 slashes of the Wild Dragon, with fluid grace, leaving his opponent utterly defenseless as he was sent crashing from the stage. KO. The referee announced loudly. Ding Hao achieved consecutive victories, drawing ever closer to the top 3 in the martial competition. Standing atop the arena, he basked in the thunderous applause of the crowd, his heart swelling with pride. However, amidst the jubilant throng, Elder Sun's expression darkened ominously. He glared at the triumphant Ding Hao, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. Ding Hao, do you believe you have truly won? The best is yet to come, he muttered darkly as he vanished into the crowd. The following dawn, an anonymous letter was delivered to Zhao Wuzuan. The note contained but a single line. Ding Hao colludes with the demonic sect, plotting nefarious schemes. Chapter 66. Ranking 3rd in strength. Embarking on a new journey, Ding Hao effortlessly triumphed over his opponent, securing his place among the top 3 in the martial competition, the news sweeping through the venue like a tempest. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, their cheers nearly lifting the roof off. Incredible! Brother Ding is simply divine. This maneuver is legendary, truly deserving of being my idol. The latest internet memes surged in popularity, perfectly harmonizing with the atmosphere on site. Standing on the stage, bathed in the glow of glory, Ding Hao remained expressionless, as if all of this were unrelated to him. He turned slightly, glancing at Sun Qianqian in the audience. A subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, Sun Qianqian waved her small hands excitedly, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. Ding Hao, you are amazing. Miss Zhou also cheered from the sidelines, her gaze toward Ding Hao brimming with appreciation. Yet, behind the cacophony of cheers, a chilling aura quietly spread. Elder Sun's face was ashen, his fists cracking ominously. Damn Ding Hao, he actually made it into the top 3. He seethed, his eyes glinting with malice. Elder Sun was not to be trifled with. To thwart Ding Hao's advancement, he resolved to take control of the match himself. A mysterious figure appeared beside him. Bowing respectfully, "Is everything in place?" Elder Sun inquired coldly. "All preparations are complete, Elder," the mysterious figure replied in a hushed tone. The next opponent for the upcoming match was soon announced, and the crowd erupted into a clamor. Even Zhao Wuzuan displayed a look of astonishment. "It's him. This young man has been quite the enigma." Yet upon hearing this name, Ding Hao felt no fear. Instead, a fierce fire ignited within his eyes. He sensed the surge of blood within him, a powerful force coursing through his veins. Finally, a worthy opponent, he thought, a hint of exhilaration gracing his lips. "Ding Hao, be cautious. This individual is quite dangerous," Sun Qianqian warned anxiously. Ding Hao gently patted her hand, reassuringly replying, "Do not worry. I will be fine." On the arena, Ding Hao faced his opponent, the atmosphere tense and electric, as if the very air had solidified. The opponent, clad in a black outfit, bore a stern visage, exuding an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down one's spine. "You are Ding Hao?" The opponent's voice was low and hoarse, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. "Indeed, that is I." Ding Hao responded calmly, his gaze filled with confidence. "I've heard you are quite formidable. I hope you do not disappoint me." A cold smirk crept across the opponent's lips, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Likewise," Ding Hao replied nonchalantly, tightening his fists. "Humph. Let me see what you are capable of." The opponent ceased his banter, his figure flickering as he vanished from sight. The opponent reappeared behind Ding Hao, launching a swift kick that cut through the air, targeting his back. What speed! Is he cheating? Someone in the audience exclaimed. Ding Hao had anticipated this. He sidestepped the blow and retaliated with a punch aimed at the opponent's face. Child's play, the opponent scoffed, easily blocking Ding Hao's strike and seizing his wrist, executing a throw that slammed Ding Hao into the ground. A resounding crash echoed as the arena quivered slightly. What a display of skill! The audience applauded, clearly impressed by the opponent's superior strength. Ding Hao, momentarily dazed, quickly regained his composure, springing back to his feet with the agility of a fish leaping from the water. This is intriguing. He brushed off the dust from his clothing, his eyes radiating an intensified fighting spirit. His opponent, clearly taken aback by Ding Hao's formidable resilience, momentarily displayed a flicker of surprise before launching another assault. Throughout the ensuing match, Ding Hao found himself completely dominated by his adversary, who executed an array of increasingly intricate maneuvers, leaving the audience utterly mesmerized. Like a mere punching bag, Ding Hao was struck left and right, perilously teetering on the brink of defeat. This is just too tragic, Sun Qianqian gasped, covering her mouth in nervous anticipation. Come on, Ding Hao. Miss Zhou also felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Just when everyone assumed Ding Hao was destined to lose, he suddenly erupted with vigor. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he deftly evaded his opponent's strikes with the grace of a swimming dragon. Seizing a fleeting opportunity to land a swift punch directly to his opponent's chest, thud. The opponent spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back in disbelief. Incredible! He countered. The audience erupted in deafening cheers. Rather than pressing the advantage, Ding Hao stood still, observing his opponent's reaction. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The opponent wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with malice. I underestimated you. It seems you possess more than I anticipated. Drawing a deep breath, he exuded an overwhelming aura that enveloped the arena. Prepare to witness true power. A slight smile played at the corners of Ding Hao's mouth, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Just as I hoped, he slowly raised his right hand, an unusual energy gathering in his palm to form a swirling orb of light. What technique is this? The audience held their breath, fixated on the luminous sphere in Ding Hao's grasp. Tian Gang Pu, Ding Hao bellowed, launching the orb with ferocity at his opponent. The opponent's pupils constricted, feeling an unprecedented sense of impending doom. The sphere streaked through the air like a meteor, bearing devastating force as it crashed into his adversary. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated throughout the arena, shaking the very ground beneath them, as dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the light. Wow! This effect rivals a Hollywood blockbuster. Some spectators gasped in awe, hurriedly pulling out their phones to capture the breathtaking scene. As the dust settled, the silhouette of the opponent emerged, tattered and bloodied, collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Victory by knockout. Ding Gu is phenomenal. This maneuver is nothing short of miraculous. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou watched anxiously from the sidelines, their eyes brimming with trust and admiration for Ding Hao, whose resolve was bolstered by their unwavering support. Standing amidst the glory, Ding Hao appeared expressionless, as if detached from the spectacle around him. He slightly turned his head, glancing at Sun Qianqian in the audience, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Elder Sun, witnessing the failure of his scheming, seethed with rage, his face a thunderous shade of anger as his fists cracked ominously. Damn Ding Hao, how could he have won again? He muttered through clenched teeth, his eyes glinting with malice. Zhao Wuzuan ascended the stage to announce the results. Ding Hao is victorious. Congratulations on securing a place in the top 3 of the martial arts competition. The crowd erupted once more in fervent applause and cheers, Ding Hao's name echoing throughout the venue. He descended the stage calmly, approaching Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou. How did I do? Not too shabby, right? He asked with a smile. Absolutely fantastic, Ding Hao. You are my idol, Miss Zhou exclaimed, her eyes shining with adoration. Indeed, you are remarkable, Sun Qianqian added, her face lit up with a sweet smile, brimming with affection. Ding Hao gently ruffled Sun Qianqian's hair. Speaking softly, don't worry, I will secure the ultimate victory. With the top three determined, the final showdown awaited. In the resting area, Ding Hao closed his eyes to meditate, adjusting his state of mind. He understood that the upcoming matches would be even more brutal and intense. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual presence, abruptly opening his eyes to glance toward the door. A shadow darted past, vanishing at the end of the corridor. Humph, is it you again? Ding Hao smirked coldly, a glint of icy resolve in his eyes. Chapter 67. The turn of events, a desperate counterattack. Ding Hao keenly sensed the stagnant air in the resting room, a faint medicinal aroma mingling with the scent of conspiracy. He chuckled to himself, realizing that the old fox had returned. Before he could push the door open to investigate, Zhao Wuzuan entered with a serious expression, followed closely by the smug Qin Gongzi and the sullen elder Sunday. Ding Hao, due to unforeseen circumstances, the rules for the finals have been temporarily altered, Zhao Wuzuan stated gravely, seemingly resigned to the unexpected change. Qin Gongzi eagerly interjected, yes, to further test the contestants' overall abilities, the finals will now consist of. He paused for dramatic effect, gazing at Ding Hao with a mocking glint, the best 2 out of 3 format. The first round will be a test of pharmacological knowledge. The second will focus on acupuncture techniques. And only in the third round will there be actual combat. Ding Hao scoffed inwardly, recognizing this as a blatant attempt to undermine him. Everyone knew he hailed from humble beginnings and was utterly ignorant of pharmacology and acupuncture. Elder Sun and Qin Gongzi had truly gone to great lengths to thwart his chances of victory, even altering the competition rules. Elder Sun feigned a sigh. Alas, this is to ensure fairness and justice. Ding Hao, my young friend, you must understand the importance of well-rounded development. Brute force alone will not suffice. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou exchanged worried glances, fully aware that this was an obvious trap aimed at Ding Hao. Sun Qianqian squeezed Ding Hao's hand tightly, her eyes filled with concern. However, contrary to their expectations, Ding Hao did not display anger or panic. Instead, he smiled and nodded. All right, I accept. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even Zhao Wuzuan was taken aback, pondering what this young man was truly up to. Qin Gongzi and Elder Sun exchanged bewildered glances, secretly questioning whether Ding Hao had some hidden strategy. Ding Hao's smile grew brighter as he surveyed the assembly. Speaking nonchalantly, however, since we are testing pharmacology and acupuncture, surely there must be a judge, right? I propose that Master Wei be appointed as the judge. What do you think? He emphasized Master Wei's name, locking eyes with Elder Sun. A hint of provocation in his gaze. Elder Sun's expression shifted slightly, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Qin Gongzi appeared utterly perplexed, completely failing to comprehend Ding Hao's intentions. Zhao Wuzuan pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement. Indeed, Master Wei is highly respected and possesses exceptional medical skills. Having him as a judge is most appropriate. Ding Hao's lips curled into a knowing smile, then it settled. Let us begin. His tone was calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. As Zhao Wuzuan announced the first round, the test of pharmacological knowledge, Ding Hao abruptly interrupted. Wait, he said, fixing a playful gaze on Qin Gongzi. I've just thought of a more exhilarating challenge. I wonder if you dare to partake? An exhilarating challenge? Qin Gongzi scoffed, dismissing Ding Hao with a wave. What could you possibly offer? Speak up. Don't be afraid of soiling your pants. Ding Hao's lips curled into a sly smile. That's simple. We each write down a recipe for a poison and its antidote, then exchange and consume them to see who falls first. What do you say? Are you game? The room fell into stunned silence. This was a game of life and death. Qin Gongzi's face drained of color. Despite his extravagant lifestyle, he understood the peril of poison all too well. This doesn't seem appropriate, he stammered. Ding Hao dismissed him with a scoff. What are you afraid? Didn't you just say I wouldn't dare? Now that I'm presenting you with a chance, you're suddenly hesitant. He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring everyone heard clearly. Fired up by a competitive spirit, Qin Gongzi gritted his teeth. Who said I'm afraid? Let us do it. I'm not backing down. Elder Sun's countenance darkened as he attempted to intervene, but Zhao Wuzuan restrained him. Since both contestants have agreed, we shall proceed, he declared, though worry lingered in his heart. Having already agreed, he could not retract his words. Ding Hao and Qian Gongzi each pinned their respective formulas and exchanged them. After consuming Ding Hao's concoction, Qian Gongzi's face turned ashen, frothing at the mouth as he collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Meanwhile, Ding Hao, having ingested Qian Gongzi's potion, remained unaffected, chatting jovially as if nothing had happened. You cheated. Qian Gongzi managed to sputter. Ding Hao chuckled derisively. Cheated? The rules of the competition never prohibited the use of poison. Besides, if your medical skills were adequate, who could you blame? Frustrated and powerless to refute, Qian Gongzi seethed as Zhao Wuzuan announced Ding Hao's victory. In the second round, a test of acupuncture skills, as Zhao Wuzuan's words faded. Ding Hao pointed at Qian Gongzi. He seems to be suffering from severe poisoning. Allow me to administer acupuncture to detoxify him. Before the crowd could react, Ding Hao swiftly produced silver needles and deftly inserted them into Qian Gongzi's body. The anguished expression on Qian Gongzi's face, gradual elder son's eyes, widened in disbelief at the unfolding events before him. Ding Hao sheathed his silver needles and remarked nonchalantly, a mere display of skill. Hardly worthy of mention. Elder son, enraged, found himself at a loss for words. As the third round commenced, Zhao Wuzun inhaled deeply, declaring the final match open. Although young Master Qian had neutralized the poison, his body remained feeble, rendering him no match for Ding Hao. With a single move, Ding Hao triumphed over him. Standing atop the stage, Ding Hao's gaze swept across the crowd before finally resting upon Elder Sunday. Elder Son, do you have anything to say? Elder Son's complexion darkened, his silence speaking volumes. Since you have nothing to say, Ding Hao paused, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It is now my turn. On the sidelines, Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou were sweating nervously as they gazed at the confident Ding Hao on stage. Their eyes sparkled with admiration. This man is simply too cool, especially Miss Zhou, whose heart raced like a startled deer. Qianqian, your boyfriend is incredibly handsome. He is my dream lover. Miss Zhou exclaimed excitedly, gripping Sun Qianqian's hand, yearning to rush onto the stage and embrace Ding Hao. Though Sun Qianqian felt the tension as well, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride. Of course, just look at who it is. Meanwhile, the battle between Ding Hao and Elder Sun had escalated to a fever pitch. Elder Sun, a formidable practitioner of the Michuanwu realm, unleashed fierce and relentless attacks, leaving Ding Hao momentarily struggling to defend himself. Boy, do you think defeating young Master Qian guarantees your victory over me? Such naivety. Elder Sun sneered, suddenly producing a gleaming dagger that lunged towards Ding Hao's chest. Ding Hao's pupils constricted as he swiftly evaded, but Elder Sun's speed was blindingly fast, the dagger still grazing his sleeve and leaving a shallow cut on his arm. Hiss! Ding Hao gasped, realizing the old man was indeed merciless. What now? Are you scared? Elder Sun taunted, delighting in his perceived advantage. You can still concede, otherwise. Before he could finish, Ding Hao suddenly chuckled. Otherwise what? You want me to call you Dad? Elder Sun froze, then erupted in fury. You little brat, you're courting death. Ding Hao, however, ceased his banter, his gaze sharpening. Seizing the fleeting moment when Elder Sun paused for breath, he launched a counterattack. With a deft flick of his toes, he ghosted behind Elder Sun and executed his self-created technique. Konglong Yuhui, delivering a powerful palm strike to Elder Sun's back. Poof! Elder Sun expelled a mouthful of blood, staggering precariously. Wow, impressive. The audience erupted in cheers for Ding Hao, while Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou jumped in exhilaration, wishing to rush the stage and embrace him. Well done. This guy is incredible, Elder Sun. Your day has come. However, just as everyone believed Ding Hao had secured victory, his expression suddenly shifted, and he staggered back, clutching his chest and coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Ding Hao! Sun Qianqian cried out, rushing to his side. What's wrong? Ding Hao's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he weakly replied. I'm fine. He looked up at Elder Sun, a glint of cold resolve in his eyes. Old man, you cheated. A sinister smile crept across Elder Sun's face. Heh, boy, you are still too inexperienced. Chapter 68. The Power of Insight. Turning the tide, Elder Sun chuckled ominously, as if victory was already in his grasp. Do you truly believe you have won? How naive. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at the sword in Ding Hao's grasp. Look at your blade. Ding Hao glanced down, only to discover a fine crack running along the once razor-sharp edge. Though shallow, it was sufficient to disrupt the weapon's balance and integrity, in a duel between masters. Even the slightest deviation could prove fatal. The violent coughing from earlier had been the result of this hidden ploy. What a cunning old fox, to resort to such tricks during a moment of respite. Despicable! Sun Qianqian admonished, her eyes filled with concern. Miss Zhou clenched her fists tightly, her anxiety palpable for Ding Hao. The audience erupted in outrage. Damn! This old man is playing dirty. How disgusting to resort to such underhanded tactics. Zhao Wuzun frowned, having discerned the deception, yet bound by the rules of the martial arts competition, he could not intervene. Ding Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within. He knew he must remain calm. Panic would only lead him into deeper peril. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the changes in his sword, his mind racing. If you wish to play dirty, then do not blame me for countering with equal measure. Ding Hao scoffed inwardly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a fierce light igniting within. Old man, do you think such trivial tricks can defeat me? You underestimate me. With a flick of his wrist, the sword emitted a clear ring, the crack seemingly transforming into a unique pattern upon the blade. His form shifted, and the previously steady swordplay morphed into an unpredictable dance. As he wielded the sword, it conjured a howling wind. Elusive and ghostly. Utilizing the sword's new characteristic, Ding Hao embraced the imbalance created by the crack, crafting an extraordinary rotational technique. The blade spun with increasing velocity, generating a miniature vortex that distorted the surrounding air. Seeing this, Elder Sun's expression shifted dramatically. What kind of swordplay is this? He had never encountered such an eerie technique. He hastily raised his palms to defend, only to find his own power utterly neutralized by the swirling sword energy. Unable to approach Ding Hao. This is impossible, Elder Sun gasped, astonished. Ding Hao's lips curled into a cold smile. This is merely the beginning. His piercing gaze fixated on Elder Sun, he intoned deliberately, prepare yourself for Liakong Kuangwu. Ding Hao's Liakong Kuangwu swept across the arena like a tempest. Elder Sun's previously confident smile froze, replaced by sheer disbelief and terror. He had never witnessed such a bizarre sword technique. The crack that was once his opponent's weakness had been transformed into a lethal weapon. What is happening? This is astounding. The audience buzzed with excitement, capturing the moment on their phones, desperate not to miss this thrilling spectacle. This kid is truly a prodigy. Even Zhao Wuzun couldn't help but marvel. Caught off guard by Ding Hao's unorthodox combat style, Elder Sun could only struggle to defend himself. Each of Ding Hao's strikes was precise and ruthless, targeting the old man's vital points, forcing him into a desperate retreat with numerous minor wounds soon marring his body. Old man, weren't you quite boastful? Why are you now reduced to mere evasion? Ding Hao taunted during his relentless assault, his tone dripping with disdain. Elder Sun's face darkened, fury boiling within him, as a distinguished Mid-Xuanwu realm master. Being bested so thoroughly by a mere novice was a blow to his pride. Gradually adapting to Ding Hao's rhythm, Elder Sun began to counterattack. He inhaled deeply, channeling his energy to unleash a powerful technique known as Xianbing Palm. An icy chill enveloped the arena, freezing the very air around them. Ding Hao felt an immense pressure, as if a mountain were bearing down upon him, nearly suffocating him. Boy, meet your end? Elder Sun roared, unleashing two massive ice-blue palm prints that surged towards Ding Hao. Ding Hao knew he could not withstand this attack head-on. His mind raced as he scanned for a flaw within the formidable technique. He noticed a slight stiffness in the trajectory of the palm prints. Now, Ding Hao thought, seizing the moment in a flash, he evaded the two palm strikes like a wraith, appearing before Elder Sun in an instant. His sword aimed directly at the old man's throat. Elder Sun's pupils dilated in horror as he found himself staring down the blade. Ding Hao's lips curved into a cold smile. It's over. Just as the tension reached its zenith, a booming voice interrupted. Stop! Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou held their breaths, their palms clammy with sweat. Witnessing Ding Hao's extraordinary prowess ignited a spark of excitement in their eyes. And they finally felt a sense of relief. Hao Gu, you are so handsome. Miss Zhou couldn't help but exclaim softly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sun Qianqian's expression radiated pride. She understood that Ding Hao's introversion was merely a facade, concealing a strength that far exceeded ordinary limits. Without hesitation, Ding Hao's sword danced like a fluid serpent, the sword energy surging forth, driving Elder Sun back relentlessly. Liakong Kuangwu. Ding Hao let out another furious roar. And in that moment, the subtle crack on his sword seemed to transform into a stroke of divine inspiration, rendering his swordplay even more unpredictable. Elder Sun initially believed that Ding Hao had merely stumbled upon a fortunate evasion of his Xianbing palm. But he was utterly unprepared for the ferocity of the counterattack, which left him no opportunity to catch his breath. Caught off guard, he found himself increasingly battered, wounds multiplying upon his body. This is impossible. Elder Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a mid-level Xuanwu expert be overwhelmed by a mere junior martial artist? The audience below erupted into a frenzy, cheers and applause resounding in waves. Incredible! This counterattack is nothing short of spectacular. Brother Hao is exceptional. Truly the dark horse of our martial gathering. This is what a real man looks like, striking back with resounding force. Even the usually composed Zhao Wuzuan could not help but nod in admiration. This young man has boundless potential. Ding Hao pressed forward relentlessly, while Elder Sun retreated step by step, the scales of victory tipping decisively in Ding Hao's favor. Just as Ding Hao prepared to deliver the final blow to his opponent, a booming voice suddenly rang out, "Stop!" A middle-aged man clad in referee attire leaped onto the stage, striding solemnly between the two combatants. He glanced at the disheveled Elder Sun, then at the formidable Ding Hao, and spoke in a deep, resonant tone. "In this match, Elder Sun," he paused, his gaze falling upon the long sword in Ding Hao's hand, and continued, "Due to the non-compliance of the competitor's weapon, Elder Sun is declared the winner." The referee announced the result with a heavy heart. A wave of uproar swept through the audience, discontent palpable as the spectators voiced their grievances, the barrage of comments exploding like wildfire. What nonsense is this? Is this even a valid judgment? This is clearly a cover-up. Where is the non-compliance in Brother Hao's sword? Is the referee blind? Ding Hao smiled coldly. He was well acquainted with such tricks and had anticipated that Elder Sun would resort to desperate measures. "Oh? May I inquire where my sword is deemed non-compliant? I kindly request the referee to clarify." His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The referee stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response, his eyes darting nervously toward Elder Sun below. Elder Sun's face turned ashen, his glare directed at Ding Hao filled with venomous hatred, wishing he could devour him whole. Since the referee cannot articulate it, allow me to speak on your behalf. Ding Hao produced a stack of documents from his robe, raising them high. This is evidence of Elder Sun's collusion to manipulate the competition rules prior to the match, as well as his repeated use of hidden weapons during the contest. Furthermore, I have also obtained evidence of his orchestration behind Wei Yaoshi's drugging of Miss Zhou. Both witnesses and physical evidence are present. The arena fell into a hushed silence, all present stunned by this sudden turn of events. Zhao Wuzuan took the documents handed to him by Ding Hao and perused them meticulously, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Elder Sun, do you have anything to say?" Zhao Wuzuan's voice resonated with authority, akin to thunderclaps in the ears of the crowd. Elder Sun's complexion turned ghostly pale, his lips trembled, yet no words escaped his mouth. He had never anticipated that Ding Hao would be so prepared, amassing such irrefutable evidence. Zhao Wuzuan bellowed, "Seize Elder Sun." Several law enforcement officials rushed onto the stage, swiftly restraining Elder Sun in this match. Ding Hao is the victor. Zhao Wuzuan reaffirmed the result. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, celebrating Ding Hao's wit and bravery. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou embraced each other excitedly, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Ding Hao sheathed his sword and turned to the referee, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Referee, is my sword still non-compliant?" The referee was left speechless, his expression more grotesque than swallowing a fly. He had no idea that this young man possessed such acumen. Now, his scheme had backfired. The audience's cheers rang deafeningly, cries of "Brother Hao is formidable," and "Brother Hao is incredible," echoed in waves, with some even beginning to chant Brother Hao is forever a deity. Ding Hao returned to the arena, his opponent now rendered utterly dazed by the earlier turn of events. What was initially perceived as an opportunity for advantage had unexpectedly turned against him. Without wasting a moment, Ding Hao activated his Berserker mode, unleashing his self-created Longxiang Jiutian fist like a torrential storm. Wow, what a miraculous display! This fist technique is simply breathtaking. The crowd erupted once more, the comments streaming wildly, filled with praise and admiration. Before his opponent could react, Ding Hao sent him flying with a single punch, crashing heavily against the edge of the stage, blood spattering from his mouth. His vision blurred, unable to rise for quite some time. The referee hurried over to assess the situation, declaring Ding Hao the winner. The joy of victory surged like a tidal wave, and Ding Hao inhaled deeply, savoring this moment of glory. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou rushed onto the stage, their eyes glistening with emotion. Sun Qianqian dove into Ding Hao's embrace, choked with emotion as she exclaimed, "I knew you could do it." Miss Zhou stood beside them, gazing at Ding Hao with admiration and affection. She gently said, "Congratulations, Ding Hao." The look in her eyes, the tone of her voice, the atmosphere. Those who understood, understood. Ding Hao caressed Sun Qianqian's hair, softly reassuring her, "Do not worry, it is all behind us now." He lifted his gaze towards Miss Zhou, offering a grateful smile. At that moment, Qian Gongzi, who had been lurking in the shadows, observed with a grim expression. His plan to eliminate Ding Hao through Elder Sun had backfired. He had not anticipated Ding Hao's prowess, which not only averted the crisis but countered it brilliantly. Clenching his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh, he murmured to himself, "This young man truly possesses a fortuitous fate. It seems I must devise another strategy." He turned and disappeared into the crowd, leaving only a chilling silhouette behind. Clearly, matters were far from settled. Ding Hao gazed in the direction of Qian Gongzi's departure, his voice laden with meaning as he remarked. Watching Ding Hao enveloped in flowers and applause, Qian Gongzi's expression darkened as if he had swallowed a fly. He had anticipated leveraging Elder Sun to eliminate Ding Hao, yet this young man proved as resilient as a cockroach, not only surviving but thriving, emerging as the champion of the martial gathering. How could he possibly swallow this bitter pill? Damn it, this kid truly is riding a wave of good fortune. Qian Gongzi ground his teeth in frustration, recognizing that the tide had turned against him. Remaining would only lead to further humiliation, thus he left the martial gathering in disgrace. Meanwhile, Ding Hao reveled in the cheers and adulation of the crowd, akin to a giant star rising, radiating brilliant light. This series of dramatic twists had catapulted his popularity to unprecedented heights, with his follower count skyrocketing exponentially. The top 3 trending topics on Weibo were all about him. Ding Hao wins the championship. Ding Hao's divine maneuver. Ding Hao is eternal. Those who had previously doubted and mocked him had now transformed into fervent admirers, showering him with praise, declaring Brother Hao to be majestic and unparalleled. Brother Hao is our deity, and more, practically elevating Ding Hao to celestial heights. Brother Hao, you are now my idol. Please, may I have your autograph? May I take a photo with you? Brother Hao, will you accept me as your disciple? I wish to learn your Longxiang Jiutian fist. Brother Hao, do you need a girlfriend? One with fair skin, beauty, and long legs. Faced with the enthusiastic fans, Ding Hao merely smiled faintly, maintaining his aloof persona as a male deity, while internally reveling. Heh, my charm is indeed irresistible. He turned to Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou, speaking with deep affection. Thank you for your unwavering support. This championship belongs to us. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou were moved to tears, embracing Ding Hao tightly, and in that moment, they felt an unprecedented sense of happiness and sweetness. However, just as Ding Hao basked in the joy of victory, a mysterious figure in black appeared quietly in a corner of the martial gathering venue. His cold gaze fixed upon Ding Hao, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he murmured to himself, "The game has just begun." The figure slowly extended his hand, revealing an ancient jade pendant engraved with a lifelike dragon. Emanating a faint chill, Ding Hao's heart trembled. This was the legendary treasure capable of breaking through bottlenecks and ascending to the realm of heavenly martial arts. In an instant, he felt a surge of excitement. Although he had reservations about Zhao Wuzuan's words, The prospect of obtaining the Tianyuan pill was simply too enticing to resist. What do you say, young friend? Are you interested in participating? Zhao Wuzuan inquired with a smile, his eyes glinting with a barely perceptible cunning. Ding Hao weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Throughout the martial arts competition, he had encountered numerous schemes and intrigues, yet he had relied on his strength to counter each challenge and had fought his way to victory. When the soldiers come, I shall block. When the waters rise, I shall bury. What is there to fear? I shall participate, of course, I will. Ding Hao responded with enthusiasm. Zhao Wuzuan nodded in satisfaction and handed him a golden invitation. Very well. The night after tomorrow at 8 o'clock, by the shores of Jingxin Lake. Oh, not fail to attend. Ding Hao accepted the invitation, feeling its chilling surface, which bore the intricate carving of a lifelike golden dragon. Its mouth slightly ajar as if it were poised to devour. Jingxin Lake, Ding Hao whispered, a sense of unease creeping upon him at the name. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. As if a cold gaze were fixated upon him, he whirled around, only to find the corridor empty, with flickering candlelight dancing upon the walls. Was that just my imagination? Ding Hao murmured to himself. What's wrong? Sun Qianqian asked with concern. Ding Hao shook his head. Nothing. Let us be on our way. He wrapped an arm around Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou, turning to leave, a confident smile curving at the corners of his mouth. However, as they departed, a shadow emerged slowly from the corridor's darkness. It was the enigmatic figure clad in black from earlier. He watched Ding Hao's retreating form, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Jingxin Lake shall be your grave. In his hand, an ancient jade pendant emitted a ghostly, cold light. This time, you shall not escape. That night enveloped Jingxin Lake. The surface shimmered like a mirror, reflecting the sparse starlight above, creating a serene yet ominous atmosphere. The subsequent special event following the martial arts competition was even more extraordinary than Ding Hao had anticipated. Rather than merely enhancing martial prowess, it resembled a brutal elimination tournament. The rules were simple yet ruthless. The victor advanced, while the defeated met their end, regardless of life or death. In the first match, Ding Hao faced an opponent named Ghost Shadow, a short man with a sinister gaze, known for his expertise in hidden weapons. Kid, prepare to die, Ghost Shadow screeched, raising his hands as countless small darts rained down upon Ding Hao like a torrential storm. What a devious tactic, Ding Hao exclaimed, dodging with agility. These darts were laced with deadly poison. Even a mere scratch could prove fatal to in the audience. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou watched the unfolding drama with bated breath, their palms clammy with sweat. Ding Hao, be careful, Sun Qianqian couldn't help but shout. While evading, Ding Hao observed Ghost Shadow's movements, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Although Ghost Shadow's hidden weapons were formidable, Ding Hao discerned a pattern in their launch. Hee, I'm no pushover. A wicked smile played on Ding Hao's lips as he deliberately feigned an opening. Ghost Shadow, seeing what he thought was a flaw, gleefully launched a poison dart aimed directly at Ding Hao's throat. Got you, Ghost Shadow thought triumphantly. Yet, just as the dart was about to strike, Ding Hao sidestepped with a sudden movement, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. Is that all you've got? Ding Hao taunted, his figure appearing like a specter before Ghost Shadow. Before Ghost Shadow could react, Ding Hao's fist landed squarely on his face. With a sharp crack, Ghost Shadow's nasal bone shattered, blood gushing forth. Ah! He screamed, flying backward and crashing to the ground, unconscious. Incredible! 666. The audience erupted in fervent cheers. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou gazed at Ding Hao with admiration. I knew you could do it, Sun Qianqian exclaimed excitedly. Ding Hao brushed off the dust from his clothes, nonchalantly replying, a trivial feat. And yet you dare to challenge me? Just then, a chilling voice interrupted. Kid, you are quite arrogant. Sun Qianqian, thrilled, clutched Miss Zhou's hand tightly, whispering with excitement, I knew he could do it. So impressive. Miss Zhou blushed, her gaze lingering on Ding Hao, her heart racing like a wild deer. Having swiftly dealt with Ghost Shadow, Ding Hao casually dusted himself off, exuding an air of effortless confidence. Although his subsequent opponents were stronger, to Ding Hao, they were merely a change of pace, easily dispatched. His unique understanding of martial arts felt like an unfair advantage. His opponents' moves seemed sluggish as if they were in slow motion. from Iron Sand Palm to Diamond Leg and Flying Heaven Claw. Ding Hao countered every attack, even reverting his opponent's signature techniques against them. The audience's cheers crescendoed, with Ding Hao once again becoming the focal point, embodying the essence of a martial arts champion. Match after match, Ding Hao fought with the ferocity of a war god, unstoppable. He not only displayed extraordinary skill but also interjected moments of humor, provoking laughter from the crowd. For instance, when a burly man attempted a powerful move, Ding Hao effortlessly evaded and quipped, "Brother, with that weight, are you sure you're not here to collapse the arena?" The burly man, incensed, found himself on the receiving end of Ding Hao's counter, groaning in pain as he fell to the ground. Just as Ding Hao was on the verge of entering the finals after a string of victories, he sensed an unsettling shift in the air. A heavy tension enveloped him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of danger. Scanning the crowd, he noticed several unfamiliar faces with cold, malicious expressions fixated on him. Alarm bells rang in Ding Hao's mind. Could someone be plotting against me? At that moment, Zhao Wuzuan approached Ding Hao. His expression subtly tense, whispering, "Ding Hao, dear friend, you must exercise caution in the upcoming finals." Before he could finish, a shadow descended from above, hurtling towards Ding Hao. Chapter 71. The Journey to Unravel the Plot. The conspiracy shattered. As Zhao Wuzuan's warning lingered in the air, the shadow struck. A flash of cold steel revealed a sharp dagger aimed at Ding Hao's throat in the blink of an eye. Ding Hao swayed, evading the blow with a ghostly grace, the dagger grazing his ear and severing a lock of hair. "What the hell? Is this for real?" Ding Hao touched his ear, relieved at his quick reflexes. Otherwise, he'd be a hedgehog now. The assailant, missing his mark, retreated swiftly, joining forces with several black-clad figures, encircling Ding Hao. "Who are you? What do you want?" Ding Hao demanded, his gaze vigilant as it swept across his surroundings. "Humph, we're here for your life," the leader of the black-clad figures rasped, his voice dripping with malice. "What have I done to deserve this?" Ding Hao feigned innocence. "Enough with the nonsense. Prepare to die." The black-clad figures surged forward at the leader's command. Swords glinting menacingly, Ding Hao, refusing to be caught off guard, unleashed his full strength, engaging in fierce combat with the assailants. His movements were agile, his strikes fierce, each blow aimed to incapacitate. Despite their numbers, the black-clad figures were clearly outmatched. Quickly finding themselves on the defensive, "These guys are a bit weak," Ding Hao quipped during the battle. "With this level, they think they can ambush me. Go home and practice for a few years before trying again." Just as Ding Hao gained the upper hand and prepared to subdue the black-clad figures, he suddenly felt the ground give way beneath him, and he plummeted downward. "Oh no! A trap!" Ding Hao realized, hastily channeling his energy to stabilize himself. However, the pit seemed tailor-made for him, deep and lined with sharp blades. "What the hell? This is too ruthless," Ding Hao exclaimed as he quickly devised a countermeasure. In a moment of inspiration, he recalled a rule from the competition. Contestants could request the judges to inspect the safety of the arena. "Judge, pause the match. I demand a safety inspection," Ding Hao shouted. The black-clad figures' faces turned pale at his words. Their plan relied on the trap to eliminate Ding Hao, and if it were discovered, their conspiracy would be exposed. "Stop him!" the leader of the black-clad figures shouted in panic. They charged at Ding Hao once more, attempting to thwart his plea for assistance. Yet, Ding Hao was prepared. He evaded their attacks while continuing to call out, "Judge, there's a trap. Someone is trying to harm me." His voice resonated throughout the arena, capturing everyone's attention. Upon hearing Ding Hao's cries, Zhao Wuzuan's expression darkened. He immediately ordered a halt to the match and dispatched personnel to inspect the area. The staff soon discovered the trap at the site of Ding Hao's fall and dismantled it. "What is going on? How could there be a trap here?" Zhao Wuzuan demanded angrily. Realizing their plot had been foiled, the black-clad figures prepared to flee. Thinking of escaping? Not so easy, Ding Hao sneered. "Today, none of you shall leave." He darted forward like a leopard, lunging at the black-clad figures. "Wait!" A crisp voice suddenly resonated through the air. The crowd turned towards the sound, and there appeared a lady clad in white, gracefully approaching. None other than the newly acquainted Miss Zhou. She arrived before Zhao Wuzuan and softly declared, "Zhao Wuzuan, I know who orchestrated this trap." Upon realizing that their scheme had been exposed, the enemies were thrown into disarray, akin to ants scurrying on a hot pan. The black-clad assailants, who had initially besieged Ding Hao, were now each contemplating how to make a hasty retreat. As for Ding Hao, already a formidable force, he now resembled a celestial deity descending to earth. His fists and feet striking with the ferocity of a tempest, each blow lethal. His opponents, already struggling, were now utterly rattled by this unforeseen turn of events, their composure shattered. Their already flawed techniques became riddled with vulnerabilities, rendering them mere targets. Ding Hao, seizing the opportunity, unleashed his ferocious output without restraint. With a punch here and a kick there, he struck relentlessly at his adversaries' vital points, causing them to wail in despair. Utterly defenseless. "Wow! Brother Hao is incredible." The audience erupted in cheers, their excitement reaching a fever pitch, more jubilant than a festival. Ding Hao's foes, dazed and disoriented, felt as though they were on the brink of meeting their doom. Attempts to retaliate were effortlessly thwarted by Ding Hao, who stood firm like an immovable mountain, unyielding to the tempest around him. "Is this all you've got? You dare challenge me with such skills? Perhaps you should train for another decade or so," he taunted, provoking his opponents to the point of fury, yet they remained helpless. That moment, Ding Hao abruptly halted his assault, a sly smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "The game is over." Like a tiger descending from the mountains, he surged forward, his enemies crumpling before him as if made of paper. "Is this it? You thought you could scheme against me?" he scoffed, brushing off the dust from his attire with disdain. In the audience, Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou leaped with excitement, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "Brother Hao, you're so handsome." Sun Qianqian yearned to rush forward and embrace Ding Hao, while envious glances were cast her way as she proudly puffed out her chest, as if to declare, "Look, this man is mine." Miss Zhou, standing bashfully nearby, felt her cheeks flush, stealing glances at Ding Hao. Her heart racing, Ding Hao unleashed his signature move, the furious dragon-shattering fist, as golden fist shadows surged like a dragon, roaring towards the last black-clad assailant. The opponent, gripped by terror, had no time to react before being struck and sent flying off the stage. Crashing to the ground, foam escaping his lips, unconscious. KO. The referee excitedly announced the outcome of the match. The arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers, Ding Hao's name echoing throughout the martial arts gathering, cementing his status as an undeniable hero. Those who had plotted in secrecy wore expressions of rage, fists clenched, helplessly watching Ding Hao stride towards victory. Standing atop the podium, Ding Hao basked in the adulation and praise of the crowd. Yet within him resided an unusual calm. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges awaited him. The final victory of the special event was drawing near, but he was acutely aware that the closer he got to the finish line, the greater the dangers would become. At that moment, a mysterious figure emerged at the martial arts gathering, cloaked in black, obscuring his features and exuding a chilling aura. He moved to a corner and whispered to another, "The plan has failed. It seems we must activate the backup strategy." The companion nodded, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The mysterious figure continued, "Spread rumors that Ding Hao has been injured and will be unable to participate in the final showdown." Chapter 72. Pinnacle Glory, Martial Arts Legend. The mysterious rumors spread like wildfire. "Have you heard? Ding Hao is injured and likely won't be able to participate in the final battle. Is that true? Does this mean the championship will change hands? What a shame. I wanted to see him achieve greatness once more." Various speculations and discussions proliferated among the crowd, snowballing in magnitude. This news, of course, reached the ears of Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou. Sun Qianqian was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Has Brother Ding really been injured? How could this happen? Miss Zhou, though she had only recently met Ding Hao, felt a pang of concern, hoping it was merely a rumor. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous loss. The rumors also reached Zhao Wuzuan, who furrowed his brow, pondering, is Ding Hao truly injured? If so, how will the final battle proceed? Though he sensed something amiss, he could only wait and see. Ding Hao's opponent, a robust man named Li Xuanba, revealed a sneer upon hearing the news. "Humph, Ding Hao, I thought you were formidable, yet you seem so fragile you can't even participate in the final battle. What a waste! His followers echoed their derision, mocking Ding Hao's supposed weakness. Just as the rumors reached a fever pitch, Ding Hao made his appearance. Dressed in athletic gear, he strode confidently to the center of the stage. Radiating vitality, did I hear someone claims I am injured? His voice was not loud, yet it penetrated the ears of every spectator. A confident smile played on his lips as he continued, I, Ding Hao, stand here today. Who dares say I am injured? Step forward. The arena fell silent. All captivated by Ding Hao's commanding presence, Li Xuanba and his entourage stood agape, as if witnessing a ghost. How is this possible? Li Xuanba stammered. Did the rumors not say you? Ding Hao disregarded him, surveying the crowd with piercing eyes. Rumors cease with the wise. I, Ding Hao, stand upright. Why fear slander? With that, he unleashed a powerful punch towards a nearby testing stone tablet. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the stone shattered, debris scattering. The audience erupted into a frenzy of cheers. Ding Hao, Ding Hao, Ding Hao. The spectators were utterly captivated by Ding Hao's overwhelming might, celebrating his prowess. Ding Hao smiled slightly, turning to Li Xuanba. Shall we begin? Li Xuanba's face drained of color, his lips quivering, speech eluding him. Zhao Wuzuan's eyes glinted with intrigue. Sensing the unfolding spectacle, Li Xuanba swallowed hard, feigning composure, and declared, Come on, I, Li Xuanba, am no pushover. With a mighty roar, he launched himself towards Ding Hao, a heavy punch accompanied by a gust of wind heading straight for Ding Hao's face. Ding Hao remained unfazed, sidestepping gracefully while delivering a strike to Li Xuanba's shoulder. Li Xuanba staggered back, feeling an immense force propel him backward. Is this all? Ding Hao smirked, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Fuming with indignation, Li Xuanba charged at Ding Hao once more, unleashing a flurry of brutal punches and kicks. Yet Ding Hao met every attack with calm composure, effortlessly countering each strike. The two exchanged blows in a fierce contest. The atmosphere crackling with tension. In the audience, cheers and gasps reverberated, the tension palpable. Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou clenched their fists, their hearts racing in anticipation. Li Xuanba is indeed formidable. Can Ding Hao prevail? One murmured. It's hard to say. While Ding Hao is powerful, Li Xuanba's experience is vast. Another replied. At that moment, Ding Hao shifted tactics. He moved like a wraith, appearing behind Li Xuanba with a swift hand strike aimed at his neck. Li Xuanba, caught off guard, succumbed to the blow, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed. A second of stunned silence enveloped the crowd as they processed the scene before them. Ding Hao calmly dusted off his hands and walked to the center of the stage, bowing respectfully to Zhao Wuzuan in acknowledgement. Zhao Wuzuan regarded Ding Hao with a profound gaze, a hint of complexity flickering in his eyes. Ding Hao, you truly are a rare talent in martial arts. After a pause, he continued, Congratulations on securing the championship of this martial arts gathering. Thunderous applause erupted, cheers echoing throughout the venue as Ding Hao's name resonated far and wide. Bathed in the adulation of the crowd, Ding Hao bore no trace of arrogance on his face. He recognized this as but a minor milestone on his martial journey, with a longer path ahead and stronger foes to confront. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou. He offered a gentle smile and began to stride towards them. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the jubilant atmosphere, shattering the harmony. A mysterious figure clad in black, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, had appeared at the edge of the stage. He slowly raised his head, revealing cold eyes as he ominously declared, The true battle has only just begun. Sun Qianqian exuberantly waved her small fists, yearning to leap onto the stage and envelop Ding Hao in a grand embrace. Brother Ding, you are amazing. I knew you could do it. Although Miss Zhou was somewhat reserved, she could not conceal her excitement, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. In her heart, she mused. This man indeed possesses a certain charm. Li Xuanba was obliterated by a single strike from Ding Hao, collapsing onto the arena like a piece of decayed wood, unable to rise for an extended period. The onlookers erupted in a frenzy, exclaiming, Wow, this is incredible. Instant annihilation. An absolute slaughter. Ding Hao is amazing. With a falsetto, Various online memes and expressions of admiration surged forth, creating an atmosphere more vibrant than a festive celebration. Zhao Wuzuan personally presented Ding Hao with the trophy symbolizing victory, a resplendent golden Hercules cup, colloquially referred to as the Golden Hercules. Accepting the trophy, Ding Hao calmly uttered a phrase, "Basic moves, don't mess up," nearly causing Zhao Wuzuan to choke. However, being an old hand, Zhao Wuzuan quickly regained composure, gently patting Ding Hao's shoulder, saying, "Young man, the future is promising." Under the gaze of the multitude, Ding Hao descended from the stage and walked directly towards Sun Qianqian and Miss Zhou. Sun Qianqian, overwhelmed with excitement, leapt into Ding Hao's embrace, clinging to him like a koala. Her words a jumble of admiration. "Ding Hao, you are incredible. I truly admire you." Miss Zhou, meanwhile, gracefully congratulated Ding Hao. "Congratulations, Mr. Ding. You truly deserve this honor." After savoring a moment of glory and tenderness, Ding Hao prepared to return to the Sun residence. However, upon stepping through the threshold, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The air was thick with tension, servants hurriedly passing by, their faces etched with urgency, as if something significant were about to unfold. A vague unease stirred within Ding Hao. Had something transpired within the Sun family? At that moment, an elderly man clad in a gray robe, sporting a goatee, appeared before him. He was the eldest elder of the Sun family, known for his stern demeanor and imposing presence. Fixing Ding Hao with a grave gaze, he spoke in a low tone, "Ding Hao, the family head requests your presence." Chapter 73. Family Turmoil. The onset of conflict. The atmosphere within the Sun family's ancestral home was as tense as water on the brink of boiling. Following the eldest elder through a lengthy corridor, Ding Hao observed the servants who hurried past, heads bowed, not daring to breathe, a stark contrast to the previous lively celebration. This further solidified his belief that something significant had indeed occurred within the Sun family. In the conference hall, the family head, Old Master Sun, sat in his exalted position, his expression dark enough to draw water. Several family elders were seated on either side, their faces grave, the atmosphere oppressive enough to stifle breathing. "Ding Hao, you have arrived," Old Master Sun's voice resonated, devoid of discernible emotion. Ding Hao nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. This old man, having just claimed victory at the martial arts tournament, couldn't even muster a congratulatory word before dragging him into this courtroom-like setting. What was going on? "The reason I summoned you today is of utmost importance." Old Master Sun paused, his piercing gaze sweeping over Ding Hao. "The competition for family resources is about to commence, and you shall represent the Sun family in this battle." A competition for family resources? Ding Hao felt a jolt in his heart. The very name suggested a formidable challenge. The eldest elder interjected, "In this contest, other branches are watching closely, especially young Master Sun Heir, who has colluded with external forces and poses a significant threat." External forces? Ding Hao furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. Young Master Sun Heir was indeed not to be underestimated. "I understand," Ding Hao replied calmly, though tumultuous waves surged within him. Although he typically shunned involvement in family disputes, he would not retreat now that the matter lay before him. Moreover, he had confidence in his current abilities. "You boy," quite composed, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Old Master Sun's eyes, yet his tone remained serious. "This competition is of great consequence, affecting the future of the Sun family. You must give it your all." "Without fail," Ding Hao nodded, his gaze resolute. "I comprehend." Beside him, Master Zhao regarded Ding Hao with admiration. While the family head and elders wore troubled expressions, this young man remained unfazed, truly deserving of his title as the champion of the martial arts tournament. After the meeting concluded, as Ding Hao prepared to leave, he felt a piercing gaze fixed upon him from behind. Turning, he found Sun Qianqian standing at the doorway, her eyes brimming with concern. After the meeting, Sun Qianqian stealthily approached Ding Hao, her large, sparkling eyes filled with worry, igniting a warmth within him. She gently grasped his hand, soft as warm jade, and Ding Hao felt a surge of warmth. "I will always support you." Her voice was as faint as a whisper, yet her resolve was unwavering. This intimate atmosphere filled Ding Hao with vigor, as if he could perform feats of strength on the spot. Meanwhile, young Master Sun Heir had initially believed that Ding Hao The grassroots son-in-law would cower in fear at the mention of the family resources competition, begging for mercy. To his surprise, Ding Hao not only accepted the challenge but also began subtly investigating the distribution of family resources, leaving young Master Sun Heir dumbfounded. This kid possesses some skill, he mused, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. It seems I must teach him a lesson. On Ding Hao's side, the investigation progressed smoothly. He discovered that the majority of family resources were concentrated in the family treasury, while the guarding forces appeared relatively weak. This raised his suspicions. Was the Sun family intentionally lax, or was there a deeper conspiracy at play? As he pondered, a commotion erupted outside. Pushing open the door, he was met with a crowd blocking the entrance, led by none other than young Master Sun Heir's lackeys, all with menacing expressions, as if they were here to collect debts. Ding Hao, if you have guts, come out. One of the lackeys bellowed. Don't hide inside like a turtle. Ding Hao smirked, realizing young Master Sun Heir was eager to stir trouble. Stretching his limbs, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Since you are so enthusiastic, I shall entertain you. He strode forward confidently, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd, finally resting on young Master Sun Heir's lackey. What's your game? Speak up. Hee. Our boss wants to have a chat near the treasury. The lackey grinned maliciously, his tone dripping with provocation. The moment Ding Hao emerged, his presence and demeanor radiated the aura of a war god. Young Master Sun Heir's lackeys instantly shrank back 3 steps. Yet relying on their numbers, they still mustered the courage to shout, Kid, don't be too arrogant. Our boss. Before he could finish, Ding Hao struck. Quick as lightning, with a flurry of moves, he dispatched the most boisterous lackeys in seconds, while the remaining few were sent sprawling with powerful kicks, wailing for mercy. The entire encounter was swift and decisive, concluding in less than a minute. Master Zhao, watching from the sidelines, felt his blood surge with excitement. Unable to restrain himself from cheering, excellent, well done, truly worthy of being our Sun family's son-in-law. In stark contrast, young Master Sun Heir and his entourage were as pale as ghosts, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. This Ding Hao is simply too formidable. Ding Hao clapped his hands, his demeanor relaxed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Approaching young Master Sun Heir, he remarked, with a smirk, Is this it? This is your idea of a chat? Young Master Sun Heir's face turned a deep shade of anger, rendered speechless. He had intended to gauge Ding Hao's strength, yet the latter's overwhelming prowess instilled a sense of fear within him. However, just as Ding Hao prepared to depart, he noticed something unsettling. Young Master Sun Heir's lackeys seemed to have an uncanny awareness of his movements and were aware of his recent investigations into the family's resource distribution. This realization unsettled him. Could there be a traitor within the family? The thought lingered, refusing to dissipate. Ding Hao understood that if there truly was a traitor, the repercussions could be dire. He needed to uncover this traitor swiftly, for the consequences of inaction could be catastrophic. Upon returning to his room, Ding Hao meticulously reviewed the recent events, striving to uncover any clues. Suddenly, he recalled the suspicious demeanor of Wang Binu, who had been acting furtively days prior and seemed to have interacted with young Master Sun Heir's associates. Could it be her? Ding Hao resolved to test Wang Binu. He casually broached the subject of family resources, keenly observing her reaction. Sure enough, her eyes flickered, and her expression grew uneasy. Wang Binu, have you seen any suspicious individuals lately? Ding Hao inquired nonchalantly. Wang Binu stammered in no. I've been in the old residence the whole time. Haven't seen anyone suspicious. Ding Hao smirked inwardly. This Wang Binu was indeed hiding something. It appeared that young Master Sun Heir's conspiracy with external forces was even more intricate than he had imagined. He needed to proceed with utmost caution to navigate this impending crisis. As night fell and the world quieted, Ding Hao stood by the window, gazing at the distant lights, his mind racing with thoughts. He understood that young Master Sun Heir and the external forces would not relent. They surely harbored even grander schemes.